Chapter 1, Am I an Undercover Agent? In his past life, Luli was a programmer at a big internet company. For KPIs and his mortgage, he would code in front of a screen at 3 a.m. in an office building, the only company he had being takeaway pig's feet rice and one cigarette after another. In the end, after working non-stop for 72 hours, he suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed, dying on his workstation. Now, he has crossed over to this world where spiritual energy has revived, and strange phenomena run rampant. He became another Luli, a rookie just out of special training at the Special Investigation Bureau. When he learned that this world had man-eating monsters and mysterious awakened beings, his first thought after crossing over was to run away from this investigation bureau. What kind of joke is this? He died from overwork in his past life, and now he has to risk his life again? Luckily, the original body's spiritual talent was extremely poor. E-level, a rank almost equivalent to cannon fodder in the combat sequence. In the final assessment of the training camp, he was naturally eliminated and transferred to the logistics department. At that moment, Luli almost wanted to bow to the examiner. The logistics department, such a good place. Less work, more money, close to home, stable, relaxed, good benefits, with an almost zero risk factor. It was the heaven of the system, a retirement paradise. His daily tasks included checking the incoming and outgoing inventory, organizing the reports from the front lines, and then having plenty of time to slack off. Fighting? Clearing strange phenomena? That was the responsibility of S-rank and A-rank experts. He, an E-level loser, could enter a structured Special Investigation Bureau's logistics department. This was a blessing from his ancestors. His colleagues' occasional teasing sounded like songs of praise to a victor in his ears. His beautiful female boss, dressed in a tight uniform, with a hot figure, walked past him holding a cup of coffee. Her curvy hips almost brushed against his arm. She stopped and looked down at him from above. "Oh, Shalu, still slacking off? If we didn't have you in the logistics department, we'd be missing a lucky mascot." His boss was named Lin Wan, a C-level spiritualist, and definitely one of the best in the logistics department. It was said she was transferred to logistics because of PTSD from the battlefield. Lin Wan was extremely beautiful, with a standard oval face, charming eyes, and a figure that was perfectly curved. Her uniform shirt was stretched tight by her full chest, as if it would burst at any moment. Especially when she moved, her superior figure wrapped in the short skirt of her uniform would always attract the attention of the male employees in the department. Although she had an alluring figure, she was usually very distant with people and took her work very seriously. Her favorite pastime was teasing Luli, the slacker. Luli grinned and didn't take it to heart at all. "Sister Lin, you're joking. I'm just conserving energy for the heroes at the front lines. Ensuring material supply is a top priority." Smooth talker. Be careful of old Lu seeing this. If he does, you'll be sent to the convergence zone, and you'll be in for a tough time. Lin Wan smirked, twisting her snake-like waist as she walked away. The convergence zone, also known as the Area for Containment and Dissection of Strange Phenomena, was a subsidiary department under the logistics department. Strange phenomena had various abilities, but similar ones within the same black mist often shared common traits. Therefore, dissecting strange phenomena or people killed by them could possibly lead to methods of suppressing these phenomena. However, long-term contact with strange phenomena could easily affect the mental state of lower-ranking personnel, and they might even be assimilated into strange subordinate creatures. For this reason, personnel in the convergence zone were regularly rotated for breaks. Luli looked at her swaying figure and the lingering fragrance, took another sip of goji berry tea, and took out his personal phone to scroll through short videos. By the way, there's an education and training session in the department. "Xiaolu, you should attend and remember to sign in." "Alright then," he replied, since it was just another place to slack off. 10 years ago, the first black mist arrived together with the revival of spiritual energy. A black fog enveloped the entire town, and any living creature caught within it was immediately transported to another world, a world full of another kind of creature, strange. These strange creatures took on countless bizarre forms, each with unique abilities, but all had one thing in common: they fed on humans. By the time the military forces quickly responded, only 1 in 10 townspeople remained alive. The black fog could appear at any time, in any place, and could vary in size. Large-scale fogs could cover a city, while smaller ones could only encompass the size of a single house. Once it appeared, the only way to close it was to kill all the strange creatures within the fog. If ignored, after 10 days, the creatures would directly emerge into the real world. Weak strange creatures could be eliminated by ordinary firearms, but powerful ones could destroy entire cities. Some ignorant people, terrified of this power, chose to worship the strange creatures, while others formed evil organizations, aiming to welcome their arrival, including Heaven's Gate, the Three-Body Sect, the Unification Faction. Staring at the PPT he had no idea how many times he had seen, with the sound of the presenter reading in a monotone in his ears, Luli struggled to suppress a yawn, thinking about the little barbecue he would treat himself to after work. Ding dong. A crisp notification sound rang out. It was a new email. The sender's nickname was Raven, a strange name. Luli frowned, thinking it was spam, but the subject of the email made his heart skip a beat. This week's progress report. Why is a work email sent to my personal phone? Suspicious, he opened the email, which was as simple as a work memo. To the guide. This week's offerings have been selected, totaling 7, all meeting the master's requirements. The coordinates for the gate have been confirmed at the abandoned factory east of the city, expected to open in 3 days. Please confirm the final ceremony process and provide the next steps. Sincerely, Raven. Attachment 1, offerings.jpg. The attached image seemed to have been taken in a dark basement, with dim lighting. Several young men and women were bound to cold stone altars, their expressions either fearful or numb, their eyes vacant. In the center of them, a strange symbol made of flesh and bone twisted on the floor, emitting an ominous dark red glow. Luli's pupils suddenly contracted, a cold breath escaping him, and his mind buzzed, as if struck by a heavy blow. Master? Gate? Guide? These words instantly pierced his comfortable delusions. Each word pointed to a group he least wanted to encounter, an evil organization. And this email was sent to the guide. To his phone. Clink. The phone slipped from his trembling hand and landed on the desk. He stiffly turned his neck, glancing around the safe office where his colleagues were casually chatting. In that moment, it felt as if the place had turned into the most dangerous den of dragons and tigers. Was he really an undercover agent for an evil organization in his past life? Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, the sticky feeling making him squirm uncomfortably. He thought he had entered a retirement home, but in reality, this was enemy territory. The guy with the same name as him had left him with a huge trap. Chapter 2, it turns out he's not an undercover agent. No, bro, my 9-to-5, 3-day weekends, birdwalking and fishing happy life is gone just like that? Cold beads of sweat slid down Luli's temples as he slumped in his chair, staring at the email. He tried to convince himself that this was just some new kind of pyramid scheme scam, randomly targeting him. But that bloody, strange symbol in the image looked all too much like a real sacrificial ritual. Luli forced himself to calm down and began analyzing the situation. Confessing to the investigation bureau? The thought crossed his mind but was immediately smothered. What a joke. An organization capable of planting an undercover agent in the investigation bureau's special training camp. Its penetration ability is absolutely beyond imagination. In the vast branch of the Cloud City Investigation Bureau, who knows how many more guides are still lurking? If he goes to confess and surrender, he might accidentally die right after. Who knows what bizarre methods those lunatics with extraordinary powers will use to torture a traitor? He can't rely on anyone, he can only depend on himself. A bold plan took shape in his mind. To survive and to catch the mastermind behind it all, he must follow the plan and continue to play the role of this guide. The top priority is to figure out the list of all the members of this cult branch, especially the other undercover agents within the Investigation Bureau. Only by mastering this information can he turn the tables. He glanced at the message on his phone again, his gaze lingering on that string of coordinates for a long time. No matter whether it's true or not, he must take the initiative into his own hands, otherwise, he might not even know how he dies. In the next 3 days, Luli behaved unusually and became the most diligent employee in the logistics department. He no longer drank tea, read the newspaper, or chatted idly with colleagues, but spent all day in front of the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Of course, on the surface, he was processing the backlogged logistics data and material requisition forms. In reality, he was using the internal permissions of the logistics department to browse all documents related to known cult organizations whenever he had a moment. His reformed appearance naturally didn't escape Lin Wan's eyes. That afternoon, Lin Wan brought over coffee again. She had changed into a gray bodycon skirt today, which tightly accentuated her curvaceous figure. As she walked, her black stockings and long legs beneath the skirt were barely visible, yet stunning. Oh, the sun must be setting in the west today? Charlie finally knows how to work hard? She leaned on Luli's desk, looking down at him from above. Though her tone still had a sting, it was less sharp and more curious. Luli didn't even lift his head, his fingers still moving quickly across the keyboard. No choice, if I don't work hard, I'll be optimized by you, team leader Lin. He casually replied. Lin Wan snorted lightly, seemingly satisfied with this answer, thinking that her usual nagging had finally had an effect. Her gaze towards Luli even held a rare trace of approval. 3 days quickly passed. Nightfall came like ink, enveloping the entire Cloud City. In the eastern outskirts of the city, amidst a desolate industrial wasteland, an abandoned concrete building loomed like a silent giant, lying in the darkness. A thin figure, under the sparse moonlight, dodged all the surveillance cameras and silently appeared in front of the barbed wire surrounding the abandoned factory. It was Luli. He wore a black hooded tracksuit and a mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that gleamed brightly in the night. The rusty iron gate let out a shrill, mournful screech. Creak. Luli quickly slipped into the main workshop of the abandoned factory. The air was filled with the sharp smell of rust, machine oil, and dust. Under the pale moonlight filtering through the broken roof, he saw two figures standing silently in the center of the workshop. One man, one woman. The man looked quite old, his back bent like a cooked shrimp, his face covered with deep wrinkles. However, the murky eyes still flickered with a fervent light that was completely at odds with his age. He was the cultist codenamed Jackal. The woman beside him, however, was the complete opposite. She was young and tall, wearing a crimson, tight-fitting dress that clung to her curvy body like a second skin. The high slit of the skirt extended all the way to her thighs, exposing a patch of flawless, delicate skin. Her makeup was heavy, and her long black hair cascaded like seaweed, flowing freely. A charming smile lingered at the corner of her lips. It was the alluring woman known as Raven. When Luli appeared, the expressions on the two faces instantly turned incredibly respectful, even carrying a deep fear that seemed to sink into their very bones. They hurried forward, stopping 3 steps away from Luli, and bowed deeply. "Master of the Guides, you're here." The voice of the Jackal was hoarse and dry, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Raven, however, merely smiled, lightly licking her full red lips with the tip of her tongue, her gaze toward Luli filled with admiration and obsession. This scene, it didn't seem like they were treating an ordinary undercover agent. Luli's mind rang with alarms, but on the surface, he remained calm, simply letting out a cold syllable from his nose in response. The Jackal did not dare to raise his head and continued respectfully reporting, "Master, the sacrifice you requested has been prepared. 4 men and 3 women, all strictly selected from the followers based on your instructions. Born in the year, month, and day of the Ean, their spirits are pure. They are the perfect vessels for opening the holy gate. Saying this, the Jackal and Raven each took a step back to the sides. What immediately entered the eye was a strange sight made of flesh and bones, white bones twisted and intertwined, spinning like a twist of dough, the flesh interwoven and glued between the bones, forming a twisted and eerie symbol, unlike normal animal bones and flesh, evoking an instinctual fear of the unknown. Normally, these flesh and bones, after 3 days, would have begun to decay. But for some unknown reason, its surface still remained bright red, and upon closer inspection, subtle movements could still be seen, almost as if it had just been cut from a slaughterhouse. The 4 men and 3 women were kneeling in a circle, their faces vacant, their eyes hollow. If not for the slight rise and fall of their chests, Luli would almost have believed they were 7 corpses. Raven, with her waist twisting like a water snake, took a step forward, handing a thin chip card to Luli, her perfume thick and sweet, carrying a dangerous aggression. "Master, this is the list of all the family members lurking in the Yun City Investigation Bureau branch of Heaven's Gate. Tomorrow, we will disguise the completed sacrifices as ordinary goods and transport them into the Investigation Bureau. At that time, as long as you give the command, we will work from the inside, releasing the sacrifices. The summoned Holy Gate will instantly devour the entire Investigation Bureau, providing ample nourishment for the arrival of our master." Her words were filled with fanatic anticipation, as if she could already see the magnificent scene of the Yun City Investigation Bureau being reduced to rubble in a bizarre arrival. Luli took the chip card with a stoic expression, the cold sensation from his fingertips immediately making him clear-headed. "So it turns out, I'm the big boss?" Chapter 3, The Life of a Salted Fish is Gone. A storm surged inside him, and he was so shocked that he could barely speak. What nonsense E-Class, what cult undercover agent, all alone, the original owner was actually the highest commander of the Heaven's Gate cult in the Yun City branch. The plan to destroy the entire Investigation Bureau branch was actually orchestrated by him. He suddenly remembered that, during his special training in the Investigation Bureau's camp, that iron-faced, incorruptible examiner had criticized him more than once for having an improper attitude and lacking ambition. At that time, he thought it was because the original owner had a scattered personality, but now it seemed that the examiner had been talking about him, the latecomer. After inheriting this body, he had failed to bring out its true power, acting like a salted fish just aiming for a stable job. This had led to the original owner, who should have entered the frontline combat department, being relegated to the logistics department to retire. "No, I absolutely cannot let these lunatics succeed. If the Black Mist portal opens inside the Investigation Bureau, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire Cloud City could turn into a hell on Earth." Luli paused for a moment and then put the list chip into his pocket. He slowly raised his eyes, and his seemingly cold gaze swept over the Jackal and the Raven in front of him. The two of them trembled under his gaze, involuntarily lowering their heads. Action, temporarily cancelled. His voice wasn't loud, but in the vast workshop, it sounded especially clear, carrying undeniable authority. The Jackal and the Raven suddenly looked up, their faces full of confusion and disbelief. "Master, why?" "Everything is ready," the Jackal asked anxiously. Luli didn't explain, only coldly staring at them. "I will execute another plan," he said slowly, each word like ice smashing on the ground. "The Investigation Bureau still has a reason to exist, for now. Everything for the coming of the Master. Following the belief that saying too much would lead to mistakes, Luli kept his words few. He dropped a piece of jargon he had learned from the files and immediately turned to leave. If he didn't leave, he would have to endure seeing all the blood and bones, and he couldn't even eat his late-night snack in peace. Luli's figure disappeared into the dark entrance of the abandoned factory, and the suffocating pressure in the eyes of the jackal and the raven vanished along with it. It wasn't until they were sure the guide had walked far away that the jackal and raven finally relaxed, as though their bones had been removed. The raven's enchanting face showed an unmasked fear for the first time. She instinctively hugged her arms, as if to shield herself from the chill rising from deep within. Too terrifying. Lord Guide. His strength is becoming more unfathomable. Her voice trembled, no longer carrying the charm and arrogance from before. Just now, when he stood in front of me, I actually thought he was just an E-level ability user. His spiritual energy fluctuation was so low, he seemed like an ordinary person. Return to simplicity, great skill in simplicity. For strong individuals like them with exceptional reconnaissance abilities, this was the most terrifying part. This meant that the opponent's strength had already far surpassed their understanding. The jackal's stooped body straightened a bit, his cloudy old eyes flashing with fear and relief, his face serious as he said, "Yes, this feeling is more oppressive than directly facing an S-level powerhouse. But, fortunately, Lord Guide hasn't lost his reason because of the conflict with the chief." He paused, his hoarse voice tinged with caution. "If we really followed the original plan and started the sacrifice ritual within the investigation bureau, the noise would be too big. They would immediately notice the presence of the infiltrators. Once the grass is shaken and the snake is startled, the headquarters will definitely conduct a thorough purge of all the branches. At that time, our brothers and sisters in other cities will be implicated, and the organization we've built for years will be destroyed. Lord still considers the big picture." Hearing the word chief, the raven's body stiffened again. She leaned toward the jackal, lowered her voice, her beautiful face full of a complex expression of gossip and fear. "It's like gods fighting and mortals suffering. Jackal, what exactly is going on between those two? Lord Guide and the chief, how did things get to this point?" The jackal looked around warily, sighed, and spoke in an even lower voice. "This is a long story. Lord Guide was once so full of vigor in the organization. He acted ruthlessly, with harsh methods, clearing out countless heretics and competitors hiding in the shadows, accumulating enough merit to be promoted to one of the executives. In his eyes, admiration flickered, but for some reason, the chief suppressed his promotion and only sent him to Cloud City, this awkward place, to remain hidden. With Lord Guide's temperament, how could he endure this humiliation? The rift between him and the chief began from that moment. This plan. Such aggression, such recklessness, is actually an adult's test of the chief, or rather, a declaration of war." The crow's heart raced with fear, her lips, dyed bright red with lipstick, slightly parted as she looked at the jackal in disbelief. A declaration of war? Then what should we, the little shrimp, do?" The crow asked, a bit worried. The internal struggle within the Gate of Heaven was as brutal as any confrontation with the Investigation Bureau. The guide and the chief, one an undisputed strongman, the other one of the few high-ranking members of the organization. If they went to war, it would be kings against kings, generals against generals. She and the jackal could not possibly stay out of it. A bitter expression appeared on the jackal's face, his hunched back seemed to bend a little more. He patted the crow's shoulder, his eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. "What else can we do?" He sighed deeply, his gaze profound. "When the time comes, we'll see. We can only pray." On the other side, carefully avoiding the surveillance cameras on the road, Luli felt his legs go weak as he finally got home. It was not just exhaustion, but also fear. His undercover identity had become even more exaggerated, and now even if he confessed, no one would believe him. The list the crow gave him was even more outrageous. Among the frontline operatives trained at the same time, a third were undercover. The Investigation Bureau had been infiltrated like a sieve. The calm and stable daily life he had barely enjoyed for a few days was instantly replaced by a new battle, this time against cultists. It was bad enough that he hadn't inherited a single useful skill from his original self, but even more so, all the information he had was false, including the seemingly perfectly normal resumes in the Investigation Bureau. But luckily, he had temporarily fooled the jackal and the crow. If he could keep the situation murky and let the cult forget about him little by little, it would be perfect. Chapter 4, The Undercover Net is Cast. The moment Luli stepped into the logistics department of the Investigation Bureau, his nerves immediately tensed up. Something's not right. Whether it was because of his guilty conscience or not, Luli sharply sensed that the atmosphere in the bureau today was strange. The air seemed to be thick with an invisible, oppressive tension, like the stillness before a storm. A storm is coming. Luli's heart sank. He forced himself to walk to his workstation as usual, but every step felt like walking on thin ice. He was already feeling guilty, and in this eerie atmosphere, he felt even more like he was sitting on pins and needles, as if every colleague around him was scrutinizing him like a hidden criminal. What made him most uneasy was Lin Wan. That fiery female team leader, today, actually did not carry out her usual daily teasing of him. She sat in her private office, the glass walls separating her from the outside world. Luli glanced at her and found that Lin Wan was staring directly at him, her eyes hollow, her face expressionless. Luli forced himself to look away calmly. He sat down, opened his computer, and pulled up the logistics application forms he had gone through countless times. His fingers mechanically tapped on the keyboard, making a monotonous sound, trying to calm his racing heart. Time passed, minute by minute, and the atmosphere in the office became more and more suffocating, making it hard to breathe. Then, at the busiest peak of work, an unexpected change occurred. Bang! The office door was violently pushed open, and then, a team of fully armed combat personnel surged in like a black tide. They wore full-cover tactical helmets, heavy black combat suits printed with the Investigation Bureau's Action Department's sword emblem. They held specially designed rifles glowing with eerie blue psychic energy, their movements swift and silent, like a group of top predators invading a sheep pen. The office was instantly filled with suppressed gasps and sharp inhales. These operatives didn't say a word, as if they had practiced this countless times. They swiftly charged toward their targets with precision. Archives Department, Zhang Wei, come with us. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, usually elegant and polite, was brutally lifted from his seat by two operatives. His face drained of color instantly, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. Finance Department, Li, don't resist unnecessarily. A stylishly dressed female colleague screamed, and just as she reached for something in her drawer, an operative swiftly pressed her down on the desk, locked her hands behind her back, and put on specially designed handcuffs that glowed with psychic energy. Click. The sound of the handcuffs locking was painfully sharp in the dead silence of the office. Zhang Wei. Li. These two names were clearly on the Heaven's Gate list of undercover personnel that Raven had given him. Exposed? How could they have been exposed? Could it be that there are undercover agents from the Investigation Bureau within Heaven's Gate? Isn't this like something straight out of Infernal Affairs? It's over. It's all over. There's no time for a confession anymore. He, the so-called guide, is probably the biggest name at the top of the list. Cold sweat soaked his back instantly, and the sticky feeling almost made him vomit. He watched as the expressionless operatives moved between the departments, constantly escorting familiar and unfamiliar faces out. He felt like a student waiting for his exam results, not knowing whether it would be good or bad, relying on fate. He could even feel several cold gazes falling on him. Should he confess? If he confessed now, could it still count as merit? Confess for leniency, resist for severity. The propaganda slogan, which he had heard since childhood, unexpectedly flashed through his mind, and for a moment, he almost raised his hands and shouted, "I'm an undercover agent, I confess." A leading operative walked past him. That person was tall and imposing, and his gaze, under the helmet, scanned every person in the office like a scanner. When his gaze passed over Luli, it didn't stop for a second, as if looking at an ordinary logistics staff member, or rather, like looking at a piece of irrelevant office furniture. Then, he moved on. Luli barely managed to breathe a sigh of relief. The feeling of surviving a disaster washed over him like a tide. He looked at the group of people being escorted and noticed a crucial detail. Among those who were arrested, while several were members of Heaven's Gate, many others were people he didn't know at all, and they weren't on the list Raven had given him. So that's it. Luli immediately understood. This wasn't an operation specifically targeting Heaven's Gate. It was a massive purge. The Investigation Bureau must have received a tip-off from somewhere and launched a unified, destructive strike against all the cult infiltrators hidden within. He breathed a sigh of relief, but a deeper sense of dread followed. It seems the undercover agents planted by the Investigation Bureau, or those they had turned, were not high enough in rank to know about the existence of the guide. Or perhaps the identity of the guide was protected by some higher power. He thought about the chief that Jackal and Raven had mentioned, and a shiver ran down his spine. These cult organizations must have watched a lot of Hong Kong movies, infiltrating each other with spies, playing the game better than anyone else. The Investigation Bureau's efficiency was astonishing. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. No intense battles occurred, as most of the civilian staff had low psychic power, the highest being only level D. In front of these well-equipped, highly trained operatives of level C or even B, there was no chance for resistance, not even a glimmer of a counterattack. Luli guessed that the high-level undercover agents lurking in the frontline combat departments. The Investigation Bureau must be somewhere else, using more secret and thunder-like methods to catch them all in one sweep. If a fight had broken out inside the Bureau headquarters building, that would have been quite a show, and the damage and impact would have been beyond imagination. Only when the last undercover agent was taken away did the heavy air in the office ease a little, but everyone still felt uneasy, whispering to each other again and again, guessing whether those people had done something shady to gain benefits, and why they hadn't brought anyone else along after being together for so long. Soon, old Lou, the head of the logistics department, a middle-aged fat man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, walked out of his office. He cleared his throat, trying to use a calm tone to steady everyone's nerves. "Colleagues, please stay quiet. Don't panic, everyone." He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. What just happened was a necessary internal cleaning operation. Those who were taken away have all been confirmed, through long-term investigation by our internal investigation section, to be cult spies who infiltrated us. As soon as those words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. Old Lou deepened his tone, with a trace of fear and anger on his face. "According to the reliable intel we received a few days ago, those crazy cultists were actually planning to hold an evil ritual inside our investigation bureau to summon a black mist gate. This is no longer simple infiltration or intelligence theft. This is a naked act of terrorism. It is an open provocation against our entire national security system. Against such actions, we must strike hard and show no mercy." Listening to the chief's righteous speech, Luli lowered his head, the face hidden in the shadows full of complex emotions. Reliable intel? A few days ago? Wasn't that exactly when he received the message from Raven? Was it just coincidence, or? Chapter 5. There are also fish that escape the net. At the top level of the Cloud City Investigation Bureau, inside the director's office. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window stood a figure as tall and solid as an iron tower. He was Gao Jiangwo, the highest commander of the Cloud City Investigation Bureau. He was already past 50, his short hair gray as snow, but the muscles on his body bulged and tightened, stretching his oversized shirt so full it seemed ready to burst at any moment. A fierce scar ran from his left temple all the way down to his chin, crawling across his face like a centipede, adding even more ferocity and killing intent to his already commanding face. He stood with his hands behind his back, silently watching downstairs. One by one, black special duty vehicles were driving out of the bureau compound, carrying the cult infiltrators who had just been caught in one sweep. His gaze was deep, revealing no joy or anger, but when the last car disappeared from sight, he let out a heavy sigh. "Didn't think so many worms had already crawled inside our investigation bureau." His voice was deep and strong, with a metallic tone, echoing through the empty office. On the leather sofa on the other side of the room sat a man completely different in style from Gao Jiangwo. He was Zhao Donglai, the deputy director. He was thin, dressed in a well-tailored brand-name suit, his hair slicked back neatly and shining with oil. Even in the soft light of the room, he still wore a pair of large dark sunglasses that covered most of his face, making it impossible to see his real expression. Hearing Gao Jiangwo's sigh, Zhao Donglai's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Worms are far from it," he said slowly, his voice smooth and magnetic. "The one who stayed hidden the longest had been here for a full 5 years, even rising to the position of head of the archives section. Just a few days ago, he even came to report work to me." The loyal look he had, looking back now, is truly disgusting. Heaven knows how many confidential pieces of information have leaked from his hands over the years, and how many times frontline missions have failed because these damn cultists have been secretly sabotaging from behind. He took a sip of tea, seemingly savoring something, then pushed up the sunglasses on his nose, the lenses reflecting the light from outside the window, making it impossible to see the expression of his hidden eyes. But, this time, being able to remove all these spies at once, it's considered a fortunate thing. His tone shifted, carrying a hint of something elusive. "It's just, I don't quite understand. We've caught spies before, but they were always just a few small ones. And because they only had single-line contact, communicating only with their superior, unaware of the others, it was extremely difficult to trace them back. This time, the capture operation was so smooth, so precise, it was almost like someone was holding a complete list and ticking off names one by one. It's really a bit strange." Gao Jiangwo turned around, the savage scar on his face twisted as his facial muscles moved, but he showed a gentle smile that was completely uncharacteristic of his fierce appearance. "Donglai, have you read the internal briefing from the past few days?" Zhao Donglai calmly shook his head, putting down his teacup. "Director Gao, you know I just returned from headquarters training, and the work reports piling up on my desk are almost a mountain. How could I have time to look at those?" Gao Jiangwo ignored his complaint, instead walking to sit behind the desk, his hands crossed on the table, his gaze becoming deep. 10 years ago, black mist arrived, strange occurrences spread, and the world fell into chaos. It was as if to fight a mortal enemy, part of humanity's genes mutated, awakening all kinds of bizarre superpowers. And the energy source driving these powers, we later named it spiritual power. Spiritual power is an innate resource. It doesn't increase with later training. The amount of spiritual power a person has when they awaken basically determines their life's upper limit. Based on the amount of spiritual power they have, we classify spiritual ability users into 5 levels, A, B, C, D, and E, but Zhao Donglai took over, but there are always a very few who surpass the normal, whose existence can't be measured with common sense. Their power has already broken through the limits of the existing levels. People call them S-level. S-level, they are monsters standing at the peak of all spiritual ability users. Their spiritual power far exceeds level A, so enormous that no existing instruments can measure their exact value, they can only be classified as immeasurable. They are the country's strategic weapons, the final trump card to suppress any unrest. As of today, in the official records, there have only been 13 S-level strong ones officially included in our investigative bureau system. Gao Jiangwo's smile deepened as he slowly extended a finger. No, don't lie, you're wrong. He looked at Zhao Donglai, speaking slowly and distinctly. Since 3 days ago, there have been 14. 14? Zhao Donglai asked in confusion. If this was according to the usual practice, such an important piece of news should already have been all over the media, right? The appearance of a new S-level ability user is not only a boost to morale, greatly lifting the public spirit, but it can also effectively deter those scheming cult organizations and foreign forces. The country is always eager to release this kind of information. Of course, what is released is only the fact that another S-level has appeared, while the specific identity, abilities, and personal information of this S-level strong one would be classified as the highest level secret and sealed forever. Gao Jiangwo smiled mysteriously. Because this new S-level's ability is very special. And this perfect capture result was exactly due to the ability of the 14th one. Zhao Donglai's breathing immediately became rapid, and an unbelievable guess appeared in his mind. Could it be a perception-type ability? He was so surprised he almost stood up from the sofa. This is the first recorded case of an S-level perception-type ability user in our dragon country. Perception-type abilities, among all psychic abilities, have always been considered the simplest and most common type. It is not as destructive as elemental manipulation, nor as invincible as physical enhancement. Low-level perception abilities can only vaguely sense if there are other people in a room, which is quite limited in use. Higher-level ones can keenly sense the emotional fluctuations of other creatures and even somewhat influence the emotional changes of others. As for the S-level perception ability, that has already surpassed the realm of imagination. According to theoretical deduction, mind reading is just one of the most basic applications of such a level of ability. An S-level powerhouse who can read others' thoughts. What does that mean? It means any lie, any disguise, anything lurking in front of them, will have nowhere to hide. Chapter 6, No Fish Will Be Kept in the Cup. As night fell, in the luxurious private room of Yunding Grand Restaurant, the lights were bright and the voices were loud. The staff of the Logistics Support Department's Management Division had mostly gathered today. This was a team-building event held to dispel bad luck and stabilize the morale. Sitting at the main seat was the division chief, Lin Yan. She was in her early 40s, and time had not left too many marks on her face. Instead, it added a mature and rich unique charm to her. She was still wearing a work uniform, which looked conservative but actually outlined a well-maintained and graceful figure. Her chest was full, and every movement exuded the charm of a beautiful mature woman. Under her, there were 3 group leaders. Lin Wan, with a fiery body and stunning beauty, had changed out of her uniform skirt and put on a simple black spaghetti strap dress. Her snow-white shoulders and delicate collarbones shimmered under the light, giving off an alluring glow. She held a wineglass, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Her captivating phoenix eyes roamed around the room, as if searching for tonight's prey. Next to her was the honest Zhang Chang, a slightly chubby middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses. He always had a simple and honest smile on his face and was known as the department's nice guy. The other group leader was Zhao Wuji, who was quite old. His hair was gray, and he wore a pair of reading glasses. He was leisurely pouring tea for himself, looking like someone who didn't care for worldly disputes. In addition to them, there were about 10 or so staff members, both men and women, filling the large round table. This was Lu Li's second time attending this kind of office-wide team-building event. The first time was when he first joined the department, and Chief Lin Yan had specially organized a welcome party for the new recruits. At the drinking table, glasses clinked, and the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. The dishes on the table were abundant and delicious. Everyone exchanged cups and laughed loudly, as if the thrilling capture operation from the morning had never happened. The colleagues who were taken away were merely on an extended vacation, as if they had never existed. Although Lu Li was a programmer who focused on coding in his previous life, facing this kind of drinking table social scene, he was not at all inferior. On the contrary, he was quite adept, having been influenced by his Shandong roommate during university. To cater to the leaders and colleagues, flattering words came easily from his mouth. Brother Wang, you really are the department's pillar, sisterly, this outfit of yours really shows your grace, making the older colleagues overjoyed. He held his wine glass. At the banquet, he moved through the crowd, frequently toasting, his posture humble, and his words sincere. And in response to others' toasts, Lu Li also accepted with no hesitation, drinking until the cups were empty, his demeanor open and unrestrained, absolutely no dragging of feet. Soon, this newcomer, who usually went unnoticed in the office and even had a hint of slacking off, won the admiration of everyone with his bold drinking style and eloquent speech. This young man, Xiao Lu, is really something. When it's time to act, he steps up. Exactly. Unlike some of these young folks, all fidgety, drinking like it's going to cost them their life. Xiaolu, come on, let me toast you again. Sitting beside Luli, Linwan watched him with interest. She looked at him holding a glass of wine, grinning widely as he clinked glasses with a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, and couldn't help but sneer inside. This guy slacks off at work, but when it comes to drinking, he's suddenly all business. Look at how he holds his glass, there's really no room for hesitation. Could he be thinking of climbing the ladder using this outdated drinking culture? Pathetic. She gently swirled the wine in her glass, the crimson liquid leaving graceful arcs on the glass wall, much like the slight curve at the corner of her lips. Linwan's blatant gaze naturally caught Luli's attention. His mind stirred, and he couldn't help but recall this morning in the office when Linwan had stared at him with eyes so cold that it sent a shiver down his spine. He held his glass, casually leaning towards her, and was immediately enveloped in a mix of red wine's rich aroma and the scent of her perfume, which made his heart skip a beat. Team leader Lin, Luli lowered his voice, a slight drunken haze in his tone, and tentatively asked, "This morning in the office, were you staring at me? Did I do something wrong to upset you?" Linwan turned to him, her seductive eyes narrowing slightly, like a lazy cat. She extended her fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, and gently tapped his glass, producing a crisp sound. Ding! She leaned closer to him, her breath fragrant, teasing as she spoke, "Oh, how did you know I was looking at you this morning? Looks like you pay attention to me, huh?" Her voice was a little husky, each word like a feather, softly brushing against Luli's eardrum, making half of his body tingle. Luli's face immediately turned red, and he quickly laughed awkwardly, raising his glass to cover his embarrassment. No, Team Leader Lin, you are the most beautiful sight in our department, who wouldn't want to look at you more? Come, let me toast you," he said, then tilted his head and drank the entire glass of wine, using the opportunity to pour drinks for others and swiftly changing the subject. Watching Luli quickly retreat, Linwan's smile deepened. I wonder if he saw me yawning from staying up late this morning. Meanwhile, the other single male colleagues at the table, seeing the flirtatious exchange between Linwan and Luli, were burning with envy and jealousy, but none of them dared to approach her. After all, Linwan's sharp tongue was famous throughout the logistics department. Once, a clueless young man, thinking his good looks could win her over, tried to flirt with her, only to be crushed by her words so harshly that he couldn't recover, and the next day, he was transferred out in disgrace. No one wanted to become the next victim of a public humiliation. Since they were all colleagues, it would be too embarrassing to make a fool of themselves in front of everyone. So, they could only drink in silence, using their eyes to show their respect to Luli. The atmosphere in the private room reached its peak as the drinking continued, the sound of clinking glasses filling the air. The men loosened their ties, opened their shirt collars, their faces flushed, and threw punches playfully. The women also let go of their usual reserve, laughing so hard that their bodies shook like flowers in the wind. Luli also drank quite a bit, but his body seemed to have an excellent metabolism. Even under the onslaught of others, he still maintained the last shred of clarity. Just as the drinking was nearing its end, a sound of ding echoed, and another message was sent to Luli's phone. The family went on vacation and won't be back for a while. Now, you're the only one at home. Live well. The sender was an unknown number. Chapter 7, The Suddenly Appearing Person. The family went on vacation and won't be back for a while. Now, you're the only one at home. Live well. Looking at this message without a clear beginning or end, Luli felt no stir in his heart. This time, he wouldn't naively think that it was just a wrong number. By interpreting this message in the context of his guide undercover identity, its meaning was obvious. Family undoubtedly referred to those Gate of Heaven undercover members captured by the Bureau. Went on vacation and won't be back for a while was telling him that those people had been completely wiped out, and no new members would be coming in anytime soon. Now, you're the only one at home was the key phrase. It was clearly telling Luli that, within the entire Cloud City Bureau, he was the only remaining member of the Gate of Heaven. Live well was in order, urging him to continue his undercover work and not make any rash moves, living like a Real Bureau agent. Luli repeatedly chewed over every word in the message, his brain working at high speed. Could the sender be the chief? That was the most important question. If the sender was indeed the mysterious chief, then the literal meaning of this message became quite intriguing. You're the only one at home. Did this imply that even the chief couldn't be sure whether there were still spies within the Bureau that Luli didn't know about? Or perhaps this was a test? A higher-level psychological game? If the message was truly as literal as it seemed, and he was indeed the sole survivor, then Luli could completely let go and no longer worry about constantly being on edge, fearing that a sharp blade might strike him at any moment. But if it was a trap? Luli stopped thinking too much. He deleted the message, stuffed his phone back into his pocket, and put on just the right amount of a tipsy smile as he returned to the noisy dinner table. After eating and drinking their fill, the crowd began to disperse. Section Chief Lin Yan and Team Leader Lin Wan left early because they had other matters to attend to. The remaining men and women had mostly drunk themselves to the point where they couldn't stand straight. In the end, only Luli, who had purposely saved some alcohol tolerance, and a quiet, introverted girl with glasses, surprisingly good at drinking, remained relatively sober. The two of them exchanged wry smiles and resignedly took on the cleanup job, helping their colleagues, who were completely unconscious, call for rides, and stuffing them into cars one by one. By the time the last person was sent off, it was already midnight. Luli dragged his exhausted body back to the apartment he rented. The aftereffects of the alcohol started kicking in, making his head dizzy and swollen. He didn't even have the energy to take a shower, only randomly removing his coat and then collapsing onto the soft bed. Just as he was about to fall into a deep sleep, a strange sound woke him up. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was like water droplets falling on the floor, crisp and rhythmic, making it especially clear in the silent night. Was there a leak upstairs? Luli turned over irritably and covered his ears with the pillow, not wanting to deal with it. He was simply too tired today, both mentally and physically, and just wanted to sleep well. However, the noise didn't stop at all. The sound grew louder and closer, as if it was right beside his ear. Pat pat, pat pat, pat pat, pat pat. It no longer sounded like water droplets, but more like something walking on the wooden floor with wet feet, step by step. Damn! Luli cursed under his breath, unable to tolerate any longer. The drowsiness brought on by alcohol was completely shaken off by the annoying noise. He suddenly sat up on the bed, preparing to get up and see what was going on. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, his whole body froze. The scene before him made the blood in his body seem to freeze at that very moment. This was not his familiar, modern, rented apartment at all. The layout of the room had completely changed. The walls that were once covered with simple wallpaper had turned into ancient wooden structures. What he was lying on was no longer a soft memory foam mattress, but a carved redwood canopy bed, draped with thick, dark green curtains. Not far away, an immortal table stood in the center of the room, with two copper candle holders symmetrically placed on it, two white candles quietly burning. The flickering yellow candlelight cast eerie shadows over everything in the room. By the bed, there stood a screen, with intricate embroidered pictures of mountains, rivers, flowers, and birds in gold thread. But in the dim candlelight, the birds seemed to have come alive, gazing at him with cold, chilling eyes. A strange mixture of damp mildew and the scent of incense filled his nostrils. Luli's drunkenness vanished in an instant, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness that shot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. His mind went blank. It's over. He's encountered the black fog. The black fog, a supernatural phenomenon that is unpredictable and unstoppable. When it arrives, it forcibly transports all humans within its reach to an alternate dimensional space officially referred to as the Eerie Realm. The Eerie Realm, a forbidden zone for human sanity, is the embodiment of terror and madness. It's filled with bizarre and strange creatures that defy the laws of physics, possessing unimaginable abilities. For humans and even the capable, when encountering these creatures without knowing their powers, the strange beings can easily cause an immediate first encounter kill. The ultimate purpose of their existence seems to be to take human lives. But strangely, some of the bizarre creatures in the Eerie Realm don't directly attack. They seem to be bound by some deeper rule, having their own unique killing rules. The core rule in the safety manual is just one: adapt to the situation. In most cases, for ordinary people, if the strange creature doesn't directly attack, you do whatever it tells you to do. That's your best chance to survive. As long as you don't actively violate their killing rules, you might be able to delay time, waiting for rescue from the investigation bureau. Just as Luli's mind was screaming alarms, the carved wooden door let out a creaking sound. Creak. The door opened. Two figures, holding white paper lanterns, silently floated in. They wore ancient maidservant attire, their faces painted with thick white powder, with unnatural patches of rouge on their cheeks, and their lips were so red they looked as if they were about to bleed. Their complexions were deathly pale, as though they were corpses in a morgue. They curtsied to Luli, their movements stiff, like puppets on strings. Then, one of the maidservants spoke, her voice thin, broken, sharp, and grating, as though countless rats were gnawing on wood. "Young master, the auspicious time has come. It's time to leave." "Young master?" Luli's heart trembled, not daring to show any sign of neglect. He quickly calmed himself down. He quickly climbed out of bed. He knew that, in the world of the acting like Eerie Realm, every move he made, every word he spoke, could trigger unknown death rules. By the candlelight, he originally thought the two maidservants just had strange makeup and looked a bit too pale. But when they walked closer, Luli realized something was wrong. This isn't human. These are clearly two paper figures made from paper. Their skin had the rough texture unique to paper, and at the joints, one could even see the creases from folding. What chilled him even more was that, when one of the paper maids opened her mouth to speak, Luli clearly saw, deep inside her painted red lips, curled a grayish, sharp-toothed, long-tailed creature, something like a rat. When the paper figure opened its mouth, that rat also opened its mouth, producing that chilling teeth-grinding sound. In an instant, Luli couldn't tell if it was the paper figure talking or if that rat was speaking through the paper figure's body. The intense uncanny valley effect made Luli's skin crawl. He dared not refuse, nor ask too many questions. He could only stiffly nod and follow the two paper maidservants out. Once outside the room, Luli realized he was in a huge building, resembling an ancient courtyard. A thin mist filled the yard, the moonlight pale, casting sharp, claw-like shadows of the fake mountains and withered trees in the courtyard. Besides him, there were several others standing in the yard. Like him, they all wore only thin nightclothes or homeware, their faces ashen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, clearly having been transported here from their sleep. The two paper maidservants didn't speak again after their initial words. They carried pale paper lanterns, leading the way in front, their bodies not walking but slowly floating about half an inch off the ground. Their movements were silent, and with the occasional gust of cold wind in the yard, they seemed even more eerie. Although everyone was terrified to the extreme, fortunately, the government had done an excellent job spreading knowledge about the eerie realm. Whether in community bulletin boards or safety manuals distributed in schools, the survival rules of the eerie realm were repeatedly emphasized. As long as one wasn't looking to die by deliberately provoking danger, everyone basically knew that the correct course of action at this moment was to follow them. No one dared to stay longer, nor to whisper, fearing that any extra movement might trigger unknown death rules. They could only bear the fear and follow behind the paper maidservants, walking towards the outside of the yard. Luli quickly scanned the yard, and counting himself, there were 8 people in total, 5 men and 3 women. He carefully examined them and found that none of these people seemed to be residents of his apartment building. The transmission range of the black mist was completely random. In the dead silence, a voice suddenly rang out. "Everyone!" The speaker was a man around 40 years old, one of the few still dressed in formal wear. Although his face was somewhat pale, compared to the others, his gaze was clearly much calmer and more composed. He seemed to be cautious of the 2 paper figures floating in front, and his voice was deliberately lowered, but still loud enough for everyone around him to hear. "My name is Wang Hai, I'm a D-class physical ability user from a private exorcism company." He got straight to the point, introducing himself. "The situation is urgent, we need to unite and cooperate if we have any hope of surviving. May I ask, are there any other ability users among you?" As soon as his words fell, all eyes instantly focused on him. Exorcism companies were guild organizations that emerged during the rise of the eerie and ability users era. In the realm of the bizarre, some objects, plants, and even the strange itself possess a good affinity for spiritual energy, which can be used to create valuable items such as equipment and potions. Therefore, the spirit company needs employees to enter the bizarre realm to gather valuable resources, and when necessary, to fight against the strange. For employees, although this job is dangerous, it offers very high pay. After the words of the middle-aged man Wang Hai fell, a brief silence enveloped the crowd. Soon after, a timid voice emerged. I am an E-level perceiver." The speaker was a quiet girl who, upon closer look, turned out to be the bespectacled girl he had helped clean up after the drinking session. Probably because she had taken off her glasses to sleep, Luli did not recognize her at first. She was wearing cute cartoon pajamas, tightly hugging her arms, her voice trembling slightly from nervousness. Wang Hai's eyebrows slightly furrowed, hardly noticeable. E-level perceiver. This was almost the least combat-capable presence among all abilities. Low-level perception abilities are quite useless, lacking offensive power and failing to provide effective warnings. In the deadly bizarre realm, their utility is minimal. Better than nothing, I guess. Wang Hai felt a bit disappointed but did not show it on his face. He simply nodded gently to the girl and turned his gaze to the others, looking a bit hopeful. At that moment, another voice rang out, filled with unabashed pride. "I am a D-level energy user." Everyone turned to look, and the speaker was a young man with eye-catching yellow hair. He was wearing a tank top printed with a skull, his arms covered in tattoos, and dressed like a delinquent. He raised his hand high, chin tilted up, with a face that screamed "I'm awesome." D-level energy user. As soon as this title was mentioned, the crowd's eyes changed instantly when they looked at him. Energy users can release the spiritual energy within their bodies to the outside, transforming it into various attribute attacks. It's like a mage in a game, with flashy attack effects, capable of releasing elemental powers like wind, fire, water, and electricity. Although most energy users can only adapt to one attribute, this is enough to make them a formidable force against the strange. Luli scratched his head. He wanted to respond to the call, but the problem was that although he had measured his spiritual energy level to be E-level, he still did not know which type he belonged to. He could feel the faint energy within him, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not channel it, let alone use it. This was quite awkward. Seeing a D-level meat shield and a D-level energy user in the team, Wang Hai's expression relaxed significantly. With a frontline tank and a backline damage dealer, this configuration practically ensured considerable self-protection, as long as it wasn't a high-level bizarre realm. He signaled again, and seeing that no one else was responding, he cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "I have survived 3 times from the black mist. If you trust me, please follow my lead in the upcoming actions. 3 times of survival experience. 3 times of survival experience." This sentence carried more weight than his identity as a D-level ability user. At this moment, even the prideful young man with yellow hair looked serious and respectful. For a D-level ability user to enter the black mist and survive once can be considered luck. But to come out alive 3 times in a row, that is definitely not something that luck can explain. This represents rich experience, a calm mind, and solid strength. The crowd instantly felt like they had found a reliable leader. Everyone nodded in agreement. The group continued walking on the path of the ancient mansion, led by 2 paper servant girls among the withered trees. A cold wind blew, stirring the fallen leaves on the ground and making a rustling sound. Wang Hai observed his surroundings with vigilance while lowering his voice to begin sharing his information and experience with everyone. "I believe everyone has noticed that these paper figures did not directly attack us, instead, they guided us. So it can be confirmed that this strange realm is a role-playing type of strange realm. From the architectural style, we can basically determine that the strange realm we are in has a background set in the ancient dragon country. Therefore, to be safe, our actions moving forward should fit the time period." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Remember, if the strange beings try to communicate with you, just simply answer yes or no, understand or not understand. Do not say more, and definitely do not use modern terms that don't fit the current scene, like mobile phone or internet. During the presence of the black mist, the behavior patterns of the strange beings are often fixed. They only execute tasks according to certain rules, just like a computer program. And we are the virus that accidentally invaded this program. If we interfere with the normal process of the program, the strange beings will immediately activate their antivirus mode, stopping at nothing to eliminate us outsiders." Wang Hai's clear explanation calmed a few ordinary people who were already really scared and confused. However, there are always some people who cannot grasp the horror of these supernatural rules. A big lady in a floral nightgown with curly hair, after listening to the explanation, not only felt no fear but began to complain. "Oh no! If what you say is true, then aren't we supposed to stay here for a full 10 days before we can go out? This won't do. I need to cook for my son every day," she said while looking at Wang Hai and the young man with yellow hair, speaking defiantly. "Young man, don't you have that superpower? I see those 2 paper figures floating around, they don't seem that impressive. Why not just get rid of them? That way we won't waste time here." Her words immediately resonated with an older man wearing a vest. Yeah. The old man slapped his thigh and said with confidence, "I see those paper figures are so light, the wind could knock them over. I could tear them apart with one hand. If I hadn't just woken up and was caught off guard, I would have gone up to show them who's boss." Saying this, he deliberately stopped to roll up his sleeves, showing off the non-existent 2 ounces of muscle on his flabby arms to the crowd. Given his stance, he probably frequented the park in the morning to exercise with other elderly folks. Looking at these 2 old folks who showed no respect for the strange beings, Wang Hai's expression instantly darkened. The arrival of the black mist is completely random, its scale, duration, and location have no observable patterns. The dragon country is vast and populous, ensuring that certain places remain unaffected during the 10 years of black mist occurrences. Cloud City is one of those lucky places. In the past decade, Cloud City has experienced the black mist event only 3 times, and each time the scale was small, with very few people trapped, allowing the investigation bureau to intervene quickly and eliminate the strangeness, minimizing casualties. This long-term comfort led the ordinary people of Cloud City to develop a unique, almost numb sense of relaxation towards the existence of strangeness. To them, strangeness was just something shown on TV, far removed from their daily lives. However, as a person who has narrowly escaped from the dark mist, Wang Hai understands better than anyone how deadly this sense of relaxation can be in the eerie realm. There are too many foolish and arrogant teammates who have caused the entire team to be obliterated together. So, even though a raging fire had ignited in his heart at this moment, eager to slap awake these 2 ignorant fools, he forcibly suppressed his anger and patiently tried to reason with them. "Listen to my advice, you 2 older brothers and sisters." His voice lowered even further, carrying a hint of undeniable seriousness. "This place is not our original world. What you see is merely the outermost and least threatening part of this eerie realm. We have not yet determined the danger level of this eerie realm. We cannot afford to be careless in the slightest. If we encounter a high-level anomaly, let alone as few, even if a few hundred more came, it would not be enough to fill its gaps." He deliberately emphasized the words "fill its gaps," and that vivid description finally turned the pale faces of the half-believing older couple white, startling them into silence. Before everyone could fully regain their senses from this brief interruption, the 2 paper servant girls leading the way suddenly stopped. The thick fog in front of them parted as if pushed aside by an invisible hand, slowly dispersing to reveal the outline of a grand entrance courtyard. It was a typical ancient residence, with a bright red door tightly closed, and two enormous white lanterns hanging on the doorframe. The lanterns were not round but shaped like a bloated human face, with huge bulging eyes wide open in anger, staring at them, and the corners of its mouth twisted into an exaggerated arc, constantly repetitively chanting two words. Great happiness. Great happiness. Creak. That heavy red door slowly opened inward without any external force, creaking as it moved, making a sound that grated on the nerves. Behind the door was a long, endless corridor. As the door opened, the lanterns hanging under the eaves on both sides of the corridor began to light up one by one. The lanterns emitted a pale light, glaringly watching the group of uninvited guests like countless giant eyeballs, quietly and coldly fixated on them. An indescribable chill crawled up everyone's spine, they all felt a prickling fear, and their scalps tingled with unease. The two older individuals who had just been clamoring to compare were now utterly pale with fear, their bodies shaking like a sieve. Had it not been for the crowd around them boosting their courage, they would have collapsed immediately, legs turned to jelly. Chapter 10, The Marriage Partner is Not Human. The leading paper servant girls showed no sign of hesitation, holding up their lanterns as they first floated into the eerie corridor. Everyone had no choice but to brace themselves and follow suit, step by step. At the end of the corridor stood a hall with its doors wide open. From a distance, the scene inside was hazy and dimly lit, not very clear to see. As everyone walked closer, the interior of the hall gradually came into focus. The floor was covered with a vibrant red carpet that extended from the entrance deep into the hall. On the wall in the center hung a gigantic red frame that shone brightly, as if still wet. At the center of the hall sat a heavy 8 immortals table, accompanied by 2 ornate armchairs. On the table rested 3 black wooden plaques. In front of the plaques was an incense burner with 3 thin sticks of incense burning, curling smoke wafting forth, releasing a cloying, nauseating sweetness. Next to the incense burner were some fruits, and a pair of red dragon and phoenix candles as thick as arms. On either side of the red carpet, 8 chairs were arranged neatly, and behind those chairs stood 8 paper figures in perfect order. They wore clothes just like the guiding maidservants, standing motionless like servants waiting to receive guests. Just as everyone stepped across the threshold of the hall, those 8 paper figures seemed to come alive, their heads twisting in unison, their necks contorting at a strange angle, staring blankly with their drawn, pupil-less eyes at the crowd at the entrance. The scene was truly frightening. Suddenly, one of the paper figures opened its mouth. The groom has arrived. The groom has arrived. Immediately, all the paper figures followed suit, their sharp voices, like the sound of mice gnawing, merging together, echoing through the hall, brutally stabbing at everyone's eardrums, making the crowd shudder. It's time for the wedding. Bride, come out quickly. Step, step, step. Amid the paper figures' shrill shouts, a dull sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. The sound came closer, as if something heavy was slowly walking, one step at a time, from the back of the hall. Luli then noticed that on either side of the hall, there were side doors leading to the backyard, and the chilling footsteps were coming from behind that door. The footsteps grew closer, each step felt like a weight pressing on everyone's heart, raising anxiety in Wang Hai and the others. All eyes were glued to that dark side door, no one dared to even breathe. First, a guiding paper maidservant floated out from the door. Before the crowd could release the tension they had built, they saw that the paper figure was holding a long piece of red silk. It was tugging at one end, seemingly pulling something out from inside. The next second, a foot wearing an exquisite red embroidered shoe peeked out from inside the door. Next was the bright red wedding gown embroidered with golden phoenixes. Then came a pale hand, devoid of any blood, with sharp nails like knives, resting on the doorframe. At the sight of that hand, everyone's breath froze. That doorframe, over 2 meters tall, seemed so small in front of the eerie figure that was about to appear. It had to bend down just to gradually squeeze itself through that side door. It was a bride dressed in a bright red wedding gown, with a red veil draped over her head. Her appearance was no different from ancient brides, but the most unusual and terrifying aspect was her physique. She was enormous. Even hunched over, she stood far taller than average people, conservatively at least over 3 meters straight. The wide wedding gown obscured most of her body, but her shadowy outline revealed a horrifyingly plump and muscular form. That was a physique beyond what a human could possess. As she appeared, a suffocatingly massive wave of filthy spiritual energy crashed forth from her like a tsunami. The spiritual energy was so dense it had become tangible, forming a visible, constantly dissipating aura of black mist around her. Ugh! A painful retching sound erupted, surprisingly from the quiet girl with glasses. As a seer, her perception of spiritual energy was much sharper than others. Under the direct assault of that overwhelming filthy spiritual energy, her mental defenses collapsed instantly, her stomach cramping violently, and as she leaned against the wall, she instinctively started to vomit. Wang Hai's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, his face drained of color, turning utterly pale. The energy-type Huang Mao trembled with fear, his legs weakened, and he thudded to the ground. The remaining ordinary people were even more miserable, shaking all over, their bladders completely out of control, squeezing out a few drops even though they weren't full. At least, it's grade A strangeness. Wang Hai's lips trembled, his eyes filled with despair, murmuring, "It's over, we are all finished." However, in this atmosphere of extreme fear and despair, there was one person who seemed out of place. Standing at the end, Luli looked strange, watching the scene before him as if the apocalypse had arrived. Isn't it just that he is a bit tall? Is it necessary to be this scared? In his view, this bride before him was nothing special besides being particularly tall, her hands like claws. She didn't even seem more frightening than those paper dolls. At that moment, those paper dolls did not care whether the people were alive or dead, and again, they shouted with their sharp voices, "Elder, please take your seat. Groom, step forward." It was still Wang Hai. At the critical moment, he forced himself to calm down. In a trembling voice, he shouted at the already dumbfounded crowd, "Who is the elder? Who is the groom? Hurry! The strangeness won't ask questions for no reason. Those paper dolls must have given hints. Think back. When we first appeared in that room, they must have said something to you." Luli felt a jolt run through him and instantly reacted. Groom. It turned out that the term groom shouted by the paper doll maid at the beginning meant this. He himself was the groom of this bizarre wedding. He did not expect that after being single for 2 lifetimes, his first wedding partner was not even human. Luli glanced at the huge bride, whose only exposed part was a pale claw that glimmered with a cold light, then looked at the companions around him who were almost scared to death, swallowed hard, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said, "I am the groom." As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 other voices rang out almost simultaneously, filled with panic and uncertainty. I think I heard that paper doll calling me in-law when I woke up. Yes. If I heard correctly, me too. I am also an in-law. Concerning their lives, everyone dared not delay any longer. Coincidentally, those 2 who were assigned to the in-law roles were actually the previous elderly couple. Chapter 11, Preparing for the Wedding Ceremony. Elder, please take your seat. Groom, step forward. That sharp voice, like countless rats gnawing on bones, exploded again in the hall. This time, the paper dolls spoke noticeably faster, and their voices became higher and sharper. The repeated syllables formed an invisible, terrifying urge. Everyone trembled in fear. Big beads of sweat poured down Wang Hai's pale cheeks. He dared not gamble, fearing that if they delayed any longer, this terrifying grade A strangeness might tear them all to pieces. His only hope now was to strictly follow the procedure of this bizarre wedding, play his role well, and pray to hold on until the end. In a hoarse, almost broken voice, he roared at his companions, who were pale and as still as wooden statues, "What roles do the rest of you have? Don't just stand there. Quickly take your seats according to the roles." The quiet girl had just recovered from severe vomiting, her face white as paper, her lips devoid of blood. She was still shaking and weakly said, I heard, it was the matchmaker." With someone starting, the rest of the people seemed to have found a lifeline and hurriedly reported their identities. "I am a guest," the yellow-haired person shrieked while trembling on the ground. "I am also a guest." "Me too." "I am also." The remaining 3 people, including Wang Hai himself, turned out to all have the identity of guest. Good. A glimmer of determination flashed in Wang Hai's eyes. The more they experienced, the clearer they would understand the terror of these bizarre occurrences. His rich experience made him understand that someone must step up to take charge at this moment. He pointed at the empty chairs beside the earth and sky table and along the sides of the red carpet, and ordered the 2 other men, who were also guests, and the blonde, elders, go sit in the main seat in front. All guests, follow me. Sit in the chairs on both sides. Hurry. He almost dragged and pulled the 3 guests, who were already scared to the point of weakness in their legs, as they stumbled to the chairs flanking the red carpet and plopped down. The cold wooden touch from beneath them brought back a slight sense of reality, but their hearts continued to race wildly. In the entire hall, aside from the elderly couple who had resigned to go to the main seat, and Luli, who stood frozen in place beside the huge bride covered in a red veil, only the quiet little girl assigned the role of joy maid remained, standing all alone, at a loss. "Then, what about me?" Her voice trembled with a cry, her body shook even more violently, and her eyes were nearly overflowing with tears. She didn't know where to go or what to do, fearing that one wrong step could lead to her death here. Wang Hai was also dumbfounded. In this era, traditional Chinese wedding ceremonies were no longer popular, even if they were, most were simplified performances. Who the hell knows where a proper joy maid should stand during the wedding ceremony? In that moment of hesitation, the heads of the paper figures began to rotate in an extremely eerie manner, slowly, but all at once, turning towards the at-a-loss quiet girl. Seeing the scene, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Something was about to go wrong. Luli, who had been silent, fixed his gaze on the paper maid holding the giant bride's hand. The paper maid was holding a piece of red silk, one end holding the bride's hand while the other end was in her own hand. Luli's mind raced, and he quickly figured it out. He immediately turned his head, waved at the quiet girl who was about to cry, and his voice was low but exceptionally clear in the silent hall. "Come here, stay with me." His calm voice unconsciously prompted the girl, who was on the verge of collapse, to take a step forward and unsteadily walk to stand beside Luli. Once standing next to him and catching the faint scent of alcohol on him, she looked up through her blurry, tear-filled eyes and recognized the composed man before her. "Ah. You are from the next department? Luli?" Her voice was filled with surprise. Hearing this, Luli couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling speechless in his heart. "Only 8 of us total, and you just now recognized me?" Seemingly sensing Luli's frustration, the quiet girl quickly whispered in explanation, I have severe myopia. I usually wear contact lenses. I took them off after drinking and went home today, and didn't wear my glasses. So I can't see clearly." Luli nodded in understanding. That made sense. "Don't talk about that now." He interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Just grab my sleeve." Finding a sense of security, the quiet girl didn't think twice and immediately clasped Luli's sleeve tightly. "Now, let's go over to the bride," Luli whispered. Oh, okay." Though frightened, the quiet girl responded without hesitation, allowing Luli to lead her step by step towards the giant bride exuding an endless aura of terror. Meanwhile, the elderly couple designated as elders, despite being scared to the bone and their legs feeling like noodles, exploded with a survival instinct in the face of death's threat. Those with spiritual power could sense the high-level eerie threat more acutely than ordinary people without such power. The oppressive feeling, this is also why the old man and old woman can still walk. The two supported each other, moving step by step, like two lambs waiting to be slaughtered, finally shuffling to the top of the hall beside that round 8 immortals table, and with trembling bodies, they sat down in the 2 grand chairs. With the elders taking their seats, it seemed to trigger a key program switch. On the 8 immortals table, the pair of thick red candles abruptly burst into flames, the pale flames suddenly shooting up more than a foot high. Whoosh! The flames burned brighter and hotter. It was no longer just candles burning, but rather 2 torches erupting. Then, under the horrified eyes of everyone, those 2 pale flames, as if alive, suddenly broke away from the candles, transforming into 2 menacing fire snakes, swiftly lunging toward the old man and old woman who had just sat down. "Ah!" A shrill scream, so inhuman it was chilling, erupted from the old woman's throat. However, the scream lasted less than half a second before it abruptly stopped. Because the pale flames had completely engulfed the 2 of them. The speed at which their bodies burned was beyond normal, overturning all understanding. There was no struggle, no screams. In front of everyone, the old man and old woman's bodies, along with their clothes, were rapidly, silently carbonized, decomposed, and finally turned to ash in that pale flame. Chapter 12, The Wrong Rules. It was merely a breath of time. The flames subsided. Where 2 living people had sat in the grand chairs, only 2 piles of delicate gray ash remained. A gust of cold wind blew by, scattering the ashes, making them disappear completely into the air, as if they had never existed. Silent death. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. All the survivors widened their eyes, mouths agape, staring blankly at the 2 empty chairs, their minds blank. A chill, 100 times stronger and deeply piercing, grasped everyone's hearts instantly. The hall descended into a death-like silence. Just a second ago, 2 living people were burned to ash before everyone's eyes by that eerie pale flame. No screams, no struggles, not even a trace of their previous existence left. Only a strong, nauseating smell, like a large amount of oil being instantly burned at high temperature, filled the air, brutally invading everyone's nostrils, mercilessly reminding them that the nightmarish scene just happened was real. Why clearly we followed the bizarre rules, why did we still die? Wang Hai stared with bloodshot eyes, incredulously looking at the 2 empty grand chairs, his lips trembling as he murmured. This time the rule was clearly please take a seat, elders, and they followed it. Why was the result instant death? This cruel reality was like a loud slap in the face, striking his face and everyone's hearts. Wang Hai's words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhang Yang, the one with yellow hair, completely collapsed under the enormous mental pressure. He jumped up from his chair, pointed at Wang Hai's nose, and started screaming with agitation. What the hell? Your so-called 3 strange realm experiences are a lie. You don't know this, you don't know that. You old liar, you brought us here to die. I'm not playing with you idiots anymore. His sanity was completely swallowed by fear, and the only thought was to escape this damn place, as far away as possible. Before his words finished, Huang Mao turned abruptly and ran wildly towards the door he came in from. The spiritual energy within him surged wildly under the desire to survive. In an instant, 2 blazing flames ignited in the palms of his hands, and without hesitation, he sprayed them towards the 2 paper guides standing at the door. Whoosh! 2 thick fire snakes roared out, hitting those 2 motionless paper figures accurately. Sure enough, just as Wang Hai said before, these outer things seemed to pose no danger. The paper figures were just paper. When they encountered flames, they were instantly set ablaze. The pale paper curled and turned black, quickly catching fire. Huang Mao was incredibly fast, he didn't even look back at the outcome. In the moment the flames devoured the paper figures, he had already dashed over the threshold of the hall, racing into the quiet corridor outside, desperately running towards the open door. The wind howled in his ears, and the suffocating terror behind him was quickly left behind. He ran fast. Before the two paper figures had completely burned away, he had already dashed 50 or 60 meters away, just a step away from the path of life represented by the courtyard gate. A bunch of fools. A weird situation that could be solved so easily. They shouldn't have listened to that idiot from the start. You fools can play your little games here slowly. The relief of surviving and the pride in his decisive choice mixed into a sickening ecstasy. The corners of Huang Mao's mouth involuntarily curled up, revealing a sinister and scornful grin. Just when he thought he was about to successfully escape, a shout from Wang Hai suddenly echoed behind him. Turn back. Hurry, turn back. Behind you. Quickly look behind you. The fear mixed in that voice was so real, so intense, that Huang Mao instinctively slowed his frantic pace. Behind? His heart tightened, the instinct to survive made him abruptly turn back. Then he saw it. A huge mouth, big enough to swallow his entire head, filled with layers upon layers, sharp fangs like steel needles, was approaching his face at an incredible speed, infinitely magnifying. And from Lu Li and the others' perspective, what they saw was an even more complete and terrifying scene. At the moment Huang Mao's flames burned the two guiding paper figures, when the bodies of the paper figures turned to ashes, only the heads with sinister smiles remained. Two creatures, the size of house mice, gray with long tails, suddenly shot out from the mouths of the two burning paper figure heads. As soon as they left the paper bodies, their bodies inflated like balloons caught in the wind. In the brief period from landing on the ground after leaving the paper figures' mouths, the two initially insignificant mice swelled to the size of adult wild boars. They were covered in hard hair as stiff as steel needles, with a row of bone spines on their backs, and their powerful limbs ended in sharp claws glistening with cold light. The most terrifying part was their heads, which no longer resembled mice but instead were a monstrous mass of countless sharp teeth and fleshy pieces, continuously writhing and opening. The limbs of the two monsters suddenly kicked off the ground, causing the ground to crack instantly, as their enormous bodies transformed into two black lightning bolts, racing towards the fleeing Huang Mao. Wan Hai's warning was still echoing in the air, but it was already too late. The two monsters were upon him in an instant. One of them propelled itself off its hind legs, its massive body leaping high, and accurately pounced on the just-turned Huang Mao. Crack! A sound that made one wince, the crisp sound of bones shattering echoed out. The monster's terrifying mouth bit off Huang Mao's entire head along with his neck in one go. Blood did not spray out as one might imagine. Instead, it was bound by an invisible force, accumulating for a moment at the severed neck wound, then. Whoosh! A fountain of blood, several meters high and thick, erupted. Like fireworks blooming during a festival, they suddenly soared from the headless neck cavity into the sky. The bright red liquid, under the pale moonlight, appeared incredibly enchanting and dazzling. The body that had lost its head did not immediately fall due to the immense force of inertia. Instead, it maintained a running posture, staggering and running several meters before finally collapsing with a heavy thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. The monster that had bitten off the yellow-haired head clutched the still dripping, fear-stricken face, chewed a few times, and then swallowed it with a loud gulp. Another monster also did not stay idle. It quickly approached the twitching headless body, opened its equally gruesome jaws, and swallowed the entire 100-pound body whole. Its throat rippled a few times, as if it had merely swallowed a small snack. The entire process was clean, crisp, and alarmingly efficient. It was as if they were not hunting, but merely cleaning up the trash that had accidentally appeared in the yard, entirely natural. Blood splashed to the ground, making a soft, dribbling sound. In the air, the heavy scent of greasy charming was mixed with a sweet and fishy smell of blood. In just a moment, 3 people in the group had already died. Chapter 13, The bride's figure is quite nice. The two rat-like monsters, the size of wild boars, did not disappear immediately after devouring the yellow-haired body and head whole. Their tooth-filled jaws opened and closed slightly, making a nerve-wracking clicking sound, while sticky, blood-mixed saliva dripped through the gaps, corroding the bluestone floor with sizzling white smoke. They returned to the entrance of the hall, bowing their heads slightly, as if they were still the paper figures from before, but now nobody would underestimate these paper figures. Fear could no longer describe the feelings of the crowd at that moment. It was a deeper, primal shudder, a feeling of despair when faced with an absolute, irresistible, pure evil. The ordinary people who had previously secretly blamed Wang Hai no longer had such ridiculous thoughts. They witnessed the fate of those who defied the rules. That was not death, that was being cleared away, like cleaning up garbage, completely swallowed by this bizarre courtyard, leaving no trace behind. The tragic death of the yellow-haired man was like a bucket of ice water, waking them up to their last bit of luck, and they finally understood that Wang Hai's experiences might not apply here, but his reverence for the bizarre was the only thing that could allow them to survive a few seconds longer. Inside the hall, on Luli's side, it was as if he was at the center of a storm, bizarrely maintaining a twisted order. He led the timid girl who was trembling like leaves in an autumn wind towards the nearly 3-meter-tall, meat-like giant bride. That immense filthy spiritual energy pressed down on the two like a tangible wall, but for Luli, it only made the air smell a bit like a moldy basement. "You can let go now." Luli's voice was low but exceptionally steady. "Next, just watch the paper figure holding the bride and follow what it does. Don't overthink it, don't look too much, treat it like a program." His words carried an undeniable calmness, helping the nearly driven mad quiet girl grasp a piece of floating wood in a moment of drowning. She instinctively nodded and let go. Luli took a deep breath and took the cold, crimson silk from the guiding paper servant's hands. The red silk felt heavy in his hands. On the other end connected to that silent, veiled giant bride. As Luli took the groom token, the paper officiant standing beside him twisted its head in an eerie manner again, its illustrated mouth opening and closing, emitting a sound sharp enough to almost pierce the eardrum, ringing out loudly once more. "Bow to the heavens and the earth." The moment the voice fell, Luli felt the red silk in his hand suddenly grow heavy, a tremendous force pulling from the other end, drawing him in. He dared not slacken for a moment, immediately focusing all his attention, turning to face the large table of the 8 immortals in the center of the hall, bowing deeply to the tablet on the table with the characters heaven and earth written on it. Beside him, the giant bride also slowly bent down her disproportionately large waist in a puppet-like manner, her red veil nearly touching the ground, her movements silent but carrying a sense of overwhelming pressure that made one's heart race. "Second, bow to the high hall." The sharp voice of the paper figure rang out again. Luli straightened up, adjusted his breathing, and this time turned around to face the 2 empty high hall seats, maiden chairs. On the chairs, there still remained some fine gray ash, faint and white. The rich scent of greasy char seemed to seep back into his nostrils. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, but his actions did not dare to hesitate even a bit. He knelt down solemnly. The giant bride mirrored his actions, and as her massive body knelt, the whole hall trembled slightly. Couples bow to each other. This was the final ceremony. Luli stood up from the ground, slowly turning around, facing his bride for the first time at such a close distance. Only until this moment did he truly realize just how enormous this bride was. She stood before him like a red mountain, casting her entire shadow over him. That primal fear of the incomprehensible enormousness, a fear of giants, washed over his heart like cold seawater, making his breathing difficult. The bride began to slowly, mechanically bow towards him, her husband. As she moved, the heavy red wedding dress could not completely conceal her ample body. Luli's pupils constricted suddenly. He saw that beneath the layers of red fabric embroidered with golden phoenixes, 2 shocking, round, huge masses pressed towards him with her bending motion. Those peaks were so enormous, each wider and thicker than his entire chest. The fabric of the wedding dress was stretched tight, forming an exaggerated curve filled with lust and strength. That was no longer a part of a human woman's body, it resembled something from ancient mythology, a symbol of primal fertility and bounty that only a goddess of the earth could possess, filled with raw, vibrant life. A mix of fear, shock, and an absurdly primal physiological thrill violently surged through Luli's mind. He couldn't help but stare in astonishment, his mind blank. This is just damn it. He quickly collected himself, not daring to take another look, hurriedly bending down deeply, burying his head to evade the overwhelming pressure coming towards him. In this hall filled with the colors of death and terror, Luli completed his first wedding of his life. Ceremony completed. To the bridal chamber. The paper officiant announced loudly. The ceremony was over. That enormous bride seemed like a mechanical marionette programmed to respond. Whatever the paper figure said, she complied. It could do anything. Upon hearing the command of "take to the bridal chamber," it slowly straightened up, that pale, tragic claw pulling the red silk in its grasp. On the other end of the red silk, it was tightly held in Luli's hand. An irresistible pulling force surged through, as the bride held Luli's hand and turned to walk towards the dark, gaping side door she had just come out of. They were going to the bridal chamber. The real test was about to begin. Luli's heart sank to the bottom. He had no idea what awaited him behind that door. Would he be drained of his essence? Or would he be treated as food? Or perhaps... He could only brace himself and passively be pulled by the bride, inch by inch moving forward. He wished he could walk down this corridor, which was barely a dozen meters long, for a lifetime. In the hall, Wang Hai and the remaining survivors watched Luli's back with an incredibly complex gaze. In their eyes, there was sympathy, pity, relief, and a hint of deep respect. They could only silently sigh in their hearts. This man is a good hero, one who dares to face an A-level anomaly, and is about to consummate with it. Chapter 14, The Investigation Bureau in Action. However, the bride was simply too tall. Her seemingly elegant, small, delicate steps each had a greater stride than that of an adult man. Thus, Luli's luxury of walking for a lifetime lasted less than 10 seconds. Before long, the enormous red figure had already led Luli and disappeared behind that dark, gaping side door. Behind the door was a similarly dim corridor. The corridor was not long, at the end was a door. Strangely, that door was of normal size, just like those used by ordinary people. An ancient wooden door, a dull bronze door ring, and there was even a slightly faded frame damage sticker on the door. This normally sized door created an extreme sense of discord with the bride's gigantic, monstrous body. In the real world, Yun City, late at night. The originally quiet streets were completely torn apart by repeated urgent and piercing police sirens and announcements. Attention all citizens, attention all citizens. This is the Yun City Special Investigation Bureau. Our city has issued a black fog alert. The area affected by the black fog, from Jiangbin Road to Luhu Road, has been sealed off. Please remain calm, do not panic, and stay away from the sealed areas. Attention all citizens, attention all citizens. One by one, all black special vehicles, equipped with anti-collision barriers, roared down the deserted road like a black torrent of steel. On their bodies, 3 prominent large words were sprayed in white paint: Investigation Bureau. Their targets were clear, their direction unified, all speeding towards a certain direction in the city's western district. Inside one command vehicle, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. A member of the action team from the Investigation Bureau, dressed in heavy black combat gear and fully armed, was holding a tablet computer, reporting newly gathered intelligence to the commander sitting across from him. Captain Wang, this black fog incident has officially been named Yunci. According to satellite thermal imaging and psychic wave monitoring, the coverage of the black fog forms an irregular circle, approximately 700 meters in diameter. Preliminary estimates suggest that around 2,000 residents and night-active populations are affected. The center point of the black fog has been determined to be the Jinlu Garden apartment building in the Western District. The person he referred to as Captain Wang was the overall commander of this cleansing operation, the leader of the action team at Yun City Investigation Bureau Wang Lin. Wang Lin also wore heavy combat gear, but he did not wear a helmet or mask. Beneath his grayish-white hair was a face that did not match his actual age, filled with weariness and hardship. His eye sockets were deeply set, with dark circles under his eyes, and beyond that, there was... It seemed like it had been a long time since he had truly rested. His hands were not wearing standard combat gloves. On those calloused and scarred hands, each of his 10 fingers wore a ring, each made of different materials and styles, some ancient, some magnificent, glimmering faintly in the dim light of the car. He leaned back in his chair, his voice sounding a bit weak, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. This time it should be the largest black mist incident in Yun City in the past 10 years. He slowly spoke, his voice hoarse. What is the peak value of the psychic parameters? The team member immediately replied, Report, Captain Wang. The peak value is stable at around 1,000, it's Class D. Class D, Wang Lin repeated, without any emotional fluctuation in his tone, neither relaxed by the low level nor tense due to the severity of the situation. He simply stated a fact, a truth learned through countless bloody lessons. Although the energy level represents the strongest anomaly that could appear in this strange realm, at most it is Class D, we absolutely cannot relax our vigilance because of this. His gaze swept across the rapidly retreating street scenery outside the car window, his expression sharpening. The lower the class of the anomaly, the more it likes to appear in groups. Quantity can also lead to qualitative changes. Maybe I'm overthinking it. We just caught a batch of bugs in the morning, and by evening, the black mist appeared. Is this just a coincidence? After speaking, he no longer looked at that team member, but instead reached for the car's intercom beside his seat and pressed the talk button. After the crackling sound of electricity, his hoarse voice clearly transmitted to every moving vehicle and every squad leader's ears. All team leaders, this is Wang Lin. I won't waste time on the mobilization speech before the cleanup operation. We all know better than anyone the dangers of the black mist and anomalies. The things inside are dangerous. They have no reason, no logic, and their only purpose is slaughter and pollution. But there are also ordinary civilians with no weapons inside. We are their only hope. I only ask for one thing. I hope everyone will carry forward our Bureau's spirit of not afraid of hardship, not afraid of difficulty in battle, unite and cooperate, cover each other, and eliminate the black mist as quickly and efficiently as possible. Save all survivors. Now, all units, immediately check equipment and supplies. All vehicles, stop and turn off the engines 100 meters before the black mist. Everyone get out of the vehicle and assemble, prepare to enter on foot. I'll say it again, prepare to enter on foot. His orders were concise and powerful, without a hint of unnecessary chatter. The entry judgment for the black mist remains one of the biggest mysteries that troubles human scientists. It seems to possess a selective ability that transcends physical laws. The black mist only transports highly intelligent life forms, especially humans. If a person drives a car at high speed into the range of the black mist, the result will simply be that the person disappears from the driver's seat, while the car will continue to rush forward due to being unmanned, until it crashes or stops. Planes, tanks, armored vehicles, all modern war machines that humans take pride in become as useless as an empty shell in front of the black mist. This was also the fundamental reason for humanity's helplessness and heavy casualties when the first black mist descended 10 years ago. But fortunately, humans discovered that the clothes they wore, their equipment, and the weapons in their hands could be brought into that alternate space called the strange realm along with their bodies. This discovery opened a new door for humanity in despair. People began to frantically study how to attach this spiritual power that could combat anomalies to external items in such a way that ordinary people could also possess the strength to fight against the anomalies. At this moment, on the street outside the Jean-Lou Garden community, special vehicles came to a steady stop. The doors opened, and fully armed action team members quickly got out, swiftly forming lines under the command of their respective team leaders. Their equipment was a dazzling variety, resembling an exhibition of weapons from the Middle Ages to the near future. The most common were specially modified firearms capable of firing enchanted bullets. But aside from that, some carried huge, ally shields glowing with energy halos, some held double-handed swords taller than themselves, with runes engraved on the blades. Even more unusual, some held what looked like ordinary cloth dolls, but the dolls' eyes would occasionally flicker with a strange red light. There were also some higher-level psychics who had discarded the heavy battle gear of the Investigation Bureau. Some wore Taoist robe emblazoned with runes, some wore fitted combat gear, and others wore white overalls with neatly parted hair. Although these outfits and gear looked bizarre and even a bit comical, no one laughed at them. Because on these strange pieces of equipment, bright lights flashed in blue, red, or gold, representing the flow of spiritual power. Wang Lin was the last to get off the command vehicle, and he raised his head to look ahead. Before him was a stretch of ink-black darkness, thick and unfathomable. It quietly enveloped that residential area, like a massive, silent black hemisphere, isolating everything inside from the real world. It was silent, yet emanated an ominous aura that made one's heart tremble. Wang Lin raised his hand, and his hoarse yet determined voice spread throughout the entire gathering area via the loudspeaker. Action begins. With this command, over 100 elite agents from the Investigation Bureau charged forward like swords plunged into a dark abyss, without a hint of hesitation, stepping with a steady and determined pace towards the fog that represented death and the unknown, advancing toward that parallel space known as the mysterious realm. Chapter 15, The Organization in Motion. At the moment, the Investigation Bureau's action team members fearlessly plunged into the unfathomable fog. On the rooftop of a residential building just 100 meters from the fog's edge, a figure quietly looked down at everything happening below. She was a woman exuding an air of danger and wildness. She stood at the edge of the rooftop, letting the cold night wind billow through her long red hair, which looked like burning flames. Her eyes were the same fiery red. Her beautiful face was strikingly aggressive, with rose-colored eye makeup adorning the corners of her eyes, and at this moment, a wild and mad smile spread across her face, making her look like a flower blooming on the edge of an abyss. She wore a black, skin-tight outfit that clung to her like a second skin, its material glistening with a leather-like sheen under the moonlight. More eye-catching were the several decorative belts that wrapped around her body like restraints. These belts gripped her chest, waist, and thighs tightly, mercilessly accentuating the clear and tempting contours of her voluptuous and powerful figure. The towering peaks, the slender waist that could barely be grasped, and the rounded fullness were all outlined into an exhilarating, breathtaking perfect curve due to the dual effect of the tight outfit and restraint belts. She gazed down at the tiny Investigation Bureau personnel advancing towards the black fog like ants, her smile widening as she let out a joyful, clear laugh. Very good, although I don't know why the guy did not follow the agreement. In the Investigation Bureau, the holy door has been opened, but fortunately, I had already prepared a backup plan. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice laced with a hint of sickly excitement. So much fresh, spirit-filled nourishment has come right to my door. The master will surely be very pleased, ha 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 ha. Her sunny, healthy laughter echoed across the empty rooftop, unintentionally bringing joy to others. Is it really, all right, Sakurai? At that moment, a soft, lifeless voice suddenly rang out beside her. The voice was so light, so lacking in presence, it felt as though it came from another dimension. Eek! The woman named Sakurai jumped like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her body trembling as she let out an exaggerated scream. Startled by the sudden voice, she quickly turned her head, and the peaks beneath her tight outfit also drew an arc as they softened. It was then she noticed a girl had already been standing beside her, though she did not know when that had happened. The girl's presence was so low that if she hadn't spoken up, Sakurai would have completely failed to notice her existence, as if she were just a wisp of thin air. The girl had sleek, black hair that fell to her shoulders in a wave, and was wearing a bent deep blue beret. She was dressed in a standard Japanese JK sailor uniform, a white top, a deep blue pleated short skirt, below which were white thigh-high socks wrapping around her curvy, long legs, and a pair of delicate, petite black shoes. Her figure was slim and full of youthful vigor, looking like an ordinary high school student. But on closer inspection, her seemingly slender body was, under the sailor uniform, bulging with a chest that was definitely above the average level for her peers, and the curves beneath her short skirt. Don't just suddenly appear like that. Koharu. It's terrifying. Don't you know? Sakurai, still shaken, patted her heaving chest, then angrily reached out with both hands to firmly pinch the soft cheeks of the girl referred to as Koharu, pulling and kneading them hard. It seems you really don't understand what rules are unless I train you properly. Sakurai said mischievously. Phew. I've always been right next to you. It was clearly you, Sakurai, who ignored me on purpose. Koharu protested, her cheeks reddening from the squeezing, her speech slurred with indignation. You dare to argue? Take this. Sakurai screeched, raising her hands as if to attack the girl's plump chest. Wait. Sakurai. Koharu quickly reached out to stop her foolish action, a hint of worry appearing on her otherwise indifferent face. This time, is it really okay to summon the holy door here? I heard, this is the territory of the guide. And I also heard he's not the type to be easy to talk to. The name guide seemed to carry a kind of magic. At the mention of him, even the usually fearless Sakurai's playful expression grew serious. It wasn't just that he was hard to talk to. In the legends of the underground world, the words guide almost equate to taboo. He is recognized as the #1 fierce person in the underworld, a monster with a reckless and unfettered style. His record was harrowing, with each deed enough to make an ordinary person tremble in fear. It is said that at his most outrageous, he even single-handedly destroyed an uncooperative small nation. On the black market bounty boards of major organizations, the price for the guide has soared higher and higher, having long exceeded the sky, but assassins attempting to kill him, no matter how high their level or how famous they were, all disappeared without a trace, one went, none returned. By now, no one dared to take on this shocking bounty anymore. Creating trouble on someone else's turf, especially when they are a guide of that caliber, is akin to pulling teeth from a fierce tiger's mouth. However, Sakai paused for only a moment, and then her face broke into that carefree smile again. She stopped her actions and patted Xiao Hui's head. It's fine, don't worry, she said confidently. Today, the investigation bureau rounded up all the undercover agents we've placed in Yun City. By opening the Holy Gate this time, I am essentially helping the guide complete what he couldn't finish. Speaking of which, he should thank us. How could he possibly give me trouble? Ha 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 ha. Moreover, this is just the beginning, and soon this place will start to get chaotic. Her logic seemed somewhat reasonable, yet Xiao Hui's delicate brows remained tightly knit. But, isn't a D-class strange realm a bit underwhelming? Xiao Hui pointed below, the leader from the investigation bureau just now. He appeared to be an A-class ability user. Who said this is just a D-class strange realm? The corners of Sakai's mouth suddenly curled up in a wicked arc. She reached into the opening of her tight-fitting outfit's zipper and pulled out something that looked like an old-fashioned game console. It was a palm-sized, black handheld device. She pressed the power button, and upon detecting the energy of the nearby black mist, the screen of the handheld device instantly lit up with a glaring, crimson glow. In the center of that scarlet screen, a gigantic letter was strikingly visible. S. Chapter 16, Basic Operations. In the strange realm, in the Grand Hall. As Lu Li and the towering bride vanished through that dark side door, the suffocating atmosphere of danger that had covered the entire hall also dissipated by more than half. Wang Hai and the remaining two survivors, a plump youth and an ordinary-looking woman, seemed to be pulled from a drowning state, collapsing limply onto the cold wooden chairs. They stared at the dark side door, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Though they knew Lu Li would likely face grave danger, it was undeniable that at this moment, they all sighed in relief at the departure of that terrifying bride. Bro, I'm sorry. I hope you can hold on a little longer. They silently prayed for Lu Li in their hearts and then couldn't help but smile bitterly. In a place like this, not even able to ensure their own safety, yet worrying about others felt somewhat ridiculous. Just as they began to settle their minds, the paper figure of the officiant turned around again, and its sharp voice rang out once more. Feast. As the sound fell, several identical paper figures in servants' clothing walked out from another direction in the hall. They moved with stiff steps, came before Wang Hai and the others, and gestured for them to follow towards an adjacent hall. The feast, this is an essential part of a Chinese wedding. However, in this place, dripping with death and eeriness, the words the feast made the hearts of the three once again leap to their throats. The seemingly plump young man had turned pale with fright. As he walked, he leaned close to Wang Hai and stammered, Wang. Brother Wang, this feast, it won't be about eating us, will it? His mind conjured up countless horrifying movie scenes, human meat buns, human bone soup, just the thought made his stomach churn violently. A bitter smile, more tragic than a cry, squeezed onto Wang Hai's face. I don't know, but regardless, we have no choice now. He lowered his voice, filled with helplessness and determination. We can only keep playing along. Inside these paper figures, I can feel the wave of their spiritual power is at least D-level. I might be able to block one with all my strength, but if there's even one more, I'm definitely dead. I can't take such risks lightly. His words completely silenced the plump young man. Yes, the stakes are too high, and the consequence of breaking the rules is right there, as proven by the headless corpse of the yellow-haired one. However, not everyone thought this way. A woman with an ordinary appearance, after surviving several life-and-death situations, seemed to have reached her breaking point. Fear began to morph into a twisted, unreasonable resentment. She blamed all the misfortune on the only professional at the scene, Wang Hai. In a harsh tone, she addressed Wang Hai's back, saying, "Humph, if you had just attacked that yellow-haired guy and eliminated those two paper figures at the door right at the start, wouldn't everything have been fine? Those three wouldn't have to die." Her voice was loud, filled with accusations, as if she were the all-knowing wise one. Wang Hai paused for a moment upon hearing this, but ultimately sighed, offering no further defense. He had seen too many of these kinds of people. Under the immense fear of life and death, ordinary people with poor mental resilience would show various ugly sides. Some would collapse, some would go crazy, while others would push the responsibility onto others like this, trying to gain a bit of pitiful false security and moral superiority. Arguing with such people was meaningless. But Wang Hai could endure it, while the plump young man could not. He was already annoyed by this woman's constant nagging along the way, and now, hearing her say such stupid and venomous words, he was instantly furious. "What are you talking about? If you're so capable, why don't you step up? It's so easy to say. If it had really come to a fight, those two rat monsters would have eaten you, the one dragging everyone down first. You think you could still stand here talking?" Being scolded face to face by a fat man seemed to give the ordinary woman an excuse to vent, and her attitude became even more aggressive and overbearing. "What's wrong with me? I'm not a power user. How would they know it wouldn't work if they didn't at least try? What if it actually did work? Not even trying, just being timid, what's that if not fear of death?" The plump young man was left speechless by her flawed logic, momentarily unsure how to counter her. Where did this little fairy come from? Was her brain caught in the door? How dare she treat the only lifeline here this way? Did she really think the crisis was over? Does she not even take her brain when she goes out? He felt as if his worldview had been shaken. However, the ordinary woman's performance was not over. Seeing the plump young man struck dumb by her words, she grew more pleased with herself. With her hands on her hips, she adopted a condescending posture and commanded Wang Hai, "I tell you. My husband is a leader in the city's investigation bureau. People like you and these non-mainstream organizations are all under his management. It's your responsibility as power users to protect us ordinary people. You say good things to make us listen to your commands, and what happens? 3 people are dead in an instant. When I get back, I will make my husband investigate you thoroughly. I'll have your license revoked." After she said this, the plump young man was completely extinguished in his anger. He helplessly shook his head, too lazy to argue with such a troublesome shrew. There's no reasoning with such people. They always live in their own world, holding on to an unbreakable, bizarre logic. Wang Hai remained silent, but a slight, imperceptible indifference flashed across his weathered face. Under the guidance of the paper figure, the 3 people quickly arrived at the banquet hall next door. The banquet hall was enormous, decorated in extreme luxury with an ancient flavor. Tall redwood pillars, intricately carved ceilings, and the floor covered with thick carpets embroidered with cloud patterns. At a glance, inside the hall, a dozen large redwood round tables were neatly arranged. Each table was filled with a dazzling array of exquisite dishes. Roast chicken, roast duck, steamed fish, dunkpa pork, all kinds of dishes were present, bright in color, steaming hot, emitting an enticing aroma. And beside each table stood a paper figure dressed as a maid, holding a wine pot, ready to pour wine for the guests. According to the paper figure's directions, the 3 of them were seated at 3 different tables. In this vast banquet hall, with a dozen sumptuous feasts, there were only the 3 of them, the living guests. This scene was indescribably strange. At first, they were extremely vigilant, fearing that there was something abnormal in these dishes, or that the paper figures would suddenly attack them. But as seconds ticked by, for a long while, nothing happened. Those paper-made figures just stood there quietly, unmoving, as if truly waiting for the guests to dine. And the aroma of the dishes in front of them seemed magnified countless times, becoming richer and more enticing, like invisible hooks, constantly luring their hunger to reach for the chopsticks and taste. Chapter 17, Temptation. In the twisted space of this eerie world, within the senses, time seemed to lose its meaning, but the primal instincts were infinitely magnified. Fear, fatigue, and hunger. Ordinary women, who care about their figures and often diet, after a series of shocks and mental strain, had empty stomachs. At this moment, the overpowering and rich aroma of food that seemed to drill into the marrow lured her already burdened reason. Her throat involuntarily rolled up and down, saliva crazily secreting. Eat, or not eat. Reason told her that the things in this ghostly place were absolutely to be avoided, every grain could hide a deadly trap. However, her body was giving out the most primitive desire. That aroma was so real, so enticing, making her feel an illusion, perhaps, this was truly a treat? A reward for passing their test? Finally, the instinct for survival was overwhelmed by the most primal hunger. She looked at the glossy, golden roast chicken in front of her and could no longer bear it. Trembling, she reached out her hand and picked up the pair of ivory chopsticks. The chopsticks felt warm, with a touch of strange warmth. She carefully pinched a piece of tender chicken meat with crispy skin. That piece of meat wobbled slightly under her chopsticks, the juicy essence seeping out along the torn fibers, dripping into the plate, making a soft drip sound. She slowly, as if in slow motion, brought that piece of chicken to her mouth. Just before placing it in her mouth, she could even smell the aroma of roasted spices mixed with the fats of meat. The moment the chicken touched her tongue, her eyes widened in shock. It was not the flavor she imagined, but a sublime taste she had never experienced in her life, beyond description. The crunchy chicken skin cracked between her teeth, and the hot, delicious juice exploded in her mouth. The flavor was so rich, so overpowering, as if countless little elves were dancing wildly on every taste bud of hers. The tender chicken meat required almost no chewing. The moment it entered her mouth, it melted away, transforming into a warm, pure torrent of energy, sliding down her esophagus into her stomach. An even more miraculous event occurred. That warm current didn't stay in her stomach, it instantly spread out, becoming a strange heat source, quickly circulating through her cold, fearful limbs and body. She felt every cell in her body cheering, rejoicing. Fatigue vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of full power. Wang Hai, who had been closely watching her, suddenly narrowed his pupils. In his spiritual perception, he clearly saw a faint but pure stream of spiritual energy, with a hint of coldness, appearing out of nowhere from the woman's body and quickly stabilizing. The strength and fluctuation of that spiritual energy was unmistakably the very initial and also the lowest level in the ability system E level. She had actually transformed from an ordinary person with no affinity for spiritual energy directly into a genuine E level ability user after eating that piece of chicken. This food can actually turn an ordinary person directly into an ability user? How is this possible? Wang Hai couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. This completely overturned his understanding of the past 10 years. In the 10 years since the revival of spiritual energy, human society has paid countless prices just to barely grasp some methods of utilizing spiritual energy. Apart from a few who awakened abilities related to food or alchemy, human technology was far from overcoming the method of creating spiritual energy food. Let alone something like this, capable of breaking the shackles of the human body and instantly elevating an ordinary person to an ability user. It should be known that an ordinary person's body is like a sieve full of holes to spiritual energy, while spiritual energy is like water. Even if one forcibly injects spiritual energy into an ordinary person, it will only linger for a short time, then quickly dissipate, unable to form a stable cycle of spiritual energy. Yet this dish before him achieved something that even national-level laboratories could not accomplish. On the other side, the wealthy and plump young man, after a brief moment of surprise, was instantly replaced by a state of utmost ecstasy. In his life, he lacked nothing: money, status, beautiful women, he had it all. The only thing he craved and couldn't reach was the identity of an ability user with magical powers. This was something that no amount of money could buy. He had fantasized countless times about how magnificent it would be if he could also possess superpowers. And now, this long-desired opportunity lay right before him. He could no longer care about any dangers. Grabbing chopsticks, he dove into the rich spread of delicacies on the table, devouring them like a starving ghost reborn. Pieces of meat, heaping plates of vegetables were frantically stuffed into his mouth. With every bite he swallowed, he felt a powerful warm current explode within him, a feeling of fullness that made him almost moan out loud. Sure enough, just moments later, an ice-cold E-level spiritual energy just like that woman's began to circulate through his body. Watching these two mortals who had gained power and were joyfully out of control, Wang Hai, who had remained silent, suddenly burst out laughing, his laughter loud and harsh, filled with a sense of superiority. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought, truly who would have thought, to encounter such an adventure in this strange world? It's a pity, you common folks, do you even understand what you're eating? Do insects even deserve to have such power? Having such a strange encounter in this eerie place. What a pity, do you simple mortals even understand this? Just mere insects. Do you even deserve such power? Before his words fell, the ecstatic expressions on the faces of the ordinary woman and the plump young man instantly froze. They hadn't even had time to react to what Wang Hai's words meant when an irresistible, destructive force suddenly struck their abdomens. Their bodies were like being hit hard by an invisible giant hammer, instantly soaring into the air from their seats. Their clothes were shattered by the violent force, and on their abdomens, a large and clearly defined, inwardly caved fist mark appeared. They soared up 3 to 4 meters high, like kites with broken strings, tracing a parabolic arc in the air before heavily, straight down, crashing to the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 dull crashing sounds almost simultaneously erupted. Puff! The two curled up on the ground, like 2 shrimp that had been instantly boiled, their bodies twitching violently. Large mouthfuls of blood, mixed with undigested food remnants, gushed out from their mouths, dyeing the floor in front of them a mess. The joy of just gaining power was instantly replaced by the fear of death and intense pain. They lifted their heads with an expression of utmost terror, staring fixedly at Wang Hai, who was slowly standing up from his seat, wearing a savage grin. Ah! How dare you? How dare you kill me? Aren't you afraid of the law's punishment? My husband is a leader in the investigation bureau. He won't let you go. The ordinary woman let out a scream like that of a slaughtered pig, her thoughts still stuck in the logic of the real world, trying to use that ridiculous background to threaten Wang Hai. The plump young man, meanwhile, cried out in pain, trying to plead for his life. It hurt so much. Brother Wang. Brother Wang, don't hit me. I've never spoken ill of you. Please. Wang Hai looked at the two dying struggling insects on the ground, his cruel smile becoming increasingly brilliant. He extended his tongue to lick his cracked lips and said in a tone full of malice and regret. Originally, I had calculated the force just right, intending to knock you out comfortably. That way, I could use you in the next stages. I never expected that after gaining powers, your physical qualities improved, making you tougher than I imagined. I miscalculated, really miscalculated. His tone was so casual, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. They finally realized a terrifying fact: Wang Hai's nonchalance was not an act. He truly never regarded their lives as anything. He truly dared to kill them here. A chilling coldness surged from their tailbones straight to their skulls. Their faces instantly turned as pale as paper, their throats felt like they were stuffed with cotton, unable to utter a single word. No sooner said than done. At the moment Wang Hai dealt the fatal blow to his companions, blood splattered throughout the banquet hall. A strange change occurred again. Attacking during the feast, this action clearly violated another rule of this place. Within the hall, the paper maidens standing beside dozens of tables suddenly sprang into action at the same time. Their previously smiling mouths opened silently. The next second, repugnant gray-black rat monsters leaped madly from the mouths of those paper figures like a burst dam. As they emerged from the mouths, their bodies grew longer with the wind. In just a breath's time, the spacious banquet hall was completely filled with dozens of terrifying monsters, each the size of wild boars, covered in steel spikes, with fearsome jaws. Their obsidian-like compound eyes all locked onto the only thug in the hall, Wang Hai. Roar! The monsters emitted a silent roar, their strong limbs rushing towards Wang Hai rapidly. The scene was like a black wave of death, ready to swallow the small rock in the middle completely. However, facing this terrifying sight, there was not a trace of fear on Wang Hai's face. He watched the dark wave of monsters rushing towards him, and even showed a slightly carefree smile. You can't hit people while eating, this rule is indeed normal. On the ground, an injured ordinary woman saw this scene, and the extreme fear on her face was instantly replaced by a twisted joy. She turned from sadness to joy, her eyes bursting with malicious light, eagerly wanting to see Wang Hai, the bastard who dared to beat her, torn to pieces by these terrifying monsters. The first to attack Wang Hai was the rat monster, which had transformed from the paper maid standing by his table. Its vicious jaws filled with sharp teeth were almost touching Wang Hai's face, and its foul-smelling saliva was already dripping on his collar. However, at that critical moment, pop! A slight sound, like a ripe watermelon being smashed, suddenly rang out in the noisy banquet hall. The ferocious rat monster suddenly hesitated in its charge. Its hard, iron-like head caved in oddly, as though struck by an invisible hammer, creating a giant, bowl-sized hollow in the center of its head. Its massive body, propelled by great inertia, slid forward several meters, twitched a few times, and then became still. Then came the second, third. Pop! 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 A series of dense, muffled explosions sounded like firecrackers going off during a festival, continuously echoing in the banquet hall. Those rat monsters rushing towards Wang Hai from all directions, be it from the front, side, or from behind, met the same destructive blow the moment they got near him. Their heads, without exception, all caved inward at the same time under an invisible, violent force. The entire process was so fast it was dazzling. And the instigator of it all, Wang Hai, remained quietly standing in place. He didn't even raise a hand. He just stood there, a pleasant smile on his face as if enjoying a stray cat eating a sausage. On the ground, the two dying survivors were completely stunned by this unimaginable scene. Especially the ordinary woman, her mind had completely crashed. How is it possible? She had personally seen how the yellow-haired man, who was so powerful in her eyes as a D-level ability user, had been easily killed by these monsters. Yet now, these terrifying monsters, which could easily kill D-level ability users, were being shattered in large pieces, effortlessly under Wang Hai's presence, like fragile eggs. Wang Hai, the man who had disguised himself as a D-level ability user like the yellow-haired man along the way. You are not a D-level ability user," she screamed with her last ounce of strength and disbelief. "You've been lying to us?" "Why?" Chapter 19, Bloody Shura Field. In just a moment, the dozens of fierce monsters in the banquet hall were all dead. Their bodies piled high, filling the aisles between the tables. Black blood gathered into streams, slowly flowing on the floor. And Wang Hai still stood in the center of that sea of corpses and blood, his clothing not even stained with a trace of blood. The wine table around him remained intact, and the dishes on it were not even knocked over. He was actually so at ease to this extent. The plump young man continued to spit blood vigorously, his life force rapidly draining away, yet the confusion and resentment in his heart overwhelmed his fear of death. "Why? Wan Gu?" He struggled to ask, his voice weak like a mosquito's. "With your strength, you could have easily destroyed these monsters from the start. Why pretend to be a D-class ability user, to deceive us, and watch us die?" Hearing his question, the curve of Wang Hai's mouth slowly rose, forming a twisted and mad smile. He lowered his head, looking down at the two struggling lives beneath him with eyes full of pleasure and pity. "Because I am enjoying." His voice was gentle like a lover's whisper, the content of his words seemed to come from a comfortable beach. Both of them were stunned, their pupils filled with confusion. "Enjoy? Yes, enjoy." Wang Hai's smile became even brighter, a genuine, pure joy emerging from within. "Because I enjoy every single moment. Enjoy your fear in the face of death, enjoy your sorrow when you lose your companions, enjoy your ugly struggles and despair. Of course, what I most want to see is the expression on your faces right now. That spectacular expression of plummeting from the peak of hope into the abyss of despair." His voice suddenly rose, becoming sharp and feverish. "Hee. So wonderful. Truly wonderful. Now, the performance is over. Die." The instant his words fell. Puff. Puff. Another two dull sounds of heads bursting. The heads of the ordinary woman and the plump young man crashed against an invisible force like the monsters Wang Hai had executed before. Their entire heads were brutally and completely driven into their own chests by that furious power. Red and white gushed out from their already shapeless neck wounds, splattering everywhere. And all this bloody, cruel, and absurdly dramatic scene, was completely witnessed by two people who had just walked out of the side door of the banquet hall. Luli, and the pale-faced, quiet girl following behind him. They had just escaped from that strange bridal chamber, only to find themselves face to face with a world-shattering scene. Companions, slaughtering companions. That reliable, warm-hearted Wang Gu, who seemed dependable along the way with 3 experiences in the strange realm, now looked like a demon crawling out of hell, maiming the last 2 survivors in the most brutal way. Luli was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Wang Hai, standing in the center of the corpses with a sickly twisted grin, unsure of how to react for a moment. In front was the butcher wielding a knife, behind was an unfathomable ghost. In that moment, Luli truly experienced what it means to be in a dilemma. The quiet girl behind him was already terrified, clutching his clothing tightly, as if only that could bring her a shred of insignificant safety. That man was now standing among the mountains of corpses, the sickly twisted grin still not fully gone from his face, his eyes like a poisonous snake, mockingly watching them as if observing 2 tiny insects that had carelessly wandered into a spider's web. And behind them was the ominous bridal chamber they had just escaped from. Although temporarily safe, no one knows when that huge, terrifying bride sitting on the bed will suddenly strike. As for why Lu Li and Wen Jing happened to appear here at this moment, it is also part of this strange wedding process. In that so-called bridal chamber, things did not develop as directly and terrifyingly as Lu Li imagined. He was simply guided by the equally expressionless paper bride to cut a lock of hair from the gigantic bride. Then, the paper bride twisted the 2 locks of hair together with red thread and placed them into a delicate brocade pouch, completing the hair-tying ceremony. And as the bridesmaid, Wen Jing only nervously mimicked the paper bride, holding a fruit plate filled with red dates, peanuts, longans, and lotus seeds. While scattering dry fruits onto the huge wedding bed, she chanted some joyful-sounding but utterly eerie wedding songs with a trembling voice in this atmosphere. After finishing all this, the paper bride led Lu Li, as the groom, to step out and toast the guests. This should be the last step before the formal start of the bridal chamber. But who would have thought that upon stepping out, they would crash into such a literally bloody and brutal battlefield? The current situation was already very clear. With the kind of cruel and twisted character that Wang Hai had just displayed, he would definitely not let these 2 audience members, who witnessed his scene of murder, go. Staying here meant certain death. And retreating back into that room with the terrifying bride, while also dangerous, at least meant that the bride was currently in a bizarre still state. They might be able to use this to stall for time, hoping to survive until the investigation bureau arrives. Moving forward meant certain death, retreating meant a slim chance of survival. This choice did not need to be pondered. In a flash, Lu Li made his decision. He suddenly pulled Wen Jing, who was still dazed behind him, and hissed, "Run." Then, without looking back, he charged toward the bridal chamber that they had just escaped from. Watching the 2 prey choose to flee, Wang Hai felt no surprise. Oh dear. I miscalculated again. I didn't expect these 2 little bugs hadn't been eaten by that mountain of flesh. It's truly unreasonable. It seems I must take action myself to crush you. He slightly restrained his overly twisted smile, adjusted his collar, and then, with hands behind his back, leisurely stepped forward as if strolling in his own backyard, following the shadows of Lu Li and Wen Jing. Lu Li pulled Wen Jing and rushed back into that suffocating room. Chapter 20, Reasonable. The scene in the room remained unchanged from when Luli left. That giant, terrifying bride still sat upright on the creaking wedding bed. She was wearing that splendid and intricate phoenix crown and wedding robe, with a heavy red veil adorned with beaded curtains still tightly concealing her face. Her sitting posture was dignified, her hands folded on her knees, motionless, as if she were a giant statue carved from flesh and blood. The top of her head had already burst through the intricately designed canopy above the bed. If one ignored her completely unreasonable and fearsome size, just looking at this posture, anyone would have to inwardly marvel, what a peaceful world, and how beautiful the bride is. Seeing that the bride remained as before, Luli and Wenjing could not help but breathe a slight sigh of relief in their hearts. For now, they were safe. However, before they had completely relaxed, a leisurely voice filled with laughter came from the door behind them. After the toast, what's next? Should we disturb the newlyweds? This process is indeed reasonable. It's Wang Hai. He actually just came in like this. Luli and Wenjing suddenly turned around. Wang Hai stood at the door with his hands behind his back, looking calm and relaxed. His footsteps were so light that they were almost silent. If he hadn't spoken up, Luli wouldn't even have noticed he had entered. Luli's heart nearly stopped beating at that moment. He was astonished by Wang Hai's astonishingly relaxed attitude at this moment. He actually dared to appear in front of this terrifying bride so carelessly. Those paper figures outside, including the ceremony host and the matchmaker, had all been cleared out by Wang Hai's earlier bloody massacre. The air in the room seemed to solidify into amber, firmly trapping the three figures. Wang Hai still stood at the door, his indifferent expression entirely out of place in this suffocating atmosphere. It seemed he completely ignored the level a horrifying bride, instead like a patient teacher, throwing out a question. Actually, from the very beginning, I knew those two old folks would die. Do you know why they died? Luli's thoughts were chaotic. In his two lives, in his previous life, he was just a small programmer, spending his days with code, living an ordinary 9-to-5 life. And in this life, he had just crossed into this world a little over a month ago, merely a clerical worker about to retire. Confronting a seemingly unfathomable, twisted, and perverted serial killer. It felt like he was just about to leave the beginner village, facing the horror of the eerie realm for the first time. Only to encounter the Demon King guarding the door. This difficulty was equivalent to a primary school student who had just learned addition and subtraction being thrown directly into a calculus exam, right? If it were any ordinary person, they would have probably already gone insane. But fortunately, perhaps it was the soul resilience brought by crossing. Or perhaps it was the remarkable ups and downs of emotions he experienced in these few days that gave his mind a peculiar dullness, a kind of resistance. Continuous high-intensity stimulation made him exceptionally calm at this moment. He took a deep breath, ignoring Wang Hai's nauseating smile, and steadily gave his answer. It's because they sat in the wrong seats, right? Considering the existence of the eerie bride, Luli's voice was not loud, but the logic was exceptionally clear. In this wedding, we are taking in the bride, not the usual fetching the bride, so the main seats should be occupied by the bride's elder relatives. And those two old folks clearly were not, they sat in the wrong positions, so they died. Yes, it was such a seemingly insignificant detail. In a normal Chinese wedding, it should be the groom bringing the bride into the home from her family. But in this eerie wedding, it was Luli, the groom, who was directly brought to the bride's territory. The primary and secondary relations had been reversed from the very beginning. However, at that time, everyone had been intimidated by the terrifying pressure when that massive bride appeared, completely ignoring this most crucial and illogical detail. Hearing Luli's answer, Wang Hai slowly applauded, his smile growing brighter. Exactly right, good answer. He nodded and spoke in a tone filled with morbid philosophy, very reasonable, right? The rules of the eerie world are this simple, yet this reasonable. Everything has a trace to follow. So, since the rules are reasonable, those who do not follow the rules and are unreasonable, dying is just a completely reasonable matter. Wang Hai's words were like a cold poisonous snake, wrapping around Luli's heart. Why was Wang Hai saying this nonsense to him? Is it a classic line of a villain? Or was it just to make himself feel more fear and despair? But that's okay, dragging out the time is the best way right now, there's no other way. To be honest, he was already somewhat immune to it. A thought flashed through Luli's mind. If Wang Hai and this strange bride got into a fight, perhaps the two of them could take advantage of the chaos to find a chance to escape. But the problem is, what support does Wang Hai have? On what basis can he face a horror that is at least grade A with such confidence? Luli retorted, what about the other two? Didn't you kill them? Saying something about not following the rules of the ghostly realm, you're just satisfying your own twisted desires. Is it strange? The rules are always set by the strong, and they merely violated the rules of someone stronger than them, so killing them is the most reasonable thing to do. The quiet girl standing next to Luli clearly did not have as strong a mental constitution as he did. She was already at her mental limit. Hearing Wang Hai's bare face theorizing about murder, her already pale face became even more bloodless. Her stomach churned violently, it looked like she was about to uncontrollably retch. Wang Hai seemed to enjoy their fearful reactions. He shifted his gaze from the trembling girl back to Lu Li's face, his smile taking on an even more playful nature. You must be very curious why I can strut around in front of this grade A horror, right? Wang Hai said leisurely, as if he could see through all of Lu Li's questions. Without waiting for Lu Li to answer, he answered in a self-assured tone. Of course, because I'm strong enough. At the moment his words fell. A terrifying spiritual power, immense beyond imagination, erupted from Wang Hai like a volcanic explosion. Boom! The weight of that spiritual power was so heavy, so violent, that it was even more solid and domineering than when that strange bride appeared. The air in the whole room seemed to be emptied in an instant, then filled with heavy mercury. The walls, floor, and ceiling let out creaking sounds under the pressure of this horrifying spiritual power. Grade A. This was definitely genuine, not inferior to the greatest spiritual power of the strange bride. Under the sudden pressure that felt like a mountain crashing down, the already weak quiet girl was unable to let out a cry of despair, her eyes rolled back, and she fell straight backward, fainting instantly. And this unreserved, provocative burst of spiritual power from Wang Hai finally alarmed the terrifying presence that had been sitting quietly on the bed. The strange bride sensed this powerful force that was enough to threaten her. Her body, which had maintained a dignified posture, finally began to move. Chapter 21, Violent Counterattack. Just as Wang Hai unleashed that earth-shattering grade of spiritual power, causing the entire structure of the room to groan and shake, a strange thought flickered through Lu Li's mind. Something was off. The quiet girl had fainted instantly under this terrifying pressure, and although he could feel that Wang Hai was different, his body's reaction was far less intense than he had imagined. The weight of that spiritual power, which could crush low-level ability users, felt like a gentle breeze on his face. It cannot be said to be completely ineffective, he could clearly feel the presence of that power, but that feeling was as if watching a storm through a thick frosted glass, able to see the lightning and thunder, but unable to feel any of the violent winds or heavy rain. Upon careful recollection, it seemed that ever since he entered this strange world, it had always been like this. Whether facing those disgusting paper figures, or those fierce and terrifying rat monsters, or even the massive bride in front of him emitting an A-level aura, the fear in his heart mostly came from their terrifying and grotesque appearance, which was enough to trigger the most primitive physiological discomfort in humans. And for the filthy spiritual energy on them, which could drive ordinary people insane or even cause immediate death, he seemed basically immune. Could it be, this is the golden finger I gained from crossing over? Ignore the conqueror's haki and the spiritual pollution of the opponent? This thought existed in Lu Li's mind for less than half a second before it was interrupted by the scene unfolding before his eyes. Just as Wang Hai unleashed all his strength, directing his spear towards Lu Li, the bride moved. Her movement was so fast it surpassed the limit of vision. In the previous second, she was still sitting on the bed, and in the next second, her massive form had already appeared behind Wang Hai as if she teleported. There was no sound, no sign at all, as if she had been standing there the whole time. A huge, pale claw, without a trace of blood, with black as ink nails, tore through the air with a sharp whistle, ruthlessly grabbing at this tiny human who dared to provoke her. However, facing this deadly attack, which could rip a main battle tank in half, Wang Hai didn't even turn his head. Bang! A loud noise, as if a giant hammer had struck thick steel, suddenly exploded. The anticipated scene of blood and flesh flying didn't happen. That giant pale claw didn't catch Wang Hai. Instead, it was the huge, bizarre bride, whose abdomen suddenly bore a massive, inwardly deep, fist-shaped impression. A destructive shockwave erupted from that spot, sending her massive body, as large as a small mountain, into the air in an instant, like a broken sack hit by a siege cannon, flying backwards. Her giant body smashed through the room's wall, flying into the yard outside. And throughout all this, Wang Hai remained completely motionless. He still stood with his hands behind his back, as if the earth-shattering blow had nothing to do with him. The smile on his face slowly faded, replaced by a cold expression tinged with disappointment. A beast with no intelligence. I thought the humanoid monsters could at least communicate a little. Seems like it's more reasonable to just eliminate them directly. In the yard, the bizarre bride, thrown outside, twisted violently before hitting the ground in a way completely out of proportion with her size. Her 2 feet firmly planted on the ground, as if she were a trained, agile cat, effortlessly absorbing the shock and landing steadily. That attack, which could have pierced through buildings, seemed to have no effect on her. Her speed showed no sign of slowing down. Whoosh! The ground suddenly exploded with a deep pit, and her massive body once again blurred into an afterimage, moving at an even faster speed than before, launching a second attack towards Wang Hai in the room. This time, a trace of mild surprise finally appeared on Wang Hai's face. 2 A-level powers, so strong they could distort the air, collided once more. Boom! An even more terrifying, larger sound exploded throughout the entire bizarre mansion. A huge roar shook the air around, creating visible ripples. This time, Luli watched closely. Wang Hai still did not make a move. Yet the eerie bride's claws bizarrely stopped about 2 meters away from Wang Hai's body, unable to inch forward. It was as if an invisible barrier existed around Wang Hai's body. Or perhaps there was an intangible being standing in front of him, taking this lethal strike for him. Oh? You can sense its presence? Is it a beast's instinct? Wang Hai raised an eyebrow slightly, seeming intrigued by the eerie bride's performance. Well then, how about this? Before his voice faded, a new wave of impact exploded once again. This time, it was no longer a monotonous clash. Realizing the incoming attack, the eerie bride's claws began to swing wildly again. 1 hit. 2 hits. 10 hits. 100 hits. Her attacks transformed from a single, power-filled strike into a mad, relentless torrent of blows. Bang! 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 The terrifying sound, dense as if countless grenades were exploding simultaneously near the ears, rang out madly. With each collision, devastating shockwaves erupted. The already shaky building where Luli stood felt as if it was being cleaved by countless giant axes under the violent attack's aftermath. Walls, beams, and roof were rapidly torn and smashed, gradually ripping open a huge, transparent hollow. Just the aftermath of the clash between the two monsters was powerful enough to render Luli, the observer, motionless. He felt like a tiny boat in a storm, on the verge of being shredded into pieces by this terrifying energy tempest. And the eerie bride's attack seemed never-ending. Her stamina was like a bottomless black hole, continuously drawing in power. Time was passing, but the frequency and strength of her attacks showed no signs of decreasing. As the number of strikes increased from 100 to 1,000, the storm-like barrage still continued. On Wang Hai's face, which had always been calm, a subtle change appeared. TSK. Is she really this tough? Chapter 22, Endless Suffering. Facing the eerie bride's tireless, relentless attacks like a perpetual motion machine, Wang Hai had a twisted smile on his face. There was a bloodthirsty excitement in that smile, sparked by true interest. Since that's the case, I guess I can't just stand by any longer. He seemed to be talking to himself, or perhaps issuing orders to the invisible partner. The next second, he took a deep breath, his chest slightly swelling, then forcefully exhaled. The hands that had been resting behind him finally moved. He clenched his fist. A visible white air current instantly wrapped around his fist. Then, he threw a punch. This punch was not as earth-shattering as before, it even looked somewhat plain. However, the moment this punch was launched, Luli felt as if the space around him had been vacated, creating an instant vacuum. Boom! The eerie bride, still in a frenzy of attacks, had all her movements freeze at that moment. Her body was sent flying once again. But this time, it was no simple retreat. Her massive frame was hit head-on by an invisible cannonball, careening across the courtyard in an unstoppable manner and crashing deeply into the wall at the end. With a tremendous roar, dust filled the air, and crushed stones flew. Her huge body was directly blasted into the wall, like a strawberry being forcefully pressed into a cake, firmly embedded there. Wang Hai slowly retracted his fist. Thin wisp of pale smoke was rising from the surface of his fist. It was as if he had just encountered some extreme high temperature. Is pure physical strength powerful? No pain, tireless, with an incredible recovery ability. Is it some kind of zombie weirdness? He muttered thoughtfully as he looked at the huge human-shaped pit on the distant wall. However, he didn't give the eerie bride any chance to catch her breath or react. Before the thick dust had time to settle, Wang Hai's figure had already vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared before the strange bride embedded in the wall like a ghost. This time, he was no longer passively defending. The invisible, formless creature launched its attack at the same time as Wang Hai. Her fists came down like powerful siege hammers, carrying a brutal force that could tear everything apart, striking mercilessly upon the massive mountain of flesh. Bang! 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 In an instant, the entire courtyard was filled with the sound of heavy strikes, like a torrential rain, deep and unsettling. Each blow made the solid wall tremble violently, with enormous cracks rapidly spreading like spider webs from the eerie bride's body towards all directions. The strange bride, who had been ferociously attacking Wang Hai moments ago, was now completely suppressed after he truly made his move. She was like a fish nailed to a cutting board, forced to passively endure the devastating blows like a storm without any way to fight back, falling into an unprecedented predicament. But even in such a dire situation, despite her body being constantly caved in and deformed from the hits, the red veil on her head remained firmly in place. No matter how violently her body was jolted and shaken, that bright red cloth still unwaveringly shielded her face, showing no signs of falling away. Meanwhile, Luli, having distanced himself from the fallout of the battle, realized this was the perfect moment. Seizing the opportunity while these two terrifying monsters were locked in combat, he quickly decided to escape. He no longer hesitated, darting over to the unconscious quiet girl, scooping her soft body up, and slipping back along the path he had come. Time was of the essence, he had to get away from these two monsters first. With the quiet girl held in his arms, he jogged through the banquet hall filled with corpses and dashed past the eerie corridor. The thunderous explosion sounds behind him were fading further and further away, growing more and more indistinct. It wasn't until the horrifying noises were completely gone that Luli dared to stop at a corner, gasping for breath. Thank goodness. Thank goodness he didn't slack off during the training camp at the Investigation Bureau, solidly building up his stamina. Otherwise, with his weak body from the last life, he wouldn't have managed to carry the seemingly slender, yet considerably heavy girl so far without stopping. He gently laid the quiet girl down on the ground, allowing her to sit against the wall, then patted her pale face. Hey, wake up. Girl, wake up. He called out a few times, but the woman in his arms showed no signs of response. Not a hint of her waking up. Luli reached out to check her breath and felt her carotid artery. If he couldn't feel the faint rising and falling of her chest and the steady beating of her heart proving she was still alive, he might have thought this girl was a little bit dead. There was no choice. Luli gritted his teeth and hoisted the quiet girl onto his shoulder. Then, after orienting himself, he quickly moved towards the estate's main gate. Buzz. A small drone ascended vertically, its camera faithfully capturing the environment below. This eerie realm was filled with vast Chinese architectural complexes. Outside this Chinese-style building, the dense, unbreakable black mist was like a wall with life, thoroughly isolating the entire area from the real world. In the mist, there was a damp, sweet smell mixing the scent of moist earth and rotten wood. Just getting close made an ordinary person feel dizzy and filled with a strong fear. A well-equipped, atmosphere-filled with seriousness team stood quietly at the edge of the black mist. At the front of the team, the commander of this operation, the captain of the Investigation Bureau's first team, Wang Lin, furrowed his brows tightly, staring at the ominous place before him. A scout team member hurriedly ran to his side, lowering his voice and reporting the situation quickly. Captain Wang, the situation is not optimistic. The corruption force in the air is extremely strong, just like a huge magnetic field. Our drone lost signal and disappeared completely less than 50 meters into flight. Currently, we can only rely on spiritual power detection for a preliminary assessment. The team member paused and pulled up a simple map on the tactical tablet, where hundreds of green dots representing life signals flickered densely. According to the preliminary report from the probing specialists, there are at least hundreds of civilians trapped inside this large courtyard building. Their vital signs are currently stable, with no signs of large-scale casualties. However, their condition seems a bit strange. Comprehensive judgment indicates that this should be a role-playing type ghost realm. Upon hearing the words role-playing type ghost realm, Wang Lin's tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed a little, and his tense shoulders also slightly eased. A stroke of luck amidst misfortune, he said in a deep voice. Chapter 23, Guests All Happy. For those of them who had dealt with the weirdness for many years, the term role-playing type ghost realm represented a completely different level of danger. Compared to the hunting type or contamination type ghost realms that purely aimed at killing and spreading fear, the role-playing type ghost realm typically had a complete internal logic and rules. As long as the trapped individuals could follow the script, play their roles, and not violate the core rules and taboos, there was a high probability they could survive. For the modern public who had long been educated on safety and understood how to avoid danger and seek benefits, this was undoubtedly the ghost realm type with the highest survival rate. Wang Lin silently calculated in his heart, then raised his head, his slightly weary gaze sweeping over the communicator. Can we contact teams 2 and 3? In order to quickly control this suddenly appearing large black mist, the Investigation Bureau sent out 3 teams this time. The 3 teams advanced simultaneously from 3 directions of the black mist. Only by advancing together could they rescue the trapped civilians in the fastest time possible. However, the communicator pressed hard on his headset, revealing a helpless and serious expression on his face. No, Captain Wang, the interference is too strong. It may also be a distance issue, this ghost realm is unexpectedly large. All communication channels are static, completely without signal. It's like we are locked inside an iron box. Wang Lin made a decisive decision, without any hesitation. In such a situation of being completely cut off from the outside and friendly forces, other teams would have only one choice. Communication personnel, keep trying. As soon as there's a signal, report back to headquarters immediately. He issued the order and then shifted his gaze to a tough figure in the team. Jian, your assault team goes in first. Conduct a test attack and figure out the capabilities and attack patterns of those things inside. The man called Jian stepped forward upon hearing the command. He was like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. His body was clad in a tight black special operations suit, revealing a physique brimming with explosive power. On his face, he wore a tactical mask covering the lower half, only exposing a pair of sharp eyes like those of a hawk. On his back was slung a silver-white long sword with a highly sci-fi design, the hilt shimmering with a ghostly blue energy halo, clearly not an ordinary item. Hearing Wang Lin's command, Jian simply nodded, not uttering a single extra word. He turned around and made a simple yet clear assault gesture to the 5 equally well-equipped team members behind him. In the next moment, the 6-person assault team swiftly disappeared from everyone's sight. In the eerie courtyard, pale lanterns with human faces flickered strangely in the still air, emitting a chilling laugh. In the courtyard, paper maidservants and servants dressed in ancient clothing moved stiffly, carrying drinks and fruits, gliding back and forth. Suddenly, a silver-white flash of sword light burst forth like lightning tearing through the darkness. Sizzle! The nearest human-faced lantern was instantly split in two, its twisted smiling face frozen, and then the entire lantern exploded into a burst of pale flames, completely purifying the filthy core inside. Immediately after, gunshots erupted. Bang! 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 The assault team members coordinated flawlessly, their specially designed energy rifles spitting out dazzling flames, each enchanted bullet precisely hitting the head of a paper figure. Those seemingly tough paper figures were instantly torn apart under the powerful kinetic and spiritual force, turning into a flurry of paper scraps. However, from the mouths of those shredded paper figures, enormous, vicious-looking rat monsters suddenly sprang out. These monsters emitted a D-class spiritual energy wave, roaring as they lunged towards the assault team. Focus on these parasites. Don't let them get close. Jian's cold and steady voice rang out in the communication channel. The team members showed no signs of panic, calmly switching their attack targets. Flamethrowers unleashed furious breaths, instantly turning several charging rat monsters into charred remains. Energy grenades traced beautiful parabolas, exploding into purifying bursts among the monster swarm, and Jian, charging at the front, was like an incarnation of death. The sci-fi long sword in his hand emitted a high-pitched hum, leaving dazzling silver afterimages with every swing. These D-class rat monsters, whether their tough shells or sharp fangs, were as fragile as tofu under his blade, easily sliced into two. Black blood dripped continuously from the sword blade but was instantly evaporated by the energy flowing on the sword body, leaving no trace of filth. This assault team charged through with unstoppable momentum, reaching the banquet hall, the core area. When Jian kicked open the ornate wooden doors and stepped into the banquet hall, even he, used to all kinds of strange scenes, couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Before his eyes was an extremely spacious, elegantly decorated grand hall. Inside, there were neatly arranged dozens of huge round tables made of redwood, each piled high with a variety of exquisite dishes still steaming. Golden roasted suckling pigs, steamed fish and shrimp, tender and succulent hawks, and various delicacies that couldn't be named but looked incredibly refined. This setup was unmistakably a lavish wedding feast of a wealthy ancient family. And around these dozens of round tables sat over 100 men and women of all ages, dressed in modern clothing. All of them were eating. Everyone was feasting heartily. They wore expressions of satisfaction and madness, devouring the food on the table, madly stuffing it into their mouths. Some even completely disregarded their image, directly grabbing greasy chunks of meat with their hands, gobbling it down, their mouths dripping with oil, and their throats letting out satisfied gurgles. This scene was absurd to the extreme. The team members of the assault group followed behind Jian, watching this bizarre scene unfold before them, all feeling their worldview being shaken. This was the first time they had seen someone able to eat at ease in such a strange world, even joyfully celebrating the meal. Could it be that this was also a part of the program of the strange realm? Playing the role of guests come to feast? No. Jian's brow furrowed. He pulled out a tactical lens and put it on to look at these people, the data on the lens refreshing rapidly. Spiritual energy reaction, so many. His gaze swept over everyone present. They were actually all capable beings. In today's world, although awakening into capable beings was no longer a rare phenomenon, it still occurred only about once in 100 people. Yet here, out of the over 100 people, not a single exception, they were all capable beings. This was absolutely impossible in this area, which was not densely populated. What sent chills down his spine was that through his spiritual perception, he discovered that the cold, mixed spiritual energy attributes emitted by these people were almost identical. It was as if they had not awakened naturally, but had instead been forcefully catalyzed by some unknown power. Chapter 24 The Bride Reappears. At that moment, someone in the hall finally noticed the arrival of these unexpected guests. A young man, still dressed in formal attire and looking like a company white-collar worker with dark circles under his eyes, looked up with an oil-slicked mouth and, upon seeing Jian and others in their signature Investigation Bureau uniforms, his face broke into a joyous expression. It's the Investigation Bureau. It's the people from the Investigation Bureau. Wonderful. We're saved. His shout was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. All the guests in the hall stopped their movements and turned to look at the entrance. In an instant, excited voices rose and fell in a wave. However, there were also some discordant voices mixed in. A chubby man looked longingly at the roasted pig on the table, muttering, "Could you all take out the strongest anomaly in there first? We can eat a bit longer here, it's fine." For the sake of food, were they really disregarding their own safety? The team members of the assault group wore faces of disbelief. Even more surprising, a seemingly enthusiastic man stood up, holding a plate of steaming dim sum, walking towards them with a frenzied smile. Bro! Don't just stand there. These dishes are treasures. They can turn ordinary people into capable beings. The more you eat, the more spiritual energy you get, and your body becomes stronger. Come, let's eat together. Don't be shy. The members of the assault group were once again left speechless with shock. Could eating food really turn one into a capable being? And keep getting stronger? Such a thing was unheard of for them. But Jin knew well that when something seems off, there must be a catch. A pie falling from the sky often turned out to be a more deadly trap than the most vicious snare. Moreover, the assault group was only responsible for tackling and eliminating threats. Ensuring safety and evacuating the masses was the job of the follow-up team. These guests still needed to be isolated and observed to confirm if they were safe after leaving. Jin did not waste time. He immediately signaled a perceptive team member with tactical gestures to relay information about this place. Then, he took a step forward, his cold, emotionless gaze scanning the entire room. A wave of solid spiritual pressure belonging to a B-class powerhouse suddenly emanated from him. Like an invisible giant wave, it instantly swept through the entire banquet hall. The once noisy and frenzied guests, under this cold and powerful pressure, were like cold water poured over their heads, instantly quieting down, their faces showing fear. Jin's voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, echoed through the hall like ice-cold metal. Everyone, stop what you're doing immediately and leave this place. The strange occurrences in the hall have been completely cleared, and the outside path is safe. Seeing the long sword in this man's hand, still flowing with black blood, and feeling the heavy spiritual pressure radiating from him like a solid object, the crowd of over 100 people was finally subdued. After all, the tough stance of the investigation bureau was well known. No one wanted to be invited for tea by them. The guests, who had been dizzy from the food, finally stood up one after another, preparing to leave in an orderly manner under the watch of the task force. In the entire banquet hall, the hundreds of burning dragon and phoenix candles, emitting a dim yellow light, suddenly dimmed. Then, the candlelight quickly brightened again, returning to its original state. However, in that brief moment of dimness, in the center of the banquet hall, on the originally empty red carpet, a figure silently appeared. It was a bride dressed in a gorgeous and intricate phoenix crown and a thick red veil. She was tall and graceful, standing at least around 1.70 meters, and even wrapped in the loose wedding dress, one could still see her enchanting and captivating perfect curves. She stood there quietly, as if she had been there from the very beginning. However, the task force's gaze was drawn to her hands hanging at her sides. They were a pair of pale hands devoid of blood, yet her nails were a bright red like blood. Those 10 bright red nails, each over 10 centimeters long, sharp as blades, curved like hooks, shimmered with a cold metallic light under the candlelight. With her appearance, a terrifying and dark spiritual power, 100 times denser than those strange rat monsters combined, surged from her like a burst dam, instantly flooding the entire banquet hall. The air felt thick and cold at that moment, as if soaked in a bottomless icy pond. That spiritual power was filled with negative emotions of resentment, jealousy, unwillingness, and madness. Just contact with it sent a shiver from the depths of the soul to everyone present, whether they were empowered individuals or ordinary people. The tactical goggles on Jin's face emitted a piercing and rapid beep-beep. The numbers on the lens, representing the level of spiritual pollution, were rising at an almost imperceptible speed. 1,000, 2,000, 3,500. Finally, that wildly fluctuating number slowly stopped, locking in on a value that made Jin's pupils suddenly constrict, 4,256. B-class. And it was a terrifying B-class upper-level anomaly. In that instant, Jin's heart sank to the depths. There had been a serious intelligence failure. This was not a D-class anomaly. This was at least a B-class, possibly even a higher-grade composite anomaly. This thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a low and urgent roar. Plan 3. Execute. Plan 3 was the emergency response plan the task force devised when facing an enemy that far exceeded their estimated level. The core was simple. He, the strongest point, would do everything possible to tie down the main target, while the other team members would quickly cover the evacuation of non-combat personnel and immediately request the highest level of support. Under the thick, almost tangible pressure of the filthy spiritual force, those guests who had just been ready to leave in an orderly manner had their last ounce of reason swallowed by fear. They could no longer care about order or dignity. Each of them let out terrified screams, rolling and crawling, frantically running toward the door, wishing their parents had given them 2 less legs and grown them a pair of wings. The scene instantly fell into ultimate chaos. And amidst this chaos, a silver-white flash surged against the tide of people. Jin's speed erupted at this moment to its limit. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch under the terrifying explosive force. He transformed into a blur that was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. The sci-fi sword in his hand let out a piercing shriek, aiming straight at the strange bride standing in the center of the hall. Chapter 25, Uprising. He wanted to forcibly pull the battlefield away from this chaotic crowd. Faced with this sudden sword light, the strange bride finally reacted. Her crimson claws waved relentlessly. Clang! 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 A series of dense metallic sounds erupted like rain on banana leaves. A Jin sword, fast to the extreme, clashed with the bride's claws, which were equally fast to the incredible, creating countless dazzling sparks in the air. The strange bride was forced to retreat repeatedly, successfully pulling the battlefield to the other side of the hall away from the crowd. But in her heart, alarm bells were ringing. A Jian was in B-level physical enhancer, purely specializing in speed and technique, abandoning all unnecessary defenses, putting all his attribute points into speed. His sword was like the horns of an antelope, elusive. Often before the enemy could react, their throat had already been cut. However, today, his proud speed encountered an opponent for the first time. The strange bride's claws not only were incredibly hard, comparable to the latest equipment issued in the field, but also matched his speed perfectly. No matter how tricky or strange his angles of attack were, those crimson claws blocked them with perfect precision. As the strange bride gradually adapted to his speed, she began to increase her strength and counterattack. A swordsman who had abandoned physical defense for extreme speed found himself at a complete disadvantage against a being who also possessed extreme speed but greater power. This won't do. If this continues. His explosive power had its limits. After a storm of attacks, when both his forward momentum had exhausted and he was unable to gather the following force, a razor-thin opening appeared for less than 1% of a second. Instead of retreating, the strange bride advanced. Her figure, like a ghost, surged forward, the deadly glinting crimson claws tore through the air, heading straight for Jian's unprotected chest. Was his battle instinct this sharp? However, just as those crimson claws were a hair's breadth away from his chest, they abruptly halted. It was as if they had collided with an invisible, indestructible wall, unable to advance another inch. It turned out that a series of translucent ropes made of pure spiritual energy, shimmering with runic light, appeared out of nowhere, binding the strange bride's limbs and torso tightly, like living snakes. Seal! A soft exclamation, containing a few breaths, finally came late. Behind the strange bride, two team members of the assault group maintained a strange posture. They held their hands in complex and profound formations, palms facing each other, and those spiritual energy ropes binding the strange bride emanated from between their palms. They were the control and support type enhancers of the assault group. Seeing the bizarre bride successfully restrained, one team member finally let out a breath, speaking with a tone of complaint, her clear voice sounding somewhat distorted under the heavy tactical helmet. Phew, you reckless leader, that was really a close call. Can you please not rush in so fast next time? We aren't beasts made of muscle like you, we can't keep up with your pace. Exactly. Exactly, another female team member nodded repeatedly in agreement. Their voices were almost identical, clearly indicating that they were a pair of twins. A Jin silently vowed to increase the physical training of these two girls to another level once this mission ended. But on the surface, he still maintained his cold demeanor, only asking in a deep voice, how long can this restraint hold? Without any attacks, it should last about 3 minutes. One female team member quickly provided a professional answer, provided that it doesn't have something like a second phase transformation. That's enough. A Jian was very decisive. He didn't take the opportunity to deal a finishing blow, but immediately issued new orders. Other personnel, suspend cleanup operations. Prioritize escorting civilians to evacuate. The situation here is more complicated than we anticipated. Besides this one before us, there may be other, more advanced weirdness lurking in the shadows. However, just as his words fell, the 100 or so guests who were frantically fleeing suddenly froze in their tracks. Everyone stopped, all at the same time. Then, they slowly and stiffly turned around. Their faces no longer held the previous fear and confusion. Instead, a vacant, numb expression replaced it, as if their souls had been drawn out. An ominous red glow flickered in their eyes. Without any warning, these hundreds of controlled civilians suddenly went crazy, screaming, and lunged fiercely at the nearest assault team members. This sudden turn of events left the remaining 3 assault team members in a state of panic. They certainly wouldn't naively think these people were attacking out of dissatisfaction with them. There was only one possibility for this situation: they were controlled by something weird. Or rather, the food they had eaten earlier was problematic. A Jian's expression turned unusually serious. With a clang, he sheathed his longsword behind his back and swiftly positioned himself firmly in front of the 2 twin female team members who were maintaining the seal and unable to move. Facing the tidal wave of irrational people, he did not draw his sword again. He simply used his fists, elbows, knees, and feet to precisely and efficiently knock out those rushing civilians one by one. At the moment of attack, he immediately sensed something was off. Based on the heavy impact and the opponent's resistance, he judged that these originally just ordinary people or low-level ability users now had physical strength that unavoidably reached the level of D-class ability users. Although he had to hold back from striking too hard to avoid fatal blows, making him feel somewhat constrained and laborious, the assault team members were all seasoned elite rated C-class or higher. Faced with these puppets with only D-class strength, although they were somewhat flustered, they could still manage. Various non-lethal control skills and combat techniques emerged, and those controlled people fell to the ground like harvested wheat, losing their ability to move. But trouble was just beginning. Among those ordinary civilian puppets, there were still some exceptionally troublesome hardnuts. Those people, before entering the eerie realm, already possessed remarkable strength as individuals. Their power, after being controlled and strengthened by the strange forces, became even more formidable and tricky. Chapter 26, God's Strike. At that moment, while AGN and his team members were thrown into chaos by the crowd of mindless people surging like a tide, the real crisis began to emerge. Among those controlled individuals, 3 figures stood out remarkably different. The aura of spiritual power they emitted was far stronger than the forcibly spawned D-class puppets around them. One of them was an average-looking man of medium build. He crossed his hands over his chest, taking a standard Wing Chun stance, the questioning hand. A member of the strike team, responsible for close combat, had just knocked out a rushing puppet with a clean elbow strike. Before he could catch his breath, the Wing Chun man closed in like a ghost. His movements were lightning fast, unraveling the hefty and powerful punches of the strike team member with effortless palm strikes. Then, a shower of rapid sun-style punches crashed down mercilessly onto the chest plate of the strike team member. Bang! 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 A series of deep thudding sounds erupted like heavy hammers striking leather. The strike team member, though wearing specially designed protective gear capable of withstanding regular bullet fire, was still sent reeling by the opponent's penetrating inch power strikes. He was indeed facing a genuine C-class physical abilities user. Moreover, this opponent specialized in close-quarters combat as a martial artist. In terms of pure destructive skill against the body, even though the strike team member was also C-class, his opponent vastly outclassed him in technique and battle experience. He felt like a burly man swinging a giant hammer, facing an assassin armed with countless needles, his strength unable to find a target, only able to awkwardly block the relentless and razor-sharp martial arts techniques. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the situation was equally grim. A woman dressed in a camisole saw a stunning transformation at that moment. Her already scanty black lace camisole was being stretched tighter, almost tearing apart. Behind her, flesh and blood were suddenly ripped apart, sprouting a pair of bat-like, flesh wings covered with fine black scales. She flapped her wings, skillfully hovering in midair, her once alluring peach blossom eyes now glimmering with a sinister red glow. She opened her lips, painted in bold lipstick, and suddenly exhaled a pink, strangely sweet-smelling seductive breath towards another strike team member on the ground. A D-class summoner abilities user. Moreover, the summoning seemed to be a kind of demon from the abyss, known for its charm and speed, and she had merged with it. That strike team member, although wearing a helmet resistant to mental attacks, was not controlled by the seductive breath and remained alert. But facing this highly mobile enemy in the air, he found himself in unprecedented difficulty. The woman refused to engage him head-on. She was like a cunning and deadly hummingbird, using her aerial advantage to launch fast and fleeting harassment attacks. Her sharp nails sliced through his protective gear, creating bright sparks, and the corrosive saliva she spat out sizzled as it ate away at the ground. The strike team member's energy rifle, in such a high-speed, close-quarters struggle, was shattered by an immense force, causing the ground to quake violently. He could hardly lock onto the target. He could only wave the tactical dagger in his hand, passively defending, completely at the mercy of his opponent's mockery. However, what truly crushed this precarious balance was the last straw. A man dressed in a uniform emblazoned with Qiyang Exorcism Company. He was a C-level spiritual summoner. The last team member responsible for offensive attacks, after dealing with several ordinary puppets, finally noticed the strange figure standing at the back of the crowd. The man had his eyes tightly shut, murmuring words as he quickly chanted some ancient and obscure spell. Under his feet, a summoning circle made of his own spiritual power was nearly complete, emitting an increasingly intense and disturbing wave of energy. Not good. The member of the attack team was alarmed, immediately realizing that he must not let him complete the ritual. With a furious shout, he exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the spiritual summoner, his electric baton flashing with dazzling blue arcs. However, it was too late. Just as he was about to touch the opponent's body, the spiritual summoner suddenly opened his eyes. In those eyes, there was no longer any trace of human emotion, replaced instead by a raging, fiery crimson. With a booming voice filled with fury and aggression, he uttered his last roar. Summon! Warriors of battle! Assemble in front! Please! The ability of the spiritual summoner, commonly known as invoking spirits or divine strike, was once just a religious ceremony to increase faith before the revival of spiritual energy, with nothing supernatural about it, but now, this invocation could truly summon gods. The upper limit of its power could be incredibly high, even managing to call upon legendary gods or the powers of demon kings, briefly gaining earth-shattering might. But its lower limit was equally pitiful. If luck was bad, one might summon a nameless spirit from the roadside, resulting in utterly ridiculous combat strength. And a spiritual summoner would never know who their next god would be. This time, the spiritual summoner who was under strange control had clearly hit the jackpot. With his roar, the spiritual energy around him instantly transformed from cold and sinister to a pure, violet red like raging fire. A domineering and terrifying aura surged skyward. Then, a towering, 3-meter figure appeared, wielding 2 gigantic battle axes, with bulging muscles radiating endless malice, enveloping the spiritual summoner like a grotesque energy armor. An ancient evil has arrived. A deafening roar erupted. Chapter 27, Skeleton. It was the heroic spirit of Dian Wei, a fearsome general known as the Unmatched in naval warfare, under Cao Cao during the Three Kingdoms period. The spiritual summoner possessed by Dian Wei's spirit had now completely transformed into a war machine. He swung his dual axes vigorously. Snap! The rushing team member, with his special ally-made, spiritually enhanced explosion-proof shield, which could withstand rocket strikes, was instantly snapped like paper. An irresistible massive force surged through the shield, sending him flying through the air, bleeding from his mouth, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. One blow. In just one blow, a sea-level elite team member was taken out. Dian Wei's blood-red gaze then turned towards the other 2 raging battles. He let out a bloodthirsty roar, stepping heavily as he prepared to strike at the other 2 struggling team members. At that critical moment, the ground beneath Dian Wei cracked violently. Suddenly, without any warning, it burst open. A gigantic skeleton, glowing with a strange blue light, suddenly emerged from the ground. This skeleton had no lower body, only a massive skull and rows of fierce ribs. The moment it appeared, it violently spread its rib cage like a cage, and with an irresistible posture, it fiercely closed in. Dian Wei was caught off guard, trapped tightly by this blue skeleton's cage, starting from his lower body. No matter how he struggled, no matter how he swung his dual axes, he could not break free from that seemingly fragile yet incredibly resilient blue bone prison. More accurately, what was locked in was not Dian Wei's illusion, but his core, the body of the spirit channeling ability user. At the same time, in 2 other battle zones, the same thing happened. 2 identical blue skeletons emerged from the ground, one using its ribs to tightly lock up the Wing Chun master who was still entangled with team members. The other shot up from the ground like a Venus flytrap, its massive jaws opening wide, snatching the seductive woman who was flying in midair, also using ribs to confine her, rendering her unable to move. A series of clear command voices echoed through the public communication channel, ringing in every team member's ears. Rescue team. There are injured team members over there. Hurry. Control team. The target is not a weird entity. Just a controlled civilian ability user. Do not kill. Bind them all up. Firepower team. Based on the information just relayed by the assault team, begin indiscriminate fire clearance of the surrounding area. Eliminate all potential low-level weird entities. At the entrance to the hall, a large group of follow-up forces from the investigation bureau surged in like a tide. Although so much was happening in the banquet hall, looking terrifying, in reality, from the assault team's breakthrough to the controlled masses erupting, and then to Wang Lin's large forces arriving, the whole process took very little time, not even 5 minutes. After the communication team received the urgent intel from the assault team about the B-level weird entity and crowd control, Commander Wang Lin, without a moment's hesitation, decisively commanded all standby teams to launch an assault to support the main compound. This also avoided a tragic situation of casualties within the assault team. With the sudden appearance of the 3 ghostly blue skeleton cages, firmly trapping the 3 most troublesome ability users, the chaotic battle in the banquet hall finally calmed down at that moment. Team members who were originally entangled with the Wing Chun master looked at the fighter trapped by the bone cage, still madly throwing punches but only hitting the energy bones, spitting out bloodied saliva while clutching their broken ribs. The team member, harassed by the demon burning chicken, was in utter disarray, his face flushed red, leaning against the wall and gasping for fresh air. All members of the assault team, except for the one who was already gravely injured and unconscious, collectively breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. They were saved. The main force had finally arrived. A thin figure passed through the rapidly moving and dutiful team members, walking to the center of the banquet hall. It was the overall commander of this operation, Wang Lin. The strange bride, bound by the spiritual power ropes, was still struggling, causing her twin sisters to be excessively drained, their faces pale under the masks, with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Wang Lin said nothing. He slowly raised both hands and gently clapped them together in front of his chest. Pa! With that crisp clap, an ancient bronze ring on his right index finger, adorned with a carved skull design, suddenly radiated a dark and profound glow of spiritual energy. Yet another gigantic blue skeleton, larger than the previous 3, emerged. The breath became more solid, suddenly bursting out from the ground beneath the strange bride. It opened its ribcage, like a prison cage, capturing not only the strange bride but also the spiritual ropes binding her, imprisoning them both. Feeling the strong and stable power of confinement from the captain's summoned object, the two struggling twin sisters finally withdrew their spiritual energy. The moment the spiritual ropes vanished, both sisters swayed slightly from fatigue, but their gazes unanimously turned to the terrifying, monstrous skeleton. The two quickly exchanged silent communication with their eyes. So cool, is this the captain's summoned object? The advanced form of skeleton, bone golem. If only we were summoners, powerful and flashy, without having to fight ourselves, just sipping tea while solving everything. Yeah, right. Wang Lin turned around, his face serious as he asked Jian about the specific combat situation. At the same time, several members in white research suits from the probing and analysis teams began to sample and analyze the scene with various precision instruments. Their focus, naturally, was on the spiritual food radiating strange spiritual energy fluctuations and the guests who had lost self-awareness. Soon, preliminary analysis results emerged. The cold, mixed spiritual energy emanating from the unconscious masses on the ground was identical to the aura of the strange bride trapped in the skeletal cage, sharing the same root. Combining this with the bizarre wedding banquet scene, a clear inference formed in everyone's minds: this strange bride, through some unknown means, transformed ordinary food into spiritual traps capable of eroding and assimilating humans. The tainted energy attached to the food lured these trapped guests to eat it, with the ultimate goal of completely transforming them into subservient beings that she could control at will. Chapter 28, Ghost Fire. At that moment, a B-grade probing team member adjusted his glasses, stepped forward, and reported definitively, "Wang team, it's confirmed. I found extremely fine lines of tainted energy on all the controlled individuals, almost impossible to detect by conventional means. The source of these lines, without exception, all points to this strange bride. Based on my experience, this is a master-slave type of mental link. As long as we completely eliminate the master strange bride, there's a high probability that these controlled individuals as terminals will regain their rationality." This discovery was crucial. Although the existence of strange creatures cannot be explained by many modern scientific theories, they operate within their own strict scientific logic. In the world of the strange, there exists a strict hierarchy and subordination, as well as mutually beneficial symbiotic relationships. In some large strange realms, there may even be complete producer-consumer-decomposer chains, functioning well, creating an airy ecological system. One could say, understanding the tiny clues reveals the larger picture. By analyzing a strange feature, one can often deduce the core rules of the entire strange realm and the weaknesses of related strange species. This highlights the importance of intelligence. It is like having a detailed strategy guide when playing a level of a game, enabling you to efficiently deal with various potential enemies and subsequent actions. Got it. Wang Lin nodded, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since they had found the source, there was no reason to leave this calamity alive. With a thought, he moved. The huge blue skeleton that confined the bizarre bride suddenly let out a series of teeth-gritting crack sounds. Countless dense and incredibly sharp blue bone spurs burst out from the inner side of its hard rib cage. Each of these bone spurs, sharp as spears, mercilessly stabbed toward the bizarre bride in the center of the cage from all directions. This terrifying sight made one think of medieval Europe and its most brutal, notorious torture device, the Iron Maiden. Thud. 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 The dull thuds of the bone spurs piercing flesh continued one after another. The elegant body of the bizarre bride was compressed and twisted into an extremely deformed shape under the immense impact and piercing force from all sides. However, what shocked the twin sisters was that those sharp bone spurs, capable of piercing tank armor, actually, could not completely penetrate her body. The tips of the bone spurs merely penetrated part of her body, as if they encountered some extremely tough material, getting stuck and unable to go further. What a sturdy physique! Such strong physical defense. Jian watched this scene, his pupils slightly contracted. He knew well how terrifying Captain Wang Lin's bone cage could be. A regular B-level anomaly would have turned into a sieve under this move. Wang Lin's expression also grew serious. He did not pause, instead, he forcefully pressed his palms together in front of his chest once again. A fist-sized, ghostly green fire, emitting a chilling aura, suddenly appeared in his palm. He flicked his finger, and that ghostly fire, as if it had life, curved through the air, landing precisely on the bizarre bride who was being pierced and was struggling madly. As soon as the green ghost fire touched the bride's wedding dress, it erupted with a loud roar, burning fiercely like it had met the best fuel. Strangely, this flame had no warmth at all. Instead, it emitted an extremely cold aura that could freeze a person's soul. It seemed that it was not consuming matter, but rather the target's filthy spiritual power and life source. Pierced by the bone spurs and then set ablaze by this ghostly fire, the bizarre bride finally let out a series of silent yet soul-chilling screams that caused all present to tremble. Under the dual attack of physics and soul, her seemingly indestructible body began to show signs of collapse. The areas pierced by the bone spurs started to burn and carbonize, turning into black ashes that fluttered down. This process lasted for more than half a minute. Finally, with the last silent and unwilling scream, that B-level peak bazaar bride, along with her magnificent wedding dress, completely turned into a handful of black ashes, dissipating into the air. And what the crowd could not see was that a hidden thread on her body also snapped. With her death, the cold spiritual energy that had previously controlled the crowd receded like a tide, returning to normal. The twin demolition team members who had been observing at the back exchanged glances again. This time, along with respect, there was also a hint of fear in their eyes. Wow! Team Wang is playing so brutally, drilling holes and dripping wax, it looks so painful, I'm so scared. But, it feels a bit powerful. Hey Jian, you women, speaking such vulgar words, what kind of manner is this? Wang Lin recalled the skeletal summons. Now beads of sweat were seeping from his forehead, and his face wore an unmistakable look of fatigue. He turned to Jian and the other team members, speaking in a deep voice. This bizarre physical defense is completely on par with an A-level physique ability specialist focused on defense. In the heart of the entire eerie realm, there stood a tree, a black locust tree, gigantic beyond everyone's imagination. It looked as if it had long transcended the category of a plant, more like a massive skeleton brutally pinned to the ground by an invisible giant's hand, dark and twisted, exuding an ancient silence of death. Its existence blurred the boundaries between illusion and reality, the enormous trunk continuously twisting and flickering in the gray air, sometimes solid as iron, sometimes ethereal as mist, like a mirage projection. The massive locust tree's branches intertwined and contorted in all kinds of contradictory postures, stabbing at the eternally gray sky. Countless dry twigs clawed at the silent air like gaunt hands struggling from the depths of hell, desperately scratching and tearing. At the ends of these dry branches, numerous fine, translucent threads hung down, emitting a faint dim light, extending infinitely toward the distant void, as if this vast skeleton extended outwards, spreading and linking the entire eerie realm's nervous network. In the center of the trunk, as thick as a mountain ridge, a terrifying tree hole gaped, bottomless and dark. The edges of the tree hole were covered in rotten, damp blackwood shavings, constantly seeping and dripping with a viscous, tar-like black liquid, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. And within that profound darkness, deep enough to swallow all light, suddenly, an eye opened. Only black was visible, without whites or pupils. Following that, a second eye, a third one. In the blink of an eye, the entire interior of the tree hole was densely populated with layers upon layers of thousands of black pupils. They resembled bizarre clusters of grapes growing on rotting flesh, or grotesque tumors formed by countless desperate eyes, silently and indifferently gazing at this twisted world. The substantial negative emotions contained in those countless gazes, resentment, jealousy, madness, pain, despair, hatred, just a single sweep of their glance was enough to shatter the spirit of even the most determined mortal, reducing them to a drooling, babbling wreck. An obscure and incomprehensible whisper rose from the depths of the tree hole. It did not belong to any known human language, but rather sounded like the wailing and curses of countless wronged souls intertwined into an evil resonance. This voice did not travel through the air, but directly acted on the souls of living beings, transforming into a deep and continuous tremor, enough to drive one mad. As this whisper echoed, the great locust tree began to slowly shake its countless dry branches. This obscure message, filled with commands and will, was precisely conveyed through those invisible threads connecting thousands of branches to the distant, eerily similar large courtyards. At the same time, the massive black roots lurking beneath the shadows and soil began to stir like awakening giants, slowly writhing. The view returned. Luli felt as if his lungs were completely damaged old bellows, each breath pulling at a sharp, burning pain. He carried the seemingly quiet and slender girl on his shoulder, who in fact weighed heavily, and had been running with all his might in this eerie place for an unknown duration. Sweat had completely soaked through his clothes, mixing with the cold and sweet-smelling mist around him, sticky and chilly, making him feel like he had just been pulled out of ice water. In his mind, there remained only one simple yet powerful thought: run. Run with all he had. As far away as possible from those two monsters that were beyond his comprehension, battling like mythical creatures. In this strange realm, there were no sun, moon, or stars, only an eternally grim grayness that suffocated the breath. Occasionally, in the thick mist that seemed unbreakable, some unique and twisted creatures of this world flickered by. Some looked like fragmented shadows with too many legs, while others resembled rotting human faces, hovering in the air and constantly dripping decaying liquid. These creatures seemed interested in Luli, the living person carrying prey, but they also appeared to fear something, always daring only to linger in the distance, not truly approaching. Just when Luli felt that his strength was about to be completely exhausted, and his legs were heavy as if filled with lead, a familiar huge outline gradually became clear ahead in the rolling mist. At the same time, a noisy and chaotic sound faintly came from that direction. Luli's heart tightened, instinctively slowing his pace, lowering his center of gravity, cautiously moving step by step towards that outline. When he finally reached the front and saw clearly what it was, a cold chill instantly shot up from his tailbone, straight to the top of his head. It was another large courtyard. A courtyard that, whether in its eerie style, specifications, or the two pale human-faced lanterns hanging at the entrance, looked exactly the same as the one he had just barely escaped from. A ghost wall? Or could it be, this damned eerie realm was composed of countless terrifying large courtyards duplicated and stitched together? Luli felt dry and parched, he struggled to swallow, his throat painfully dry, an indescribable sense of fatigue and despair spreading over him, almost making his knees buckle. Just as he froze in place, his mind blanked due to shock and fear, a harsh shout suddenly exploded from very close behind him. "Hands up!" The voice was almost right against his back. Luli's body stiffened, almost reflexively raising an empty hand high, blurting out, "Don't shoot. We're on the same side. Good citizen." However, after the person behind saw Luli's profile and actions clearly, the tone underwent a dramatic change, filled with extreme surprise and the joy of meeting an old acquaintance. "Brother Lu? Damn. It really is you, ha 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 ha. What are you doing here? What's going on?" This familiar call shocked Luli, who was in a highly tense state. He stiffly turned around to look back. He saw a fully equipped team member wearing the latest black tactical gear of the Investigation Bureau, holding a Spirit Energy assault rifle glowing with a faint blue light, standing steadily behind him. When that person saw Luli fully turn around and confirmed it, he immediately removed the full face mask. Under the helmet was a youthful face that still carried a hint of the innocence from school. At this moment, his face was filled with unbelievable surprise and excitement. It was none other than his roommate from the Investigation Bureau's rookie training camp, Zhao Qi. When Luli had just crossed over. With the soul of a seasoned person in his 30s, possessing a calm and mature aura that far exceeds those of his peers, he occasionally treated Zhao Qi lavishly, inviting him out for better food, drinks, and skewers. Soon, this simple young man, just out of school, respected him immensely, calling him Brother Lu with a warm and familiar tone. "Damn. It's you, kid. You scared the hell out of me." Seeing it was a familiar face, Luli's heart, which almost jumped out of his throat, finally thudded back into his belly. He walked up with a bit of annoyance and lightly thumped the cold, hard tactical armor with his empty hand. "Do you know that startling someone can give them a heart attack?" He carefully examined Zhao Qi from head to toe. The outfit was indeed worlds apart from the standard gear issued at the training camp. "Not bad, Xiao Zhao. It's only been a month since we last met, and you've really leveled up." Luli whistled, his tone laced with genuine teasing. "This equipment, wow, looks great. You really look the part now, huh?" A mix of pride and embarrassment appeared on Zhao Qi's face. He instinctively puffed out his chest, now bundled in high-tech armor, not feeling shy this time. "Hee hee, that's right. Brother Lu, I have no problem with you calling me Xiao Zhao at work. But now..." He exaggeratedly tapped his armored chest, producing a dull sound, "at this moment. In this situation. With this get-up. Please be sure to call me handsome guy." He even struck a pose that he thought was extremely cool, with a gun in hand and a playful squint. But soon, his gaze was firmly drawn to the woman slumped unconscious on Luli's shoulder, and the teasing smile faded a little, replaced with a questioning look. "All right, Brother Lu, what's the deal with this beauty on your shoulder?" Zhao Qi's eyes fell on the quietly unconscious girl. Mentioning serious matters, Luli's smile quickly vanished. Although meeting an old acquaintance brought a warm feeling to his heart, this was not the time for reminiscing. "She's my colleague, we were pulled into this black mist together. Her condition is very bad, it seems her mind has been struck hard, and she's been in a coma," he explained. "The most urgent thing now is to find a healer as soon as possible. Let's talk while we walk." Luli's tone grew serious. "Did your main force arrive? Why are you still here? Are you carrying out a cleanup mission solo?" "Brother Lu, this way." Zhao Qi gestured for Luli to follow while explaining, "I'm a C-grade scout type, how could I act solo?" The main force went into the house to deal with the strange situation, and the team leader assigned us to guard the perimeter and wait for backup. "Then have you guys encountered that strange bride?" Luli's mind instantly flashed to that towering figure in a scarlet wedding dress with vicious claws, and the terrifying battle that nearly flattened the entire courtyard, causing his face to pale again. "Yeah. Of course. That thing is seriously creepy." Zhao Qi answered without thinking, his tone laden with lingering fear. "Its physical strength is off the charts, only our team leader can inflict effective damage on it. Right now, our main force is clearing the second one." As he spoke halfway, he seemed to suddenly realize something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Lu Li. "Wait. Brother Lu, do you mean that you also encountered it? Damn. You saw that eerie bride and still managed to carry a girl, escaping from that hellish place. Brother Lu, you really are amazing. In my life, I've never admired many people. You really count as one." His tone was filled with profound shock and admiration. For an E-level personnel to escape from such a strange situation was truly a miracle among miracles. However, Luli's focus wasn't there. He keenly caught another keyword in Zhao Qi's words. "Wait, you just said you are clearing out the second one?" Luli's face also showed surprise. "Your second team has become this strong already? You solved one so quickly and started on the second?" Talking about his own team, Zhao Qi's young face immediately beamed with pride. He puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Of course. Don't forget who we are. We are the ace team of the Investigation Bureau, the second team. That strange bride might be tough to kill, as tough as an iron turtle, but our captain is hailed as the strongest weapon of the Yun City Investigation Bureau. A mere B-grade weirdness can't even stand against our captain, that's easy for him. B-grade? Luli frowned tightly. The weirdness we encountered is definitely not B-grade, but a genuine A-grade. Is there a difference between individuals? Now it was Zhao Qi's turn to feel confused. He scratched his head and tentatively guessed, could it be that you misjudged it, sixth brother? After all, whether A-grade or B-grade, that level of strength is far beyond our understanding for us D-level and E-level people. Without precise instruments to measure, it's easy to make a mistake. No. It's definitely A-grade. Luli firmly denied. He recalled the suffocating terror and added even more explosive information. Moreover, at that time in our courtyard, besides the A-grade strange bride, there was another A-grade ability user. Probably a cultist. The two of them were causing chaos inside, and we barely found the chance to escape. What? There's another A-grade cultist? What in the world is going on? This shocking news hit Zhao Qi like a bucket of cold water, instantly washing away the ease and pride from his face, replacing it with heavy shock and seriousness. It's complicated. I can't explain it all in just a few words. Luli shook his head, knowing it wasn't the right time to elaborate. Seeing Luli's extremely serious expression, Zhao Qi immediately realized the gravity of the situation exceeded his imagination. He put away all his playful smiles, nodded firmly, and said in a low voice, I understand, sixth brother, this situation is crucial, I must report to our captain at once. As he spoke, he cautiously led Luli to a relatively concealed and safe corner at the side of the courtyard. We're here, sixth brother. Zhao Qi lowered his voice and called out to the seemingly empty corner, rescue team. Is anyone there? We have an emergency patient. Immediate treatment needed. As his words fell, the air in that corner suddenly rippled like water disturbed by thrown stones. Several figures, who had been like transparent shadows, perfectly blending with the environment, quickly shifted from being intangible to tangible, revealing their forms. They wore advanced tactical outfits that were white and bore clear medical symbols. They were elite medical team members responsible for battlefield emergency rescue in the second team. Lay her flat here. One of the rescue workers, who appeared to be the leader, spoke steadily, gesturing to Luli. Luli didn't dare delay for a moment and carefully laid the unconscious Wen Jing on the medical mat quickly unfolded by the team members. The rescue team members immediately began to operate skillfully, taking out various precision instruments from their medical bags that glimmered with faint lights. Start a comprehensive mental wave investigation and urgent stabilization treatment for the quiet girl. At the moment when Luli's tense nerves relaxed slightly because his companion received professional treatment, he suddenly caught sight of something extremely strange at the edge of his vision. A line. An extremely thin, almost completely transparent, bizarre thread that seemed like an illusion of light was dropping straight down from the very high point of that eternally dim sky. It passed through layers of thick fog, ignoring all obstacles, extending downward until it finally vanished into the depths of the creepy courtyard where they currently were. That line was almost non-existent, its presence so weak that it was almost imperceptible. If Luli's mind weren't in a highly concentrated state at this moment, and his gaze hadn't happened to stop at that subtle angle, he wouldn't have even been able to perceive its existence. A strange intuition, hard to describe, surged through his spine like a subtle electric current. He instinctively furrowed his brow and turned to Zhao Qi beside him, raising a hand to point at the sky. Xiao Zhao, look in the sky. That line, has it been there since you came here? Line? What line? No. Zhao Qi responded immediately, squinting as he followed Luli's direction, trying hard to see into the dim sky. Zhao Qi strained to look for a long time and murmured uncertainly, it seems, there is? I don't know, just now I was busy fighting and standing guard, who had time to keep looking up at the sky. What's wrong, Lu Guo? Is there something off? Luli did not answer right away. Because at that very moment, an intense sense of deadly crisis, strong enough to cause all his body hair to stand on end, pierced sharply into his mind like an ice pick. Almost at the same time. From the deepest part of the courtyard, the core battle area where fierce energy collisions were constantly heard, the previously raging and chaotic, but still clearly perceivable, spiritual power fluctuations suddenly froze for an instant without warning. It was as if the conductor of a band had abruptly halted their hand in midair, and all sounds were completely withdrawn at that moment. Immediately. That B-level filthy spiritual power belonging to the eerie bride, which had been firmly suppressed by the unmatched strength of the second squad's captain, began to surge explosively in an irrational, near-explosive manner after that brief, almost suffocating pause. Chapter 31 Obsidian. B-level peak. A-level initial stage. A-level middle stage. A-level high stage. The terrifying spiritual power pressure swept across the entire courtyard like a nuclear explosion shockwave in an instant. Outside the courtyard, all the Investigation Bureau personnel on standby or executing peripheral tasks were scared pale, their hearts pounding with fear at this suddenly rising A-level horror aura. What's happening? That thing that was clearly only B-level actually broke through during the battle and leaped to become a terrifying existence at A-level mid-stage? Before everyone could recover from this sudden drastic change. Boom! A deafening, terrifying explosion sound suddenly erupted from deep within the courtyard. Following that, a figure shot out like it had been hit head-on by a high-speed train, flying back with alarming speed, crashing through a thick brick wall on the side. That figure carved a deep trench dozens of meters long into the hard ground, dragging smoke and debris, finally coming to a barely stop amidst the wreckage. Zhao Qi and Lu Li instinctively looked over, their pupils suddenly contracting. That person, they both recognized. It was the captain of the second squad, Cui Tai. The recognized strongest output of the Yun City Investigation Bureau, a genuine A-level energy ability user. In order to maximize his terrifying energy control ability, the Investigation Bureau spared no expense to tailor a set of exclusive amplification equipment for him, which could be called a strategic-level weapon. Lu Li once had the chance to dispatch materials to the equipment department and accidentally saw that set of armor being serviced. Rather than calling it equipment, it would be better to say it was a highly integrated, wearable battle mech capable of changing the outcome of a war. The mech presented a matte, deep black color filled with a sense of futuristic sci-fi. The compound chest armor was thick enough to withstand front-facing hits from a main battle tank's shells. The fierce arm armor combined streamlined beauty with explosive power. The leg armor was robust and powerful, resembling heavy machinery. Engravings of complex spiritual runes glowed with a ghostly blue light, constantly flickering at various joints and energy nodes across the mech. It was simply the ultimate embodiment of modern cutting-edge mechanical engineering and mysterious rune energy technology perfectly combined. A terrifying war machine that integrated extreme defense, destructive attack, and efficient energy amplification. This mech, named Obsidian, had every part and every line meticulously crafted with the crystallized wisdom of human technology and the pinnacle achievements of spiritual energy research. However, such a perfect powerful creation now presented itself in a tragically pitiful state before everyone. The indestructible heavy chest armor had completely shattered, caving in to form a horrifying arc that exposed the internal structure, where precise circuits crackled ominously, and broken energy tubes occasionally spat out sparks. The spiritual runes all over the mech were flickering wildly, alternating between light and darkness, clearly in an extremely unstable overload state. Most chilling of all, large amounts of blood were continually overflowing from the mouthpiece armor gap of the fully enclosed helmet, staining the shattered and caved-in chest armor a dark red. This person was the absolute core and spiritual support of the second team. The man hailed by Zhao Qi as the strongest weapon in Yun City, Cui Tai. Time rewound to a few minutes earlier. In the banquet hall, as the last controlled guest was safely carried out by the rescue team, the chaotic battlefield was finally completely cleared. The tall and sturdy obsidian mech stood like a mountain in the center of the hall, with the strange bride temporarily bound before it. At this moment, Cui Tai could finally put aside all concerns and unleash his full strength to completely erase this culprit. The reason he hadn't killed immediately was that this B-class anomaly possessed terrifying physical defense equivalent to an A-class physical ability user. This meant that Cui Tai's regular attacks would be ineffective, and he had to use destructive full-powered output to completely eliminate it. And such attacks had a vast area of effect, so they could not be easily used before civilians had evacuated. Now, the time had come. Inside the mech, Cui Tai completely released the suppression on his internal spiritual energy, pouring massive A-class spiritual energy into Obsidian's power core without reservation. Buzz! A dull roar like a turbo engine starting echoed from within the mech. The grooves of the runes, which had previously only glimmered slightly, suddenly exploded into a blinding brilliance, like surging plasma. Powerful spiritual energy surged crazily towards his arms, and the two structures at the ends of the arm armor, resembling cannon mouths, began compressing and concentrating high-density energy, about to fire a destruction beam capable of flattening the entire courtyard. However, just as the attack was about to be completed, a thin, translucent thread appeared out of nowhere in midair. One end of the thread connected to the strange bride's head, while the other end extended straight up, penetrating the banquet hall roof without regard for physical barriers, as if connecting to a distant and unknowable sky. Even more shocking, at some unknown time, the bizarre bride had actually removed her thick red veil by herself. Under the veil, although her eyes were covered by a red ribbon, her breathtaking beauty could still be seen from the other parts of her face. But at this moment, her cherry-like small mouth suddenly opened at a terrifying angle that completely defied physiological structure. Her entire jaw was almost completely dislocated, tearing apart all the way to her ears. From that suddenly gaping, bottomless mouth, countless threads of flesh, as thick as blood vessels, shot out explosively. And at the other end of these threads, shockingly, they were connected to the unconscious guests who had just been carried out. In just a split second, the unconscious guests shriveled up rapidly like popped balloons, at a visible speed. All flesh, bones, and organs, everything was frantically sucked dry and consumed by those countless red threads. In the end, only hollow, soft human skins, stripped of all support, fell lightly to the ground, thin as discarded waste paper. Not good. Chui Tai instantly sensed this deadly change and unprecedented crisis. He didn't have time to think, immediately issuing a hoarse roar to all team members through the tactical channel. Everyone! Retreat immediately! Hurry! At the same time, without hesitation, he unleashed the fully charged annihilation beam in his hand toward the bizarre bride, who was undergoing a horrifying transformation. Chapter 32, Combined Attack. However, it was all too late. Just as the two annihilation beams capable of melting through steel were about to hit their target, the bizarre bride, who had absorbed the life essence of over 100 people, had her filthy spiritual power, which was originally stagnant at the peak of level B, suddenly break through a critical point, beginning to explosively increase. Her figure also swelled, crazily growing taller and expanding. 2 meters, 2.5 meters, and finally stopping at a massive size of 3 meters, filled with a sense of oppression. Faced with the two deadly energy blasts, the transformed bizarre bride remained silent, only swinging her claws, which had become even thicker and glowed ominously with bloodlight. Boom! The energy blast collided fiercely with her claws. The terrifying energy, capable of vaporizing steel in an instant, was actually blocked barehanded by her. Aside from leaving scorched marks on the surface of her claws, Chui Tai's hurried strike that combined level of spiritual energy and mecha amplification failed to inflict any substantial damage on her. Immediately afterward, her massive body suddenly struggled. Crack! The binding spiritual power that shackled her was directly shattered by her wildly unreasonable terrifying strength, turning into countless floating blue light dots. In the moment of breaking free, she did not hesitate at all. The bizarre bride sharpened her claws into blades and launched a storm-like attack on him at a speed that even Chui Tai, enhanced by his mecha, could hardly capture. Two equally terrifying powers at level A unfolded the most primal and savage clash in this already shaky courtyard. The entire building was easily torn apart and shattered under the aftermath of their fight. However, the battle situation showed a one-sided trend. As an energy-based ability user, Chui Tai excelled in long-range fire suppression and pinpoint elimination. Though the Obsidian Mecha granted him powerful close combat ability and defense, facing a same-level opponent who specialized in speed and close combat, his heavy mecha still felt too clumsy and slow. In the face of the other's ghostly extreme speed, he couldn't effectively create distance to launch ranged attacks. It was like a mobile fortress equipped with heavy artillery. Forced face-to-face by an assassin wielding a sharp blade, he could only passively and awkwardly block, exhausted from coping with the deadly claws attacking from all directions. Clang! Bang! Boom! The ear-splitting sounds of metal clashing and explosions echoed throughout the courtyard. The claws sliced through armor, sending dazzling sparks flying. The battle lasted less than a minute. Chui Tai, due to a moment of carelessness in dodging, was struck head-on in the chestplate by the mysterious bride's claws, which had gathered all her strength. Then, the horrifying scene reappeared. Chui Tai, along with his mech, was blasted out. Zhao Qi watched as the blindfolded, eerie bride slowly walked out from the dust of the courtyard, feeling the overwhelming filthy spiritual energy, trembling in fear, his voice quaking. "Sixth brother, is this the kind of monster you encountered?" Lu Li swallowed hard, his face pale, and nodded. "Pretty much, it's quite similar." At this moment, when despair filled the air, a calm and powerful voice tore through the silence. A-Class Amplifier, Deputy Captain Chen Feng of the second team, stepped forward in this critical moment. "All units, listen to my command. Steady your formation. The captain is only severely injured, not dead." He formed a hand seal, and a vast spiritual power surged out. An almost invisible golden halo centered around him instantly expanded like ripples, enveloping all the remaining members of the second team. In the moment they were covered by the golden halo, all team members felt their previously stagnated spiritual energy, paralyzed by fear, suddenly boil and surge. The weapons in their hands, whether energy rifles or rune blades, burst forth with light several times stronger than before. Spiritual power amplification. Damage amplification. Reaction speed amplification. Willpower amplification. This is the terrifying aspect of A-Class amplifiers. A single person can be the brain and boost of the entire team. "Control team. Lock it down for me," Chen Feng shouted angrily. 20 control team members responded in unison, unleashing their abilities as various spiritual lights erupted. Iron Prison shook its arms violently, special energy chains burst forth like giant pythons, winding and binding with a hum of runes, squeezing hard under the bride's gown, yet producing an unbearable friction sound, as if binding an entire piece of unbreakable divine iron. Mud Pit pressed down with both palms, a grey weighty field crashed down, the ground collapsed, and the air thickened like glue, attempting to pin that red figure down completely. Soul Drain opened a dark whirlpool, frantically extracting energy, yet it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, returning nothing but a heart-stirring emptiness. Spirit Spike and Mind Confusion mental impacts slammed against the ancient ice, failing to penetrate, but the rebound force made them grunt in pain, blood seeping from their noses. Under the multiple constraints, the eerie bride's figure finally staggered slightly, showing a moment of pause. Assault team. Weaken it. Create space for the firepower team. Chen Feng's orders kept coming. 12 figures surged with violent energy, launching desperate attacks from all directions. Armor Break expanded its body, the right fist gathered immense power, the fist's wind howled, smashing towards the bride's head. Bone Piercer transformed into a sharp golden light, directly piercing towards her back heart, pursuing ultimate penetration. Miasma breathed out colorful poisonous mist from its fingertips, exuding a sweet and acrid scent, brushing towards the pale face. Turbulence spun both palms to create a distorted force field, attempting to disrupt her balance. Thought Burn swung out a pale fire whip, striking directly at the spirit. The combined attack almost sealed off all escape routes. Firepower team. Saturated attack. Maximum output. Fire. Chen Feng let out his final roar. 30 firepower team members at the back simultaneously unleashed catastrophic destructive energy. Flame Surge 3 people joined forces, summoning 3 swirling dark red fireballs, like meteorites crashing down, scorching waves pressing in. Lightning Net Group chanted, a thunder dragon danced in the sky, weaving a vast net of electricity, pouring down electric lava. Corrosive Rain sprayed out a green acidic torrent, eroding the earth and consuming gold. Soul Shock emitted soundwave cannons that twisted space, shattering rocks and splitting stones. Flying Rock lifted the distant small hill, igniting it as a meteor, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Frozen Pulse spewed out chilling rays, freezing everything in its path. Heavy Barrier compressed the force field into an invisible giant cannon, delivering a smashing blow. Dozens of different destructive energies, capable of shattering mountains, merged into a chaotic torrent of death, taking advantage of that fleeting moment of stillness, completely engulfing the odd bride's figure. The core of the explosion instantly transformed into a hell of light and heat, with terrifying shockwaves rolling out like a tsunami. The control group groaned in misery, the iron prison iron chains breaking apart, the mud plow pool gravity field shattering, the sucking spiral erupting, shock needles and mind bender howling with their heads cradled, blood pouring from all 7 orifices. The chaotic energy gradually dissipated. The bride remained still in her place. One of her sharp claws casually lifted, blocking the heavy fist of cracked armor. The tip of the other claw gently tapped the golden light of the bone-piercing needle. A slight yet terrifying cracking sound resonated. Crack! The enormous fist of cracked armor, like a rock, disintegrated inch by inch along with the arm. The golden light of the bone-piercing needle dimmed, fracturing into dust from fingertips to arm. The toxic fog of plague brushed past her face, remaining pristine as before. The force field of turbulence quietly calmed. The fire whip of burning thought extinguished silently. And when the torrent of destruction, gathered from dozens of extraordinary powers, raged towards her, she neither blocked nor defended, just raised her claw and gently brushed against the oncoming wave. Like wiping away dust from a mirror. 3 young fire, thunder pool electric, corrosive acid falls, soul shaking roar, flying rock meteor, absolute zero, heavy strong cannon, all the wildly destructive energies, within 3 feet of her body, met an insurmountable barrier, forcibly calmed, dismantled, and returned to nothingness by an absolute force. Only the remnants of meteors and shock waves touched her, crashing into her pale skin and tattered wedding dress, without causing a single ripple, before shattering and vanishing. The bride, blindfolded with a belt, seemed to sweep her unseen gaze over the silent, hopeless crowd. Then, she moved. So fast, too fast for the eye to capture, too fast for the mind to react. A flash of bright red aftermath raced by, her claw that crushed the fist of cracked armor had pierced through a chest, and upon retracting, held a rock heart crushed into powder. With a casual wave of the claw that had shattered the bone-piercing needle, 5 delicate black lines flashed, freezing the figures of plague, turbulence, and burning thought, which then slid down the smooth cut and separated. The red shadow flickered again, already slicing into the firepower array. Her 10 claws turned into a sea of crimson death lines, not distant energy, but pure, rapid physical tearing. Wherever her claw shadow passed, protective spiritual power, energy barriers, specialty armor, all defenses were effortlessly pierced, torn apart, and shredded like thin paper. Members of Flame Spreading attempted to summon a fire shield, but before they could do so, the claw shadow had already swept across their necks, sending heads flying. Lightning Net members drew lightning for self-defense, but the crimson claws were even faster, piercing through the lightning light, creating a massive hollow. Corrosive Rain sprayed acidic liquid, its figure like a specter circling behind, claws slicing horizontally, severing at the waist. Soul-shaking roar hadn't even released its sound wave, and blood had already appeared at the throat. The controller of Flying Rock was shrouded by countless claw shadows, instantly turning into a mist of blood and shattered flesh. The freezing rays of Frozen Pulse futilely chased after the white shadow, only able to freeze the phantoms she left behind. Before the force field cannon of Heavy Barrier could condense, her claws had already ripped through its throat. Slaughter. Pure, efficient, cold physical slaughter. She was like a ghost weaving through the crowd. Every time she flickered, a claw would raise a storm of blood, ripping through limbs and severing lives. The control group tried to bind her again, but the chains only ensnared allies. The mental shock rebounded back. Speed is power, speed is despair. Those pale hands, with sharp claws, turned into a storm of death, stirring waves of flesh and blood in the crowd. Screams, tearing sounds, and the explosions of uncontrolled energy mingled together, rendering the earlier grand offensive utterly laughable and futile. With absolute speed and an indestructible body, she played out the most primal and terrifying dance of massacre. Chapter 33, Super Double. Chen Feng's face instantly turned as pale as a dead man, his complexion ashen. He was defeated. Thoroughly defeated. The Elite Ace team of the Yun City Investigation Bureau, the second squad, lost more than half of its members in just a few short minutes. A wave of regret that felt like it could tear his soul apart gripped him. As an enhancement ability user, his greatest role was to cooperate in team battles. He could turn a group of 100 into a force of 1,000. But when this army was utterly destroyed, he didn't even have a chance to counterattack. If he were to face that bizarre bride resembling a demon alone, the result would surely be instant annihilation. Just when Chen Feng felt hopeless and was ready to burn his life to buy his remaining teammates a final chance to escape. Boom! A figure fell from the sky like a shooting star, crashing heavily into the ground not far from him, creating a deep pit several meters in diameter with the immense impact. As the dust began to settle, a man dressed in the Qi Yang Extermination Company uniform stood up from the pit. It was that freak who should have been engaged in battle with another A-level bizarre bride on a different battlefield, Wang Hai. At this moment, he looked somewhat disheveled, although he had no visible wounds. The signature black uniform bore several tears, revealing the iron-like muscles underneath. He shook his head, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then scanned the hellish battlefield with a look filled with delight and mockery. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Isn't this the loyal dog of the Great and Just Investigation Bureau? How did you end up in such a horrible state? TSK TSK TSK, it was worth my special trip to see this good show. His malicious and gloating laughter echoed painfully in the ears of every survivor. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly fixed on the distance, landing on Lu Li, who was staring at him in shock. He grinned, revealing a smile that felt almost overly familiar, and greeted Lu Li from afar. Yo! And our groom too? What's going on? Why aren't you with your bride enjoying the bridal chamber? Running off here alone, leaving her to wait alone, how unkind of you. Another A-level ability user? And given that indifferent attitude towards human life, he was undoubtedly either a serial killer or a cultist. Chen Feng's already bleak face darkened further, nearly dripping with despair. Wang Hai's words, filled with pleasure and malice, froze the atmosphere of this battlefield already shrouded in death and despair to an icy point. Zhao Qi, somewhat clueless, instinctively elbowed Lu Li beside him, curiously asking in a hushed tone, "Sixth brother, when did you get married? Such a big deal and you didn't even tell your little brother? That's not very brotherly." Lu Li. At this moment, he just wanted to slap this peculiar-minded guy dead. Lu Li's mind raced. Wang Hai appeared here. Does that mean he has already dealt with that bizarre bride who married me? However, this thought was crushed in the next second. A wave of spiritual pressure, larger, filthier, and more terrifying than the previous bizarre bride he faced with the third squad, rushed toward the direction Wang Hai was falling, like a tsunami of destruction. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar exploded. The wall on the other side was shattered by a raging, massive figure. A huge figure appeared before everyone, more akin to a ferocious beast standing upright than a human. It was none other than Lu Li's bride, who had been battling Wang Hai frantically in the banquet hall. At this moment, she still wore the dripping red veil over her head. It is impossible to peek into its depths. But her figure has become even larger and more hideous compared to before. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, her swollen chest and bulging muscles resemble an ancient, awakened monster mother, full of explosive power. The originally wide and luxurious wedding dress is now stretched tight on her monstrous body. Compared to this bizarre new bride who has just been promoted to A-level, this later appearing, veiled bride, whether in size or the dense, nauseating aura that surrounds her, is far stronger and more dangerous. Even her continuously rising terrifying aura has already reached the peak of A-level, showing signs of breaking through to the S-level, which could be defined as a natural disaster. The situation before us has long exceeded the limits of describing chaos. This is practically a pot of steaming, foul-smelling slop made from despair, madness, and death. 2 A-levels, no, one of them even has 1 foot in the quasi-S-level threshold, this bizarre new bride. Another A-level, but unclear in loyalty and clearly not sane, a psychopathic cultist killer. Plus our heavily injured captain, on the brink of death, and what's left of our so-called elite squad. Is this really a D-level bizarre realm? If anyone can crawl out alive from this hell today, the first thing they would do when they get back is grab a knife and rush into the intelligence office, tying up those bastards who only sit in their offices drinking tea and reading reports, daring to assess this bizarre realm as D-level, and offering them as sacrifices. As all surviving team members are engulfed by extreme anger and despair, the newly arrived veiled bride completely ignores them, viewing them as nothing but ants. Her gaze hidden under the red veil seems to have locked onto Wang Hai, who had just crawled out of a pit. After smashing through the wall, she does not pause for a moment. Her massive body, like a fired cannonball, creates a terrifying sonic boom as she charges directly at Wang Hai with deadly intent. At that moment, the leisurely expression on Wang Hai's face, as though he were a cat playing with a mouse, finally disappears entirely. Chapter 34, Struggle. Damn it! She's a beast without reason. Like a mad dog I can't shake off. Wang Hai curses, facing this violent onslaught, no longer daring to be arrogant in the slightest. He and the nearby invisible creature, which seemed like a guardian spirit, both unleashed their four fists filled with terrifying power at the same time. Each punch carries destructive energy capable of flattening mountains, like four wildly swinging siege hammers, barely blocking the veiled bride's ruthless and unreasoning assault. What a shameless beast! Are you really going to bite me and never let go? Damn beast! Wang Hai howls in frustration while struggling to deflect blows that could split mountains and shatter stones. He now feels like a reckless child who has unintentionally poked a hornet's nest, completely entangled by the strongest and most crazed hornet queen. However, he clearly overlooks, or perhaps never considers, the other A-level bizarre bride. That bride, who had just been bombarded by the second team, and is only bound by a red-eye band, after a brief pause, begins to move again. The logic of strange creatures often tends to be simple and pure. Her instinct at this moment is to kill and devour every living creature in this courtyard in order of the intensity of their spiritual power, from highest to lowest. Originally, after Cui Tai was heavily injured, the target with the strongest spiritual fluctuation on the field was the A-level amplification type, Deputy Captain Chen Feng. She should be the next hunting target. But the sudden intrusion of this uninvited guest, Wang Hai, along with the reckless release of his A-level spiritual energy filled with brutality and madness, instantly changed her hunting priorities. At this moment, in her perception, Wang Hai was the most delicious and dazzling target on this battlefield. A bone-chilling sense of danger, like a venomous snake lying in wait, suddenly charged at Wang Hai from behind. This sudden and deadly killing intent made every hair on his body stand on end. Wang Hai had no time to think. He could only endure the heavy punch of the red veil bride while forcing his two invisible arms to block in a hurried turn. Bang! Put! Wang Hai's body crumpled like a tin can caught between two speeding trucks from the front and back. Under this terrifying power, his whole being shook violently. A hot stream of blood could no longer be held back, gushing from his mouth. The balance he had barely maintained was shattered at this moment. His situation took a dire turn, becoming perilous. What an opportunity! Luli, who had been nervously observing the battle from the corner, suddenly brightened his eyes. He decisively patted Zhao Qi's shoulder, who was stunned beside him, signaling with his eyes now that the three A-level monsters were fiercely battling each other. It was the perfect chance to save people and retreat. Though the fierce charge of the second squad had suffered heavy losses, not everyone had died on the spot. Many team members were merely heavily injured, with broken limbs. As long as they could be brought back in time, the medical team could at least save their lives. Almost at the same time, the public communication channel of the team echoed with Deputy Captain Chen Feng's decisive command, trembling slightly but still composed, "All personnel. Bring all injured who can still breathe. Retreat immediately. This is an order." Chen Feng himself immediately sprang into action. He fixed his gaze on the terrifying clash of the three A-level monsters in the distance while carrying two injured comrades and hoisting another unconscious one over his shoulder, quickly moving towards the edge of the courtyard. Watching the situation develop in the worst possible direction, the once invincible Wang Hai had completely turned into a human punching bag. The red-veiled bride's attacks were fierce and powerful. Every punch contained destructive force, making his bones feel like they would break, his blood surging. The attack of the other bride was even more insidious. Her claws would strike from the most unimaginable angles, leaving terrifying wounds visible to the bone on his body. As Wang Hai coughed up blood, he watched helplessly as the lapdogs of the investigation bureau orderly evacuated with the injured. His mindset was collapsing. Damn it! I'm here taking hits for you, desperately holding off these two mad dogs, and you scoundrels think you can just walk away? Dream on! A sinister and cold smile, full of malice and madness, slowly spread across Wang Hai's bloodied lips like a snake flicking its tongue. He no longer held back. The remaining A-level spiritual energy within him burst forth like a lit powder keg at this moment without reservation. A wildly chaotic wave of energy erupted around him. Boom! He forcibly pushed back the two eerie brides, who were relentlessly attacking him, even if only for a brief moment. And this fleeting precious gap gained at the cost of his internal injury was enough. In the next instant, his figure blurred and vanished like a ghost in place. When he reappeared, it was as if he had teleported behind a rescue team member who was desperately dragging an injured comrade away. The poor rescuer was at that moment focusing all his attention on the severely injured comrade in his arms, whose legs had been cut off at the thighs and who was continuously convulsing from excessive blood loss. He was utterly unaware that a death god, 100 times more terrifying than the Bazaar, had silently descended behind him. Wang Hai wore a morbid smile as if admiring a piece of art, and he didn't even need to lift a finger. Because there was no need at all. Those two eerie brides, drawn irresistibly by his unleashed spiritual energy, pounced toward him, the core of hatred, like hungry sharks smelling blood. The rescuer only felt a flash before a massive, oppressive crimson figure filled his entire vision out of nowhere. In the next moment, his entire world began to spin wildly. He saw his own legs still standing in place, saw his torso, now headless and armless, wildly gushing blood, saw the face of the comrade in his arms twisted in a horrific expression of extreme fear. That was my body. How did it shatter? This was the last fragmented thought before his consciousness extinguished. Then, endless darkness completely swallowed him whole. Chapter 35 Last Moment. The rescuer's body was instantly sliced into several segments by the incredibly sharp claws of the Bazaar brides. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, a scene too cruel to bear. This bloody and brutal sight was all seen by the investigation team members who were desperately retreating. An uncontrollable, volcanic-like rage erupted, instantly consuming everyone's sanity. Beast! You inhuman beast! A young team member, eyes bloodshot, could no longer control his boiling murderous intent, raised his spiritual energy rifle, and was ready to fire madly at Wang Hai. However, Wang Hai's figure vanished again like a ghost, leaving behind a series of insane and piercing laughter that slammed against everyone's eardrums. Ha ha! Yes! That's it. This is fun. What I love to see is your expressions, the ones that want to tear me apart yet feel powerless and can only seethe with rage. Ha 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 ha. His figure became a malignant shadow dancing on the battlefield, continuously moving at high speed. He resembled a highly skilled yet malicious baiter, each flash guiding the two frenzied Bazaar brides directly towards the unarmed retreating team members, who were shielding the injured. Then, he used them as tools for murder. He joyfully watched as the vibrant lives before him were mercilessly torn apart, turning into a rain of blood. For a moment, the entire retreat operation fell into complete paralysis. Moving forward would lead to instant tearing by the Bazaar brides. Retreating would make the delighted madman use them as new meat shields, and the outcome would be just as tragic. All investigation team members found themselves in a deadlock, nearly facing inevitable death. At the critical moment of despair for everyone, a violent cough broke the silence. Chui Tai, hastily treated by the rescue team, suddenly opened his eyes wide and regained consciousness. In less than a second, he cleared the battlefield situation and immediately understood this hellish predicament. When he saw Wang Hai, engaging in the wicked act of playing with mice, continuously leading his teammates to death, an inferno of rage erupted in his eyes, enough to melt steel. He endured the searing pain in his chest as if it were completely torn apart, gathering all his strength, and shouted hoarsely yet resolutely to the nearly hopeless Chen Feng, "Old Chen. It's the last moment." Hearing these words, Chen Feng's bloodshot eyes trembled sharply, and he stood frozen like he had been struck by lightning. He of course knew what the final moment meant. That was the ultimate emergency plan secretly devised by him and Chui Tai at the beginning of the 2nd Brigade's formation, specifically to deal with such completely unbeatable enemies. But the cost of that plan was unimaginably heavy. His lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. He turned his head, meeting the unwavering gaze of his old partner, filled with immense trust and final entrustment. In those eyes, he saw no hesitation or fear, only the determination of facing death unflinchingly. Chen Feng's face, twisted by pain and despair, gradually grew ferocious and fierce. To hell with the cost. To hell with the future. If today, he could not save these brothers who fought life and death with him, what the hell was the future for? Good. A resolute word was harshly squeezed out from between his teeth. He no longer had any hesitation. Suddenly, he handed the wounded in his hands to a team member beside him and, with astonishing speed, started to perform a complex and ancient set of hand seals. He began to chant an obscure, incomprehensible passage, not belonging to any known human language, filled with a sense of the sacred and the solemn. The content of the chant was the ultimate praise for machinery, order, and absolute precision. As the chant was recited, it seemed that, in the darkness, there was a great existence beyond words, transcending time and space, filled with absolute reason and cold logic, casting its gaze down from the infinite heights. That gaze easily pierced through the barriers of the strange realm, landing precisely on the heavily injured Chui Tai and his tattered obsidian mech. Buzz. The obsidian mech, which had been constantly flickering with malfunctioning sparks and severely damaged, suddenly seemed to be infused with supreme divine power at that moment, surging with a terrifying psychic energy even more powerful than during its peak, almost frenzied. The mech itself seemed to be endowed with true life at this moment. Crack. Crack crack. Every piece of armor and every component on it made a tooth-grinding metallic scraping and clashing sound as they frantically recalibrated, combined, and transformed in a whole new, more efficient, more deadly way. Compared to its previous heavy and technological appearance, the obsidian mech now, after receiving this blessing of the gods, took on an incredibly fierce and wild form. Countless black barbs, sharp like bone spurs, suddenly extended from its joints. The thrusters on its back, which were originally just auxiliary, violently transformed and unfolded, becoming a pair of massive metal wings filled with the aesthetics of violence. A technician responsible for monitoring the battlefield's psychic waves looked at the tactical sight's momentary red value, which shattered the highest threshold, his voice sharp and cracking with extreme shock. Captain, his psychic value has exploded. The monitor burned out. Another team member stared intensely at the black mech undergoing a shocking transformation in the distance, his voice trembling as he exclaimed. This pressure. Could it be that after Captain received Deputy Chen's enhancement, he directly broke through that legendary S level? And Zhao Qi, the young man who had been in continuous shock since the battle began, was now even more excited, his face flushed as he waved his fist fiercely, as if to roar out all the repression and despair inside him. I knew it. The captain absolutely cannot fall just like that. He is the strongest weapon of our Yin city. Everyone present, whether it was the investigators or Luli witnessing all of this, was completely shaken beyond measure by this amazing twist of fate, akin to the heroic arrival of a mythical epic. Chapter 36, Mad Beast. As Wang Hai was about to play the same trick, once again performing the act of luring monsters, he sensed the terrifying spiritual pressure that suddenly surged up, almost ripping apart space, and the mischievous smile on his face finally faded slightly. He seemed to know some insider information, gazing at the black mech that was violently reorganizing and transforming with a look mixed with amusement and strong anticipation, instinctively licking his lips. Oh? Have you been forced to use this taboo technique? You truly are a cornered dog. Ah, interesting. Really interesting. Come. Let me see with my own eyes, after sacrificing your humanity and future, what height you can actually reach. Before his words fell, the eerie bride with her eyes bound also keenly sensed the rapid change in the highest source of spiritual power on the field. Her simple and pure logic of killing switched instantly, immediately abandoning Wang Hai, who was a delicious but extraordinarily slippery target, and instead locking onto the newly emerged strongest source of spiritual power, the transforming black obsidian mech that emitted a bottomless gravitational pull like a black hole. Without hesitation, she threw Wang Hai aside, her massive body charging forward like an ancient giant beast, carrying a nauseating stench, rushing toward the black demon that had just completed its final form transformation. Its momentum was enough to bring down mountains. However, in the face of this overwhelming and terrifying charge, Cui Tai, who had completely turned into that obsidian demon, merely slowly unfolded the massive metallic wings behind him that resembled the wings of a demon. In the next second, his figure vanished in place. No sonic boom, no afterimage, it was as if he had completely merged into space itself, just abruptly disappearing. When he reappeared, he collided heavily with the charging eerie bride. At this moment, everyone was horrified to discover that the black obsidian mech, after being enhanced and modified, had actually expanded to an extremely terrifying extent without anyone noticing. At this moment, its size was already comparable to that of the nearly 3-meter-tall eerie bride. This was no longer a human fighting a monster. This was a monster grappling with another, more hideous and terrifying monster in a desperate struggle to return to its primal nature. Poochie! The eerie bride's indestructible claws ripped viciously through the spiky armor of the mech's fierce shoulder, slicing open a terrifying wound deep enough to see bone, hissing ominously. A thick black liquid, like engine oil, splattered out. But the obsidian demon did not dodge or retreat. It endured this ferocious blow in exchange for a chance for a lethal counterattack. This time, her powerful body seemed as weak as butter before this black demon. And that mechanical arm, which had also become incredibly thick and covered in fierce armor, transformed into a burning longsword. With a determination of mutual destruction, it thrust fiercely into the seemingly defenseless abdomen of the eerie bride. The next second, a terrifying energy, so immense that it twisted the entire space and could not be described in words, reacted and gathered madly at the tip of the mechanical arm embedded within the eerie bride's body, then boom. Boom! A pure white beam of light, dazzling enough to blind everyone instantly, shot up from the eerie bride's body. That immense destructive energy formed a mushroom cloud-like explosive wave, completely obliterating the powerful A-class eerie bride, causing her to vanish into a cloud of black spiritual dust scattering everywhere from the most microscopic level in an instant. The entire eerie realm seemed to have been pressed on mute at this moment. Luli looked at the eerie remains falling like black snowflakes, subconsciously murmuring, "Is this really that outrageous?" After a brief silence, the entire communications channel of Team 2 suddenly erupted with cheers like a crashing tsunami. Old Chui is here. The blue sky has come. The captain is amazing. We won. We won. Ha ha ha. The Cui Tai in front of him, or rather, that black obsidian demon, displayed a combat power that completely surpassed human understanding. He was so powerful he didn't even seem human. Looking at that black figure standing majestically on the battlefield like a descending deity, all the surviving team members fell into a near-frenzied worship and admiration. However, there was one exception: Chen Feng, who initiated the divine blessing prayer. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, his breath weak to the extreme, and there was not a trace of victory's joy in his eyes, only endless worry and deep pain. He urged the cheering team members in a hoarse voice on the public channel, "Don't daze. Quickly. Take all the wounded. Evacuate at the fastest speed. Hurry." And in the depths of his unknown, pain-filled heart, a final prayer was taking place: old Shui, please maintain that last trace of awareness, please don't be completely assimilated by that power. In the center of the battlefield, the black obsidian mech, which had just completed a shocking attack, slowly lifted its head. Its originally smooth, fully enclosed faceplate was now cracked at the mouth, revealing a monstrous giant mouth filled with tooth-like structures, like a beast. Roar! A roar, completely unlike that of a human, filled with a metallic quality and wild beastly nature, surged from that monstrous mouth, shaking the entire space. Within that roar, there was endless rage, overwhelming killing intent, and a trace of pain belonging to humanity, being crazily devoured. On its shoulder, the terrifying wound, a deep gash visible to the bone torn by the strange bride, was now visibly writhing and healing at a crazy speed. Countless tiny black metal units intertwined and connected rapidly, like living tendrils. In just a few seconds, the monstrous wound had completely restored itself, as if it had never existed. At this moment, Cui Tai was no longer just a driver. He had completely merged with this mech that had received the god's blessing. His body, his soul, had all transformed into the heart of this black demon charging forward. His only job left was one: to continuously pump his immense spiritual energy, flesh and blood, and all emotions and rationality belonging to humanity into every corner of this killing machine, as fuel, endlessly and without rest. Until the fuel runs out. Or the heart stops beating completely. Chapter 37, Rampage. Come next is. A cold, deeply metallic growl squeezed out from the black obsidian mech's beast-like giant mouth, word by word. This voice was unlike a human, more like a roar of some evil beast, full of primitive killing desire and a thirst for destruction. Its gaze, or rather, the targeting system dominated by pure killing instinct, crossed the battlefield strewn with debris, severed limbs, and accurately locked onto the two figures entangled in fierce combat in the distance. One was awkwardly fleeing with strange movements, while the other was crazily pursuing with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Wang Hai and that strange bride, always covered in a crimson veil. In the next second, this mech, like a demon crawling from the abyss, slowly lowered its massive body. Its forelimbs, heavy like iron pillars, crashed down to the ground, creating deep indentations, taking a terrifying stance as if preparing to pounce like an ancient ferocious beast. Behind, the originally grand huge metallic wings that resembled those of a demon. With a deafening sound, as if metal skeletons were being forcibly twisted, it swiftly condensed and deformed, its internal structure rapidly reorganizing, ultimately transforming into a pair of incredibly fierce and grotesque giant propulsion organs. Energy, as fierce and wild as plasma flames, crazily gathered and compressed at the end of the sinister propulsors, emitting a heart-shaking humming sound, its brightness illuminating the surrounding dark mist like a supernova about to erupt. Immediately after. Boom! It vanished from its original spot. Not due to speed creating a visual residue, but a near space jump-like instant displacement. The Earth shook violently as if an 8.0 earthquake had erupted, terrifying shockwaves spreading outward in a circular fashion, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. A terrifying sound explosion, delayed by several seconds, thundered down upon this ravaged land like divine punishment. The ground where it originally stood was ruthlessly compressed downward by the suddenly unleashed terrifying thrust, forming a huge crater over 10 meters in diameter, with spiderweb-like deep cracks lining its edges, as if struck directly by a meteor from the heavens. Wang Hai's heart was already filled with unprecedented fear. He never expected that the bride with a bound eye, whom he thought was slightly weaker than himself, would be instantly annihilated in such a devastating manner. What he couldn't accept even more was that the A-level ability user Cui Tai, whom he had assessed as a bit tricky, after undergoing a ritual known as divine descent, would be amplified to such an insane level of horror. He had indeed witnessed similar taboo abilities or contracts that exchanged important aspects of oneself for a brief surge in power. But the amplification effects from those abilities compared to the absolute power displayed by the obsidian mech that seemed to have stepped out of Legends were like comparing a child to a titan. It wasn't even in the same league. This was a fundamental leap. For the first time, disbelief and horror could no longer be hidden on his face, which was always adorned with a wildly mocking smile. No. Impossible. This is unreasonable. Even divine descent shouldn't be this strong. This has completely exceeded the A-level. This is power that humanity should not possess. His thoughts roared as reason teetered on the brink of collapse due to the reality before him. As that mech, embodying black death and lightning, charged straight toward him, carrying the destructive momentum to crush everything, every cell in his body emitted a primal scream of despair. There was no time. There was absolutely no time to make any effective evasive or defensive moves. In the face of such absolute speed and power, all skill seemed pale and powerless, utterly ridiculous. In the moment before the shadow of death enveloped him like substance, a fierce and resolute determination surged in Wang Hai's madly wide eyes. He could not die here, nor would he die here. Violent catalyst. He screamed with a heart-wrenching roar. As this cry, containing some kind of rules power, erupted forth, a humanoid being, entirely made of rough, dull, bizarre metal and filled with wildly boiling chaotic energy, appeared out of thin air, standing before him. This was the formless being that had fought alongside him countless times, his most trusted shield. Just as this sacrificial humanoid being solidified, the mech, embodying the Black Reaper and wrapped in endless will of destruction, crashed violently into it. Boom! The deafening sound of impact was overwhelming. No suspense at all. That humanoid creature, capable of withstanding the direct fire of heavy artillery, was as fragile as an egg hit head-on by a speeding high-speed train in the face of the Black Obsidian mecha's ultimate strike of destruction. It didn't even emit a final cry or energy fluctuation. Its massive ethereal structure was torn apart from the center, split into two. Its shattered fate mirrored that of the previously blinded bride, perhaps even more utterly. Following this, the arm of the mecha, which had just completed its devastating impact, once again unleashed an alarming destructive energy without reservation. Blinding white light devoured everything, thoroughly annihilating, disintegrating, and vaporizing the remains of the humanoid creature, along with the surrounding space, dust, and even light itself. As if nothing had ever existed there. Although Wang Hai managed to deflect the lethal impact at the last moment through a sacrificial block from his guardian spirit, the Red Veil bride chasing after him would never let go of this opportunity to heavily injure or even kill him. Put! The dull sound of a blade piercing flesh was clearly audible. At that moment, Wang Hai's stand-in was instantly destroyed, sending him into shock, his internal energy cycle briefly disrupted by the backlash. A claw shining with ominous crimson light suddenly shot from the shadow behind him, piercing through his entire chest. Boiling blood sprayed out instantly. However, this madman, Wang Hai, did not collapse immediately from this fatal injury. Instead, he forcefully twisted his body using a near self-destructive control over himself, turning into a stone flung from a massive catapult, rushing towards the edge of the battlefield. Ha ha ha. This is my real escape route. You fools. Just here, continue your dog-eat-dog show. Ha 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 ha. As he drew a piercing line of blood in the air, he laughed proudly and madly, his figure quickly disappearing into the distant, dark, oppressive horizon, leaving only his insane laughter echoing in the air. The Red Veil bride, still wanting to continue the hunt for this heavily injured prey, was about to move when an even more violent figure blocked her way. It turned out that the Black Obsidian mecha, having completely lost its last shred of human rationality and emotion after instantly killing Wang Hai's stand-in, had automatically locked onto its next target, the only being in the area still emitting strong spiritual fluctuations and a sense of threat, that strange bride with the red veil. At this moment, it had utterly erased Chui Tai's last bit of human reasoning, memory, and sense of right and wrong. In its perception system, driven solely by algorithms and the desire to kill, there were no distinctions of enemy or friend, no task differences, no judgments of right or wrong. Only the purest command remained: annihilate. Rip apart. Destroy. Erase completely all surviving, moving organisms within its field of vision. An ultimate showdown, pure, savage, and bloody, destined to be a fight to the death between two top-tier monsters far beyond ordinary A-class, is about to explode on this battlefield of ruins. Its might was enough to tear the sky and shake the earth. Chapter 38, Retreat. Lu Li's previous life ended in a sudden death. It was an extremely suffocating and utterly undignified way to die. There was no care from friends or family around the sickbed, no grand sacrifice scene, not even a decent last word left behind. He simply stopped functioning quietly one ordinary overtime night, like a CPU burned out from overheating. Because of this, when he got the chance to live again in a world filled with the strange and the extraordinary, his only core requirement for his new life was comfort. He feared reliving the same mistakes, terrified that the fire of life would suddenly extinguish again without him realizing it. So, he established strict rules for his routine. At 8 in the morning, no more, no less, he would get out of bed on time. He would religiously have breakfast at the little shop downstairs that only sold soy milk, oil sticks, buns, and rice rolls. At precisely 9 o'clock, he would enter the investigation bureau building, clock in, and start a day of dull yet stable, and good at daydreaming clerical work. At 12 o'clock, he would appear on time at the unit's buffet, said to have hired talented chefs for a high price, to enjoy lunch, followed by an hour of unyielding afternoon nap until 3 in the afternoon when work would resume. At 5 o'clock sharp, he would leave work, never staying in the office for even a minute longer. In the evening, he would invite a new friend, a dining partner, to explore restaurants with good ratings in the city. If there was still time, he would return to his apartment and play the retro pixel-style RPG game he had been obsessed with recently. But no matter what, he had to finish washing up before 10 at night, lie down on his soft bed, close his eyes, and fall into a dream. He would never let any hint of fatigue carry over to the next day. The reason for describing his nearly elderly and rigid routine in such detail is that for Luli, this routine meant safety, stability, and the beauty he could control. Life should be this plain yet beautiful. He yearned to extend this beauty for a long time. So, even at this moment, as his lungs were screaming in excruciating pain from the intense running and lack of oxygen, he absolutely didn't want to stop. Boom! Another terrifying invisible shockwave of energy, like a destructive tsunami, swept in from the now hellish center of the battlefield behind him. Those two monsters that completely surpassed human comprehension, their battlefield was expanding at an astonishing speed. With each earth-shattering collision, with each world-destroying explosion of energy, large areas of land and remaining structures were being flattened. Some retreating team members, either due to exhaustion or just bad luck, were instantly caught in the violent aftermath. Their bodies were as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, instantly becoming bloody and mangled, only able to be dragged or carried on by companions who still had some strength left to continue the seemingly endless desperate escape. And Zhao Qi was just such an unlucky guy. You damn it! Just a pure fool. In that situation just now, you were still waving your flag and cheering for your team leader. Now look what happened. No legs left? Happy now? Luli was half supporting, half dragging this big man who now had only one leg, still over 200 pounds with his gear, while desperately sprinting forward and gasping for breath between the curses, sweat soaking his back. Zhao Qi's severed leg had been hastily bandaged and stopped bleeding, but the massive blood loss left his face, usually filled with a simple smile, pale as paper. He awkwardly scratched his head, weakly trying to explain, "Sorry, Sixgu. I've troubled you again. I was just too excited at that time. Couldn't hold back." Excited for what? Your excitement doesn't give your captain a buff. Do you think you're a boosted type like Deputy Chen? Luli scolded angrily, spitting words that nearly hit Zhao Qi's face. But scolding aside, he tightened his grip, stabilizing Zhao Qi's heavy body more securely on his not-so-strong shoulder. As the abilities of people gradually became common in this era, one of the biggest blessings was the tremendous leap in medical technology. Especially for those powerful healing-type ability users, as long as a person isn't completely dead, even severe injuries like severed limbs that would have caused lifelong disabilities in the old days can be treated with a few precise and efficient sessions, allowing the severed limbs to regrow and the person to return to normal. Thus, despite the bickering, neither of them truly felt despair over Zhao Qi's broken leg. As long as they could live through this, there was hope. So they continued to support each other, exchanging curses, but not daring to stop their steps for a moment, desperately moving toward what they thought was safety. Fortunately, in this eerie realm shrouded in strange red lanterns and ghostly wedding characters, those powerful eerie creatures mostly lingered in the deep mansions radiating a strong sinister aura. Along the way, apart from the terrifying explosions and energy roars continuously coming from behind, they did not encounter any low-level bizarre creatures like paper figures or mice. Otherwise, in their current dragging-along family state, almost everyone injured, and both their spiritual and physical strength at the brink of exhaustion, encountering even a few more eerie beings could spell disaster for them. Z. A series of crackling noises, characteristic of old radios, suddenly came from the communicator on the side of Zhao Qi's helmet. Immediately after, a female voice, though somewhat distorted due to signal issues, rang out clearly and calmly, piercing through all the noise on the communication channel of all surviving members of the second team. This is the first team. Respond if you hear this. This is the first team. Respond if you hear this. Could it really be that the radio signal from the first team has been restored? At the same time, on the other end of the eerie realm, the first team had just finished an incredibly difficult and brutally fierce battle. The area they were responsible for clearing had also seen a horrific mutation, with an eerie bride's powers rising to A-level high tier. After a grueling fight, this battle nearly drained all the team members' spiritual energy reserves. Although many were severely injured, they were fortunate that no crazy disruptions like Wang Hai's madness occurred, nor did a catastrophic event happen after Cui Tai's divine descent. In the end, they successfully eliminated the mutated eerie bride with minimal danger. Once we get out of here, I'm definitely going to tie up every single one of those dumb pigs in the intelligence office and make them light lanterns. A young girl with a neat bob haircut, while weaving the last bit of her energy into a tough rune chain to tightly bind the eerie bride's remains, which had been blasted to bits yet still twitched slightly, cursed through gritted teeth. She was Wu Fu, a control-type team member of the first team's assault group. Exactly. Those pigs who can only talk theory on datasheets. They almost got us all killed here. Standing next to her was a girl who looked almost identical to her, just with a slightly different hairstyle, gasping as she echoed her words. She was Wu Shen, Wu Fu's twin sister. In order to restrain this eerie bride, who had dramatically increased in both power and speed, the control team members nearly exhausted all their psychic energy, even burning some of their life force, to finally create that fleeting opportunity for a decisive strike for their assault team teammates. In fact, the Investigation Bureau has always followed a set of extremely strict, even overly cautious, troop deployment plans when responding to strange realm arrival events. They usually dispatch response teams based on a standard one level higher than the estrangement level assessed by the intelligence department. In other words, if the reconnaissance result shows a D-level strange realm, then the dispatch team is strong enough to easily tackle a C-level strange realm. If it's a C-level strange realm, they dispatch a team capable of handling a B-level strange realm. However, this time, since this D-level Black Fog strange realm's arrival site is in a densely populated residential area, its coverage is vast, involving many more ordinary citizens than previous records. In order to conduct the fastest and most effective emergency rescue, the upper management can be said to have spent a fortune. The three large teams dispatched this time possess overall combat power that even if facing a real B-level, or even the early stages of an A-level strange realm, they fully have the strength to fight. However, who would have thought that this D-level strange realm actually hid such terrifying mutations? We have contacted Captain Wang. We have contacted the second team. The first team's communicator, after dozens of unrelenting attempts and frequency adjustments, finally saw that faint yet stable green light spot representing friendly signals on her holographic tactical interface. She could hardly contain her excitement, calling out to the tall figure nearby who was commanding teammates to clean the battlefield and rushing to aid the wounded. Captain of the first team, Wang Lin, a thin, middle-aged man whose face looked particularly haggard from excessive fatigue and whose temples had already turned gray, immediately walked over with big strides upon hearing her words. He took the communication device from the communicator's hand and spoke in a deep voice, calm yet with a barely perceptible urgency. "This is Captain Wang Lin of the first team. Second team, report your situation immediately." On the other end of the communicator came an extremely noisy background sound, mixed with painful moans, heavy gasps, and the roaring of rampant energy. Then Chen Feng's voice, filled with utmost fatigue and hoarseness, sounded. He reported everything they had encountered as clearly and quickly as possible with the simplest words: the sudden appearance and interference of the cultist Wang Hai, Chui Tai's serious injury and near-death experience, and that terrifying new bride whose power was close to S-level. When he heard the keywords cultist, Chui Tai seriously injured and near-death, especially quasi-S-level anomaly, Wang Lin's typically calm and somewhat indifferent face was instantly covered with shock. What? Encountered cultists and quasi-S-level anomalies? Are you sure it's quasi-S-level? He could hardly believe his ears, his fingers gripping the communicator slightly whitening from the force. On the other end, Chen Feng's voice carried an unmistakable sorrow. "Yes, absolutely true right now, old Chui, he's fighting that quasi-S-level monster to cover our retreat. We are on the way to evacuate. The losses are extremely severe." Wang Lin's mood instantly sank to the cold depths of the sea. As an A-level ability user with rich battle experience, he knew better than anyone the desperate power gap between a quasi-S-level presence and an A-level. Chui Tai, that old buddy who always liked to argue with him in meetings and bragged at the wine table that he was the best in Yun City, with a straightforward and upright character, this time. "I'm afraid it's true, we won't be coming back." A wave of immense grief and helplessness surged in his heart. He tiredly closed his eyes, his voice trembling with tightly suppressed emotion. Old Chui, he was a good captain, a true hero. He took a deep breath, forcing down the rising emotions, turned his head, and asked the communicator beside him, according to the position of the signal they sent, "How far are we from them?" The communicator immediately performed rapid calculations and coordinates verification on the tactical tablet. "Report, Captain Wang. The straight-line distance is about 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Let's go. We will go to rescue the brothers of the second squad right now." He then picked up the communicator again and clearly relayed a series of plans for the rescue, preset routes, and meeting points to Chen Feng on the other end, speaking quickly but clearly. After ending the communication, he turned around to face the first squad members behind him, who, despite being exhausted and battered, still had determined eyes. He let out a thunderous roar, his voice like a clarion call at dawn, dispersing the pervasive despair. "Everyone! Get ready immediately. Bring the injured and all the weapons and ammunition we can carry. Target the direction of the second squad's signal source. Full speed. March. Move out." At this moment, 2 whole hours had passed since that ominous black fog descended upon the city. And some uninvited guests had just arrived in this hellish twisted realm. Chapter 39, Live Broadcast. The boundary between the twisted realm and the real world was shrouded in a dense, inescapable black mist. A narrow gap seemed to be forcefully torn open by an unseen power, flickering unsteadily. Then, 4 men and women dressed in matching uniforms with the Cloud Spirit Exorcism company logo on their chests entered sequentially from this gap, stepping onto this dim, silent land. From the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from them, this was a medium-sized civilian exorcism team composed of 1 B-level ability user and 3 C-level ability users. Among the team, a girl who looked the youngest, still showing traces of student-like innocence, displayed clear signs of anxiety and unease as soon as her feet stepped into the twisted realm, feeling the eerie, cold, sticky atmosphere hitting her. She nervously tugged at the corner of the clothing of the leading B-level ability user walking in front of her, whispering, Brother Zhang. Is it really okay for us to come in like this? Don't we need to report to the investigation bureau in Cloud City first? The leader, referred to as Brother Zhang, was a slightly disheveled, plump young man. Hearing this, he waved his hand dismissively, speaking in the tone typical of a seasoned man. Oh, come on, little sister, you don't understand. If we really followed the rules, going to the investigation bureau to fill out forms, apply, line up, and wait for approvals, by the time we finish the tedious process, the opportunity would be gone. At that point, forget a D-level twisted realm, even a C-level one would have the investigation bureau closing and reopening twice. He turned to the bewildered intern girl and gave what he thought was a friendly but slightly greasy smile. Just think about it, by the time we've rushed over from the neighboring city, spent half the day, and not even had a sip of soup, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Just listen to Brother Zhang, okay? We're doing getting on the bus first, buying the ticket later. Once we finish, we'll just submit an emergency action request when we go back. Anyway, we haven't violated any major regulations, at most, we'll just get a verbal warning, which is not a big deal. The intern girl listened to this twisted reasoning. Although she felt something was off, she couldn't quite point it out. He could only nod awkwardly and remain silent. Another young man, wearing a pair of sleek, high-tech tactical goggles, quickly scanned the surrounding environment and said, Brother Zhang, this situation seems a bit off. My friend over there said the Yun City Investigation Bureau has sent over 3 whole teams this time. We need to speed up, who knows when they might forcibly close this eerie realm, and at that time, we won't get anything at all. The chubby man known as Brother Zhang slightly retracted his relaxed expression, becoming a bit more serious upon hearing this. Oh? 3 teams? It seems the higher-ups are taking this incident quite seriously. All right. You really have your ear to the ground, kid. We do need to hurry. Xiao Tian, stop dawdling. Quickly, enhance our abilities. In the group, a girl who had been silent, wearing black-framed glasses and a neat ponytail, immediately nodded at his words. She extended her hands, her pale fingertips tracing mysterious and beautiful spiritual energy trajectories in the air. Soon, 4 glowing halos of spiritual energy enhancement precisely landed on the 4 individuals. Alright, strength, speed, perception, enhanced by 15%, duration 30 minutes. Her voice was calm and competent, matching her appearance. Let's go! Brother Zhang exclaimed, taking the lead by pulling out a streamlined piece of mobile equipment that resembled a skateboard from his backpack. The other 3 also unfurled their portable vehicles, channeling the enhanced spiritual power within, transforming into 4 streaks of colorful light, swiftly heading towards the massive mansion that was vaguely visible in the black mist ahead. After they left, a figure that had been completely invisible slowly revealed its outline within the slowly writhing black mist. From the appearance, it was a noticeably beautiful young woman, with a hot figure, dressed in tight combat gear. From the unreserved B-level spiritual power fluctuations emanating from her, her strength was also formidable. However, her next action seemed out of place in this environment filled with death and danger. She pulled out a uniquely shaped round camera that looked like a crystal ball from her pocket, then playfully made a peace sign in front of the lens. Hello? Great. Darlings. Thanks to those helpful citizens just now who cleared a safe path, your host, Achi, has successfully snuck into this freshly arrived D-level eerie realm. Her voice was vibrant, creating a stark contrast to the surrounding silence. As her words fell, a flurry of virtual text composed of bullet comments surged rapidly across the other side of the crystal ball camera. Wow! The intrusion was successful? The host is amazing. Just arrived, can someone explain? Where is Achi running off to this time? No way? Is the title serious? You really went into the eerie realm? Are you out of your mind? This must be fake, right? I read a lot, don't lie to me, how could there be a live stream inside the eerie realm? The signal must be blocked. To the one above, take a good look. The black mist behind the host, and those oddly shaped moving things, don't look fake at all. That's called a green screen. Do you understand what a green screen is? You can tell this is someone who hasn't seen the world. Watching the number of people in the live stream skyrocket visibly, the female host named Achi was delighted and beaming. It seemed her reckless risk-taking had paid off after hurrying over from Deep City upon receiving the news. As she adjusted the camera angle, she smiled and explained to the viewers in the live stream, "Hey, let me explain to our newcomers. This is a custom live streaming camera that I, Achi, have recently spent a lot of money on, specially crafted by a master. With my own superpower, I can live stream in the eerie realm in real time." Really? I am a huge fan of the eerie realm. Until now, I have never heard of any streamer being able to live stream in the eerie realm in real time. All those so-called spirit exploration streamers would enter, record videos, and then edit and play them after coming out. If you can really do a live stream in the eerie realm, you will absolutely be the #1 eerie realm live streamer of the future. Streamer, hurry. Let us see what the eeriness looks like here. As long as you dare to stream, I will dare to gift you a deep-sea giant koan. Streamer, look at the eerie stuff, I'll show you my treasure. As the audience in the live streaming room remained skeptical, the topic's popularity was wildly climbing, and Achi was overjoyed inside. She earnestly faced the camera, patted her ample chest, and smiled, absolutely true. I would never lie to you. Here is a D-level eerie realm that just descended in Cloud City about 2 hours ago. Friends who are interested can now go to the Fog Walking Network official forum to check if this is real. I checked. It's real. The D-level black mist in the residential area of Cloud City's western suburbs was confirmed 2 hours ago. It has been sealed off by the Investigation Bureau. Wow. The streamer is for real? Amazing. I'm following you. So, without further ado, Achi will take you to explore the eerie realm, and we are officially setting off. Go. She waved her fist at the camera, then took her long legs, wrapped in tight combat pants, and cautiously headed in the direction where the 4 employees from the spirit cleansing company had gone. Although she did this purely for views and money, this internet celebrity was not foolish. She knew very well that she was just a B-level auxiliary ability user and not a specialist in combat. Therefore, she only dared to choose this officially rated D-level, low-risk eerie realm to take advantage of the situation. Even so, her behavior of live streaming in the eerie realm was enough to attract far more viewers and traffic than her peers. What can she do? Her live streaming content is so unique, it crushes everything else. While others are still showcasing their flashy superpowers or dealing with low-level eerie beings, she has already started live streaming a complete, real, and ongoing eerie world. Wow! Streamer! Why are the trees and grass next to you moving by themselves? They're swaying. So disgusting. Oh my! What was that thing that just flashed under the streamer's feet? A long worm? Why does it have so many eyes? I, Liang Koan, am watching this livestream with my real name. Wait a minute, I have a question. Why does this eerie realm feel so big? Streamer, you have been walking for almost 10 minutes, right? I just checked the real-time data for the black mist on the Fog Walking Network, and the black mist's diameter is only about 700 meters. Seeing this comment, Achi immediately seized the opportunity to show her expertise. She cleared her throat and began to explain, I understand this. Let streamer Achi help the new viewers get some knowledge. It is well known that the size of an eerie realm is never determined by the area of the black mist formed in the real world. That black mist is essentially a gateway. Its role is only to transport everyone within its coverage to this eerie world. Sometimes, a black mist could be as small as a little house, but the eerie world it connects to could be as big as a city. All of this is completely unpredictable. Achi carefully navigated this land full of unknowns, yet never forgot to enthusiastically interact with the audience in the bullet comments. From her adept performance, it was clear that her ability to control the scene was quite impressive, indeed a natural talent for being a streamer. After walking a bit longer, the gigantic building that had been vaguely visible in the black mist gradually became clear before the audience. It was a typical Chinese deep courtyard mansion. However, under the oppressive and ominous grey filter of this strange world, the once quaint and elegant courtyard now appeared incredibly eerie and terrifying. What should have been hanging with festive red lanterns now only drifted with a few dried, leathery strips like wind-dried cowhide. The crimson large door, covered in copper nails, was now half ajar, revealing an unfathomable darkness inside like the mouth of a giant beast, silently enticing all who saw it to enter and explore. Bullet comments as protection. Bullet comments as protection. Streamer. Don't go inside. I'm scared. Wait. Look at the ground at the entrance, it seems someone has been here, there are footprints. Didn't the streamer just say someone came in behind them? No big deal. There was even a viewer who seemed to have some knowledge about ancient architecture posting a technical comment, the grand door, thick planks, crimson color, with fittings. This seems like the architectural style of the Ming dynasty? Determined to become the sister of eerie spirit exploration, Achi naturally would not stop her steps because of such a terrifying atmosphere. She first joked about those timid viewers, then took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and directly pushed open the heavy door to step inside. Inside was a long, dim corridor that seemed endless. The walls around were bare, with no lanterns and no windows. Achi took out a small orb that emitted a soft glow, like a night pearl, rubbed it to let it hover beside her to illuminate the path ahead. The surroundings were eerily silent. Except for Achi's slightly hurried breathing and heartbeat due to nervousness, no other sounds were heard. Feeling this suffocating silence, Achi couldn't help but swallow hard, quieting herself not to make any more noises. Even in her live streaming room, those viewers who had been wildly posting comments now seemed to empathize, all suddenly quieting down. The volume of bullet comments in the entire livestream instantly dropped by more than half. Only the number continuously rising, showing the number of viewers online, indicated how many people on the other side of the screen were holding their breath along with her, focusing intently on everything happening. Chapter 40, Spirit Exploration. Step. 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 In the eerily empty, dim corridor, a cheese deliberately softened but still clear footsteps echoed. Aside from that, there was no other sound. Time seemed to stretch infinitely and freeze in this dead silence, each second appearing extraordinarily long. As she cautiously delved deeper, some extremely discomforting sights began to abruptly appear on the ground. Those were puddles of a thick black semi-fluid that emitted a nauseating, fishy stench, like hardened oil. Around these filthy spots lay many completely crushed, indistinct chunks of flesh and blood mixed with a mystery fluid that turned one's stomach. After a brief silence, the bullet comments in the live stream exploded like a barrel of explosives being ignited. Wow. It's starting. It's starting. Is the main show finally starting? Wow. This is disgusting, right? Host, stay away from that thing, even through the screen, I can smell it. Wait a minute. Look at those cuts on the minced meat, they are very neat. Something weird here, has it been cleaned up by someone beforehand? Aki didn't pay much attention to the chaos in the bullet chat, only slightly frowned while controlling the softly glowing illumination sphere in her hand, making the path ahead even brighter. She walked forward another 10 meters, and a relatively intact biological corpse suddenly appeared in her field of vision. The shape of the corpse did not belong to any known creature on Earth. It was as if it had crawled directly out of some madly twisted, terrifying nightmare, with a grim mouth full of layers of sharp teeth, a body that was both thick and thin in an entirely asymmetrical, deformed form, and the disgusting fleshy tumors that seemed to still be slightly wriggling all over it. All of this was presented with incredible clarity through the high-definition 8K almost lag-free live broadcast, bringing out an instinctive fear and shudder from the deepest part of the soul for each viewer. Yuck! What the hell is this thing? It scared me to death. I can't take it. I can't take it. My sanity points are about to drop to 0. Mom! I want to go home. Damn! It's a shock at the opening. Host, can you give a high-energy warning? I'm eating for God's sake. However, Aki herself seemed to be largely unaffected. Her courage indeed surpassed that of ordinary people. After all, to become a top ghost exploration streamer, being bold is the most basic quality. She not only did not step back, but instead seemed quite interested as she approached, controlling the specially designed camera, giving that alien body a striking close-up shot. This action unsurprisingly drew cries of disgust and nausea from the live chat. Aki looked at the rapidly scrolling bullet messages, playfully clasped her hands together in front of the camera, and stuck out her tongue. That. I was just testing our live platform's limits, hope the big shots on the platform can be a little lenient and not ban my livestream over this little scene. Bao. You can soar freely. The supervisor has already been tied up and hung from the ceiling. Bao. You can soar freely. I've stuffed the supervisor's mouth with smelly socks. While the viewers were joking around about the platform's supervisor, an encrypted internal message from the platform was sent to Aki's personal account backend. The message was very brief but filled with sincerity. The platform had enabled the highest level privileged channel for her livestream, and unless there were extremely special uncontrollable circumstances, no restrictions or bans would occur. It also hinted that after the broadcast, a special person would discuss a new contract with her, and regarding entering the eerie realm, the company would initiate a supplementary application to the investigation bureau, allowing her to livestream with peace of mind. Seeing this message, Aki's eyes instantly lit up. She knew she had gambled correctly. This time she was really going to soar high. Suppressing her inner joy, she showed a sweeter, brighter smile to the camera and continued to walk briskly deeper into the corridor. Along the way, the strangely shaped and eerie-styled monster corpses increased in number. Their deaths were bizarre and varied. Some had been split in half by a sharp weapon, some had been penetrated through the body by immense force, leaving blood holes that were open at both ends, and others seemed to have been burned to charcoal by high-temperature energy, leaving only a vague outline. These wounds were a mixed bag. It is obviously not the work of the same person or the same kind of ability. As she walked, Achi analyzed and narrated to the camera, "Wow. Babies, look at the deaths of these monsters. From the wounds, it seems that the brothers and sisters of the Investigation Bureau have already cleaned this place up before us. Look at these clean and decisive battle traces. Truly worthy of being our most reliable people's guardians. Let's give them a big thumbs up." Soon, she reached the end of this long corridor. At the end was a grand but more dilapidated massive mansion. From the scene that was not completely destroyed, one could vaguely see some decorations filled with a festive atmosphere, like large red silk ribbons. The damage here seems particularly severe, several walls have collapsed. It seems that there must have been a very intense battle here before. But, how strange, why isn't there a single monster corpse here? Were they cleaned up? Achi muttered to the camera in confusion. The comments in the livestream were also full of speculation. Some doubted that powerful high-level ability users evaporated the monster corpses directly with energy during the fight, while others guessed that the investigation bureau might have uniformly recycled them for research. Chi did not linger in place too long. She bypassed collapsed walls and broken beams, walking into a huge hall in the center of the mansion that looked like it was used for holding banquets. Wow! Babies, look! There are so many tables here. Is this a place for a bizarre wedding banquet? She curiously leaned forward to see more clearly. However, when she saw the dishes placed on the tables, her expression instantly turned sour. They were not delicacies but pieces that had withered, turned black, and emitted a faint rotten smell, flesh and blood of an unknown creature. It looked extremely disgusting. Chi subconsciously pinched her nose, forcing herself to endure the nausea churning in her stomach, and dryly smiled at the camera, cough cough. It seems that the banquet in this bizarre realm is quite hardcore. The guests invited here shouldn't be ordinary people, right? What the hell are these dishes? That's way too heavy. I guess the guest being invited is likely to be Brother Nyo. Exactly. Brother Nyo wouldn't hesitate to directly enjoy raw pig kidneys. Coming here would be a breeze, no problem at all. Do bizarre beings have weddings too, huh? You really are something. Chi walked around the entire dilapidated mansion, and besides those disgusting dishes and battle traces, she did not find any living bizarre creatures. This made her Bizarre Realm Ghost Hunting livestream feel somewhat unworthy of its name, as if she were on an adventure in a well-made haunted house. For a moment, many viewers in the livestream began to express their disappointment. Seeing the rapidly rising momentum slowing down, Chi felt a bit anxious in her heart. Oh dear. Babies. Don't be anxious. Patience is key. Although the bizarre beings here have been cleaned up by the brothers and sisters of the Investigation Bureau in advance, as long as we can keep up with their pace, we will surely encounter living bizarre creatures. Who knows, we might be lucky enough to witness an epic battle between the Investigation Bureau and the bizarre beings from a safe distance. In order to calm the audience's emotions and to quickly find new program effects, she took out a new round instrument from another pocket. After gently rubbing it, a faint blue beam, like a scanner, was projected from the instrument, shining on the dusty and rubble-filled ground. Under the beam of light, some human footprints that were originally impossible to discern with the naked eye became clearly visible. Hee. This is my other treasure, the footprint tracker. As long as it's a trace left within an hour, it can't escape its watchful eye. Come on, let's see which direction the brothers and sisters of the Investigation Bureau have gone. As she spoke, she quickly moved along the footprints marked by the beam of light. Chapter 41, The Carpet. At the same time that the internet celebrity anchor named Chi set off again, following the footprints on the ground. On the other side, the 4 unofficial ability users from Yunlai Exorcism Company were plunged into great shock and indescribable fear. Before their eyes unfolded a terrifying scene, akin to a hellish nightmare on Earth. Countless human corpses lay sprawled on the ground, so numerous that it made their scalps tingle. Conservatively, there were at least 100. The clothing on these corpses was very thin, some wore pajamas, some donned loungewear, looking like ordinary residents who had just prepared to wash up and go to bed or were enjoying a leisurely night at home. However, beneath that thin layer of clothing, there were only shriveled, dried human skin, resembling jerky that had been wind-dried for hundreds of years. Their blood, flesh, bones, and organs, everything seemed to have been completely drained by some invisible, terrifying existence. Only the dried skins remained, distorted with extreme terror, covering the entire ground like a gruesome carpet of human skin. The young girl, who looked like an intern, felt her stomach churn violently upon seeing this hellish scene. She covered her mouth tightly, seemingly trying to suppress the nausea that was about to burst forth, but ultimately couldn't hold it in and staggered to a corner to vomit violently. The young man wearing tactical goggles also turned pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He looked at the horrifying sight of hundreds of human skins in front of him, his voice hoarse as he murmured, These should all be the residents of this neighborhood. Did the Investigation Bureau arrive too late? However, the chubby, seemingly unkempt Zhang Gu, who was at the front, unexpectedly displayed a calmness that was completely inconsistent with his greasy appearance. He calmly pointed in a direction. It shouldn't be, look over there. Following the direction he pointed, the young man in tactical goggles saw something even more hair-raising. Amidst those dry human skins, there were several bodies dressed in Investigation Bureau uniforms mixed in. Their deaths were even more tragic, some appearing to have been sliced neatly in half at the waist by an incredibly sharp massive blade. Some were symmetrically split in half from head to groin, but with one common feature, all the cuts were exceptionally smooth and even, like a mirror. Clearly, they had died on the spot the moment they were attacked, with no chance of rescue whatsoever. Something has happened. Zhang Ji's voice was low and hoarse. There must be an anomaly here that exceeds expectations. The young man in tactical goggles looked incredulous. Impossible. This place is clearly only rated as a D-level anomaly. How could there be something that can instantaneously kill official members of the Investigation Bureau? Don't trust those data too much. Zhang Ge shook his head, a serious look flashing in his eyes that was completely uncharacteristic of his appearance. Data is dead, but anomalies are alive. They can change. It will evolve, it will become smarter than we imagined, and even more dangerous. He turned his head and glanced at the intern girl who was still vomiting in the corner, her face pale. His tone became stern. Hey, Xiaowen, stop puking. Get a hold of yourself. Use your abilities to sense the spiritual energy around us. We need to find the investigation bureau's main team right now. Only by moving with them will we have any safety guarantee. This operation was already an illegal infiltration without any official reports or applications. If something happened here, no one would even know they existed, let alone come to their rescue. They had originally thought this was just an ordinary D-level strange world, a place to collect some valuable strange items before the investigation bureau closed, but they never expected to encounter this horrifying scene that far exceeded their expectations. Hearing Brother Zhang's severe reprimand, the intern girl, Xiaowen, knew that this was a life-or-death moment. She took the tissue silently handed to her by the ponytail girl, wiped her mouth roughly, then responded in a voice still weak and trembling, Okay, Brother Zhang, give me 3 minutes. Saying that, she gritted her teeth against the discomfort in her body, sat down cross-legged, and formed a complex and mysterious hand seal in front of her chest. A soft, pale blue spiritual energy began to flow slowly from her body, spreading out like ripples in the water, sensing the spiritual energy traces left by the investigation bureau's personnel in the surrounding space. After instructing the young man wearing tactical goggles to guard Xiaowen, who was casting the spell, Brother Zhang did not idle either. He carefully stepped around the bodies on the floor and approached the several corpses of investigation bureau operatives. He whispered to one of the corpses, Brother, no intention to disturb, just borrowing something, then squatted down and began searching through the body of one of the still relatively intact operatives. Soon, he took out a round, button-like instrument from the bloodstained chest pocket of the operative. It was the investigation bureau's standard equipment, a personal tactical recorder. He took out a tablet from his storage bag, connected the recorder to the tablet with a data cable. After quickly operating the tablet, a video file popped up. He clicked on the file, which began playing a shaky and noisy video. In the video, a team of investigation bureau members in various high-tech combat gear was quietly and swiftly advancing down a dimly lit alley. This was the scene of Team 3 entering the strange world. Brother Zhang frowned and dragged the progress bar. The video rapidly switched, showing scenes of investigation bureau members fighting bizarre creatures, as well as rescuing panic-stricken civilians from the banquet hall. Until the video showed this courtyard. When the video displayed the eerie bride, dressed in a red wedding gown that exuded an ominous aura, Brother Zhang's finger stopped. In the video, under the barrage of various abilities from the elite investigation bureau members, the eerie bride quickly showed signs of defeat, seemingly about to be killed on the spot. However, at that moment, the red veil that had been covering her head suddenly fell. In the next second, the video screen began to shake violently. All the rescued civilians let out chilling, inhuman screams in an instant. Their bodies rapidly shriveled and withered at a visible speed. A thick, terrifying black gas filled with filth and evil, so dense it distorted the entire space, erupted violently. The entire screen of the recorder trembled violently under the pressure of that terrifying force. Twisted. Everyone at the scene was clearly terrified and completely subdued by this sudden wave of horror. A. Grade A. How is this possible? A shocked voice from the recorder questioned in disbelief. Immediately after, chaos erupted completely. Deafening roars of anger. Heart-wrenching screams. And the jarring sounds of weapons clashing, energy exploding, flesh being torn apart, and other horrifying noises constantly came from the recorder. A bloody red figure, moving so fast that it was almost just a shadow, like a ghost, crazily flashed between the investigation bureau team members. Severed limbs. Broken arms. Blood. Like rain, they randomly flew through the video screen. In the next instant, the perspective of the recorder suddenly flipped, then heavily fell to the ground, facing a blood-soaked direction, remaining still thereafter. Only the increasingly distant sounds of slaughter and screaming slowly reminded those outside the screen that the one-sided bloodbath was still continuing. Brother Zhang's face was serious as he turned off the video. He raised his head, staring at the hellish scene filled with death and despair in front of him, murmuring in a tone almost like a fever dream, filled with bitterness. Now, this really is hitting the jackpot. Chapter 42, Informed. Brother Zhang, or rather, Zhang Wenyuan, was once a shining star within the Deep City Investigation Bureau. He possessed a powerful spiritual force rated at grade B peak, was calm in character, and though young, accumulated a wealth of combat experience. At the age of only 26, he was exceptionally promoted to the leader of an elite assault team. At that time, he was full of vigor, and his future seemed limitless. Everyone believed he would be a strong contender for the next generation leadership of the Bureau. However, fate dealt him a heavy blow at the peak of his glory. It was a seemingly routine B-grade anomaly cleanup task. All intelligence indicated that the target was just an ordinary abnormality with a stable spiritual force at mid-level B, without any special abilities. For his elite team, consisting of 1 Grade B peak and 4 Grade B high-level members, this should have been an easy task. But they were utterly mistaken. That anomaly indeed had mid-level B spiritual force, but the abilities it displayed far exceeded everyone's imagination. It was a complete one-sided massacre. Team members died one after another in the most tragic ways before his eyes. Some were melted alive into a stinking puddle of blood. Some expanded like balloons, only to burst with a bang, exploding into a spray of blood mist. Others were torn apart by countless pale arms reaching from the void, their severed limbs twitching faintly. The entire team, apart from him who had narrowly escaped due to his special ability, perished. That hellish scene became a nightmare he could never escape. Whenever he closed his eyes, those familiar faces filled with pain, despair, and unwillingness would repeatedly appear before him, waking him from his dreams. In the end, he broke down. He resigned from his position, gave up all he once took pride in, and left the investigation bureau. Now, he was just an old veteran leading newcomers at the cloud company to eliminate anomalies, shuttling daily through low-level anomalies marked as safe by the authorities, picking up some strange artifacts for a salary, living in a daze, just surviving till now. Brother Zhang. A hurried call dragged him from deep memories. Xiaowen, she is not in a good state. Zhang Wenyuan snapped back to reality, seeing in turn Xiaowen still sitting cross-legged, but her body was shaking violently. 2 streams of bright red blood tears flowed continuously from the corners of her eyes, and blood seeped from her nostrils. She looked like a blood-colored porcelain doll on the verge of shattering, as if she would completely collapse the next second. The ponytailed girl who had been beside her saw this. Immediately extending both hands, he pressed his palms against Xiaowen's temples, activating the mind amplification ability. A warm, gentle energy flowed in like a clear spring, slowly calming Xiaowen's trembling body. Are you okay, little sister? Zhang Wenyuan squatted down, his voice filled with rare concern. Xiaowen slowly opened her eyes, her pupils now stained red with blood. She tightly hugged herself, her voice filled with uncontainable fear, so terrifyingly bizarre, that filthy power, too strong, really so scary. Zhang Wenyuan signaled the ponytail girl to keep comforting her, while he spoke in a calming tone. It's okay, that's just residual energy. You just need to tell us the direction of the main investigation team, nothing else. Found it? Xiaowen steadied her breath with difficulty, lifting her blood-stained hand, and tremblingly pointed in 2 directions, split into 2 paths, east and west, but the east, that most terrifying filthy power, has followed too. Without hesitation, Zhang Wenyuan said, we go west. You adjust yourself on the way. We need to act quickly, that level of bizarre could return at any moment. Just as they were about to set off. What the hell? A scream filled with shock and horror came from the broken wall behind them. It was the internet celebrity streamer, Aki, who had been following them the whole way. She had just rounded the ruins and was frozen in place by the sight before her, hundreds of human skins spread across the ground, withered and twisted, their deaths incredibly tragic. This visual impact was too strong, causing her mind to go blank in an instant. The young man with tactical goggles instantly raised his gun towards the source of the sound, sternly shouting, Who? Come out. Aki jumped, hurriedly raising her hands, Don't shoot. I'm a streamer. Streamers have rights too. At this moment, the live broadcast finally synced back. Millions of viewers simultaneously saw the human skins covering the ground. The live chat instantly fell into a deathly silence, followed by a barrage of comments erupting like a volcano. It's people. All people. These are residents who were swept away by the black mist. Even their bones are gone, only skin remains. To the right. Look to the right. That's an investigation bureau uniform. Big trouble. Quick, at Investigation Bureau. In the real world, at the Yun City Investigation Bureau headquarters. A staff member who had been monitoring the livestream abruptly stood up from his chair, quickly reporting this horrifying information. The news was relayed at lightning speed, and in less than a minute, it reached the screen of director Gao Jiangwo. Gao Jiangwo clicked the link, and just one glance left him feeling faint, surrounded by human skins, severed limbs, and shattered equipment belonging to investigation team members. Everything was laid bare through the live broadcast, its impact far exceeding any written report. At that moment, a conversation came through the live broadcast. A hoarse male voice asked, Little sister, did you say this equipment is live streaming? Completely real-time? A trembling female voice responded, Yes, there are 6 million people watching. Why you, don't do anything reckless. But the male voice suddenly grew excited, That's great. Before the other could scream, he quickly added, Please point the camera at me. I am an employee of the Yunlai Paranormal Company. The situation is urgent. Everyone watching this livestream, please immediately contact the Yun City Investigation Bureau. Tell them this is not a D-level strange realm, but a real A-level strange realm. Please see the evidence. A tablet was raised to the camera, starting to play a tactical record video from the fallen team members. The footage initially showed investigation team members successfully exterminating low-level bizarre entities and rescuing residents. Then a red-clad bride's veil fell, and the citizens were turned into human dry, their power surging dramatically. A shocked voice exclaimed, "A-level." Finally, the bloody slaughter brought by the ghostly red shadow. Everything was clearly presented through the live broadcast, shocking every viewer. The male voice sounded again, heavy and anxious, requesting the Yun City Investigation Bureau to immediately initiate the highest emergency measures. Increase the dispatch of high-level forces. Otherwise, the 3 teams inside the strange realm will surely be wiped out. Seeing this, Gao Jiangwo could no longer suppress his anger and smashed the solid wood desk in front of him with a punch. "Notify Deputy Director Zhao," he said, his voice cold as iron, "to come see me immediately." The secretary outside the office heard the commotion and rushed in, but was left speechless by the sight before her. Gao Jiangwo stood in front of the shattered desk, his face ashen, with fiery anger burning in his eyes. "Gather all duty directors immediately in the emergency meeting room," Gao Jiangwo's voice was unyielding, "and contact the Special Operations Team, all personnel on Level 1 alert." The secretary hurriedly nodded and quickly left the office. Gao Jiangwo took a deep breath and looked back at the live broadcast screen. In the footage, the emaciated human skins and tattered Investigation Bureau uniforms were particularly jarring, his fists unconsciously clenched, his knuckles turning white from the force. At that moment, voices came from the live broadcast again. "B-brother, what should we do now?" It was the trembling voice of the female anchor. The hoarse male voice paused for a moment and said, "We should withdraw west, since you can broadcast live, keep the signal clear." Okay. The female anchor's voice still quivered, but she seemed to calm down somewhat. Gao Jiangwo immediately pressed the communicator, "Technical department, I want a full recording of this live signal, and simultaneously, attempt to establish contact with the teams inside the strange realm." "Chief, we have tried already," came the urgent voice of the technical supervisor from the communicator. "The interior of this strange realm cannot establish any communication with the outside. This live broadcast is likely due to the anchor's own abilities and special equipment." Gao Jiangwo furrowed his brows. "Redo the energy value detection. I want to know the scale assessment of this strange realm." "We're already doing that. Preliminary data shows that the energy fluctuations in this strange realm are completely different from the initial data." "Wait. Energy reading 104,533. It's S level." Gao Jiangwo took a deep breath. "Notify the Special Operations Team to prepare for a forced entry. I want them ready to depart in half an hour." "But Chief, according to regulations, an S-level strange realm needs headquarters approval to." "There's no time for that." Gao Jiangwo interrupted. "Every minute we delay, the people inside are in more danger. Notify headquarters that an S-level strange realm has appeared in Yun City and request immediate support." After ending the communication, Gao Jiangwo walked briskly toward the emergency meeting room. In the corridor, staff members were jogging forward, and a tense atmosphere filled the entire Investigation Bureau building. Inside the meeting room, heads of various departments had gathered. Gao Jiangwo cut straight to the point. "Everyone understands the situation. The most important thing now is to organize a rescue quickly while controlling the media frenzy. Public Relations Department, draft a statement immediately, emphasizing that we are taking all necessary measures." "Chief, the internet is already in an uproar," the director of public relations said while wiping his sweat. "The number of online viewers for this live broadcast has surpassed 8 million and is still rapidly increasing." Gao Jiangwo nodded. "I know, but shutting down the live broadcast would be tantamount to admitting we want to cover up the news, so our actions must be swift and precise." "When can the Special Operations Team be ready?" "They can depart in 10 minutes, the Special Operations Team leader stood and spoke. Gao Jiangwo looked at the technical department head. "Try to contact that anchor in the live footage, she is our best source of information right now." Just then, the door of the meeting room was pushed open, and Deputy Director Zhao walked in quickly. "Director Gao, I've got the situation under control. I've contacted headquarters, and they agree we can take necessary measures. Also, headquarters support will arrive in 1 hour." Gao Jiangwo nodded. "Good. Deputy Director Zhao, you handle logistics and coordination. I will lead the team inside myself." Instantly, the meeting room erupted in chaos. "Chief, that's too dangerous." Gao Jiangwo raised his hand, stopping the crowd's advice. "I have already decided, there are 3 squads inside, along with countless civilians. As the director, I cannot sit in the office waiting for news." He looked at Deputy Director Zhao. "Deputy Director Zhao, this is up to you." Deputy Director Zhao nodded heavily. "Rest assured, Director Gao, be careful." Gao Jiangwo quickly walked out of the conference room, heading straight to the equipment department, where the staff had already prepared his exclusive gear. Gao Jiangwo swiftly changed into his gear, checking the weapon system. "Is the live stream still going?" "Yes, Director." The assistant handed over a tablet. "In the footage, they are moving west, and there is currently no danger." Gao Jiangwo watched the cautious figures moving in the footage, his gaze resolute. "Let's go, let's bring our brothers home." Chapter 43, Intense Battle. After delivering the shocking news to 6 million viewers in a dilapidated courtyard, the frightened spirit explorer streamer Aki temporarily formed an alliance with the Yunlai Exorcism Company team. They decided to move west together, following the retreat direction of the Investigation Bureau's main force perceived by intern Xiaowen. After all, once the D-level Eerie realm upgraded to A-level, being alone undoubtedly meant death. Meanwhile, in the opposite eastern region, in a vast desolate wilderness, rocky cliffs and withered trees stood all around. This land, which should have been filled with all sorts of strange, bizarre creatures, was eerily quiet at this moment. All the strange beings that once lived here had vanished without a trace. They were either mercilessly ground to dust by the collision of terrifying energies, or driven by fear rooted in life instinct, fleeing desperately from this death-ground-turned battlefield of two horror monsters. Uninterrupted powerful energy shockwaves struck this poor land again and again, like invisible divine hands, repeatedly slapping it down, lowering the entire elevation of this already rugged mountainous area by several meters. On the scorched earth, vague human figures and Investigation Bureau standard equipment lay scattered on the ground, their fates uncertain, silently telling the brutality of this battle. Boom! Another deafening roar shattered the silence. Captain Xia Qianqiu of the 3rd Squad activated her ability once again. Her tall, athletic body was tightly wrapped in a silver-white combat suit, the smooth lines outlining a figure full of strength and beauty. Moving at high speed, she shot forward like a silver bullet, instantly crashing into the bizarre bride rushing towards her. The bizarre bride, with her strength having reached the peak of A-level due to the mutation, was sent flying like a baseball hit with full force by Xia Qianqiu's straightforward high-speed impact. Her body traced a glaring red parabolic arc in the air, heavily crashing into a rocky hill hundreds of meters away. The terrible impact even caused the hard rock hill to collapse, rocks flying everywhere, dust filling the air. Xia Qianqiu landed back on the ground, breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling violently. Under the helmet, her heroic and beautiful face was already covered with beads of sweat, a few strands of hair damp with sweat stuck to her forehead. But she did not hesitate for a moment. After temporarily repelling that terrifying existence, she immediately turned and ran eastward, the opposite direction from the main force's retreat route, needing to lead it away, as far as possible. There were no obvious scars on her body. As the captain of the 3rd Squad, Xia Qianqiu was also a powerful individual rated as A-level. She possessed a rare and formidable physical ability, kinetic absorption. She could absorb and store all external forces acting upon her body, whether they were pure physical impacts or surging energy erosions. The outfit she wore, a full-coverage kinetic buffering combat suit specially crafted by the agency's top research department, maximized her ability to an unimaginable extent. This silver-white combat gear, resembling a high-tech diving suit, contained a special intelligent fluid metal within its unique layers. In normal conditions, this intelligent fluid remained in a soft, flowing liquid form, similar to mercury, ensuring the wearer's agility to the maximum. However, once it detected high-speed, high-intensity impacts on the suit, whether from rending claws, explosive shockwaves, or superspeed collisions, all the intelligent fluid molecules at the point of impact would undergo an astonishing phase change within a thousandth of a microsecond, instantly becoming harder than diamond. At the same time, it would efficiently and evenly disperse the concentrated terrifying impact force over a larger surface area, perfectly avoiding penetrating injuries caused by excessive stress concentration. This meant that Xia Qianqiu could almost perfectly absorb the kinetic energy from each of the strange bride's crazy attacks and store it, only to release it back through her own strikes, doubling and intensifying the output. In other words, each of her counterattacks was actually a combination of her own power plus the strange bride's, creating a force strong enough to flatten a small hill with a single punch. But it was useless. The most despairing aspect of the strange bride was not its speed or strength but its unbelievable, almost hopelessly high physical defense. Coupled with its terrifying, seemingly tireless instinctive drive, Xia Qianqiu found herself trapped in an unprecedented war of attrition. Certainly, the strange bride was also temporarily unable to break through Xia Qianqiu's absolute defense, but the consumption of her physical and spiritual energy was irreversible and deadly. If this endless draining continued, her fate would be to turn into a mere punching bag, passively enduring blows due to depleted spiritual energy. And once the damage she absorbed reached the theoretical limit that her combat suit could withstand, the consequences would be unimaginable. I must lure this damned ghostly thing as far away from the main force as possible. At this moment, her mind had no room for any other thoughts, only one filled with resolution and tragedy remained. As long as I can hold on until reinforcements arrive, then there's still a glimmer of hope. However, just as her thoughts raced, a crimson figure, moving faster than the eye could see, surprisingly outpaced her. With a terrifying speed several times faster than her maximum sprint, it caught up to her swiftly as if teleporting. It was the strange bride, the one she had just sent flying with a punch. It had caught up so quickly. Beneath her helmet, Xia Qianqiu gritted her teeth tightly. The effort was so intense that her gums bled slightly, the metallic taste flooding her mouth. She was forced to stop abruptly, instantly twisting her body and crossing her arms in front of herself. Block the weird bride's deadly claws, as they strike with the force of storms once again. Ding! 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 The terrifying attacks fell upon the sleek silver battlesuit like iron hammering metal, and with each strike of the sharp claws, a faint blue halo of energy surged out, rippling like water waves, neutralizing the horrifying impact. The spiritual energy, effectively gathered by the battlesuit, flowed into her arms and hands, becoming more glaring and intense. She continuously stored power in passive defense while her sharp eyes frantically searched for that fleeting opportunity to counterattack. Now! She finally caught the tiny, almost non-existent flaw between the weird bride's two attacks. Her long-prepared right fist erupted like a dragon breaking free from its chains, powerfully striking out. The horrifying force of the fist, compressed to the extreme, became a visible wave of destructive energy that twisted the air, charging forward with a roar, even splitting a towering rock formation nearby cleanly in two, creating a perfectly smooth middle part. But no! The sensation of that punch felt empty. There was absolutely no solid feeling of impact. This decisive blow missed completely. Just a moment before Xia Qianqiu threw that punch. The weird bride, always known for her straightforward attacks, twisted her body in an impossible way, defying the laws of physics, and avoided Xia Qianqiu's potentially devastating blow. Her gleaming claws, shining with chilling light, then forcefully struck the ground beneath Xia Qianqiu's feet. Boom! With a deafening sound, the hard ground exploded like it had been hit by a cannonball, creating a deep pit. Caught off guard, Xia Qianqiu lost her balance and was violently thrown to the ground by the immense force of the weird bride's sudden attack. There was no time to adjust, the relentless, chaotic, and deadly claw strikes fell upon her like a rain of bullets from a Gatling gun. It dodged faster? No. It wasn't getting faster. My speed was slowing down. The huge consumption of energy and spiritual power, was it seriously affecting my reaction speed and movement frequency? Oh no. I'm completely suppressed. There's no chance to stand up. Under the opponent's relentless assault, as fierce as a storm, she could find no opportunity to rise. Now, she could only be pinned in place, passively waiting for that faint chance to unleash her power again. Xia Qianqiu struggled to lift her arms, forming a standard boxing guard to protect her most vulnerable head and neck. Through the slight opening between her arms, she desperately searched for the nearly non-existent counterattack opportunity. But every time she gathered her strength, trying to lift her fist for a counterattack, the weird bride seemed to predict her movements, dodging with uncanny precision, making every counterattack miss. As time went on, in that vast and silent wilderness, only the nerve-wracking, excruciating sound remained, echoing continuously, the sound of razor-sharp red claws fiercely scraping against the resilient battlesuit. And the spiritual energy halo on her silver battlesuit kept lighting up and rapidly extinguishing. Like the flickering life force of Xia Qianqiu, gradually fading away in the summer. After a long time, Xia Qianqiu raised her arms in a defensive posture, but she did not know when she had completely lost all her strength, her arms falling helplessly on either side of her charred body. The kinetic buffer combat suit, which had resisted countless deadly attacks and was considered an absolute shield, finally could not bear the burden and reached the end of its life. Two streams of thick black, lifeless intelligent fluid were slowly and silently flowing out from the circular exhaust ports on the arms of the combat suit, dripping into the dust on the ground and spreading a small patch of deep despair. That scene looked as if the brave armor was shedding its last two tears of black despair for its master. After confirming that Xia Qianqiu's spiritual power was completely exhausted, and there were no signs of life left on her, the strange bride in the tattered, bright red wedding dress finally slowed down her tirelessly crimson claws. She stiffly raised her head, using the blood-red silk that covered her eyes to gaze into the distance, as if sensing something. Seconds later, she turned around without hesitation, transforming into a blurred blood-red shadow, hurrying westward, disappearing into the swirling dust and deathly silence. Chapter 44, Transfer. This wild land, shrouded in the aftermath of energy waves, fell back into a deathly silence after the scarlet figure left. Around, those low-level strange creatures, scared shivering by the residual battle waves, began to crawl out from their hiding places as they sensed the terrifying pressure that made their souls tremble had vanished. They cautiously poked their heads out, warily observing the land that had just experienced a fierce battle, seeking any opportunity to fill their hungry and greedy bellies. An especially ugly low-level strange creature slowly crawled to the center of the battlefield. It had dozens of spider-like segmented legs, with numerous fly-like compound eyes constantly rotating, searching for possible sources of food. Following the lingering scent of decay in the air, that enticing aroma guided it forward. Finally, it found its target, a corpse dressed in a silver-white, technologically advanced combat suit. Although the combat suit was tattered, its exquisite craftsmanship and extraordinary quality could still be seen. The multi-legged, multi-eyed monster let out an excited and greedy hissing sound, a noise as jarring and unpleasant as grinding teeth. It eagerly opened its ugly mouth, filled with layers of sharp teeth, ready to feast on the seemingly energy-rich corpse and enjoy this sudden feast. However, just as its mouthparts were about to touch the neck of the corpse, that corpse, which should have been dead beyond hope, suddenly sprang into action. A fist, covered by the silver-white combat suit, appeared thin yet contained explosive power, shooting upwards at an incredible speed. Puff! The low-level strange creature, still lost in the fantasy of a feast, didn't even have time to react to what had happened. Its entire body was blasted apart by this punch, green, sticky fluid mixed with white, brain-like tissue splattering everywhere, covering the ground and releasing a nauseating stench. The corpse struggled to lift its hand, removing the heavy helmet which was already cracked. Under the helmet revealed a face filled with fatigue and pain, yet still strikingly beautiful. It was Xia Qianqiu. Puff! She suddenly turned her head, and a dark red blood mixed with internal fragments gushed out from her mouth. She gasped painfully, her hands feeling her body. The solid abdominal muscles and clear outline of her mermaid line, wrapped in combat gear, were now sending waves of excruciating pain. Ribs. It felt like 6 or 7 were broken. Her right hand and left leg were broken too. She could feel the terrible state of her body, like it was falling apart, and a bitter smile, filled with self-mockery and helplessness, appeared on her face. The intelligence department, those useless fools who just sit in their offices drinking tea and reading newspapers. When I get back, I will definitely hang them all up and give them a beating. Fortunately, at that last critical moment, she used her almost exhausted kinetic absorption ability to protect her heart and brain, the two most vital points. And she utilized her exquisite control over her body to force her heart to temporarily stop beating, entering a pseudo-death state similar to hibernation. This barely tricked that highly sensitive, strange bride. However, the urgent matter was to rush to the rendezvous point of the third squad. As long as there was a healing ability user, these seemingly deadly injuries would not be a problem. She tore fabric from the close-fitting vest inside her combat suit, tightly binding her left leg, which was broken into 2 pieces, and a relatively thick dead branch together, creating a makeshift splint. Then, using another branch she picked up as a crutch, she dragged her completely numb injured leg and limped westward at full speed. In the west, another team from the third squad was escorting the rescued surviving residents, moving quickly. However, this team was not moving very fast. Because most of these people were just ordinary urban residents with no strength to spare. In this high-intensity evacuation where every second counted and there was no time to stop for a break, some people naturally began to falter. Brother, huff, huff. Brother, how much longer do we have to run? A middle-aged man, overweight and looking to weigh over 200 pounds, gasped heavily while holding onto his knees, almost pleadingly speaking to the agent leading the team in front. We've almost been running for an hour. I really can't keep going, really. I can't. His words immediately resonated with others in the team. Yes. We really can't go on. Comrades. We're just ordinary people. No matter how much you give us that physical enhancement ability, we can't hold on. My feet are blistering. It hurts so much. Can't we rest for a bit? Just for 5 minutes. 5 minutes would be enough. However, these words full of weakness and complaints immediately drew dissatisfaction and scolding from the younger people in the team who still had plenty of energy. If you had exercised regularly, instead of lying on the bed playing on your phones or sitting in front of your computers gaming. Now when it matters most, you're dropping the ball, a muscular young man who looked like a fitness coach sneered at the overweight middle-aged man. You want to rest? Go rest on your own. We won't wait for you. Don't drag us down. The man who was scolded turned red and pale. His face flushed as he defiantly retorted, You are an ability user awakened with physical abilities. How can you say such callous words while standing there without understanding the pain? After work, we have to go home to cook, take care of children and the elderly. Where do we find time to exercise? What are you talking about? This is nature's workout, purely relying on sweat and talent. I just couldn't help but smirk a bit. In a moment, the entire evacuation team became noisy, filled with various complaints, arguments, and the sounds of crying children. Long periods of intense marching left these ordinary city folks, who usually got little exercise, suffering terribly. Their physical exhaustion and mental fear were slowly eroding their already fragile will. The leading investigator frowned as he watched everything unfold, feeling anxious yet helpless in his heart. He knew that if he couldn't quickly stabilize the team's emotions, we might run into even bigger trouble. Chapter 45, Chicken Blood. The only blessed thing was that this residential area, shrouded in strange black mist, mostly consisted of rental apartments. Those living here were mainly young people who had come to this bustling city for work, having few elderly and special needs children. Even so, at this moment, almost every investigator responsible for escorting tasks was carrying or holding an ordinary citizen who had completely run out of stamina or fallen into a coma. As a result, the team's pace was becoming slower and slower. The tall leading investigator looked at the somewhat disheartened team with a tight frown. He called over a well-mannered young investigator wearing black-framed glasses. Political Commissar, we have no choice, let's use your ability one more time. The young man called Political Commissar showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Continuously using that ability puts too much mental burden on them. They'll feel very sluggish the next day. The leading investigator couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you don't use it now, we might not even see tomorrow's sun. Political commissar took a deep breath. He knew that the team leader spoke the truth. He stood before the crowd filled with complaints and dissatisfaction. That face, which originally appeared weak and scholarly, suddenly became as resolute as steel at this moment. His chest began to tremble slightly, producing a deep and powerful hum like a gong echoing. His voice seemed to be infused with some mysterious and strong power, becoming like the war drums urging people forward on the battlefield, clearly and forcefully penetrating the air filled with exhaustion and despair, ringing in every ear. Listen up! Everyone! I know! Your legs feel as heavy as if filled with lead. I know! Your breathing is burning your throats, making you feel like you can't go on. But do you know? The reason we can evacuate here so safely is that the other brothers from the investigation bureau are using their flesh and blood to hold back the terrifying and bizarre forces chasing us from behind. The political commissar's powerful and inspiring voice echoed in everyone's ears. His hands shot up suddenly, and a circle of warm golden-orange ripples spread from his chest, like water waves radiating outward. Can you feel this warm current? This is not an illusion. Lend me your cries. Hand over your dissatisfaction and fatigue to me. I will forge them into the courage to keep moving forward. Wherever those golden-orange ripples touched, the children who had been quietly sobbing stopped crying, their tear-soaked eyes sparkling with curiosity and brightness. The elder, who was already walking unsteadily, straightened his back, and the murky gaze in his eyes reignited with a desire for life. The young man, who was already out of breath, once again wore an expression filled with fighting spirit and excitement. Move forward. Move forward. Move forward. Every step you take is writing your own epic of survival. Now, I want you to shout out your pain. Run. Not to retreat shamefully, but to charge forward for that precious and hard-earned hope of survival. The political commissar's eyes burst forth with a brilliance as intense as the sun. That magical voice acted like the strongest adrenaline shot, violently injecting itself into each person's heart. Everyone seemed to be energized, letting out a deafening and powerful shout, "Oh oh 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 oh." The entire team surged forward again at even a faster speed towards the hopeful horizon. The team continued to rush forward for a while when suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Over there! There is a person! Investigator comrades! Look quickly!" Following the direction he pointed, on a distant slope covered with dry yellow grass, a ragged man lay motionless. The surrounding environment was so dim that it was hard to notice that there was indeed a person there unless one looked closely. A team member from the side of the group gently set down an elderly lady who had difficulty walking and then cautiously approached the fallen figure, holding his energy weapon. He turned the man lying on the ground over. The man looked severely injured, barely breathing. There was even a terrifying, bull-sized bloody wound on his abdomen, where the flesh was blurred, and one could faintly see the intestines still gently writhing inside. That team member furrowed his brow, gripping the man's torn shirt. The uniform, stained with blood and dirt, had two large characters beautifully embroidered on it, Red Sunday. Red Sun? Is he from the exorcism company? The team member mumbled to himself. Then he immediately shouted loudly towards the back of the team, "Divine Doctor! Come here! There is an injured person!" A tall rescue team member in a white rescue suit immediately ran over upon hearing this. He didn't waste any words. After quickly examining the injuries on the man, he directly activated his ability. His hands emitted a gentle energy wave full of life, slowly landing on the man. However, as the treatment proceeded, the expression on the face of the one called Divine Doctor became increasingly puzzled. He cautiously slowed his abilities output and asked the first team member who found the injured man, "Lazy, is Red Sun our city's exorcism company?" Lazy nodded. "Yeah, why?" "Probably this guy wanted to come and pick up a leak from this D-level strange realm, but ended up running into this abnormality. His luck is quite unfortunate." "What's the problem?" The Divine Doctor's tone became somewhat serious. "Does Red Sun have A-level employees?" Without thinking, Lazy replied firmly, "That's impossible. Red Sun is just an obscure small company. Being able to hire a B-level ability user is impressive." "Why do you ask? Is he A-level?" The Divine Doctor completely stopped the treatment. "That's right, a genuine A-level, and not a typical one. I've only used my ability to temporarily preserve his minimum vital signs. All further matters should wait until he wakes up." Lazy scratched his head, a troubled expression on his face. "Then, should we wait here for him to wake up? This isn't good, right?" The Divine Doctor shook his head. "Take him with us. He won't wake up for a while. And even if he has other mischievous thoughts, with such heavy injuries, even if he's A-grade, he won't have any fighting power." As he spoke, the Divine Doctor took out a foldable portable stretcher from his rescue bag, unfolded one end with wheels, and patted Lazy's shoulder. "Come on, since you found him, you carry him." The corners of Lei Zi's mouth twitched involuntarily, but he didn't argue. He joined forces with the divine doctor to lift the unconscious mysterious man onto the stretcher, secured him with binding straps, and then pulled the simple stretcher with one wheel, striding towards the already distant team ahead. Chapter 46, That Man. Lying on the stretcher was Wang Hai, who had previously escaped with serious injuries. After being struck and sent flying by that mysterious bride, he appeared arrogant but was actually forcing himself to flee with the last of his strength, not daring to look back as he ran for an unknown time, until he lost too much blood, fell into darkness, and collapsed heavily in the wilderness. When the rescue team member, the divine doctor, began to treat him, the gentle life energy flowed into his body and had already awakened him from deep unconsciousness. Wang Hai immediately restrained all his breaths, pretending to remain unconscious as he secretly calculated, planning to enjoy this free treatment meal before slowly turning this group of little buns into a big feast. But he didn't expect that this so-called divine doctor had such keen perception and decisively stopped the treatment. Feeling the sudden interruption of that warm flow, Wang Hai gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could jump up immediately and force this guy to continue treating him. But without the protection of an invisible being and with his physical state in such poor condition, he could only forcibly suppress his anger, continue to pretend, and quietly gather every bit of strength, waiting for the opportunity to feast. But why is this bid running so fast? The violent bumping of the body pulled Wang Hai's thoughts back to reality as he silently cursed. The uneven ground made the broken stretcher rise and fall unpredictably, and each jolt accurately tortured the wounds on him that had barely stopped bleeding. The intense pain crashed over him like a tide, the wounds reopened, warm blood slowly seeped out, making him almost unable to suppress a groan, forcing him to bite down hard on his teeth as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Lei Zi was completely oblivious to this. He jogged while pulling the stretcher, finally catching up, gasping to the front line of the main team. He raised his hand to wipe the mixed dust and sweat off his forehead, unable to hold back a low mumble. "TSK, he doesn't look fat, so why is he so damn heavy," as if pulling a few 100 pounds of cast iron. Without warning, a chilling and bone-freezing terror pressure swept in from behind, like a tangible tsunami, instantly overwhelming the entire team. The eerie mist in the air roiled violently, as if worshipping some supreme existence. Everyone's heart suddenly jolted, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand around their hearts, making even breathing extraordinarily difficult. At the end of the team, those surviving and low-level ability users who were already on the brink of exhaustion could barely let out a complete cry before their eyes rolled back and they collapsed under this pure-level suppression. Lei Zi was horrified, turning back to see in the distance a blinding scarlet figure approaching at a speed beyond visual capture. Wherever it passed, even the light seemed to be distorted and devoured, leaving behind an ominous dark trail. It was indeed the bound-eyed bride, drawn away by the third team's leader, Xia Qianxiu. Could it be that the captain? A despairing thought exploded in Lei Zi's mind. Made him feel cold all over. It appeared here, the only explanation being that Captain Xia Qianxiu had already been defeated or even sacrificed. They had run with all their might for so long, and yet they had not escaped the clutches of death at all. Damn it, did it all mean nothing after running so far? The approaching bride with blindfold drew near, ignoring the countless ordinary lives in the crowd. That suffocating gaze instantly locked onto the simple stretcher where Wang Hai lay, heavily injured, yet his spirit power still shining like a beacon in the night. "Scatter and retreat," shouted a team member closest to the stretcher, his teeth chattering with fear, but relying on ingrained battle instincts, he raised his spiritual energy rifle, trying to buy his companion even a second of time. However, his bravery was completely meaningless. The bride with blindfold merely swept her wide bridal sleeves, and the energy ripple lightly brushed by. That team member, along with his weapon, was like being hit head-on by a speeding train, instantly thrown backward, the sound of shattering bones making one's teeth ache, leaving his fate unknown. The crimson figure showed no sign of stopping. Its target from the beginning was only one, charging straight at Wang Hai. A hand, pale to the point of being devoid of blood, with crimson nails sharp as knives, aimed directly for Wang Hai's heart. In a critical moment, the man on the stretcher, who had been silent as a corpse, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. In those eyes, there was no confusion of waking up from a coma, only the madness and ferocity of a beast driven to the edge by its nemesis. "Damn you! Is this never ending?" He let out a hoarse, distorted roar, not caring whether his body would completely fall apart, using the last bit of his strength to roll off the stretcher and awkwardly dive into the panicking crowd. The bride with blindfold lost her target, yet did not miss her strike. Puff! Puff! That ghostly claw cut through mercilessly, and the two ordinary people blocking its path didn't even have time to scream, their bodies being easily torn apart like fragile paper, warm blood and entrails exploding, splattering on bystanders' heads and faces. The crowd completely collapsed, scattering like headless flies, emitting screams of ultimate terror. And this was exactly what Wang Hai wanted. Buzz! An invisible yet incredibly intense wave suddenly spread out, centered around Wang Hai. What he released was not spiritual energy, but something more chaotic, filthy, and fundamental. It was negative emotions that all intelligent beings would generate. This wave swept through the chaotic battlefield like a flood breaking through a dam. It was like a mental plague, madly catalyzing the extreme fear, despair from the brink of death, abandoned anger, and the pain of being torn apart that was already overflowing in the crowd. All negative emotions were forcibly amplified and surged at that moment. Then these violent waves of negative energy, as if attracted by an invisible black hole, crazily gathered toward Wang Hai. Visibly, they formed swirling circles of dark red, thick like corrupted blood energy, part of it madly rushing into Wang Hai's broken body, providing him with a thirst-quenching power, while more of it surged into the empty void space in front of him. Ugh ah ah ah. More. Give me more. Wang Hai's face and body bulged with veins, as if countless thin snakes were slithering beneath his skin, suffering immense pain, yet showing a pathological excitement. The ability Violent Catalysis operated at an unprecedented power level. Crack. As if shattered lenses were forcibly restructured, the originally destroyed invisible avatar, thanks to this boiling sea of negative emotional energy, forcefully congeal again. But this time, its shape became more grim and unstable. What formed its body was no longer dull metal, but a roiling, boiling, viscous dark red emotional energy. Countless twisted, tortured faces flickered within, emitting silent screams and exuding a filthy aura that would drive anyone mad. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Bang! The deadly claw of the bound-eyed bride slammed fiercely onto this freshly reformed emotional avatar. The anticipated sound of metal clashing did not ring out. Instead, there was a bizarre sound that sent chills down the spine, like concentrated acid corroding flesh and the cries of 1,000 souls. The body of the emotional avatar twisted violently, and the area where it was struck instantly evaporated and disappeared. But more dark red emotional energy surged up around it, trying to wrap around and devour that pale hand. For the first time, the bound-eyed bride's movement showed a clear hesitation. It seemed to instinctively reject this energy body made purely of filthy negative emotions and felt a hint of confusion. Not done yet. If I don't kill this mother dog in an instant, it will be meaningless. Wang Hai's eyes turned red, blood and tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, as he frantically squeezed out his last ounce of mental strength and absorbed emotions. His arms suddenly thrust forward in a ripping motion. Violent Catalyst, burn everything. The huge emotional avatar suddenly exploded. Not an explosion in the physical sense, but an instant disintegration, transforming into a torrent of pure despair, fear, anger, and pain, visible to the naked eye, a dark red spiritual shockwave. Like the floodwaters of the underworld breaching the dam, crashing towards the eerie bride right in front. This blow almost drained Wang Hai of all the emotions he had absorbed during this time, even costing him most of his own life energy. Boom! A silent roar exploded deep within everyone's consciousness. It was not the fiery clash of energies, but a more terrifying sight. The scarlet filth surrounding the bound-eyed bride was violently impacted by that dark red torrent, instantly dimming, twisting, and peeling away like an oil painting splashed with strong acid. Her entire figure was forced backward, soaring away, clearly suffering some sort of damage. And the residual wave of the spiritual shock also spread outward, causing many team members and civilians around to feel intense nausea and dizziness. As if they had instantaneously experienced all the world's tragedies and tortures, several mentally weaker individuals even fell to the ground, clutching their heads, emitting incomprehensible cries and succumbing to momentary madness. Thud! Wang Hai was completely exhausted, his face ashen, breath faint as a whisper. The emotional avatar disintegrated once more, as if it had never appeared. At this moment, only the rising and falling cries of pain remained. The mental amplifier political commissar was the first to break free from the residual waves of the spiritual shock, enduring the discomfort with a fierce shout, "Go! Hurry! Now's your chance!" The team surged into motion again, fleeing westward at a desperate speed, away from these two monsters. In the distance, the eerie bride, pushed back, slowly stabilized her stance. The dark red emotional energy, like a relentless parasite, infiltrated and grew stronger on her, using the filth within the bound-eyed bride as fuel to burn. Chapter 47, Adhesive. The torrent of pure negative emotions that formed from the spiritual energy did not dissipate with Wang Hai's exhaustion. It clung tightly like a parasite to the bound-eyed bride's spiritual form, transforming into a dark red, eerie flame, silently yet fiercely burning her essence. This was not a flame in the physical sense, but a conceptual erosion and defilement. The air around her twisted violently, manifesting countless illusory faces wailing in pain. Those faces came from the negative emotions absorbed by Wang Hai from the deceased and the fugitives during this time. At this moment, they transformed into the most malicious curse, extending their phantom arms to entwine the bride's voluptuous and sinister body, attempting to bite, invade, and defile every inch of her skin, pulling this sacred evil into the mundane filth completely. The bride, bound by red silk, tilted her head slightly, her body making a motion like shaking, as if she wanted to shake off this increasingly fervent filthy energy from her. However, it was futile. This energy directly affected the core of her existence, unaffected by any physical laws. It was a slowly injected poison, aiming to burn this perfect and strange creation of hers to ashes from the inside out. Wang Hai, sitting in his own pool of blood, watched the scene, yet a weak and twisted grin bloomed on his face. He coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with chunks of his organs, his voice hoarse and provocative. I admit, cough cough, your stubbornness is like being stuck to a gum on the shoe sole, but if I get serious, I can solve you faster than a cashier scans a barcode. His voice was filled with undisguised contempt, as if the one undergoing torture before him was not an A-rank weirdness but a plaything to be toyed with at will. As the bright crimson filth on the bride's body retreated under the corrosion of that dark red energy, large parts of her body began to show signs of dissolution and collapse. She was about to be completely devoured by this filthy torrent. At that moment, she made an extremely chilling move. No screams, no struggles. She raised her intact, sharp, blood-red nailed pale ghost hand. Puff! The claws flickered like a shadow, unhesitatingly piercing into her left shoulder, which was severely eroded by dark red energy, and then fiercely slicing downward. A large chunk of flesh, along with the scapula, was torn off by her, and the moment the flesh separated, it was completely devoured by the dark red energy and turned to ashes, while the newly born flesh at the wound temporarily escaped corrosion. This was just the beginning. Her claws turned into the most precise scalpel and the most brutal butcher knife, wildly dancing on her own body. Swish! 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 Cutting meat and bones. Every part that was tainted by dark red energy, whether a piece of skin, a bundle of muscle, or a section of bone, was calmly and brutally cut, dug out, and severed from her body. Large chunks of blood and flesh belonging to the strange bride, containing vast energy, fell to the ground, rapidly corroded and dissipated by the filthy emotional energy. The entire scene was bloody and horrifying, like the wildest sacrificial ritual, where the sacrificer and the sacrifice were, incredibly, herself. The smile on Wang Hai's face froze completely. He watched helplessly as that originally plump and alluring crimson figure was dismembered beyond recognition in a very short time. Until she had shaved away her entire left side, including her legs and part of her eroded head and cheek flesh, leaving only a bare, pale face bone exposed to the air, she finally stopped. The dark red emotional energy lost its host and twisted unwillingly in the air for a few moments before gradually dissipating. What remained was a terrifying monster. She was left with only the upper body of her right half, her right arm supporting the broken torso, the only remaining eye on half of her face still bound by red silk, while the other half was a chilling skull. She used that one remaining hand to drag her upper body from the ground, step by step, leaving a long trail of blood as she moved toward Wang Hai. What tenacity, what madness of the weirdness! This has already exceeded Wang Hai's understanding. He had never seen any creature being so ruthless to itself. This desperate determination to survive by amputating its own limbs sent a chill from the depths of his heart. Is there another layer after chewing gum? Why are you bitch, so difficult like an ungrateful woman? Wang Hai's shock quickly turned into powerless rage. He cursed, trying to stand up from the ground, but the weakness and excruciating pain from deep within made all his efforts futile. No, I absolutely can't stand up. My body has reached its limit. He could feel his life force rapidly slipping away. That last trump card had completely drained him. How can I die here? Die at the hands of this lizard fighting for survival with severed limbs. That vision has yet to be realized, that future has yet to be witnessed with my own eyes. How can I fall in this place? A strong desire to survive overwhelmed everything. Human beings as long as I can encounter human beings. Just a little more emotional energy, and I still have a chance to turn things around. This thought became his only obsession. Wang Hai spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, no longer caring about dignity or image, using both hands and feet, crawling forward like a wild dog with a broken spine, desperately crawling on the decayed ground. Warm blood continuously oozed out from under him, leaving a shocking dark red trail on the dusty ground. Not far behind him, the bride in a tattered gown, with only half a body remaining, was using her only arm to support herself, slowly but steadily moving towards Wang Hai. Scrape, scrape, scrape. That was the sound of her broken body dragging against the ground. In this dead silent ruin, it echoed like the footsteps of death, clearly ringing in Wang Hai's ears. Chapter 48, Broken. On scorched earth, the lead gray sky hung low, like a shroud soaked in dead silence, heavily pressing down on this broken land. The smoke was no longer drifting particles, but had solidified into a thick curtain, carrying the pungent scent of sulfur and melted metal. Each breath burned his lungs. Two inhuman beings stood in the center of the ruins, like titans fighting to the end in a myth. Chui Tai, or rather, the steel body known as the obsidian mech, was already in a state of disrepair. The magnificent armor was covered with shocking cracks, as if it had been torn apart by the teeth of a giant beast. The exposed internal structure occasionally exploded with cold electric sparks, like the last nerve twitches of a dying creature. And its opponent, that bride draped in tattered wedding attire, still maintained a disquieting inhuman integrity. The bare skin exposed beneath the tattered wedding gown was pale as moonlit cold jade. Even when ripped apart by the mech's heavy fist, no blood was visible, as if her insides were not flesh and blood, but a transcendent being beyond the physical. The moment of conclusion arrived in absolute silence. It was not sound that disappeared, but all noises were absorbed and suffocated by a deeper force. The wind stopped, the fire extinguished, and the cries of energy were severed. The world seemed to sink to the bottom of thick blood plasma. On the surface of the mech, those blood-red patterns burning with the life of the pilot blazed to the extreme, like lava flowing through veins, tinting everything around with a sinister red hue. But this light was the most dazzling explosion right before the candle flame was extinguished. Inside the obsidian, the existence named Shui Tai had already withered and shriveled, clinging tightly to the cold neural connections like a parasitic fungus on steel. The life-monitoring luminous light flickered weakly, its frequency chaotic like that of a dying person's electrocardiogram. His consciousness had long since scattered, leaving only the final obsession. A pure command stripped of all impurities, destruction. Unexpectedly, the Red Veil bride stopped all movements. She stood still, like an ancient statue waiting for sacrifice, indifferently watching the giant iron god burning with life deliver its final blow to her. The mecha's heavy fist tore through the stagnant space, the blood-red light gathering at its tip compressed into a violent dark sun, filled with despair enough to burn cities to the ground, crashing into her abdomen. The destructive torrent of energy passed through her, carving a terrifying wound that glimmered like glass on her pale body. But she remained silent. No tremor, no retreat, not even the slightest feedback from the hit. As if what was destroyed was just a shadow projected onto the world. As the mecha's arm was still deeply embedded in her body, she raised her hand. That pale, slender hand cradled the mecha's hideous metal head. Then, her 5 fingers closed. Crack! A chilling sound of shattering echoed clearly. The alloy skull, strong enough to withstand heavy artillery, crumbled in her delicate fingers like a damp cookie, instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The cracks spread wildly, expanded, and caved in, ultimately shattering completely. As the skull shattered, the boiling blood-red light surrounding the mecha was like a throat cut, extinguishing instantly, fading into a dead silence of blackness. The massive steel body convulsed violently for a moment, then all its strength was drained away. Boom! It fell heavily to its knees, stirring up a ripple of ashes, and became motionless. The strongest weapon of Cloud City had broken. The Red Veil bride slowly withdrew the mecha's arms still embedded in her abdomen. The pale flesh at the wound twisted like a living thing, and in just a few heartbeats, the deadly injury had vanished without a trace, her skin smooth as before, even her wedding dress restored to new, as if it had never been touched. She tilted her head slightly, her view through the red veil falling on the wreckage of the mecha's head. Among the twisted metal and severed wires, there was a small charred mark, completely carbonized and unrecognizable, the last evidence of a man's existence in the world. After a brief gaze, she seemed to gain some confirmation. She turned around, no longer paying attention to the surrounding chaos and those cowering low-level weirdnesses, choosing a direction and continued to chase. That direction was where Lu Li and the remnants of the second squad were retreating. The bride was going to find her groom. Logically speaking, after experiencing repeated scares in high-intensity flight, especially while half-carrying a 100-kilogram adult male, Lu Li's stamina should have been exhausted, turning him into a dog that could only gasp for breath. Yet strangely, although he felt a bone-deep fatigue, deep within his body seemed to be an inexhaustible power source. Every time he thought he was reaching his limit, he could always squeeze out new strength, supporting him to keep moving his heavy legs, assisting Zhao Qi, tightly following the tail of the remnants of the second squad. Sixth brother, have you recently found a girlfriend? Zhao Qi's youthful face was pale from blood loss, almost entirely leaning his weight onto Lu Li's shoulder, dragging his leg secured with a makeshift splint, stumbling forward step by step. The excruciating pain made Zhao Qi sweat coldly, yet this guy still had the mind to chat. Lu Li twitched at the corner of his eye, his free hand unceremoniously pinching this guy's shoulder, lowering his voice to curse. Did a weirdness eat your brain or did you lose too much blood to hallucinations? It's a battle for survival now, you're here talking to me about dating? Ouch. Zhao Qi grit his teeth in pain, but instead of frowning, he smiled, that smile looking somewhat silly on his pale face. Isn't this just a way to distract yourself? Besides, sixth brother, when you were at the training camp, even though your grades later fell to the ground, do you think I didn't notice how many female trainees sneaked glances at you during class, just because of your face? Lu Li sighed helplessly, feeling his temples throbbing. The only thing I want to be close to right now is my soft and comfortable big bed at home. I don't have the energy to think about anything else. Yet Zhao Qi's gossip soul clearly didn't diminish at all, even with a broken leg, he got even more excited. But that red-haired girl from the training camp. I remember her well, she had an amazing figure. Last time I saw her at headquarters, she specifically asked me about you. Lu Li couldn't take it anymore, grabbing this noisy man's mouth, feeling his blood pressure rising. That was a plain girl trying to trick me into being a long-term meal ticket and free wallet. Next time, open your eyes wider before reporting to me. Zhao Qi, with his mouth pinched, made nonsense sounds, but his gossip eyes remained bright. As Lu Li released his hand, he immediately recklessly picked up the conversation again. I heard, sixth brother, that beautiful team leader in the logistics department, named Lin Wan, right? I heard she's cold and doesn't say a word to anyone, but she especially likes chatting with you. Does she have feelings for you, sixth brother? Go get her. You better not let Lin Wan hear this. Luli's heart thudded. Lin Wan's serious face instantly appeared in his mind. He had no doubt that if this word reached that beautiful witch's ears, Zhao Qi would personally experience how sharp-tongued the #1 gossip in the City Investigation Bureau could be, probably getting pointed at for the rest of his life. He quickly thought of a little trick, using a somewhat helpless and embarrassed tone, casually saying, "Well, next time you see her, could you ask her for me? You know me, I'm shy and embarrassed to ask these things." Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Qi heard this, he immediately felt entrusted with an important task, thumping his chest, which made his wound ache again, but still confidently promised. "Ha ha. No problem. Sixth brother's affairs are my affairs. I've got this locked down, not even Jesus can stop it. I swear." Luli pulled the corner of his mouth, chuckling. Just as he wanted to say something to completely change the dangerous topic, he noticed the team that had been quietly moving ahead suddenly became a bit noisy. Chapter 49, Undercurrents. There's someone ahead. Is it reinforcements? No, looking at their appearance, it seems like their situation isn't good either. The team members' suppressed discussions drifted along with the wind. Luli raised his head, squinting ahead, and saw a fairly large crowd appearing among the collapsed buildings in the distance, moving towards them. Soon, a remarkably stout man like a tower burst out from that group, followed by a few equally tough team members, crossing hundreds of meters in just a few steps to stand in front of Chen Feng. This dusty man was panting, took a look at Chen Feng and the almost injured, morale-sapped team behind him. His eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment, but he immediately stood at attention and saluted, solemnly introducing himself. "Third Squad, Rescue Team Leader Divine Doctor." "Excuse me, is this Vice Captain Chen of the 2nd Squad? What happened to you all?" No wonder the Divine Doctor would ask such a question. The tragic state of the team in front of him was beyond his imagination. Looking around, hardly anyone was uninjured. There were many people with makeshift bandages hastily wrapped around their broken limbs. More people have deep scars and burns on their bodies, and everyone's face carries a sense of numbness and exhaustion after surviving a disaster. In contrast, although their third team also experienced tough battles, at least they were able to bring out a large number of surviving civilians intact. It could almost be called a miracle. Chen Feng's face was whiter than paper, his breath unusually weak. This was a side effect of excessive overdraft of spiritual and life force after activating divine grace. He looked at the sturdy man in front of him and tiredly nodded. "We encountered a strong enemy. The captain, to protect us, stayed behind to engage in combat. We are preparing to head to the western rendezvous point to meet the first team. Where is your captain? Where is Captain Xia?" Upon hearing the news of Cui Tai's sacrifice, the rough face of the Divine Doctor also showed a painful expression. This man, as solid as an iron tower, instantly sounded discouraged. He let out a heavy sigh. "Captain Xia, she led the combat team brothers, actively drawing an A-level anomaly towards the east to create a chance for us and the civilians to retreat. We haven't received any news from her for a long time." The experiences of the two teams were strikingly similar. Both paid a huge price by their captains to save a portion of their members. A heavy atmosphere of sadness spread between the two team leaders. Chen Feng forced himself to gather his spirits, reached out, and patted the Divine Doctor's broad shoulder, hoarsely comforting, unsure if he was comforting the other or himself. "Captain Xia is very strong, you don't need to worry too much about her. Since our goals are the same, let's go together to find the first team. You should have received the full channel rendezvous message from the first team, right?" The Divine Doctor nodded vigorously. "Yes, our goal is also the temporary rendezvous point in the west. By the way, Vice Captain Chen, there's one urgent matter I need to report to you." His expression turned serious and grave again, quickly informing Chen Feng about the gravely injured mysterious man in the Qian uniform they encountered during the retreat, as well as the sudden appearance and attack from the bridal figure, recounting the short yet terrifying battle between the two A-level monsters in detail. As the Divine Doctor recounted, Chen Feng's face became increasingly serious. "What happened to them later? Who lived and who died?" Chen Feng pressed. This question was crucial. The Divine Doctor shook his head, a hint of fear on his face. "We are not sure. The aftermath of the battle between those two monsters was simply too terrifying, and the scene was too dangerous. We had to protect so many civilians, so when we saw an opportunity, we immediately organized the team to withdraw at full speed without daring to stay even for a moment." Chen Feng fell silent. He looked up at the gray sky for a long time before slowly exhaling a breath filled with unspeakable heaviness. "I'm afraid, we must prepare for the worst." At this moment, outside Yun City, the entire Long Kingdom was plunged into an unprecedented frenzy and collective panic in the online world. The servers of major social media platforms and news websites were bearing the overwhelming traffic like a tsunami at midnight. The headlines, trending topics, and topic boards, all the most eye-catching spots were firmly occupied by the same shocking phrase #unprecedented. Yun City D-level anomaly transformed into S-level #. Images captured from the live broadcast room of Anchor Aki were spreading wildly online, carpets made of dried and withered human skin like jerky, the severed limbs of investigation team members, and the bloody slaughter recorded on the recording devices. Countless keyboard warriors, military enthusiasts, anomaly researchers, and ordinary onlookers all transformed into reporters from the cloud battlefields. They squatted in front of computer or phone screens, frantically refreshing every update related to Cloud City, passionately discussing this unprecedented disaster with words, emojis, and voice messages. Of course, this overwhelming wave of public opinion also precisely attracted the attention of some people who were already lurking in the undercurrents. In the center of Cloud City, in a luxurious high-end apartment, under smooth silk bedding, a graceful woman was immersed in sleep. Suddenly, the phone's ringing shattered the tranquil atmosphere created by the expensive aroma, like a sharp alarm. The woman frowned irritably, too lazy to open her eyes, fumbling to pick up her phone from the bedside table, her voice heavy with the displeasure of being disturbed. "If it's not a big deal, don't call me this late. It really affects my skin and sleep quality." On the other end of the line, there was silence for a full 3 seconds, as if digesting her angry tone, then a man's voice, hoarse as sandpaper rubbing against metal, slowly came through. "Raven, do you remember the location of the guide lord?" The 2 words Raven acted like a switch, instantly waking much of the woman's awareness. She lazily turned over, her tone still carrying a hint of annoyance at being disturbed. "Wolf? You disturbed my beauty sleep for this trivial matter?" "Of course I remember, that top-floor duplex was personally arranged by me for the Lord, it's in Golden Road Garden." "What's wrong? Why this sudden question in the middle of the night?" The man called Wolf did not answer directly, his hoarse voice revealing a suppressed seriousness. "You should first take a look at the news online." Upon hearing this, Raven's heart jolted, the laziness on her face instantly fading away, replaced by alertness. If Wolf spoke in that tone and it was on the news, it definitely meant something major had happened. She casually swiped her phone screen, and in the next second, her breath caught. The enormous headline occupying the top of the screen, bold and red, burned her retina like a hot iron. S-Class mysterious realm emerges in Cloud City. Over 2,000 residents of Golden Road Garden in life-threatening situations. Every word was filled with ominousness and disaster. She immediately clicked in. The detailed report sent chills down her spine. At midnight in Cloud City, an unidentified black mist suddenly descended centered around Golden Road Garden, completely engulfing the community and surrounding streets, affecting over 2,000 residents. In the initial stage of the mysterious realm's formation, the energy fluctuations were classified as D-Class. The Cloud City Investigation Bureau urgently dispatched 3 teams, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, to conduct rescue operations and attempt to eliminate the black mist. However, shortly after the operation began, the energy values inside the mysterious realm underwent a catastrophic change, skyrocketing from D-Class to S-Class in a very short time. This is the first instance of an abnormal mysterious realm in the nation and even worldwide. Currently, the 3 teams dispatched by the Bureau have completely lost contact, and there are fears of a total wipeout. Bang! Raven lost her grip, and the smooth phone slipped from her hand, smashing against her delicate nose with a painful thud. But she couldn't care less about that. Her whole body felt like it had been electrocuted as she abruptly sat up in bed, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Golden Road Garden. S-Class mysterious realm. Countless clues frantically connected in her mind, ultimately pointing to a possibility that made her soul tremble. She trembled as she picked up her phone again, holding it to her ear and asking in a speculative tone. Could it be? On the other end of the line, Wolf replied with a heavy sigh, confirming her suspicion. It should be correct. Raven could no longer suppress the stormy waves in her heart. A gasp of astonishment. It is the work of the Master Guide. He actually alone. The wolf's hoarse voice was filled with a suppressed mix of fear and frenzied excitement as he continued to analyze. I never expected the Master Guide's revenge to come so swiftly, so ruthlessly. This morning, our brothers and sisters lurking in the Bureau were just swept up, and that night, he made the entire Cloud City Bureau pay a price more than tenfold. The Raven's eyes instantly lit up, a mix of adoration and awe shining through passionately. So this is what the Master meant by another plan. It's truly incredible. To summon such a terrifying S-Class holy gate all by himself. This power is simply divine. The wolf's voice dropped even lower, as if afraid of being overheard by some presence from afar. Moreover, Raven, haven't you realized? All the actions of the Bureau, including their conceited capture plans, are likely completely under the Master's control. He had us temporarily cancel the rescue operation for this reason. The Master had already sensed that the entire plan was exposed, and if we had followed the original plan, we would probably have been sacrificed, becoming just a footnote in the Bureau's records. The fervor on Raven's face slowly faded, replaced by deep confusion and bewilderment. She posed a new question. But why didn't the Master warn those lurking brothers and sisters in advance? Why did he watch them get caught? After all, they are also part of the organization. Upon hearing the question, the wolf fell silent. Only his heavy breaths were left on the line, and after a long while, he spoke in an even deeper, more profound tone. You know, Raven, the master ever since he joined the organization, he has always been a lone wolf with no real subordinates, and those undercover agents in the bureau we both know who they obey. Raven's body stiffened suddenly, a chilling thought rising from her heart, leaving her hands and feet cold. You mean to say, those people, they don't obey the master's commands, but those from the chief faction? So the master used the bureau's hands to deal with them. Exactly. The wolf interrupted her sharply. This is the first signal of war between the master and the one above. It's also the last warning for us fence-sitters. He has given us 2 chances already. Raven, the first time was to let us cancel the operation to save our lives, the second was to use the downfall of the Cloud City Bureau to demonstrate his power. If we waver once more, the next time, we might not even know how we died. Raven's voice trembled uncontrollably as she clutched the silk sheets tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. So what should we do? Since the master has shown such strength and determination. A glint of resolute ferocity flashed in the wolf's eyes as he said each word slowly. We must immediately, right now, actively declare our stance. Get ready a statement of loyalty to show that we, Wolf and Raven, along with all our subordinates, are willing to be completely loyal to the master, obey his every command, and become his sharpest knife, his most loyal dog. In the most humble, respectful tone, let him know that we understand his warning and are sincerely grateful for this opportunity. Raven seemed to think of something else, her tone filled with concern. But what about the chief if he finds out we... Ha! The wolf let out a derisive cold laugh. Do you think that the guide master launched such a shocking attack in Cloud City without the chief noticing? The war horn has already sounded, Corvus. As small players, the only thing we can do now is choose a stronger side to stand with, otherwise, we will just be ground into dust. And the guide master, his unfathomable power in this violent method have already proven to us that he is the one who can lead the organization to new heights, and even, bring the Lord back. The words of the wolf struck like a heavy hammer, hitting Corvus's heart hard, shattering her last bit of hesitation. She took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. I understand now, I will prepare right away. May the guide master accept our loyalty. On the other end of the phone, the wolf stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his apartment, gazing at the inky black mist on the horizon, and softly added. Remember, Corvus, this is not betrayal, this is the wisest choice made to survive in a surging tide. Survival always belongs to those who can see the situation clearly. Chapter 51, Loyalty. The dead gray thick mist was like a pot of soup exuding a rotting smell, heavily pressing down on this vast wilderness. Occasionally, a few twisted, dry branches would suddenly pierce through the surface of the fog, like the outstretched hands of dying people, but were immediately swallowed up by the merciless mist, disappearing from sight. The ground beneath their feet felt unusually soft, giving no sense of reality, as if covered by an unknown creation formed from countless years of decay. As this 5-person team trudged forward with great difficulty, a series of varied footprints extended behind them, quickly smoothed out by the swirling mist, as if they had never existed. He, the streamer, wanted nothing more than to curse loudly at this moment. Her carefully made-up face, always adorned with a sweet smile, now twisted slightly with fear and exhaustion. Her original script was to start an exciting and thrilling livestream in this so-called D-level ghost realm, easily reaping a wave of traffic and tips with her beauty, eloquence, and the world's only ghost realm livestream, solidifying her position as the #1 in the Exploring Spirits section of the streaming platform, and thus reaching the peak of her money-making life. Now, the first half of the script had been exceeded, her #1 throne appeared to be secure, and she indeed had made a fortune. But in the second half, it seemed like her life was about to end. Just thinking of that bastard who labeled this ghostly place as D-level on Mistwalk Network, He's teeth gritted in anger. If she could survive and get out, she vowed to spend a huge sum to hire 10 or 8 strong men to let that bastard taste the world's hottest chili sauce inside and out. Damn it! In the end, she couldn't hold it in and let loose a furious curse filled with grief in a choked voice. The floating high-definition camera nearby faithfully captured this emotional outburst of a curse. In her live stream room, which had surpassed 9 million online viewers, the barrage of comments surged like a flood breaking through a dam. Oh no, the streamer broke down and started cursing. Screenshot for keepsake. I know you are panicked right now, but don't panic. Let me laugh for a moment, ha ha. What about those Star Cruiser gifts I sent you after you die? How about you set up an automatic refund after you die to save the platform's rich guy from benefiting? The one above is right. We can crowdfund to burn a few male models with 8-pack abs in front of the streamer's grave, isn't that better than just watching but not enjoying now? Looking at these gloating, unsympathetic comments, He felt both angry and like laughing. She forced a smile that looked worse than crying at the camera. Wow! Do you guys even have a heart? My life is about to end, and there are still people privately messaging me in the background to request refunds for minors? Can you be any more outrageous? Minors can't even enter my livestream, okay? Her half-true half-fake complaints successfully ignited the atmosphere in the livestream again, with the bullet screen filled with comments like "Don't panic, host, we'll crowdfunding for your revival coins" and "Host, don't die, my badge hasn't even reached level 10 yet." After a brief interaction, Achi fell silent, refocusing her attention on the road ahead. She closely followed the four in front, keeping her head down and hurrying along, as in such a ghostly place, every extra second spent could mean even more chance of being swallowed by unknown dangers. This five-person squad, besides her, a vase responsible for livening the atmosphere and providing external information, was actually well-equipped. Leading the group was a rough-looking middle-aged man, Zhang Wenyuan, a B-level physical enhancement type, acting as the tank and main attacker. A cold young man with high-tech tactical goggles, a C-level energy type, was responsible for long-range vigilance and fire support. On either side of the team was a taciturn girl with a ponytail, Xiao Tian, a C-level enhancement type, able to boost the team's stamina, spirit, and strength. And the youngest, an intern from the company, Xiao Wan, a C-level perception type. Just as Achi was lost in thought, Xiao Wan suddenly let out a short gasp and quickly reached out to stop the person in front. "Stop, stop. There's danger ahead." Her voice trembled noticeably, and her already pale face became even whiter than paper. As the only detection-type ability user in the team, her sensitivity had captured an extremely unusual and horrifying aura in the air. Zhang Wenyuan immediately halted, turning to signal Xiao Wan to explain the situation in detail. Xiao Wan swallowed hard, pointing to the dense fog ahead, her voice tense. "About a kilometer ahead, there's a very strong dirty thing reaction." "Very, very strong." "What dirty thing?" the young man with the tactical goggles asked. Xiao Wan shook her head vigorously, her face filled with confusion and fear. "I can't even name what it is, but the feeling, physiologically, it's like a big chunk of dead meat wrapped in expired cheese, rotting for a long time inside, covered with countless wriggling maggots, giving off a nauseating and unpleasant smell. Just sensing it from afar, my head starts to ache." "Girl, are you serious? Are you trying to make us all sick with that description? Just hearing it paints such a vivid picture." A slightly queasy Achi immediately suggested without hesitation, "What's there to say? For safety's sake, let's hurry and take a detour." However, the young man with the tactical goggles immediately rebutted, "No, I just observed the terrain. We are currently in a canyon area, with mountains on both sides towering dozens of meters high. To take a detour would require at least an additional 5 or 6 kilometers, wasting too much time. Especially at times like this, we must conserve every bit of spirit power to deal with any unexpected situations." He paused and proposed his suggestion. "I suggest we scout ahead a bit to figure out what the situation is before making a decision. We can't let the fear of the unknown throw us into chaos." Achi couldn't help but mutter softly, "In horror movies, your behavior is a standard flag for doom, big brother." Zhang Wenyuan frowned, lost in thought. Taking a detour would drain too much physical and spirit energy, but charging straight ahead posed too great a risk. After a moment, he made a compromise decision. "Let's move forward a short distance. About 500 meters away, Xiaowen, please feel more closely to see if you can determine the location and condition of that thing. We must decide on our next action based on more information." This decision made Xiaowen's face instantly fall. Feeling a headache and heart racing from this distance, getting closer by 500 meters felt like dancing on high-voltage wires without a safety rope, didn't it? She timidly said in a voice as small as a mosquito's, that. "Zhang Gu, can I say no?" Zhang Wenyuan looked at her almost crying face, and instead of forcing her, suddenly held up a finger and said in a highly tempting tone, "Xiaowen, as long as you complete this reconnaissance mission, when we come back alive, I will immediately have the boss confirm your position. Salary will be maximized, starting with the 13th month, paid vacation every March, go anywhere you want to travel." As soon as he finished speaking, Aki felt she could distinctly see the fire igniting in Xiaowen's eyes, which were originally filled with fear, as if the shape of her pupils turned into symbols of money. The comments in the livestream instantly criticized, "Damn. Is this the cash power of capitalists? Learned it, learned it. So real, it's simply a perfect embodiment of the laborers selling their lives for money. Boss. Is it too late for me to join you now? I also want to be confirmed. I don't want the 13th month, just give me the 12th. Xiaowen's eyes were now filled with an unwavering determination spurred by the allure of benefits, but she still confirmed with the last trace of concern, "Zhang, the boss really can agree?" Zhang Wenyuan confidently patted his chest, making a few muffled sounds. "Don't worry. Our company's boss is my former apprentice from the bureau, my words carry more weight than his. Whatever treatment I say you get, you will definitely get. Besides, we have the recording of the 9 million viewers in the live stream as proof. If he dares to go back on his word, we'll post the video online and let him face social death. Just go boldly." With the confirmation and 13th month as two strong stimulants, the intern Xiaowen's fear was instantly replaced by the yearning for a beautiful future. She took a deep breath, her eyes turned firm, and resolutely stepped forward, carefully walking towards the ominous fog ahead. Zhang Wenyuan and the others immediately stood at attention, keeping a combat formation, closely following behind her. Chapter 52, Internal Strife. The team trudged forward in the deathly silent gray fog for several hundred meters. This time, even those who were not of the detection type, like Zhang Wenyuan, Aki, and the other team members, clearly sensed an extremely uncomfortable and eerie aura, as if countless invisible, sticky tentacles were silently invading their minds from all directions. An inexplicable and unwarranted rage began to boil in each person's heart, like magma surging from underground. Next came suffocating despair, sharp and bitter dissatisfaction, and overwhelming sadness that flooded like a tide. Various negative emotions spread and fermented through the team like a virus. The first to show abnormality was the young man with the tactical goggles. He suddenly stopped and, with mocking and disdainful tone, said to Zhang Wenyuan, "I say, are we just moving forward like headless flies? What's the point? Zhang Ge, are you really sure you know what you're doing? Or do you just want to show off in front of us?" Aki immediately objected beside him, though she was also disturbed. She instinctively defended the unity of the team. "What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Zhang is doing this for all of us. If you have the ability, you come and lead the team." "Lead the team? I'm not that stupid to lead a bunch of burdens into a pit of fire." The youth with glasses sneered, turning his sharp words towards Aki, "Especially you, a internet celebrity who only knows how to pose for the camera. You have no useful skills. What else can you do except for dragging others down?" His words fell like a spark into a powder keg, instantly igniting Aki's fury. "Who the hell are you calling a burden? You four-eyed nerd with broken glasses, what else can you do besides shooting from the shadows? If you have the guts, fight the weird creatures head-on. The money I earned all the way here could buy you 10 lives." The mood within the group grew restless. Even the usually calm Zhang Wenyuan felt his temples throbbing, a surge of unnamed anger rushing to his head. He abruptly turned around, shouting at the two quarreling, "Shut the hell up. If you argue one more time, I'll throw both of you here to feed the weird creatures." In an instant, the atmosphere in the team became tense. The originally harmonious five now appeared as enemies, pointing fingers and hurling insults at each other. They even began to secretly summon their psychic powers, ready to fight it out at any moment, as if a fierce internal conflict was about to break out in the eerie fog. Only the viewers in the livestream were completely confused, unable to understand what was happening. Those in front of the screen were not affected by the mysterious force. They watched in disbelief as the five, who had just been united and supportive, suddenly became emotionally drained and irritable, as if each of them had swallowed explosives. The comments flooded in like a waterfall. "Wait, is this group putting on a show right now? Isn't that a bit too dedicated? But this plot is overly funny, right? It's obvious they're not acting. Look at their expressions, that kind of genuine anger and disgust cannot be faked. Clearly, there's some external force influencing them. Damn, this scene feels so familiar. Is it a tribute to the first Avengers movie when Loki's scepter influenced everyone's minds?" The viewers were anxious, wanting to remind the five who were about to start a full-blown fight, but unfortunately, they were so caught up in their emotions that they completely ignored the camera still faithfully working by their side. Just when the situation seemed dire. Ding dong! A clear and pleasant system notification sound suddenly rang from the camera sphere on Aki's chest. Immediately, the entire livestream screen was overtaken by a dazzling, colorful effect. A whale with wings swam from one end of the screen to the other, waving its colorful fins, leaving behind effects like fireworks. At the same time, a sweet, mechanical female voice echoed throughout the livestream, clearly reaching the ears of the five who were quarreling. "Thank you to user Cloud City Investigation Bureau will contact you for sending the S-level limited gift Swallowing Skykunkin. This was the most expensive virtual gift on the Eerie Live platform, and the shocking thank you sound was like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing Aki's anger. Her eyes, formerly clouded with rage, suddenly regained clarity. Almost instinctively, she plastered a sickly sweet professional smile on her face, showing a big love heart to the camera. "Wow. Thank you, big brother, for sending the kunkin. Love you, mwah mwah, heart heart." In the livestream, the audience, who had just been worried for them, instantly fell into a strange silence. Feels like, not saving them is okay? How about we just let it be? Letting them fend for themselves seems kind of fun. The key is the ID. Big brother. The ID for the gift sender is, the Cloud City Investigation Bureau wants to contact you. Achi, hurry up and private message him on the back end. This sudden scene jolted Zhang Wenyuan and the others back to reality. They looked at each other, their faces still showing the anger and hostility that hadn't faded, and recalled the words they had just said and the things they had done. A chill rushed from the soles of their feet straight to their minds. Something's not right. Zhang Wenyuan was the first to respond. He immediately turned to the team member with a high ponytail who had been relatively silent. "Xiao Tian, give us all a mental boost." The girl called Xiao Tian nodded heavily. She quickly formed hand seals and chanted in a low voice. In the next second, a soft and warm halo of spiritual energy spread from her, enveloping all five of them. Under the illumination of this spiritual light, everyone immediately felt the chaotic and violent thoughts in their minds quickly dissipate like snow under sunlight. and the negative emotions that had occupied their hearts gradually lessened and calmed. Zhang Wenyuan's expression became unusually serious. He said with lingering fear, "Is this some sort of extremely powerful mental bizarre territory? If we hadn't awakened in time just now, we might have already turned on each other." He turned to Xiao Wan and eagerly asked, "Xiao Wan, what do you perceive now?" With Xiao Tian's mental boost, Xiao Wan felt much better. She closed her eyes, carefully sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations around her. After a moment, she said in an uncertain tone, "The dirty things over there seem to be dissipating? I can feel that the aura of irritation and despair is getting fainter, like water dispersing everywhere, no longer so concentrated." She paused and added details she hadn't had time to mention before. In her perception of spiritual energy, she could clearly see thin, dark red aura, like strands of hair, drifting out from that area and quietly sneaking into her teammates' bodies. When this aura re-emerged, it would become slightly more powerful than before. This was the fundamental reason why her teammates had suddenly changed and attacked each other. It wasn't until the ponytailed girl, Xiao Tian, activated the mental enhancement ability that the soft spiritual light acted like a protective shield, completely blocking those bizarre dark red auras from the bodies. Xiao Wan explained her findings to everyone and then said assertively, "From the current situation, as long as we maintain the mental boost state, after some time, these residual dirty things should completely disappear." Zhang Wenyuan nodded, saying solemnly, "Since we can confirm that the immediate danger ahead is weakening, we will continue forward. But everyone must slow down their pace and always pay attention to any unusual emotions. Xiao Tian, be ready at all times. If you sense anything wrong, immediately give us another boost." Everyone set out again, but this time, their steps became more cautious. After walking for several more meters, strange silhouettes finally emerged behind the thick mist ahead. It turned out to be several severed limbs and broken arms scattered on the ground. There were also dismembered bodies with exceptionally clean cuts, as if they had been sliced through in an instant by something extremely sharp. Even more terrifying was that on those bodies, there was a sticky, fungus-like substance spreading from the ground, clinging to the skin and the severed edges, slowly writhing at an almost imperceptible speed, seemingly absorbing the nutrients from these flesh. The broken wounds on these bodies resembled those of the investigation team members they had previously seen in the Jinlu Garden, making their hearts sink. Exactly the same. Ugh. Xiao Wan only glanced once, then could no longer hold back, violently retching. Meanwhile, Aki's 8K ultra-high-definition camera captured this horrific and bloody scene, broadcasting it vividly live. In the livestream, many new viewers, who had just been attracted by the title S-Class Strange Realm, had never seen such a brutally realistic scene, and they immediately cried out in fear. Many with weak mental endurance shut off the video on the spot and rushed to the restroom to vomit. The others in the group were also shocked into gasps by the hellish sight before them, and a single thought arose in all their minds. They had caught up with the investigation team's main force. Or rather, they had caught up with the Yi death traces left by the investigation team. Chapter 53, Speculation. Zhang Wenyuan hurried forward, beginning to carefully examine the scattered severed limbs and broken arms on the ground. He glanced over the extremely twisted faces distorted by fear and the remaining fabric scraps of their clothes, and with a somber voice, he made a judgment. Most of them should be residents of Jinlu Garden community. No. There's also a person from the investigation team. His gaze locked onto a corpse dressed in a tattered black special police uniform. The uniform was in tatters, but the silver badge representing the Yun City Investigation Bureau on the shoulder could still be vaguely seen through the gray mist. Zhang Wenyuan immediately crouched down, wanting to retrieve the crucial body camera from this team member's chest. However, just as his hand stretched out, it froze in midair. This corpse was simply too terrible. From the chest to the abdomen, it seemed to have been cut open horizontally by some invisible and sharp giant blade, the upper and lower body divided into several sections, scattered all over the ground, with internal organs, intestines, and shattered bones mixed with dirt, splattered everywhere. And the body camera, which should have been fixed to the chest, was completely destroyed in this devastating blow, its shell shattered, and the delicate internal parts exposed, now completely beyond repair. Zhang Wenyuan silently stood up. At that moment, Aki suddenly made a new discovery. "Look over there!" she exclaimed, shifting the camera to precisely capture an unusual area not far from the corpse. Everyone followed the direction of her finger, and they saw a large depression on the ground, still giving off green smoke, about 10 meters away from the pile of corpses. This depression had a diameter of 20 to 30 meters, with extremely irregular edges, as if it had been corroded away by some strong chemical substance. At the bottom and edges, the soil exhibited a strange charred black color, continuously emitting sizzling sounds and pungent white smoke. A mix of burnt smell, sour odor, and some indescribable evil atmosphere spread out from that large pit, making anyone who smelled it feel dizzy and intensely uncomfortable. On the other side of the site, away from this terrifying pit, another trace caught everyone's attention. It was a very obvious drag mark. A human-shaped outline seemed to have been forcibly dragged, carving a deep groove in the soft ground, which was mixed with many still uncongealed dark red viscous blood. This shocking mark stretched out into the distance, ultimately disappearing into the deeper fog. Seeing this scene, nearly 10 million viewers in the livestream transformed into Sherlock Holmes and Conan in an instant. They began to wildly speculate about the brutal battle that had occurred here based on everything they saw before them. I understand. The plot must be like this: the investigation team's main force was ambushed by that A-class anomaly while escorting survivors during their evacuation. Indeed. In a rush, the investigation bureau was caught off guard, losing several team members and some civilians. Then, a hidden expert within the investigation bureau finally took action. He battled that strange creature for 300 rounds, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth, darkening the sun and the moon. In the end, this expert overexerted himself, sustaining serious injuries and falling into a coma. He was dragged away by other surviving investigation bureau members, urgently relocated to a safe area. The drag marks left behind are the evidence. The logic was clear, the reasoning rigorous. I would call it a God-level script. Although the audience's imagination was full of drama, it unexpectedly hit a part of the truth. Zhang Wenyuan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Just as he wanted to ask Xiaowen to sense again, he saw that although the intern Xiaowen was disgusted by the body and the bloody scene in front of her, her face pale, her mental resilience was significantly higher than before after a series of shocks. Before Zhang Wenyuan could speak, she had already consciously closed her eyes, actively activating her psychic perception. I know, Brother Zhang, you don't need to say anything. I understand, she said, her tone carrying a resigned helplessness. The psychic energy spread out like ripples in water, carefully probing every trace of energy fluctuation left on this battlefield. After a moment, fine cold sweat began to bead on Xiaowen's forehead, and her body trembled uncontrollably, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying in her perception. This foul power fluctuation is from that A-level strange creature that appeared in the courtyard before. That bride. As soon as this name was mentioned, the crowd, who had still held onto a glimmer of hope, was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water, feeling chilled to the bone. The tactical eyewear youth immediately raised his doubts, his voice slightly off-pitched due to nervousness. Then why didn't you sense it right away? The foul power fluctuation of an A-level strange creature should be as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the night. While wiping the cold sweat, Xiaowen painstakingly explained, it was the strange energy left in that big pit that covered it. That energy, the taste was too strong, it was entwined with the foul power of the strange bride, making it very hard to discern. And. She seemed to have discovered something else, her tone becoming even more confused. The foul power of that A-level strange creature seems to have weakened a lot? I feel, the remaining energy strength now is at most only around sea level. Could it be, just as the viewers in the live broadcast guessed, it was severely injured by some master of the investigation bureau? Empty guesses ultimately mean nothing, seeing is believing. Just then, through the private messaging feature of the live broadcast platform, the Yunqing Investigation Bureau, which had been in contact with Aki, sent new messages. They confirmed that the dismembered body belonged to a member of Team 3 through the number on the uniform of the sacrificed team member in Aki's live broadcast footage, along with some subtle characteristics. At the same time, the Investigation Bureau officially requested Aki's small team to attempt to follow the drag marks to catch up with and establish contact with the remnants of Team 3, ensuring their own safety in the process. If Aki and the others could successfully regroup, they would not only provide invaluable coordinates and intelligence for subsequent rescue operations, but also consolidate the surviving forces, greatly increasing the chances of survival. Having received the official confirmation and request, Zhang Wenyuan no longer hesitated. He glanced at the blood-red marks stretching into the depths of the thick fog. Made the final decision. Since it can be confirmed that the A-level anomaly is seriously injured and poses no threat for now, we will continue forward, following this trace, and we should encounter them soon. Everyone, stay alert and be ready to set off. Chapter 54. She chases, he flees. After confirming the direction, everyone no longer hesitated and immediately quickened their pace. They closely followed the shocking dragging marks on the ground, racing deeper into the thick fog. Strangely, this path made of blood and dirt seemed to carry some kind of invisible deterrent. Along the way, they occasionally caught glimpses of bizarre creatures flashing through the mist, emitting unsettling howls, but they seemed to be filled with dread at this trace, only peering from a distance, and none dared to approach, let alone touch it. Experienced Zhang Wenyuan quickly noticed new doubts. He crouched down and carefully peeled away the surface soil of the newer dragging mark, his brow furrowing tightly. Something's wrong, he said in a deep voice, the marks on the ground are actually two. At his direction, everyone finally realized that the obvious dragging mark was actually covering a previous mark left earlier. The covered mark had become very blurry, barely showing some intermittent impressions, like a human palm pressed into the ground, accompanied by drops of half-congealed blood. These two types of marks, one indicating passive dragging, the other indicating active crawling. All signs indicated that what happened here was far more complex and bizarre than they had imagined. Zhang Wenyuan immediately instructed everyone to be on high alert, keeping their weapons ready, always wary of unknown dangers that might erupt from the thick fog at any moment. As they delved deeper, the blood on the ground grew fresher, with some areas still showing blood that hadn't fully clotted, presenting an unsettling dark red color. Everyone's hearts rose to their throats, and the entire team fell into an extremely oppressive silence, with only the sound of heavy and hurried breathing, and the intentional soft rustling noise made by the soles of their shoes rubbing against the decayed ground. In the livestream, nearly 10 million viewers were also infected by this tension to the extreme. The number of comments drastically reduced as everyone held their breath, staring fixedly at the screen, as if they were also trapped in that deadly fog. Suddenly, a subtle and strange scraping sound faintly came from the thick fog ahead. Everyone immediately stopped, straining to listen. That sound. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Rhythmic, segment by segment, as if some heavy object was being dragged back and forth, scraping against the ground. They exchanged a glance, gripping their weapons tightly, cautiously moving forward. The sound became clearer and more piercing, until a massive and terrifying figure slowly revealed its outline in the swirling fog. Achi only took one look and felt her heart gripped by a cold hand. Even her breathing stagnated. She instinctively swallowed, her face turning instantly pale as paper. Even though she had named herself the most daring female anchor in the ghost hunting section of the Strange Life platform, having witnessed countless horrific scenes, the sight before her still made her feel a chill run down her spine, her legs weaken, nearly collapsing. It was a monster that crawled out of a nightmare. The once festive red wedding dress was now torn and filthy, stained with black blood and dirt. Beneath the wedding dress was a huge bride with only half a dismembered body remaining. Its body below the waist was missing. Already gone, as if torn apart by something. The left half of the body, from shoulder to ribs, seemed to be neatly sliced off by an invisible, sharp giant blade, leaving only a hollow and grotesque section that constantly oozed black liquid. Pale bones, dark red meat textures, and sections of black intestines hanging outside, still slightly wriggling, were exposed openly to the air. Its one relatively intact right arm was deeply digging into the soft ground, and its 5 sharp black nails, like daggers, would leave 5 deep grooves on the ground with each forceful pull. With this arm, it dragged its mangled, incredibly heavy upper body, crawling slowly and persistently forward, one pull at a time. But the most chilling thing was its face. The left half of its cheek had completely rotted away, exposing its white cheekbone and 2 rows of black gums without any cover. The dark hollow eye sockets, in the dim fog, seemed like bottomless black holes, staring intensely ahead. With every move, its broken body left a dragging mark on the ground, accompanied by a faint yet piercing sound of scraping bones that made one's teeth ache. Although it looked utterly tragic at this moment, its iconic tattered wedding dress and the suffocating stench of decay instantly made everyone recognize it, the A-class anomaly, the Bound Eye Bride, which had previously slaughtered the Bureau's members in the courtyard. However, what made everyone feel even more unnerved was that, about 2 meters in front of this terrifying Bound Eye Bride, there was a blood-soaked man. The man looked severely injured, perhaps he had lost all feeling in his legs, and he was struggling to hold his body up with his hands while painfully crawling forward on the ground. From the intermittent bloody handprints behind him, it was clear just how terrifying his despair was. The constant loss of strength, awareness gradually fading along with blood loss. Being caught by the terrifying anomaly behind seemed only a matter of time. This scene of pursuit and escape was filled with primal and brutal tension, deeply imprinting on everyone's retinas. Both the crowd and the viewers in the live broadcast were shocked by this heart-pounding scene, and they felt genuine respect for the man, who refused to give up even under the chase of death. What an extraordinary will to survive. The situation had become very clear. Attack! Zhang Wenyuan's low roar broke the dead silence. The young man in the team with the tactical scope reacted the fastest. Almost the moment Zhang Wenyuan's voice fell, he raised the energy rifle in his hand and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 A series of customized bullets wrapped in a faint blue energy halo whistled through the fog and accurately hit the bride's mangled back. However, these energy bullets, which could pierce through steel plates, only pushed it forward a short distance due to the enormous impact, narrowing the distance between it and the heavily injured man, without causing any substantial harm at all. The bullets embedded in its muscles didn't make a single drop of black blood flow out. But the attack seemed to have angered this dying monster. The remaining half of its broken body suddenly erupted with a strength completely uncharacteristic of its state, leaping from the ground like a hunting leopard, pouncing toward the man ahead. PFF. Its blade-like black claws ruthlessly sank into the man's struggling thigh. Ah! The man let out a piercing scream, his voice filled with excruciating pain and despair. This bloody scene was both brutal and absurd. Zhang Wenyuan sensed the danger and could no longer hide. He roared and, with a sudden burst of strength, his sturdy body shot forward like a cannonball. He grabbed the remaining right arm of the eerie bride, muscles bulging, desperately trying to pull it off the man's leg. With this effort, there was a tearing sound, and 5 sharp claws dug into the man's thigh, tearing away a large chunk of bloody flesh before being forcibly removed. Zhang Wenyuan had no time to think. He exerted force with his waist and lifted the half-bodied eerie bride as if throwing a hammer, hurling her into the thick fog ahead. The half-remaining body rolled in the air and quickly disappeared into the depths of the fog. The immediate crisis was temporarily averted. At this moment, the man on the ground had lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss and intense pain. Zhang Wenyuan immediately moved forward and carefully turned him over. On the man's tattered uniform, he could faintly see two blood-stained characters. Qi Yang? Is he from the local Qi Yang exorcism company? Zhang Wenyuan muttered to himself, looking up and shouting towards the back of the team, "Xiao Tian! Hurry! Bring me the medical kit!" At this moment, Aki finally regained her senses from shock and performed her duties as a broadcaster. She pointed the camera at the unconscious man and Zhang Wenyuan, who was preparing first aid, speaking in an exaggerated tone. "Dear viewers, family members, we have finally found a living person. Although he is severely injured, he has managed to endure so long under the pursuit of an A-class anomaly. His willpower is truly remarkable. Allow me to respectfully call him Hard Guy. I hope we can gain some important information about the third team of the Investigation Bureau from this Hard Guy." Chapter 55. Qi Yang. Qi Yang? In Aki's live streaming room, an employee of the Qi Yang company, who had been staying up late seeking excitement, nearly sprayed his milk tea onto his monitor upon seeing the familiar flame emblem embroidered on the uniform. Unexpectedly, the gossip turned out to be about his own company. He almost scrambled to post a message in the company's internal group, attaching a link to the live stream and a bloody screenshot. "Email everyone. Emergency. Live coverage of the Yunqing anomaly incident. A survivor suspected to be one of our colleagues has been found. Gravely injured. Come quickly to watch." Of course, the man lying on the ground, unaware of his fate, was not necessarily a treasure hunter who stumbled upon the area like Zhang Wenyuan and his Junlai security team. He could very well have lived within the scope of this Black Mist's arrival, being one of the first victims. As soon as the news spread, the internal working group of Qi Yang company erupted. Even the small company of Qi Yang only had about 30 employees including security. The boss of Qi Yang Exorcism Company, a middle-aged man troubled by his thinning hair and growing belly, saw the message and his small eyes suddenly sparkled with light. Crisis? No, this is an opportunity. He immediately issued a directive in the executive group, broadcasting a message to urgently check all employees living in the Jinnu Park and surrounding areas. The response was quick. Within minutes, feedback came back indicating that there was indeed an employee whose registered address was in the Jinnu Park community, and he was a C-class exorcism ability user. The boss quickly dialed the phone of that employee's direct superior. The superior was also holding up his phone right now. Sweating profusely, I stared at Aki's livestream. As soon as the call connected, I stuttered, "Boss, I'm watching. That person is full of blood, with several cuts on his face. I really can't recognize him. But judging by that figure, it does look a bit like our little Wang from the department." "A bit like?" The boss's voice came from the receiver, carrying the authority of our provider. "I don't want a bit like, I want you to confirm." Yes. It's him." My superior, with a strong desire to survive, dared not hesitate anymore and immediately assured the boss, "I'm certain, absolutely certain, it's little Wang." "Very good." The boss hung up the phone, a mysterious smile appearing on his face like an old fox. Without hesitation, he logged into the company's official account and made a series of crazy moves in Aki's livestream. In the next second, the entire live stream screen was once again overwhelmed by dazzling, luxurious gift effects. Golden dragons soared and danced, and glittering starships crossed the sky. Each of these gifts seemed as if they were free. The audience in the entire live stream was stunned by this sudden display of extravagance. Following this nearly blinding gift effect, a flashing golden message appeared at the very top of the live stream, every word seeming to burn with funding. "Hello, streamer. I am the head of Qi Yang Exorcism Company. The hero in the footage, who is seriously injured, is our elite employee. He is one of our company's most outstanding spirit summoning ability users. Thank you very much for your live stream, allowing us to find our missing family members in this desperate moment. Qi Yang Company hereby expresses the highest respect and sincere gratitude to you and all the rescuers on site. We earnestly request you, please make sure to take him. Every employee is our most precious asset at Qi Yang. All rescue costs, medical expenses, and subsequent rehabilitation expenses incurred will be fully borne by Qi Yang Company, and there will be considerable rewards for all the heroes involved in the rescue. We ask all friends in the live stream to witness this moment with us." This statement was heartfelt and dignified, filled with human care and corporate responsibility. Countless viewers were deeply moved by this people-oriented declaration. I'm in tears. This is truly a conscience company, treating their employees like real family. Qi Yang Company? I remember that. Next time I need exorcism services, they're the first I will turn to. Just for this commitment. Woohoo, compared to Qi Yang, my boss who thinks of ways to cut my salary every day is simply a beast. Some viewers with strong logical ability quickly pieced together the key information revealed in the boss's comment about spirit summoning ability users, alongside the massive crater left on the battlefield and the severely injured binding bride, immediately imagining a grand and tragic heroic epic. I understand. The truth must be like this. When the investigation team was moving survivors, the A-class anomaly binding bride suddenly launched an attack. In the moment of despair, this spirit summoning employee from Qiyang stood up. He used his ability to summon an incredibly powerful spirit and engaged in a fierce battle against the A-class anomaly. That huge corrosive crater must have been left by the spirit he summoned. He single-handedly dealt heavy blows to the binding bride, buying precious time for the team to retreat. In the end, he resembled a hero. After exhausting all his strength and collapsing, he himself was seriously injured. And that bound-eyed bride was also severely injured and on the verge of death. What a tragic sacrifice. He alone saved everyone. This statement was reasonable, perfectly logical, and instantly gained widespread agreement from the majority of viewers in the live broadcast room. In an instant, words like hero, tragic, and guardian flooded the entire screen. The man lying on the ground, unconscious, suddenly became an immensely tall and great figure in everyone's hearts. At this moment, in the luxurious bed of a high-end residential community in the real world, the plump, bald boss was holding his phone, watching the praises and emotional comments flooding the live broadcast room, his mouth curving into a huge smile, the fat on his face squishing together. Spirit summoning system? The reason I specifically mentioned the employee's ability system is for this effect. He secretly felt proud. No matter how the events actually unfolded, after the public opinion of millions of people fermented, he had to be a hero. A C-level employee severely injured while protecting the public from a powerful A-level anomaly. How intriguing. How compelling. Ha ha ha. My company is going to be famous. The middle-aged boss grew more excited the more he thought about it, and couldn't help but let out a snorting laugh like a pig in the warm quilt. Then, smack! A hand the size of a palm came down hard on his face. What are you sneaking laughs about in the middle of the night? You perverted creep. His wife, awoken by the noise, grumbled with sleepy eyes and turned over to continue sleeping. Chapter 56, Attack? Even without the boss of Qiyang Company's speech full of copper smell and scheming, Zhang Wenyuan and the others could not abandon the severely injured man named Wang Haihe. In this perilous, eerie world, leaving an unconscious, severely injured person alone would only lead to a grim fate. Those many bizarre creatures wandering in the fog would tear him to shreds. Moreover, the bound-eyed bride, who had been heavily injured, displayed an incredible defensive power, making it impossible for even energy rifles to deal effective damage to her. No one could guarantee whether it would return, so they must seize every moment while it hadn't crawled back yet to hurry on their voyage. Zhang Wenyuan took out a first-aid kit from his backpack and began treating the terrifying, deep wound on Iron Man's leg, while the others seized this rare moment to sit down and catch their breath. The signal about to connect with the main force of the investigation bureau was like a shot of adrenaline, slightly easing everyone's tense nerves, and the repressive feeling of despair in their hearts dissipated considerably. Qi even had the mood to joke with Xiaowen. Although they had known each other for less than an hour, in such an extremely dangerous environment, people's instinct to band together against fear was the most effective catalyst for advancing friendship. Qi, while wiping the dust off her face with a wet wipe, leaned closer to Xiaowen and gently nudged her with her elbow. I say, little sister Xiaowen, why did you want to come work at the exorcism company? You don't seem that brave. Xiaowen, struck at her sore spot, slightly blushed, embarrassedly lowering her head, her voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. I heard my friend say that this job pays quickly and is easy. Hearing this answer, Qi was first stunned, then let out a laugh, causing her to shake uncontrollably. Make money fast? Easy? I say, little sister, do you have a huge misunderstanding about this industry? Just look at it now. Is it easy? She lifted her delicate chin and pointed at the scattered limbs and burnt battlefield around them. Xiaowen's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. She awkwardly justified, she said we from the exploration department only need to act as human radars and follow behind, without needing to fight ourselves. Who knew, it was my first field trip, and this would happen. As she spoke, memories of the thrilling journey surged back, and feelings of grievance and fear flooded her heart, causing her voice to tremble slightly with suppressed tears. Oh, it's okay. Don't cry. Aki quickly put away her teasing expression, wrapped her arm around Xiaowen's weak shoulders, and gently patted her back like a big sister comforting her. This kind of situation in my many years of spirit exploration is very, very rare, like a once-in-100 years event. But speaking of which, you really got tricked badly by that friend of yours. When we get out alive, you have to make her treat you to a month of big meals. Xiaowen leaned in Aki's arms, sniffed hard, and held back the tears welling up in her eyes. She looked up, her big, watery eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. Can we really go out and talk about this? Aki sis, what about you? why do you want to be a spirit exploration host? It feels even more dangerous than us. Mentioning her profession, Aki's tone immediately became bright and confident. Me? I guess I just have a restless nature, I love finding some excitement. She pointed proudly at the floating camera faithfully filming Zhang Wenyuan's rescue process. To show those places that ordinary people will never have the chance to see, places they can't even imagine, through my lens, and also earn some money on the side, it gives me a great sense of achievement. Although this time, it's a bit too thrilling. Of course, the main reason is still to become famous, to make piles and piles of cash, to become someone above others. This true inner thought, I won't say it out loud. Aki secretly added in her heart, while her smile remained genuine and infectious. After a pause, she turned her head again, seriously looking at Xiaowen, her eyes filled with sincere encouragement. But speaking of which, Xiaowen, you really are amazing. Although you're very scared, you haven't faltered at all along the way, right? Fear is the most normal instinct of humanity, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Being able to carry this fear and still complete your work, that's what is truly amazing, truly brave. Xiaowen seemed deeply encouraged by these words, staring blankly at Aki and softly asking in disbelief, really? Of course. Aki nodded without hesitation, then her eyes turned, revealing a confident expression of hidden schemes. So, when we escape, you might as well quit that broken company of yours and come join me in spirit exploration streaming. With your super accurate weird radar perception ability plus my unmatched eloquence and breathtaking beauty, the two of us combined will definitely have explosive streaming results. By then, won't the money come flowing in? That's what you call money coming in fast and easy. Xiaowen was somewhat amused by the easy and beautiful future she painted, and the tension and fear that had built up since entering the eerie realm seemed to ease a lot with this joke. Just as she was about to say something, at that moment around them, the previously calm thick fog suddenly surged as if a huge stone had been thrown into a still lake. The violent waves surged. A massive chunk of broken flesh, carrying a foul and fishy wind, suddenly flew out from the swirling mist, like a giant stone thrown by a catapult, arcing through the air and crashing straight towards Zhang Wenyuan, who was bowing down to tend to his wounds. From the tattered red wedding dress, it was the strange bride whose half-body Zhang Wenyuan had desperately thrown away. At the moment Zhang Wenyuan felt the evil wind approaching, every hair on his back stood on end. He didn't even have time to turn around and see what it was, relying solely on his body's fighting instincts, he rolled away in a desperate dodge. However, in this instant, he completely forgot about the tough guy still lying on the ground, unconscious. Thud. A dull thud echoed. That heavy, blindfolded bride's corpse slammed solidly into him. The poor tough guy couldn't even muster a groan, his body twitched violently, his legs stretched weakly, and then he fell limp again, completely silent. This sudden scene made everyone, who had just relaxed, feel their hearts leap into their throats. They nervously took up defensive poses, staring intently at the corpse pinning the man, ready to face its next furious counterattack. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The corpse just lay there quietly, unmoving, as if it had completely lost all vitality. Wait. The sharp-eyed He was the first to notice something was off. Look. That bride's head is gone. Step. An odd sound of footsteps, light and heavy, accompanied by the crisp echo of metal striking the ground, slowly approached from the depths of the swirling mist. The sound was neither hurried nor slow, but carried an oppressive feeling as if it were stepping on everyone's hearts. The nerves that had just relaxed instantly tensed to the extreme. Everyone held their breath, afraid to let their guard down for even a moment, staring hard at the direction of the sound. The young man with the tactical rifle quickly raised it, locking the muzzle firmly on the swirling mist through the high-magnification tactical scope, his finger lightly resting on the trigger, ready to unleash deadly fire at any moment. The next second, a tall and athletic figure emerged from the mist. When they saw who it was, everyone was stunned. It was actually a stunningly beautiful woman leaning on a cane. This woman's beauty was shocking, wild and primal, delivering a powerful impact. Her skin was smooth and tight, like high-quality chocolate, glowing with a healthy and tempting sheen in the dim fog. A head of brilliantly vibrant purple hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, drawing strong curves behind her head with each step she took. She was tall and athletic, her muscle line smooth and beautiful, filled with explosive power, with no excess fat, every inch seemed carefully calculated and rigorously sculpted. At that moment, she wore a somewhat loose, silver-white tattered battlesuit, covered in fierce scratches and burn marks, with a few damaged spots revealing wounds that had been simply bandaged underneath. Her left leg and right hand were supported by simple slats made of branches and cloth, clearly indicating that she had just experienced an unimaginable brutal battle not long ago. A-class. Xiaowen instinctively spoke in a reverent, dreamlike tone that echoed the thoughts of everyone. Although this woman looked tragic and disheveled, from the heavy and condensed aura of spiritual energy that naturally radiated from her, there was no doubt that she was a genuine A-class ability user. At that moment, in a Cheese live stream, the official personnel from the investigation bureau, who had been closely watching the development of the situation, became excited when they saw the woman's face. It's Captain Xia from the third team. It's Captain Xia Qianxiu. She's still alive. Great. Captain Xia is alive. Quick, contact this broadcaster. The tall figure, leaning on a cane, became completely clear in the thick fog. She seemed to completely ignore the spiritual energy rifle pointed blackly at her. Her eyes, resembling molten gold, calmly scanned the entire scene with a natural pride and strength, as if she were a queen surveying her territory, unexpectedly discovering a few kittens that had fluffed up due to excessive nervousness. Her gaze lingered for less than half a second on the slightly white-knuckled fingers of the young man behind the tactical scope, and then the corner of her lips curled up in a disdainful arc. Tisk. A very light sneer escaped from between her tightly pressed teeth, and the obvious disdain instantly made the scoped youth's face flush red. Steady it, rookie, your toy is shaking and making me a bit dizzy. Her voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of fatigue from battle, yet still full of undeniable authority. She deliberately tapped her metal cane lightly on her left leg, which was in a simple splint, making a bang-bang sound. And do you need to treat a disabled person like such a huge threat? Her gaze passed over the cold muzzle and finally landed on the pale-faced Xiaowan, where a complex and hard-to-understand light flashed through her cat-like, narrowed golden eyes. A-class? That title doesn't mean much here, in this damned ghostly place. One misstep, and you'll become food for those ghostly things. She slowly exhaled, as if trying to dispel the fatigue from her body. Relax. Her voice remained low but carried an irresistible commanding tone. I'm not interested in chewing on your skinny bones unless you plan to continue blocking my way like a few wooden stakes. It was no wonder that Xia Qianxiu was so alert and aggressive as soon as she appeared. In this chaotic place, completely detached from the laws and orders of the real world, the true harm doesn't only come from those strange creatures of various forms. Sometimes, human hearts are scarier than the strange. This is an uncontrolled lawless land, where killings, betrayals, thefts, anything can happen, and no one will know, nor will anyone pursue it. After the black fog descended, those who quickly entered this ghostly realm were either those desperate gold miners, blinded by great profits, trying to strike it rich in the ghostly realm, or those who harbored unspeakable secrets, even worshipping strange cults. Neither of these two types of people is kind. Not to mention the live stream room, which had already completely fallen, with the screen filled with comments like "Mom" and "Queen step on me." The atmosphere on site plunged into silence and awkwardness for a moment. Eventually, it was Ichi, who bore the role of a socially anxious team diplomat, who steeled herself and broke the suffocating silence first. Excuse me, are you Captain Xia Qianxiu from the third team of the Yun City Investigation Bureau? Xia Qianxiu's molten gold eyes slowly turned towards her, sizing her up from head to toe. The tight-fitting combat suit was designed to highlight her curvy figure. In her eyes, it was more like a kind of adult toy than actual combat. Who are you? Her tone carried an unhidden scrutiny. Aki immediately revealed her professional sweet smile as a streamer, striving to appear harmless. Hello, Captain Xia. I am Aki, a spirit-seeking streamer from the mysterious live platform. These are the bodyguards I hired for this adventure. Hearing this, the little girl standing beside her was instantly confused, wondering when she had turned from an intern into a bodyguard. However, Zhang Wenyuan and the other two team members suddenly understood the situation, silently applauding Aki's quick thinking. Indeed, rather than exhausting themselves explaining to the seemingly powerful A-class captain why their amateur security team had illegally entered the mysterious realm, it was simpler and more convincing for Aki to directly state her identity as a spirit-seeking streamer. After all, it was understandable for streamers to do crazy things for views and hype. This is the world's first live broadcast inside the mysterious realm. Currently, there are over 10 million viewers watching. They are all my loyal fans. Aki said, pushing her floating camera towards Xia Qianxiu, showing her the endless stream of comments flowing like a waterfall. Xia Qianxiu's gaze swept across the screen when suddenly, she extended her finger, pointing at a particularly eye-catching comment. What does this "I'm mom's dog" mean? Aki's smile instantly froze on her face, a thin layer of cold sweat appearing on her forehead. Oh. This, It might be that Captain Xia looks very much like his long-lost mother. Yes. That's it. But speaking of which, these days even dogs are watching my livestream. It seems I really am something. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Aki laughed awkwardly, signaling frantically to the live stream manager to block those messy comments. I find your answer very strange. Xia Qianxiu glanced at her, too lazy to pursue this boring question. Forget it, what's the story with that bride's remains? Given your reaction earlier, you should know something. At this point, Zhang Wenyuan, who had just moved the headless, strange bride's body away from Wang Hai, took over the conversation with a low voice. Captain Xia, we are also here seeking help, following the traces left by your investigation bureau. We have only just arrived here and don't know much. When we got here, there was only this strange corpse and this severely injured brother, so we can only guess that this spirit-seeking brother fought hard to take it down. Xia Qianxiu fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Her gaze landed on Wang Hai's bloodied face, a glimmer of thought flashing in her golden pupils. Spirit-seeking, huh? It's not entirely impossible. Though a C-class ability user, being a spirit seeker means having a low bottom line yet a divine upper limit. The chance of seriously injuring an A-class aberration was minuscule, but the possibility was not zero. Wait. Hold on, there seems to be a person under that corpse. Little One looked at Xia Qianqiu's contemplative demeanor, seemingly unconcerned that her weapon had landed on an injured person, and couldn't help but mumble quietly in her heart, not caring at all that she hit someone. This person is so cold-blooded. At this moment, Xia Qianqiu's hidden heart was undergoing a small storm. She had just been too focused on showing off. Only now did she realize the body had hit someone. That guy, wouldn't I have accidentally killed him? My bonus. My year-end evaluation. Chapter 58. Luckily, Zhang Wenyuan quickly checked Wang Hai's vital signs and concluded, although this tough guy was already battered and bruised, his chest still held a faint breath, resilient like an unkillable cockroach. The two groups then exchanged the intelligence they had gathered. When Xia Qianqiu heard that the external evaluation of this strange realm had risen from the initial D level to the highest S level, her face, slightly pale from blood loss and exhaustion, became extremely grave. Although she had already anticipated that the danger level of this strange realm would be at least A level based on the veiled bride that had mutated to A level, she was still shocked by the S level. This level meant that within this area shrouded in black mist, there lurked a more terrifying S-level anomaly than the already absurdly powerful A-level veiled bride. This had completely surpassed the limits of what the three teams of the Yunqing Investigation Bureau could handle. This was no longer a routine anomaly handling incident, it was a disaster at the highest level that threatened the entire Yunqing and even broader areas. However, upon receiving news that the headquarters of the Investigation Bureau and the Yunqing branch had dispatched a special operations team for support, her tired spirit visibly lifted. When everyone learned that this seemingly indifferent Captain Xia had risked her life to buy time for her team by holding off the overwhelmingly powerful A-level anomaly veiled bride until her own strength was almost depleted, respect shone in everyone's eyes without exception. Facing the mixed gazes of admiration and reverence, Xia Qianqiu waved her hand nonchalantly, her tone betraying undeniable exhaustion and self-reproach. In the end, it's still my lack of ability, otherwise, it wouldn't have escaped and unnecessarily cost a few lives. She glanced at the headless remains, a flash of sharpness crossing her golden eyes. This anomaly, after mutation, has absurdly high defenses, almost bulletproof, even my attacks have difficulty inflicting fatal damage. Combined with its terrifying speed and strength, I fear, the other two teams are also in a tough battle. A tough battle would be the best result. If the other teams unfortunately encountered the legendary S-level anomaly that could destroy heaven and earth with a wave, they would likely face complete annihilation. However, according to common sense, the core boss-like anomaly of a strange realm usually dwells at the most energy-dense center of the realm. They were currently still in the outer area of the strange realm, so they shouldn't encounter it so quickly. Zhang Wenyuan immediately pressed on, Captain Xia, can't you contact the other teams? Do you have any backup plans? No, Xia Qianqiu shook her head, her expression serious. We already tried contacting them when we first entered. There seems to be some sort of special energy field inside this strange realm that severely affects our communication equipment. Since there is no news from the other teams, our priority should be to meet up with the third team, we should not delay. Zhang Wenyuan pondered for a moment, picking up the tough guy who had been treated for his injuries. What? The moment he grabbed, Zhang Wenyuan frowned. Did this tough guy lift weights regularly? So heavy? Then let's set off. Captain Xia, let's go together, it's better to have more people for mutual support. The lively He spoke up first. Xia Qianqiu, rarely showing any emotion, revealed a slight smile. She turned her head slightly to look at He, her face a perfect blend of heroism and intoxicating charm, filled with lethal allure, if you don't mind me being a cripple. He and her live stream audience, at that moment, felt their hearts struck hard, almost drooling from being mesmerized. Looking at the rough immobilization on Xia Qianqiu's injured leg, as if recalling something, she instinctively wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and pulled out an orange round ball from her seemingly small yet exceptionally capacious backpack. Then, she cleared her throat, switched to a highly professional and provocative tone, and began to introduce loudly to Xia Qianqiu, or rather, to the millions of viewers in her live stream. When accidents happen, fractures come unexpectedly. Every second of waiting is a painful addition of risk. Traditional wooden planks and bandage methods are not only time-consuming and labor-intensive but can also cause secondary injuries. Now, welcome the revolutionary rescue solution, stabilizing emergency fixing ball. As she spoke, He bent down and carefully untied the crude immobilization on Xia Qianqiu's leg. Xia Qianqiu watched her series of actions with great interest, making no sound to stop her and showing no intent to resist. Even in her golden eyes, there was a hint of amusement. One press to open. She pressed the central button, and the ball instantly unfolded into a belt-like structure. One wrap to secure. The belt-like structure wrapped around Xia Qianqiu's injured limb, firmly enclosing it. All in one breath. He pulled out a hidden manual air pump from the belt structure and squeezed it several times. The airbag expanded evenly, emitting a crisp click as it locked in place. No professional knowledge needed, no complex tools required, just 3 steps to complete a professional-level temporary immobilization within 60 seconds. The built-in smart pressure valve ensures the fixation strength is absolutely safe, effectively stopping movement while never hindering blood circulation. Watching a key speak with such confidence, the live stream audience shouted 666. Wow! This company really found a ghost by asking a key to promote their goods. This ad placement deserves full marks. Promoting goods live for an A-level boss in an S-level eerie world. Host, you really are the scorpion's feces. I didn't place an order, but please send it over. I am a student and remember to add $200. Just as Aki was about to continue introducing the other advantages of the product, Xiao Chenxiu gently pinched her smooth chin. Xiao Chenxiu leaned slightly forward, coming close to her, a teasing smile playing at the corner of her mouth, the warm breath brushing against Aki's face. You really are using me for an advertisement. So how do you plan to calculate my portrait rights usage fee? My appearance fee isn't cheap. Letting go of Aki, who was already showing pink hearts in her eyes, completely mesmerized, Xiao Chenxiu stood up straight, her smile vanishing instantly as she reverted to her serious and competent demeanor. Alright, we can't waste any more time, we need to hurry. Just like that, the original 5-member team set off again after adding A-level boss Xiao Chenxiu and the injured, unconscious hero Tough Guy. Chapter 59, Train Hero. The team's speed did not slow down at all due to carrying an unconscious severely injured person and a lame individual. On the contrary, as a lame person, Xiao Chenxiu leaned on a cane but moved forward with an extraordinary and efficient posture, her powerful core strength and explosive power even subtly outpacing the front of the team. Along the way, there was no conversation, silence was the eternal theme of this eerie world. Everyone's senses were strained to the extreme, alert to the slightest movement in the thick fog. The surrounding scenery was maddeningly monotonous, with only the fog that swallowed all light and those indistinct shadowy buildings flashing like ghosts in the mist. Every long distance, they could still see several uniform traditional-style Chinese courtyards, their flying eaves and bracketed roofs faintly discernible in the gray fog. Like an entrance to another eerie world. They had come this far and still had not encountered the large retreating force from the investigation bureau. The range of this weird realm was truly astonishing. At this moment, Xiao Chenxiu finally understood that the reason they could not contact other teams was likely not just due to energy field interference, but also because the physical distance between them had far exceeded the effective range of their communication devices. The group had no time to ponder these creepingly unsettling details, they could only bury their heads and hurry along, placing all their trust in Xiaowen's increasingly pale face, as they delved deeper into the direction she perceived. After passing through a stretch of wilderness, Xiaowen, who had been concentrating intently, suddenly stopped. Her voice carried a hint of exhaustion, but there was also a glimmer of relief and joy. Here, the presence has increased. They seem to have joined another team and went in this direction together. This news jolted everyone's spirits. Was it the first team or the second team? Had they encountered the mutant entities too? Xiao Chenxiu's brow furrowed tightly. The movement direction of the two teams was completely aligned, which revealed intriguing information. The best possibility was that, as they continued to delve deeper, fluctuations in the energy field within the strange realm had momentarily restored communication. After receiving the distress signal from the third team, the other teams decisively chose to first regroup with their allies, concentrate the already rescued surviving citizens, and then combine their strength for subsequent rescue operations. In a situation where they could not contact the outside world, this was indeed the safest and most rational approach. Gathering the remaining strength of the three teams did have the potential to take out the tricky A-level mutant entities one by one. However, a lingering sense of unease floated in Xiao Chenxiu's heart. She always felt that things were not this simple. She looked at Xiaowen beside her, whose molten gold eyes appeared exceptionally sharp amidst the gray mist. Can you perceive their specific numbers or the distribution of their levels? The more detailed, the better. To Xiao Chenxiu's surprise, she initiated conversation with Xiaowen. Xiaowen was momentarily stunned but then nodded vigorously. She stopped, closed her eyes again, and concentrated all her mental energy. A wave of spiritual energy rippled out from her, like the ripples on a water surface, rapidly spreading in all directions from her center. At that moment, the tough guy carried steadily on Zhang Wenyuan's shoulder, his blood-soaked and messy hair barely revealing his ears, which twitched imperceptibly. In the next second, the probing wave of spiritual energy Xiaowen released swept across his body like a gentle breeze, unnoticed by anyone. Moments later, Xiaowen opened her eyes, her face even paler than before, with fine beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. There are about 40 people, among them, there is the presence of an A-level powerhouse, but most of the people's presence is very weak. The worst-case scenario had emerged. This result almost instantly confirmed Xiao Chenxiu's worst fears in her heart. It was not hard to imagine that the other two teams, after encountering the absurdly powerful mutant entities, had also made the same cruel decision as her. The highest combat power within their teams chose to sacrifice themselves, truncating their survival for the sake of the majority. Xiao Chenxiu fell silent, her heart a mix of emotions. Indeed, this kind of warrior's severing of their own hand was the only and best choice to prevent total sacrifice of the team in such desperate circumstances. However, when this kind of sacrifice happened to colleagues she had lived and fought with daily, the overwhelming shock still made it hard for her to breathe. No way. A bitter smile appeared on Xia Qianqiu's face. When we gather then, will I be the only cripple left among the 3 captains? Those 2 unhelpful uncles. Please don't leave me to go back alone, let others stab my back behind me. Just as her thoughts were in turmoil. Bang! The first sound was a muffled rumble from the ground. It felt as if a colossal object weighing several tons had fallen straight from the sky, the shockwave coursing through the ground, causing everyone to feel a tingling sensation in their feet. Then came a deep sound of muscles and bones exploding at their limits. A scarlet figure burst through the thick mist before them like a cannonball. Not flying, but dashing at high speed on 2 inhuman-long legs. The hem of the red wedding dress rolled up due to the intense movement, faintly revealing the cyan-gray muscular skin beneath, taut and flexing like steel reinforcements. The crowd only saw the young man at the front with tactical goggles suddenly diminish in height. There was no scream. Not even a hint of struggle. Only an extremely faint sound, like the sharpest blade effortlessly slicing through a fine steak, a shh sound. A claw that flashed with an eerie red light emerged from the wide sleeve of that wedding dress, then retracted in the same instant. The entire process was so quick it felt like an instant illusion born out of the dense fog. Then, as if the world had been pressed on slow motion, the tall figure of the young man in tactical goggles was perfectly split in 2 by an invisible line, from the crown of his head to his groin. Crash! His organs, intestines, and that still beating heart lost the confines of their cavity, pouring out like a flood from a breached dam, piling up on the ground beneath him, steaming with warmth. Hot blood surged forth like a fountain, exploding from that unbelievably smooth cut, splattering all over Zhang Wenyuan's face and body like a warm, sticky touch that froze him in place. By the time everyone finally reacted from this hellish sight, the scarlet figure had already vanished into the depths of the fog ahead, disappearing without a trace. All that remained was the 2 perfectly symmetrical corpses, which, having lost their balance, slid to the sides, creating 2 dull thuds as they hit the ground. The cut was clean and smooth, like a masterpiece created by the most precise laser-cutting machinery. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone stood there as if petrified, their brains blank. In this whole process, so despairingly fast, the only one to react was Xia Qianqiu. But even she could only step forward sharply in the instant the claw passed, reaching out as if to push the young man away. However, her fingertips ultimately only touched a piece of air that was rapidly dissipating. A piercing scream finally shattered the deathly silence. It was Xiao Wen. Her eyes were wide, pupils shrunk to tiny dots from sheer terror, blood splattered on her face, and her whole body was shaking violently like a sieve, releasing the most desperate wail of her life. Chapter 60, Setting Off. The tactical goggles now lay quietly by Zhang Wenyuan's feet. He bent down, trembling fingers picking it up. It felt cold to the touch. It was only half intact, the break smooth as if it were made this way from the start. Zhang Wenyuan's lips trembled silently. His throat felt like it was stuffed with a big ball of scalding cotton. He wanted to say something, to scream, to curse, but in the end, he only let out a few meaningless, mumbled syllables, not able to say a single complete word. The warm, sticky sensation still lingered on his face, and the air was filled with a strong, nauseating smell of rust. That colleague, who had been with him day and night in the company. That colleague who would often pass a cigarette during training, who occasionally invited everyone out for dinner and drinks on rest days, a living colleague. Just so died right in front of him. Not even a last word left. Not even a trace of fear was shown. Just like a moth in the middle of a road at midnight, dazzled by the headlights of a speeding car, then easily crushed. No, even less than a moth. When a moth is crushed, at least it leaves a blurry mark on the car window, causing some trouble for the driver. But he left not a single trace for that strange being. Xiaowen could no longer hold on, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. The cold, damp floor made her shiver, and warm tears uncontrollably streamed down her blood-stained cheeks. Qi instinctively covered his mouth with both hands, preventing himself from screaming out loud. Her mind was blank, as if 1,000 televisions were playing harsh static at the same time. The moment from just now played back repeatedly before her eyes, but her thoughts could not piece it together into a complete event. In her live streaming room, millions of viewers had only seen a blurry red shadow flash by, and then, the tactical eyepiece youth who had been leading the way was suddenly split in half. Everyone's minds were blank. Only Xia Qianqiu. She stood solemnly beside the 2 halves of the still twitching bodies, her molten gold pupils fixed on the direction where the red shadow had vanished, as if she wanted to see through the thick fog. She was using all her senses, savoring that moment of lightning speed, the fleeting pressure brought when the other approached. PK class? No. No, she murmured to herself, her voice hoarse and serious. The intensity of that pressure felt stronger than any PK class I've encountered, but it still doesn't possess the absolute oppressive feeling that a normal S-class anomaly should have, like a depth or a prison. Quasi S-class. Such a monster exists. No wonder the other large teams were scattered. The worst-case scenario anticipated before had come true. Whether it was that old stubborn from the first team or the smiling tiger from the second team, neither of them could handle such a level of anomaly alone. There was only one outcome. Xia Qianqiu instantly understood why that anomaly would leave immediately after landing a fatal strike, not lingering at all, and headed towards the direction where Xiaowen sensed the large troop gathering. That was also the reason it appeared in this direction. These high-level anomalies leave an indelible special mark on their guests, the prey they have set their sights on. No matter how far those prey escape, no matter where they hide, they will eventually be tracked down by the pursuer following the mark. To the death. And the tactical eyepiece youth was nothing but an ant on the ground, crushed under an unintentional footstep. Understanding all this, Xia Qianqiu took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the agitation and anger in her heart. She turned around. You all, just stay here. Her voice was cold and resolute, without a hint of emotion. The road ahead belongs to the battlefield of monsters, and that monster is chasing those 40-plus people. Theoretically, you will be safer staying here. Her gaze fell on the pale-faced He. Little He, give me your camera. This way, I can at least stay in contact with the outside world and let them know the true situation here. He looked as if she had just woken from a nightmare. She came to her senses and looked at Xia Qianqiu, shaking her head without hesitation. No, Captain Xia, I can't give it. Xia Qianqiu frowned, her tone becoming a bit more severe. What time is it? Are you still concerned about the popularity of your live stream? No. He realized her words had been misunderstood and quickly explained, this camera is very special, it needs my ability to function, or it will just be an ordinary camera when it leaves my range. Upon hearing this explanation, a trace of surprise flashed across Xia Qianqiu's face. She fell silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. In the end, she nodded. In that case, you should stay. Find a safe place to hide, and remember, no matter what you hear, do not come out. You need to alert the investigation bureau outside that the outer area of this bizarre realm has already shown signs of quasi-S-level strangeness. Moreover, based on my speculation, it's very likely there's more than one. Her words caused the hearts of everyone present to sink once again to the bottom. More than one? Throughout their journey, they had passed several identical Chinese-style courtyards, and those yards seemed like mass-produced replicas, both in appearance and internal layout, exactly like the courtyard where they had discovered the bound-eyed bride. If one were to make the worst assumption, each of these courtyards could harbor a bride, and among every 4 brides, a quasi-S-level mutated being would be born. Then, who knows how many of those terrifying monsters are hidden in this immense realm of oddities? Although taking this mobile signal base station, has irreplaceable strategic value for real-time recording of strangeness, reporting enemy and ally situations, and guiding subsequent support forces, it is also far too dangerous. The damage radius of battles between high-end forces is too wide, everything they do could cause catastrophic destruction. Xia Qianqiu herself was severely injured and lacked confidence that she could protect this fragile live streamer amidst such a battle of that level. Moreover, no one can rule out the possibility of encountering other high-level oddities during the pursuit. To be honest, Xia Qianqiu didn't even think the incoming special task force had the capability to handle multiple quasi-S-level strangeness simultaneously. Now, the only hope is that the headquarters realizes the severity of the situation and dispatches true S-level strategic forces for support as quickly as possible. She no longer said more. What needed to be said had already been said. She turned around, her tall and upright figure appearing resolute and proud in the blood-red mist. She didn't look at anyone again, using her crutch to drag her injured leg as she stepped forward, chasing after the direction of that scarlet figure. Her silhouette was soon completely swallowed by the rolling, swirling fog. Chapter 61, Change. A huge scarlet figure was traversing this dead silent mist. Every time it stepped on the ground, it would bring a dull thud like battle drums, causing the whole earth to tremble. With each step, its figure would cross dozens of meters like a ghost, leaving behind a swirling, boiling mist passage. It is searching. Following the mark that has long been imprinted deep in its soul, it seeks its unfaithful lover. After a long pursuit, it feels something. That familiar scent is gradually approaching. But just ahead, the road to the groom is mixed with many strange, weak scents. It does not care. When people are in a hurry, they do not notice the ants beneath their feet. It continues to move, its speed showing no signs of slowing down, but rather becoming more excited and quicker with the nearing reunion with its lover. At the same time, in the seemingly empty ruins, 2 investigation team members stationed on the perimeter almost simultaneously feel an unusual vibration coming from afar. One of the younger team members, his face pale, presses his ear, whispering to his companion beside him, Do you feel it? This vibration seems to be coming from the ground. The other, more experienced team member furrows his brow, scanning the swirling fog around with caution. An earthquake? It can't be, right? I've been doing this for so many years, and I've never heard of earthquakes happening in this strange realm. That's not scientific. Talking about science here? Don't forget how that stuff got old Lou and the others. Damn. No matter what it is, something's wrong. This vibration seems to be getting stronger. The tremors of the ground, like the footsteps of death, are coming closer, clearer, and more intense. That rhythmic vibration makes the hearts of the marching team uneasy. They don't know what it is, but the pure pressure coming from the physical level has already made their hearts race uncontrollably. They can only see ahead, where the iron curtain like fog suddenly surges and bursts open. A massive figure, completely crimson, appears before everyone's eyes. The thick, inescapable foul power rises around it like black flames, accentuating its already immense and terrifying figure, making it appear even more twisted and sinister. Just a glance from a distance is enough to stir an uncontrollable fear from the depths of one's heart, leaving people feeling intimidated, their courage shattered. Everything happens too quickly. So fast that most in the team, who have just barely heard the last deafening tremor, see the colossal crimson figure ferociously break through the fog's blockade, letting out a shriek that tears through the air, extending its claw capable of easily shredding through alloy armor. Take action. A calm and decisive shout explodes like thunder in everyone's ears. Bang! With this shout, a crisp sound of hands clapping echoes across the battlefield. In an instant, between the crimson figure and the team, the air distorts violently. A massive statue, 4 meters tall, appears out of nowhere. The statue is made of an unknown black rock, its muscles bulging with explosive power. A pair of gigantic stone wings are tightly folded behind it, its entire back slightly arched, presenting a posture poised to pounce at any moment. Its sharp claws dig deep into the rocky base beneath, as if to crush it. Its face is adorned with twisted, coiling devil's horns, sunken eye sockets, and a mouth filled with fangs. It is undeniably a gargoyle statue from hell. The crimson figure clearly did not expect such an obstacle to appear out of nowhere, but its attack cannot be retracted. It has no choice but to swing its claws, capable of splitting mountains, towards the statue's chest. Clang! A deafening clash of metal sounds explodes. Countless dazzling sparks spray out. The indestructible claws, upon contact with the gargoyle statue. It had only barely sunk in an inch, but it was firmly caught in that unbelievably hard stone body, unable to move forward even a little bit. The Red Veil Bride, who had been sprinting at high speed, was forced to stop for the first time. Bang! Again, there was the identical sound of 2 hands striking together. This time, along with the sound, came the cracking noise from the ground. 2 huge skeletons made of bluish-gray bones suddenly burst out from the ground beneath the Red Veil Bride's feet, their hands opening and closing like 2 giant iron claws, firmly trapping her left and right ankles. Then, the entire upper body of these 2 skeletons emerged from the dirt, their ribcages opening up like an animal trap, tightly locking around her calves. At the same time, in the previously empty ruins on both sides, the air rippled as if stones had been thrown into water. Dozens of waves of spiritual power burst forth simultaneously, revealing the silhouettes of the team members from various optical and psychic disguises. Golden spirit power chains, whips of energy crackling with electricity, confinement runes burning with pale flames, all sorts of control skills surged from their hands, bodies, and even the void, densely binding the Red Veil Bride. In just a few seconds, that originally terrifying quasi-S great entity was wrapped up like a huge, colorful gift that was struggling wildly. But, faced with such extensive confinement, the bride's body began to tremble violently. The foul power within her surged wildly, and under her struggle, those tough spirit power chains let out a creaking sound of being overburdened. Even a few weaker bindings began to flicker unpredictably, clearly on the verge of collapse. At this rate, if given just a little more time, she could break free from this heavenly net. Just as everyone's hearts were in their throats. Bang! The third and final sound of 2 hands striking together rang out. The gargoyle statue, which had been a meat shield in front, suddenly spread its wings that had been drawn back. Accompanied by a painful grinding sound, the statue began to split open from its belly. Inside the gaping hole, there were no organs, no flesh, only layer upon layer of sharp stone teeth spiraling inward, like the mouth of a shark. That massive mouth opened wide, its size clearly far exceeding that of the statue itself. It was like the most greedy abyssal mouth, which swallowed the struggling crimson bride whole. Crack! The gargoyle statue suddenly closed its mouth, producing a sound that sent chills down everyone's spine. At that moment, its belly had grotesquely swollen, like a monstrous pregnant woman with multiple fetuses, and on its already eerie and terrifying face, there appeared a satisfyingly horrific smile. Remarkably, the spirit power bindings cast by the team members still remained connected. They seemed to pierce through the statue's thick belly, still tightly binding the bride's core inside, continuing to emit a glow. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence in an instant. All the team members didn't dare to breathe, they just held their breath and concentrated, staring at the fearsome statue with its bloated belly. 10 seconds. Half a minute. 2 minutes passed, long like a century. the statue's belly remained calm. Did it succeed? A young team member asked uncertainly, his voice trembling. That sound seemed to be a signal. We did it, we really did it. Team Wang is awesome. Ah. As soon as it was confirmed that the target had been completely suppressed and was unable to move, an overwhelming joy erupted in the audience like a huge explosion, conquering the nearest level anomaly. All the emotions that had been suppressed to the extreme burst forth at this moment like a volcano. Some people collapsed weakly to the ground, some held their comrades and cried out loud, while more others raised their weapons and let out hoarse roars. Especially the members of the second squad, who had barely managed to retreat after paying a heavy price under the hands of this nearest level bride, were more excited than anyone else. They seemed to want to release all their previous fears, frustrations, and the pain of sacrificing their comrades along with this roar. Chapter 62, Broken Heart. Looking at the team celebrating in front of him, the leader of the first squad, Wang Lin, showed a hint of relief on his weathered face. He did not voice his disapproval because he knew these investigation team members had accumulated too much frustration, fear, and anxiety. It was good for them to let loose a little. Standing beside Wang Lin, the somewhat worn-out vice-captain of the second squad, Chen Feng, let out a heavy sigh. His gaze crossed the celebrating crowd and landed on the bizarre stone gargoyle statue with a swollen belly, his voice hoarse as he said, "Now that this monster has appeared here, it seems old Chui ultimately couldn't hold on." A flicker of sigh and admiration flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. To hold out for so long under such a powerful anomaly, creating a precious opportunity for your large team to retreat, old Chui truly deserves the title of the strongest weapon in Cloud City. He is a hero. Hero. Chen Feng bitterly chewed on this word, his face filled with deep self-blame and pain. It's a pity that we, the people protected by heroes, can do nothing but watch old Chui die for us. As he saw the terrifying anomaly that had nearly wiped out the second squad being sealed and confined so easily under Wang Lin's meticulous plan, Chen Feng's heart inevitably fell into deep self-reproach and doubt. He imagined a possibility that did not exist. What if at that time he hadn't allowed Chui Tai to activate that taboo ability Divine Grace at the cost of his life, but instead chose to lead the team to fight while retreating, desperately delaying until the arrival of the first squad? Wouldn't there be a different outcome? Wouldn't old Chui have to die? As Chen Feng was about to completely sink into the endless abyss of survivor's guilt, Wang Lin's expression turned serious, and he shouted, "Chen Feng! Wake up!" He heavily clapped his hand on Chen Feng's shoulder. "If you hadn't brought back detailed information about this anomaly's abilities and action patterns, allowing us to prepare this targeted plan in advance, we would likely be rushing into battle now, and the entire team would be torn to shreds. My gargoyle ability has the greatest weakness of needing a target to be stationary. There is no way to achieve that in the ever-changing front line. It was your and old Chui's sacrifice that created this only chance of victory." Wang Lin's voice rang out like a thunderous bell, each word striking deep into Chen Feng's heart. "Don't underestimate yourself too much, old Chen. Do you want old Chui to be uneasy below, seeing you in this depressed state? Stand tall." Chen Feng trembled at his shout, and a glimmer of light finally gathered in his bloodshot eyes. He let out a long breath, as if to expel all his weakness and sadness from his heart. He slightly gathered his spirits, nodded heavily at Wang Lin. "I was just overthinking, thank you, Team Leader Wang. So, what do we do next? How long can this thing be trapped?" Wang Lin stared at the statue, his voice deep. "I don't know, but we must prepare for the worst. Pass my orders, all squads, establish a 3-layer circular defense line centered on this statue. Everyone should immediately replenish their spiritual energy and recover. We must pin it down here." The thunderous actions of the Frontline Investigation Bureau's main forces, Luli naturally had no chance to see. At this moment, he was temporarily housed in a broken traditional Chinese courtyard with hundreds of other rescued survivors. In the courtyard, besides the terrified citizens, there were dozens of severely injured investigators from earlier battles lying on the ground, moaning in pain. The few rescue teams in the group and some kind-hearted citizens awakened with healing abilities were sweating profusely as they rushed around, providing urgent treatment. After a long and thrilling escape, these citizens, who should have been in deep sleep, were utterly exhausted at this point. Most of them, upon entering this relatively safe area, could no longer hold on, collapsing on the ground, resting their heads on their arms, completely uncaring about the dusty rough surface, sinking into a deep sleep. There were also a few energetic young people gathered together, keeping their voices extremely low so as not to disturb the injured. Their conversation sounded like buzzing flies, too afraid to make any noise. Luli sat in the corner, beside him was the also disheveled Zhao Qi. He looked not far away at the rescue team's divine doctor, whose hands were constantly emitting healing waves of light, and said to Zhao Qi, "You might have to endure a bit longer. From the looks of it, the rescue team will prioritize the main combatants and the severely injured. For your broken leg, I guess it will take a while to get to you." Zhao Qi, pale as paper and weak in breath, still possessed a spirited vigor. He cracked a smile that was difficult to look at. "What nonsense! This little injury is nothing. Let the rescue team's brothers take care of the seriously injured brothers first. We can hold on. This is not a big deal." I'm telling you, this little injury it is just nothing. He was already talking nonsense, saying it was nothing. Luli silently mocked in his heart but didn't voice it. However, he truly had no choice. Looking around, aside from the 3 attack teams that had completed treatment and rejoined the main force, there were indeed many others in the courtyard more severely injured than Zhao Qi. For example, the teammate the divine doctor was desperately trying to save had been cut in half, colorful intestines spilling all over the ground. The scene was truly unbearable to watch. If it weren't for his teammate's quick reaction, using a bag to gather his lower half and organs, he probably wouldn't even have had a chance to be rescued. Luli? At that moment, a weak female voice came from beside. Luli instinctively turned his head to look, and a familiar, pretty face met his eyes. It was the quiet girl who had escaped from that terrifying courtyard with him at the beginning. It's you! That Luli carefully recalled in his mind but was astonished to find that he didn't even know this quiet girl's name. Clearly, they had shared drinks together and he had carried her while escaping for their lives, yet he realized he didn't even know her name, and Luli was instantly stunned. As if sensing Luli's confusion and awkwardness, the quiet girl spoke up proactively. My name is Dong Xiaohong. Thank you, Luli. Before, if you hadn't brought me out of that room, I guess I would have been killed already. Hearing this, Luli felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he only helped this girl part of the way. When he encountered the rescue team from the second squad, he handed her over to the professionals. Later, seeing Zhao Qi, this big man with a broken leg, left unattended, Luli had no choice but to escape with him. Fortunately, this girl also managed to escape safely. Otherwise, Luli would have felt guilty for a long time. Luli scratched his head and said, it's okay. We are all colleagues in the same unit, helping each other is what we should do. If you really want to thank me, when we get out and have time, just treat me to a meal. Dong Xiaohong, hearing this, quietly sat down next to Luli. Only then, with the faint light from the healing spell in the distance, could Luli see her face clearly. Before that, in the rush to escape, he had no time to pay attention to anything else. Her figure, always hunched over, seemed a bit small and weak. Her medium-length black hair was simply tied back into a ponytail, highlighting her slightly pale skin. She had a pair of always damp almond-shaped eyes that resembled a fawn's, and beneath the corner of her eye was a tiny black beauty spot, adding a hint of delicate charm to her already pretty face. Dong Xiaohong tightly clenched her hands, she gripped so hard that her knuckles turned slightly white. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, with a hint of undeniable tremble. Can we still get out? Can we? Ah, this conversation is going downhill, sister. How can I guarantee anything? Luli forced out a confident smile, wiped his face, and said in a relaxed tone, of course we can. Don't worry. I bet by now, reinforcements have already been dispatched outside. Once the S-class abilities from headquarters arrive, it will be easy. However, Luli's intentionally reassuring words did not improve her heavy mood. She hugged her arms tightly, as if trying to draw a bit of warmth from herself, mumbling softly, but they are S-class monsters. I feel that kind of pressure that makes it hard to even breathe. We can't defeat them. We're going to die here. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. On the other side, Zhao Qi saw the conversation take a sharp turn and showed the classic expression of the subway, elderly, looking at phone. How could things go so wrong in a conversation? No wonder Sixth brother can't find a girlfriend, this situation could kill it. Luli felt Zhao Qi's disdainful gaze and immediately rolled his eyes back at him. I'm not unwilling, how could I not be able to find one? If you can do it, then go ahead. Zhao Qi quickly turned his head, struggling to prop himself up, pretending to gaze into the distance. After all, he couldn't walk with a broken leg. Did more new injured people arrive at the entrance of the courtyard? Luli ignored him and continued to force optimistic words into the almost collapsing Dong Xiaohong. People must always hold on to hope. A negative attitude does not help in solving problems. Instead of being scared here, why not think about what delicious food you will treat me to once we get out? Dong Xiaohong slightly regained her composure, but her eyes still stared vacantly at the ground, where a small, strange insect unique to this bizarre world cautiously peeked out from underneath a broken brick, pushing small stones out of the way. Dong Xiaohong had unknowingly crushed its nest when she moved her foot earlier. Her tone carried a sense of fragility. Please treat you, Luli, to lunch on the second floor of the company cafeteria. Are you serious? Isn't the company cafeteria completely free? Why do you need to treat us? Luli really wanted to say this, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't bring himself to speak. Dong Xiaohong buried her head deep in her knees, her voice thick with tears, coming out in sobs that were intermittent and muffled. My money, all of my monthly salary. I send it all home. I have 3 younger sisters in school. My mom, she's seriously ill, staying in the hospital. If I die, what will happen to them? Woo. In the end, people like us, so weak, can easily be crushed like bugs by those monsters. What else can we do but wait to die here? Luli's hand, which was originally intended to pat her shoulder in comfort, suddenly froze mid-air. This is bad. He had been thinking of comforting this young girl. Now, it seemed even he was having a hard time keeping his heart together. Chapter 63, The Swamp. In the distant center of the strange realm, that towering and immense pagoda tree still stood quietly. In its terrifying, bottomless tree hole, innumerable strange eyes that once opened like stars had mostly closed, leaving only the massive, pitch-black central eye wide open, unwavering. At that moment, a nearly imperceptible signal, almost blending with the background of space, traveled along a thread extending from a distant horizon, reaching the largest branch of the pagoda tree. As if receiving some kind of command, the pagoda tree, which had been silent for a long time, began to move. That branch, as thick as a mountain, slowly lifted from its previously natural drooping position. As it rose, the nearly invisible thread tightened, as if adjusting the strings of some enormous instrument. And that gigantic black eye remained still, as if piercing through endless thick fog, not knowing what it was staring at. Wang Lin's voice was weary yet steady, filled with convincing strength. The main plan is to buy as much time as possible. He pointed to the back of his hand. When I entered the outer region of this strange realm, I had already sent out the highest priority rescue signal. As long as we can hold on until the supporting troops arrive, everything will be fine. His gaze turned to Chen Feng, filled with appreciation. With your enhancement ability, the sealing strength of my gargoyle has been greatly increased. According to calculations, barring any accidents, we can at least seal its actions for 35 minutes. This time is enough for the rapid response team to reach here. Of course, I have a backup plan just in case. Just as Chen Feng was ready to listen closely, wanting to know what the renowned team leader, known for his steadiness and strategy, had prepared next, he suddenly felt his pupils constrict sharply. He seemed to see that gargoyle statue's bulging belly subtly wriggling like a living thing. Almost at the same moment, Wang Lin fell silent. The composed, confident smile on his face vanished, replaced by seriousness, as his gaze fixed intensely on the statue. It was as if a giant, slippery snake was wildly writhing and colliding beneath that hard stone skin. The investigation team members, who had just been cheering and celebrating, quickly noticed this horrifying anomaly. All sounds ceased abruptly, replaced by the sounds of weapons being loaded and the hum of spiritual energy gathering. Everyone fell silent, and in an astonishing moment of understanding, they reassumed their attack stances, aiming at the statue that was no longer a seal but a cage. Surrounded tightly, aimed at this beast trying to escape. Soon, it was no longer subtle writhing. Instead, it became an urgent struggle to break free, with each collision more violent than the last. Bang! 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 The belly of the statue crazily swelled outward in an extremely terrifying manner, forming one sharp, horrifying bulge after another, swimming unpredictably beneath the stone skin. Each collision made the entire statue tremble violently, and the ground beneath trembled and cracked. It was unclear when, but the originally satisfied and strange smile on the gargoyle's face was now completely twisted, transformed into a facial expression where the features were misaligned, mouth wide open as if enduring endless pain. The members of the control team, responsible for maintaining the extra spiritual energy binding, all had pale faces, drenched in sweat. They gritted their teeth, frantically pouring out all their spiritual energy without reservation, chains stretching taut, emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable burden. Yet, even so, they could not stop the increasingly violent actions of this trapped beast. Looking at the abdomen of the gargoyle, spiderweb-like cracks had begun to appear, and Wang Lin's order rang out across the field once more. Phase 2, activate. The control team members, without a moment's hesitation, as if they had rehearsed this 1,000 times, simultaneously cut off the supply of spiritual energy and quickly retreated, yielding the core area. In their place, 4 members of the assault team emerged from the back, wearing heavy special equipment. Each of them carried a large metallic box filled with an industrial style on their backs, with thick pipes extending from the box, connecting to their arms that resembled small siege hammers. The 4 swiftly spread out to occupy 4 critical positions around the statue that was on the verge of shattering. Accompanied by a unified low growl, they plunged their arms, wrapped in metal armor, heavily into the ground beneath them. Boom! The ends of the thick armor suddenly opened, like 4 huge metallic mouths, revealing circular openings that flickered with eerie blue arcs of electricity inside. 4 powerful and unique waves of spiritual energy erupted simultaneously. A nearly silent high-frequency vibration radiated from their arms, which were inserted in the ground, spreading out like ripples from a stone thrown into a calm lake, rapidly extending into the depths of the earth. Following that, the land occupied by the gargoyle began to change color at a visible speed. From its original dry yellow-brown, it was quickly transforming into a deep brown filled with moisture. Crack! The abdomen of the gargoyle finally could not withstand the internal violent impact and appeared a huge crack. A heart-stopping scarlet light shone from the crack. But, it was still one step too late. Just as it was about to burst free, the land it stood on was no longer a solid support. That tens of tons heavy gargoyle, along with its internal scarlet bride, suddenly sank down. The land did not simply turn into a swamp or quicksand. It was thoroughly disassembled from the inside by a powerful force and then restructured. The soil particles seemed to lose all friction with each other in an instant, and then were forcibly infused with terrifying stickiness and incredible softness by an invisible power. Those dry, hard clumps of soil, within just a few seconds, turned into dough that had been overly kneaded, moist, soft, and even with an unsettling liveliness. Zzz. The sharp sounds of objects frantically scraping against the hard surface. The ground's sinkhole grew larger and louder. But with its frantic struggles, the statue that wrapped around it sank deeper and faster into the eerie mire. Increase output. A team leader of the assault group screamed hoarsely, while 4 team members unleashed their spiritual power with all their strength. The surface of the dark brown soil began to bubble violently, producing large bubbles that burst, releasing a strong fishy smell reminiscent of the earth after heavy rain, but this smell was overwhelmingly heavy, nearly suffocating. The completely softened soil seemed to have an independent life of its own, slowly but greedily wriggling like countless arms made of dirt, climbing up and wrapping around the edges of the stone gargoyle statue, attempting to completely swallow this monster that dared to run wild on the earth. The assault group members dared not relax even a little, maintaining the frantic operation of the instruments behind them, their eyes fixed on the land that had entirely transformed into a deadly quagmire. Everyone held their breath as they watched the powerful, despair-inducing near-S-level beast struggle futilely, sinking. Ultimately, it was firmly imprisoned in the endless darkness and mire by the most primal force of the earth. Chapter 64, Frost. The mire that had just devoured the near-S-level monster now writhed like a boiling creature, and at this moment, it finally fell completely silent. The dark brown soil appeared satisfied and calm, like a beast that had just feasted. Watching the powerful, despair-inducing monster being silently swallowed without a ripple, the team members collectively let out a sigh, their tense nerves slightly easing. However, as the absolute core of this team, Wang Lin showed no sign of relaxation. His gaze remained sharp as a hawk, locked onto the seemingly harmless dark brown soil. It's still not time to let our guard down. Phase 3, prepare. As the command was given, 2 already on standby members of the firepower team stepped forward. One of them, wrapped in a heavy silver-white thermal protective suit, looked like an oversized astronaut, with a heavy silver-white metal box on his back continuously exuding a chilling aura. He knelt on one knee, lowering his center of gravity to withstand the terrifying recoil that was about to come. The other person acted swiftly, connecting several thick pipelines from the box to a deep blue energy core, then assembling a sleek silver long gun which he steadily handed over to the protected suit member. Having completed this, he unhesitatingly turned and withdrew from the area that was about to transform into a frigid hell. Eternal Frost Unit, ready. Can be activated at any time. The voice of the protective suit member came through the mask, muffled yet exceptionally steady. Permission to release. Wang Lin's voice came from behind, undeniable, like a final judgment. The protective suit member took a deep breath and thrust the front half of the gun barrel into the still viscous, terrifying mire. In the next second, he pulled the trigger while wildly channeling his specially transformed ice attribute spiritual power into the weapon. Buzz, boom. The metal box behind him, named the Eternal Frost Unit, produced a low, powerful surge of energy, like a giant beast awakening. A dense, pure white cold current, made entirely of ice and death, roared out from the tail of the gun. This was not a spread of cold air, but a concentrated jet of extreme cold energy compressed to its limits, combining physical impact with absolute zero. Hiss. A terrifying roar erupted on the battlefield, 10 times sharper than high-pressure steam. The boundary where the cold current met the viscous soil twisted the air violently. Inconceivable instantaneous temperature differences forcefully tore apart water molecules, creating countless small, diamond-like explosions of shining ice crystals. The thick, living mud instantly lost all its vitality and flow at a speed that defied the laws of physics. The cold wave spread, forcing all things to be endowed with a hard, lifeless solidity. In less than a second, the surface of the mud was covered by a thick layer of stark white ice several meters deep. The deeper layers of mud crazily crystallized, expanded, and solidified under the terrifying low temperature. The freezing force was unstoppable, wildly spreading in all directions and deep into the ground. In just a dozen breaths, that soft, sticky mud pit, capable of swallowing everything, had turned into an extremely cold ice field shining with deathly white light. The ice layer was thick and crystal clear, completely freezing any potentially living land beneath it into death crystals comparable to 10,000-year-old ice. Hoo, ha! The team member in the protective suit trembled violently, gasping for breath, with every breath forming white frost inside the mask, the surface of his entire protective suit covered with a thick layer of snowflake-like ice, and the extreme low temperature seeping through had severely frostbitten his body. Several other team members, also dressed in heavy winter gear, rushed up, struggling to pull him back from that extremely cold area. Only the buzzing Eternal Frost Unit box remained where they stood, continuously pouring freezing cold into the ground. Having retreated to a distance, Wu Fu, with her neat short hair, uncomfortably tugged at her combat suit in front of her, trying to let the cool air in. She had almost exhausted all her strength maintaining the binding, her sweat had soaked the inner lining, sticking cold and clammy to her skin, making her very uncomfortable. She looked at the completely hardened icy ground and whispered to her twin sister Wu Xin beside her, with so many measures taken, it should be fine, right? I've only seen such a spectacle in the files of S-class anomalies at headquarters. Before Wu Xin could nod, a cold voice interrupted from behind them. Never let your guard down, even the slightest relaxation is the most generous invitation to the anomaly. Wu Fu, go back and copy the field action basic regulations 10 times. Wu Fu was so frightened that she almost cried out, quickly covering her mouth, then elbowed back hard, lowering her voice to grumble, damn team leader. Wang's words can scare people to death. Wu Shen, also startled, nodded furiously, exactly. The so-called damn team leader, a Gen, took it lightly. Although these twins were a bit off, their unique sympathetic link ability was incredibly strong in the control field, making them worthwhile to cultivate. He raised his chin, signaling them to look into the distance. Stop wasting time, look at Team Wang's expression, he doesn't seem to be in a hurry to end this. Following his gaze, Wang Lin's face remained grave. He slowly raised his left hand. On his ring finger, the ancient ring that originally shimmered with magical light was now flickering inconsistently, and the smooth surface of the ring was already covered with fine, spiderweb-like cracks, as if it could completely shatter at any moment. This was the core of his ability, connected to the life of that gargoyle statue. If the ring shattered, it would mean the gargoyle was also on the verge of collapse. That it could still move, a quasi-S-class anomaly specialized in physicality had life force so resilient to this degree. A chill of shock passed through Wang Lin's heart. Old Chen, boost me up, he said to Chen Feng without turning his head. Without a second thought, Chen Feng's hands made swift seals, conjuring light after light of personal enhancement, power, speed, resilience, mana recovery. In an instant, the previously weak fluctuations of magical energy around Wang Lin surged dramatically to an astonishing level. Phase 4, prepare. All non-combat personnel, immediately retreat to a safe distance. The last two members of the firepower team quickly set up a uniquely shaped device from the rear. At the bottom was a high-strength alloy triangular frame, steadily supporting a gigantic concave circular disc resembling a satellite dish. In the center of the disc lay a basketball-sized object. A crystal-clear, massive ruby. Inside the gem, lava flows, faintly emitting pure chaotic energy. This is a trophy taken from the core of a high-level sinister realm, with an effect of extreme amplification on the same source energy. Several thick energy conduits are connected behind the device, leading to a round sphere that continuously emits terrifying high heat, like a small sun. The air around the device is visibly distorted due to unimaginable high temperatures, resembling a mirage. Burning array, activate. The team member reports loudly, and the high heat sphere suddenly expands, blooming layer upon layer like a metallic flower, revealing the energy focus core inside that resembles the heart of the flower. Two operational team members press their hands on that giant ruby, frantically injecting their B-level fire attribute spirit energy into it. Buzz. The inside of the ruby roars to life. The chaotic energy becomes the best catalyst, and the white-hot light instantly devours all other light, plunging the surrounding space into a strange dimness, with only the focused core shining brightly, as if a miniature sun is being born. Burning array ready. Energy overload critical stability. Ready to launch at any time. A team member roars with all his strength to report. Wang Lin's entire focus is concentrated on the ring. That flickering light, like a dying candle, is making its final struggle, the flickering frequency growing increasingly frantic. When the light completely extinguishes, it will be the moment the strange bride breaks free from the seal. It will also be their moment to unleash the last, strongest attack. Chapter 65, Blazing Sun. The cracks on the ring finally spread to the extreme, the last flicker of light dissipating like a sigh, the stone surface turning into fine powder, drifting softly from his fingers. Almost in the same instant. Launch! Wang Lin's roar shatters the frozen air. The operational team member hurls the last bit of spirit energy into the ruby, which then erupts in brilliance that dims the sun and moon, a perfectly condensed beam of light shooting from the blooming focused core, accurately blasting towards the center of the ice field. At the moment of impact, a visible circular shockwave violently spreads outward from the point of contact. Where the shockwave passes, the shattered ice instantly sublimates into white vapor, the surrounding persistent dense fog clears in an instant, the frozen ground dries and cracks, even the distant team members' protective suits emit a burnt smell. The ray lasts for exactly 3 seconds before abruptly stopping, the ruby crystal darkening to a deep red, its surface covered in cracks, hissing, and emitting white smoke. The overheating safety lock of the focused core activates, automatically cutting off the energy supply. The air along the shooting trajectory remains hot and distorted, leaving behind a brief vacuum channel. When the energy finally dissipates, the originally icy tundra is left with deep, bottomless melting pits, the ice edge is still vaporizing, emitting a hiss of lament. Silence envelopes the battlefield. This extreme heat and the previous frost created a temperature difference strong enough to tear apart any material structure. This composite strike, transitioning from one extreme to another, is devastating to anything. It perfectly prevents the target from quickly adapting to a single attribute attack, thereby restoring its own functions. Any creature, as long as it still needs a physical body to function, has no chance of surviving this composite attack. These are the exact words of the head of the equipment department in the investigation bureau. A wave of scorching heat rushes over, hitting Wu Fu's face. The lining of her combat suit, soaked in sticky sweat, becomes incredibly dry within mere seconds, as if all moisture has been completely evaporated in an instant. Even though she has retreated quite a distance, the overpowering heat still gives her the illusion that the tips of her hair are about to catch fire. It's hard to imagine the temperature at the center. What a terrifying value it has reached. Probably even those A-level ability users who specialize in fire-related powers would instantly be burned into blackened human-shaped charcoal if they approached without wearing special heat-resistant protective suits. Our team's foundation is nearly exhausted. With this set of fusion techniques, even if it doesn't kill, it will definitely eat up a lot of its strength. Don't you think so, you cheap group leader? Wu Fu smacked his tongue and elbowed a Jian next to him. Standing beside them, Wu Xian noticed he had no chance to speak, so he ran to the other side of a Jian and elbowed him too. A Jin's sharp gaze did not waver due to the antics of the twin sisters, and he said, if levels are just ranked by spiritual power size, then why isn't A level the highest rank? Wu Fu was also piqued by this sudden question. Isn't it because S level sounds cooler? A level just feels like it's excellent? Like a purple elite drawn from a game card? A Jian raised a finger. No, S stands for super, it means special, it surpasses the conventional level classification, an absolutely powerful existence. It represents unmeasurable, unfathomable, unresistible. A level is the best and peak that an ordinary ability user can reach in the conventional realm, while S level represents a realm beyond human, monsters, or even legendary status. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Wu Fu shielded his forehead with his hand and squinted towards that place in the distance, where the air was severely distorted due to high heat, and said, somewhat confused, but the report didn't say this one is only quasi-S level? Which means it's stronger than the A-level peak, but not yet a true S level. I just felt it only exceeded the A-level range in the total amount of filth power within. A Jian maintained his poker face, his voice calm. It's not just the difference in filth power. More importantly, it's a change in essence. Since its rating has surpassed the A category, it means it is definitely not as simple as we imagine. It must have undergone some kind of qualitative change that we still cannot understand. Wu Fu looked at him with disdain, curling his lip. You're a bit of a crow's mouth, you cheap group leader. Nevertheless, his sensitive intuition kept him alert secretly. At that moment, a tremor. A dull yet exceptionally clear vibration suddenly came from beneath everyone's feet, coming from deep within the earth. No wonder ancient people called earthquakes the dragon turning over. The noise is truly like an unimaginable giant stirring its body deep underground. And this time, there really is a giant down there. The two firepower team members who had just launched the heat rays did not stay in place. Following Wang Lin's orders, they immediately discarded that set of expensive burning array equipment and ran. However, due to the near exhaustion of their spiritual power from the previous extreme output, and burdened by the heavy protective suits on them, their running speed was only comparable to an ordinary person jogging. Just as they barely escaped the high heat core area, the tremors beneath them suddenly intensified. Then came the jarring cracking sound from the ground. Under their masks, their terrified eyes caught a glimpse of a blinding, red. Chapter 66 Dance. Smack. The familiar crisp sound of applause rang out again. Just as the two firepower team members were about to be pierced by the scarlet claws reaching out from the ground, space in front of them rippled like water, and an enormous, indescribable worm-like creature appeared out of thin air. It took one bite, swallowing the two team members clad in heavy protective gear, along with their equipment, entirely into its bottomless mouth. This worm's size was almost comparable to that of a bride, its body pale and fat, resembling a waterlogged corpse, covered in a slick, slimy substance. It had no eyes, nor a defined head or tail. At its enormous, rounded end, all that could be seen was a gaping mouth that occupied 2/3 of its surface. In the next moment, a scarlet shadow erupted violently from the ground. Poof! Accompanied by the dull sound of a blade slicing into rotting flesh, the gigantic worm that had just devoured two team members was torn into 5 or 6 pieces by that crimson figure, in a wildly unreasonable and furious manner. The enormous worm let out a shrill and mournful scream, its severed body twisted and rolled on the ground, spewing out copious amounts of dark green bodily fluid. Yet strangely, it seemed to have no other reaction. The segments of its broken body squirmed and crawled madly on the ground, as if they were oblivious to everything else. At the uneven breaks, flesh and blood proliferated and squirmed at a visible speed, as if they possessed independent life, rapidly regenerating the halves of their bodies that they had lost. In a mere few breaths, 5 identical gigantic worms appeared on the ground, instantaneously matching the original. This completely absurd scene seemed to cause the strange bride, who had just erupted from the ground, to fall into a momentary state of confusion. Her movements paused for a moment. It was precisely because of this brief pause that everyone present finally had a chance to see the bride's current state clearly. She is completely unhurt. How is that possible? Even if she didn't die from such injuries, she should at least have lost some skin. Wu Fu's face, which had just held a hint of smugness, suddenly turned as pale as a ghost. Her voice was filled with uncontrollable shock and fear. Next to her, Wu Xian's face was even whiter. She too was utterly stunned by the unbelievable scene in front of her, trembling as she added, "Even that red wedding dress is completely clean." Always maintaining a stoic expression, Jian's face finally showed some movement. His sharp gaze locked tightly onto a part of the bride, and he said in a deep voice, "No, it's not unhurt." You all look closely at her feet. The twin sisters immediately focused their gaze. They saw that the strange bride's pair of dazzlingly perfect feet were fully exposed to the air without any cover. It was clear that this was a pair of feet that could be deemed perfect from any angle. The skin was as white as jade, the ankles delicate and rounded, with 10 toes arranged neatly like the most translucent pearls. The nails were painted with bright red lacquer, creating a striking visual contrast against the snow-white skin. This shameless squad leader actually has such a peculiar foot fetish. An absurd thought unexpectedly flashed through Wu Fu's mind at that moment. But the next second, she could no longer maintain this sense of composure. Those perfect jade feet seemed unaccustomed to being so exposed. Under everyone's gaze, a layer of fleshy, blood-red tissue, like a living creature, began to slowly grow from her soles, insteps, and ankles. That fleshy tissue wriggled and shaped itself rapidly, as if invisible hands were using the finest skill to sew a new pair of shoes for its owner. In just a short while, a pair of exquisite and beautiful red embroidered shoes appeared on her feet once more. Regenerative ability? And in so fast? The same shock hit them like two heavy hammers. Smashed into the brains of Wang Lin and Chen Feng in the distance. This was the strange bride they had encountered before, a quality that had never appeared before. This meant that all their previous battle data, all their response plans, might now be completely useless. Everyone! Retreat immediately! Move to the backup rendezvous point. Hurry! Wang Lin's roar shattered the last bit of luck in everyone's hearts. However, it was already too late. From the confusion of worm division, the strange bride once again shimmered with cruel and violent light. Her claw-like fingers, sharp as blades, waved again. Puff 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 puff. Several red after-images flashed by, and the 5 giant worms that had just regenerated were once again easily chopped into several pieces. And those severed bodies began to crazily multiply and regenerate just as before. Before long, dozens of huge, stinky worms appeared on the originally empty battlefield. They surrounded the strange bride in red, tightly packed in the center. The scene was like a helplessly beautiful girl trapped deep in a nest of worms. But she was not some delicate and weak girl. Perhaps noticing the worms' unending killing nature, the strange bride seemed to temporarily give up entangling with them. She crossed over the layers of wriggling worms, locking onto the little bugs that were retreating in panic. Like a horrifying scene replayed. That red light, representing death and despair, once again shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, fiercely pouncing towards the retreating members of the investigation bureau. Those who had once experienced such a desperate chase in the second squad watched the approaching red light, their hearts once again swallowed by despair and fear. Smack! Applause erupted. Just as the last member, running behind, was about to be torn into pieces by the bride's claws, a huge, pale worm appeared out of nowhere and swallowed that member whole before the strange bride could attack. The strange bride's attack missed, her figure twisted, and she lunged towards another member. Smack! Applause sounded again. Another worm appeared in her attack path, using its body to block this fatal blow for the next target. In an instant, an extremely absurd and terrifying picture emerged on this chaotic battlefield. The strange bride in red, jumping, weaving, and maneuvering, moved as fast as lightning, with immense force, filled with the beauty of violence and destruction, as if performing a powerful death dance. And the crisp, rhythmic sounds of applause, along with the giant worms that fell one after another, then were shredded, seemed to be the only audience of this death dance, offering their lives as the most passionate tribute to this unique performance. Chapter 67, Silence. As time passed, this dance came to an end. Apart from the fat, white worms all over the mountains and plains, no team members were left to be seen. The strange bride still maintained her last attacking posture, as if performing a bow to an empty audience before the curtain call. She slowly returned to a standing position, then moved her feet, heading toward where she originally wanted to go. Smack! The last applause arrived belatedly after the dancer had left. The worms gradually vanished, and investigation team members, covered in bloody, stinky, viscous liquid, fell from the bodies of the worms. And this method of dodging attacks was clearly not a pleasant experience. The strongest men, who usually appeared tough, were now crying like delicate little girls. The friend beside him did not mock him, but instead, covered his face and began to cry as well. At the moment they were about to be attacked by the strange bride, what struck the team was not the sharp claws, but the dark and irresistible slide. They felt their feet give way and were swept away by a huge sucking force, falling down a slippery, soft, wriggling tunnel, the walls tightly wrapping and squeezing them. In their panic, the team members tried to grab something, but their fingertips could only glide over the wet, sticky wall, with no grip to hold on to. Next came the smell, an intense stench strong enough to be a physical attack, mixing stomach acid, partially digested food, and pure rot, flooding their noses and mouths, even seeping in through every pore. This smell clung deep in their throats, causing violent retching, but nothing came out, only more of this deadly miasma was inhaled. The sounds became distorted and terrifying, everything from the outside completely vanished, replaced by the wet, squeaky noise of muscle tissue rubbing and squeezing. Then their minds began to blur, not from lack of oxygen, but because this all-encompassing, relentless torment was consuming the trapped person's sanity. Darkness, pressure, stench, noise, all senses screamed at the brain to escape from here. Jian, who always looked as calm as an ancient ice mountain, showed no emotional fluctuations at this moment. He ignored the sticky liquid on him, reached out to wipe his face, trying to clean the filth stuck to his eyes, but his trembling hands only spread more slime on his face. This action was clearly noticed by someone. The still-dry twin sisters gleefully chirped, "The worthless leader is scared too, huh? Look at that shaking hand. When we get back, I'm going to replay the recorder and share it in the workgroup, huh?" Wu Shen was not as wild as Wu Fu. Instead, although her body was dry, her little face was pale. Trembling, she complained to her sister, "So scary. Wu Fu. The belly of the return abyss worm summoned by team leader Wang is so dark, slippery, and smelly. I'm going to have nightmares." While understanding that only team leader Wang's summoned creature could help the team avoid being hunted by the near S-class bride, this method really made one think it might be better to die outside than endure such pain. Wu Fu held her sister tightly, both amused and pained. "I told you to build a spiritual barrier, don't open your eyes, hold your breath first, why didn't you listen to me? Now you know, right? Good girl, remember it next time." Wu Xian's little face turned even paler. "There's going to be a next time?" Jian cleaned off the slime. "No time for nonsense, from now on, leave the strange one to team leader Wang. According to the plan, we must immediately go to assist the rescue team." Wang Lin and Chen Feng were tightly wrapped by a nearly transparent female spiritual body, like two shadows pulled by an invisible force, silently following the rushing crimson remnant ahead. This was the wailing banshee summoned by the silver ring on Wang Lin's middle finger. Her core ability, breath concealment, worked perfectly, completely hiding both their life force, spiritual fluctuations, as well as sounds and smells, making her the ultimate support for stealth and pursuit. At the same time, she could carry up to 2 people for high-speed ghostly movement at an astonishing speed. Although he had mentally prepared for the worst, the unfolding reality still weighed heavily on Wang Lin's heart. As expected, after shaking off the entanglement of those strange worms, the direction of the mutated bride's advance became unmistakable. It was heading straight for the courtyard where the survivors were. Its next target was those defenseless citizens and rescue team members. Was it instinctively searching for the densest source of spiritual energy and life in this area, purely to enjoy the slaughter? Is it like the bride recorded by other teams, needing to devour large amounts of human flesh and blood to continue evolving? Wang Lin has no time to ponder the differences. The most important thing right now is to stop it at all costs. Even if it only means delaying for 1 more second, the hope for reinforcements will increase by 1 more point. As thoughts raced, the mournful wails of the two were quietly erased by the female demon, revealing Wang Lin and Chen Feng. At the moment they appeared, Wang Lin crazily urged the spiritual power within him, transforming himself into a flaming, dazzling spiritual torch burning fiercely in the dark. Clap! He struck his hands together in front of his chest. With the clear sound of the clap, the dark ring on his left pinky, embedded with a blue gemstone, suddenly burst forth with a ghostly green light of spiritual power. Almost simultaneously, at the location where the eerie bride was about to land, the ground exploded violently. 2 gigantic arms made entirely of blue bones erupted from the earth, snapping shut like powerful traps, fiercely clamping down on the bride's feet. The bride, moving at high speed, was caught unaware. At the moment of landing, her ankles were suddenly locked down by the heavy skeletal shackles. The powerful inertia of landing, strong enough to tear through steel, exploded forth. Boom! The ground rolled outward violently, as if plowed by a giant. The upper bodies of the 2 blue skeletons were thrust forward by this terrifying force, while their lower bodies, buried deep underground, were uprooted from the ground up to their thigh bones. Just as the bride was about to break free, the matte black iron ring on Wang Lin's left middle finger suddenly shimmered with a profound light, as if it could swallow all light. Silence. An absolute silence descended in an instant. The sounds of clothes rubbing, gravel rolling on the ground, the whistling wind, and the pervasive white noise in the air, everything completely vanished in that moment. The absolute silence wrapped around the bride, who was about to break free, like the cold, bone-chilling tides of the deep sea, silently closing in. This invisible force even caused the tumultuous corruption within her to momentarily stagnate. No, it was not simply a pause. Rather, this invisible power fundamentally deceived and obscured all of the bride's senses in a more profound way. She could not sense the flow of air, making it impossible to judge direction. She could not feel the power of her muscles, rendering her unable to give action commands. She even could not feel the passage of time. Since time had stopped, then the brain's thinking, the body's reflexes, and the circulation of power naturally fell into an eternal standstill. At this moment, this despairing quasi-S-class monster truly came to a halt for the first time. Chapter 68, The Stench of Blood. Behind the red-clad bride, a nun's silhouette stood quietly, having appeared at some unknown time. She wore a long black robe, long faded and worn, with a low-hanging hood, her face shrouded in a blur of distorted light, completely concealing her features. Her hands were sewn together with countless rough, dark red stitches, tightly bound to her chest, as if in a never-ending prayer. Surrounding her was an atmosphere of absolute stillness, mirroring that of the eerie bride. She herself was the embodiment of silence. Although Wang Lin was the main attacker in this tactic, Chen Feng beside him showed no signs of slackening. He continuously provided Wang Lin with various recovery and enhancement abilities, while also confirming the positions and statuses of other team members through his terminal. The Silent Nun. This is the first time I've seen a summon like you, with such powerful single-target control abilities. In that dire situation before, why didn't you take action? Chen Feng's voice was filled with astonishment and confusion. At this moment, Wang Lin maintained a peculiar posture, with his palms crossed in front of his chest, right hand on top and left hand below. The physical and spiritual energy within him flowed wildly at an unprecedented speed, surging into the black iron ring on his left hand like a flood breaking a dam. On his face, which was usually marked by fatigue, an additional sickly pale hue appeared. Cough, cough. If it weren't for you being the moving spring continuously restoring my spiritual power, I wouldn't be able to maintain this state for long at all. Wang Lin's voice sounded very weak. The nun's silent domain has a limitation, which is that it must be activated at a moment when the target is completely unguarded to take effect 100%. Coupled with her own physical frailty, it cannot tolerate any external interference. Because of these extremely harsh conditions, this special tactic that targets a single powerful enemy can possibly restrict such a bizarre existence across levels. Hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of sincere admiration. Summoners do not create their summon entities out of thin air but forcibly pull them from bizarre and unpredictable otherworldly planes. The summoner merely provides a one-way channel and an anchor to maintain existence. Furthermore, similar to necromancers, every time a summoning occurs, it's completely uncertain. To consistently summon the same being, the summoner must sign a contract with it, often needing to pay heavy and even painful costs to hire powerful entities to serve them. According to records from the Investigative Bureau, the known summon species are numerous, including beasts, undead creatures, elemental beings, demons, fairies, dragons, and even, a scarce few records mention summoning a true angel at some point, which led to the establishment of a significantly impactful emerging sect in the Western continent. These entities from other dimensions, except for a few relatively docile types, instinctively resist the constraints from humans, and during the summoning process, they may counterattack the summoner itself. Therefore, in the ever-changing life and death combat, summoners usually would never easily summon unfamiliar entities without a signed contract, as they might face a desperate situation of being besieged both by enemies and by friendly fire from their own summons. The 10 rings that Wang Lin wore on his hands corresponded to the 10 powerful summon entities with which he had signed contracts at a great cost. These 10 rings were all custom-made by the Bureau's top spiritual research department, crafted from core materials closely linked to the summoned beings, greatly enhancing communication and power guidance with the corresponding summon. Just based on the few abilities that had been displayed so far, Wang Lin alone could form a small team with comprehensive abilities and exquisite coordination. At this moment, a member of the second squad sent the latest information to Chen Feng's terminal through an encrypted channel. After quickly scanning, Chen Feng immediately said to Wang Lin, who was sweating profusely and starting to sway slightly, "Team Leader Wang. They have successfully joined the rescue team. They are organizing the citizens for emergency evacuation." Hearing this news, the nerves that Wang Lin had kept tightly wound seemed to finally relax a bit. He sighed in relief. "Good, let them continue, evacuating according to plan toward the entrance where we came in. Let's hold on here a little longer." Cold sweat continuously gathered and trickled down his pale cheeks, moistening his eyelashes. Wang Lin felt a moment of blur, and instinctively, he blinked his eyes gently. In that instant when his eyelids closed and opened, it was as if a frame was maliciously snatched away from a high-speed image. In the distance, that flash of scarlet suddenly vanished from the canvas without warning. His powerful summon, the head of the silent nun, had quietly disappeared, and thick, black liquid, like oil, spurted from the broken neck. The 2 azure skeletons, which had once tightly shackled the bride's calf, were instantly shattered by a terrifying force, turning into a mist of azure bone powder. Around him, time seemed to be forcibly dragged into a viscous mire by an invisible giant hand. Everything moved extremely slowly, as if watching a distorted silent film at a depth of 10,000 meters underwater. He could even clearly see every muscle on Chen Feng's face gradually tightening and twisting with utmost terror. Chen Feng's mouth was opening and closing, desperately trying to yell something. That sound was intermittent and struggled to penetrate the almost frozen air, hitting his eardrum. Dodge. The battle instinct, honed by countless hardships, was ultimately quicker than his sluggish awareness. Almost at the same moment he caught a glimpse of that flash of scarlet disappearing out of the corner of his eye. Wang Lin's body uncontrollably lunged sideways. In the process of falling, he subconsciously tried to unleash his power, to summon another contract. But he was horrified to find that his hands emitted no sound at all. It was at that moment that a wave of agonizing pain crashed into his nervous system like a delayed destructive tsunami. His hands, from the forearms, were severed completely. Those two ring-laden hands now lay quietly on the ground not far away, fingers even maintaining a slightly bent posture, as if still trying to complete the unfinished gesture of prayer. The speed of the strike was so extreme that the smooth, mirror-like severed edges showed no reaction in the first second, not a single drop of blood oozed out. Ugh! A cry of extreme pain barely escaped Wang Lin's throat, only to be crushed and swallowed back down by his iron will. The huge, strange figure of the bride seemed to have completed a spatial leap, silently appearing behind where he had just stood. With just a casual wave, this man who had repeatedly obstructed it was completely stripped of his reliance. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Lin, enduring pain that could cause an ordinary person to faint instantly, summoned every ounce of strength, reaching out his blood-soaked stump, and fiercely struck the still-warm severed hand on the ground. Smack! The sound of a blood-stained clap echoed through the silent wilderness. At the moment the sound rang out, Wang Lin and Chen Feng's figures were once again wrapped by that nearly transparent wailing banshee, concealing all traces, leaving only the lonely severed hands on the ground and a rapidly spreading pool of blood. The strange bride's figure stood still again, her head, covered with a red veil, slightly turning, as if silently searching for something. Tick-tock. In the distance, in the empty, tranquil air, a few droplets of bright red blood suddenly formed and then fell to the ground. The moment the blood droplets hit the ground, the strange bride's figure flickered and vanished. Thud. The wailing banshee's translucent spirit was ripped apart in midair by a streak of red light too fast to see. Accompanied by an extremely piercing shriek, her body exploded into countless drifting light points, completely dissipating in the cold wind. Having lost the protection of the spirit, Wang Lin and Chen Feng tumbled awkwardly from midair and crashed heavily to the ground. Blood gushed like a flood from Wang Lin's gruesome severed arms, erupting violently. The piercing pain even prevented this famously strong captain of the first squad from standing, forcing him to kneel on one knee. Panting heavily, Chen Feng couldn't even take a moment to check on his teammates' injuries. The moment he landed, his hands had already unleashed a white halo, once again applying a powerful enhancement effect on Wang Lin. The halo sank into Wang Lin's body, and the muscles around his severed arm began to contract and squeeze in a way that defied logic, temporarily sealing the major blood vessels and forcibly stopping the life-threatening bleeding. There was no chance for breath or communication. Despite losing the enhancement from 10 contract rings, Wang Lin's essence as a summoner had not changed. He was still able to summon. Should he summon the Rust Demon Knight with absolute physical defense? Or the Corpse Wax Artisan that could control corpses and resist with numbers? Or perhaps the Whispering Death Eye that could perform mental shocks and briefly disrupt his opponent? Countless thoughts flashed through his gradually dimming brain like lightning due to blood loss. However, no matter how fast his thinking was, the summoning ritual, now missing the rings, still required a brief guiding time. And in that brief moment, in front of the bizarre bride's scarlet claws that exceeded the speed of sound, it seemed so long, so extravagant. A gust mixed with a strong smell of blood was rushing towards him. Chapter 69, Stern Father. As Wang Lin's grayish-white head was about to be crushed like a watermelon by the glowing red claws, Chen Feng, standing nearby, was filled with rage but had no time or strength to make any effective interference. Just at this critical moment, a swift and fierce figure, like lightning tearing through the night, or a fierce lion diving down, suddenly crashed in from the side and stood in front of Wang Lin. With a body containing explosive power, it firmly braced against the deathly claws that could tear everything apart. Outside the broken courtyard, 2 agents from the investigation bureau responsible for perimeter guarding had just finished a battle. The air still lingered with the smell of scorched earth from lightning strikes and some unnameable stench of blood. They had faced a disturbing twisted creature with multiple arms and legs, which now lay as a charred wreck on the ground. The 2 of them coordinated perfectly. One person attacked frontally, drawing furious lightning for direct strikes, while the other stayed in the back, continuously applying various enhancement states to their partner, maximizing the power of the lightning. This was the 4th C-class anomaly they had eliminated together. The many lucky citizens gathered in the courtyard, along with the abilities emanating their spiritual power, acted like an extremely bright lighthouse in this vast and tainted anomalous realm, drawing the surrounding hungry anomalies that wanted a piece of this tasty cake. Fortunately, according to records from the Investigation Bureau, the higher-level anomalies in this strange realm, those called brides, seem to follow a special pattern of activity, remaining quiet in their respective bridal chambers as long as no humans entered their specific areas, that courtyard. They would not actively venture out to hunt humans on a large scale. The duo assigned to guard this area were Lei Zi and Zhang Wei from the 3rd squad. Seeing that there were no new anomalies attacking their area for the time being, the 2 finally got a brief moment to catch their breath and take a short break. Lei Zi took off his heavy tactical mask, wiped his sweaty and dirty face with his hand, and let out a long sigh of relief. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Zhang Wei still busy with the charred corpse of the anomaly that had just been electrocuted, unable to resist saying, "Hey, political commissar comrade, you should take a break too. Your stimulant ability is useful, but..." But it can't always be reckless like this. You keep emphasizing that the side effects of this thing are huge, right? Jiang Wei was carefully using a sharp small knife to slice off a peculiar organ from the strange corpse, then carefully packing it into a special storage box. Without looking back, he replied, "I'm not using it myself, I just think that if I can do more, I should do more." Team leader Wang and the others went to intercept those higher-level anomalies. "If we don't keep busy here, I always feel a sense of guilt." Lei Zi, hearing this, grimaced and slapped the back of Jiang Wei's head. "You brat, just a rookie fresh out of training camp, and you're feeling guilty? Each to their own, got it? I'm a proud elite of the firepower team, yet I also have to stay here to guard the door with you." Jiang Wei scratched his head and chuckled, about to say something, when he suddenly saw Lei Zi's face change and put a silencing gesture towards him. Through the thick fog ahead, a humanoid silhouette slowly emerged. From the way the silhouette moved, it was clear that it was fast, but its posture was quite strange, limping forward in an uneven gait. Lei Zi, who had somehow pulled out an exaggeratedly large revolver, held it with a serious expression, aiming the dangerous bluish electricity flickering at the muzzle at the unknown entity emerging from the fog. However, the next second, Jiang Wei's incredulous yet mixed with joy cry suddenly rang out, "Captain! Captain?" It was Xia Qianxiu, who had left Zhang Wenyuan and the others behind, choosing to rush ahead alone. She had followed the special signals left by her subordinates, swiftly making her way without encountering any significant obstacles, finally reaching the outside of this dilapidated courtyard. Before she could enter, she was the first to spot her two team members guarding the periphery. "Captain! Captain! You're still alive, cough, you're okay?" The two tall men excitedly stepped forward. Xia Qianxiu shook her left leg and right hand, which had undergone simple fracture treatment, and retorted unhappily, "Do I look like someone who is fine?" The two of them were suddenly at a loss, recalling their captain's strict guidance like a stern father. For a moment, they stammered, unable to say a complete sentence. Seeing these two men fumbling for words, Xia Qianxiu raised an eyebrow and scolded, "You two fools, unable to spit out a sound. Hurry up and take me to find the divine doctor. We'll discuss the details later." With their captain's reprimand, the two finally felt relieved. This familiar feeling, this familiar pattern, made them truly realize that the captain has really returned. Receiving the command, the two immediately stepped forward eagerly to help Xia Qianxiu. "Captain, I'll take you. Captain, I'll support you." However, Xia Qianxiu showed no gratitude, picking up a branch she had temporarily used as a cane, and whacked each of them on the backside. "Get lost. I'm not at the age where I need help walking yet." Feeling this familiar everyday atmosphere, the two not only didn't get angry but, rather, felt a sense of relief. As a rare B-level healing ability user in the Investigation Bureau, the Divine Doctor's healing abilities were beyond doubt. Healing injuries like Xia Qianxiu's broken limbs was absolutely easy for him. Even if it was the severely injured person who had been bisected earlier, as long as he was given enough time and spiritual energy, he could forcibly regrow the lower half of their body. During the healing process, Xia Qianxiu continued to move her rapidly healing hands and feet. On one side, through Lei Zi and Jiang Wei's words, she understood the situation of the third team after diverting the bound bride. "Are you saying that the A-level strange being that defeated me was heavily injured by that man you rescued later?" Xia Qianxiu's tone carried a hint of doubt. The divine doctor responsible for treatment beside her nodded and replied, "Yes, Captain, that person is an A-level ability user, and his power is extremely ferocious. He seems to amplify others' negative emotions and then absorb and release them. At that time, many weak-willed ordinary people were only observing from a distance, and their minds were greatly harmed. To avoid being affected by that power, we had to retreat quickly, so we didn't know in the end who lived or died." Xia Qianxiu gently stroked her smooth chin with her fingers, pondering thoughtfully, "Isn't he the one from the exorcism company, the spirit-invoking department? A-level. It seems this guy harbors some unmentionable purpose. Wasn't he wearing the Qiyang exorcism company's uniform?" A clear voice interrupted Xia Qianxiu's thoughts. She lifted her eyes, her heart slightly stirred. The speaker was a young man she didn't know, refreshingly handsome. Xia Qianxiu raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly, "Who are you?" "Luli." Luli originally intended to check on Zhao Qi's treatment situation with the rescue team, but unexpectedly overheard some matters related to the mysterious killer Wang Hai, so we thought to come over and share some information. At this moment, a hint of amazement flickered in Luli's eyes. Captain Xia in front of him was seated in a relaxed posture on a large stone. This sitting position might seem rude on other women, but on her, Luli felt not a trace of rudeness. Instead, he sensed a carefree charm about her. Her healthy, rich chocolate-brown skin, unique and vibrant purple high ponytail, and those sharp golden cat-like eyes formed a striking visual contrast. Beneath her tattered combat suit, the outline of muscular lines could be seen, smooth and solid, exuding strength, a wild and confident aura that was unforgettable, brimming with personal charm. Her features were delicate and three-dimensional, with a beautifully defined jawline, and at this moment, wearing a subtle, teasing smile, the corners of her mouth turned up, appearing both sexy and slightly provocative. He was indeed wearing the Qiyang Company's uniform. Xiao Qianqiu's voice, slightly hoarse yet deeply magnetic, interrupted Lu Li's admiration. Lu Li quickly withdrew his gaze and said seriously, "That person is not an employee of Qiyang Exorcism Company. He is very likely a member of a cult. The name Wang Hai is highly likely a fake. Many members of the second team died because of him. Captain Shui chose to stay behind alone due to him." Xiao Qianqiu carefully savored and deconstructed every word Lu Li said in her heart, and uncontrollable anger surged from her depths. Lu Li sensed that the aura of this chocolate beauty before him suddenly changed. In that instant, she seemed to transform from a lazy hunter into a ferocious beast about to pounce on its prey, filled with a suffocating sense of danger. Just as Xiao Qianqiu wanted to ask Lu Li something else, a sudden urgent shout came from the entrance of the courtyard. "All personnel! Emergency notice! Evacuate immediately!" The citizens who were resting were startled awake by this sudden call, feeling various negative emotions: discontent, panic, confusion. In the crowd, it quickly spread. After receiving the latest information, Lei Zi ran swiftly to Xiao Qianqiu's side and reported loudly, "Captain! A nearest-class anomaly has broken through Captain Wang's defenses and is racing towards us. Captain Wang has ordered everyone to retreat to the nearest exit immediately. He and Deputy Captain Chen will hold that nearest-class anomaly." Hearing this news, the corners of Xiao Qianqiu's mouth lifted up, revealing a bold and confident smile. "Finally, I've caught up with it. These two old uncles are so old, what are they even thinking? Learning from the young to play the crazy game of covering the rear." She turned to look at Lu Li. "Lu Li, right? After I come back, I'll ask you something." Xiao Qianqiu waved her hand casually at Lu Li, as a form of farewell. Then, she suddenly stood up and loudly commanded her members of the 3rd Brigade. "Bring me my spare clothes." Chapter 70, G-Type. In that crucial moment, it was Xiao Qianqiu who had rushed over from the courtyard at full speed after receiving the emergency message, successfully blocking the deadly claws of the anomaly bride. At this moment, she was entirely different from her previous silver-white battlesuit. She had changed into the spare suit specially prepared for extreme situations, the G-Type combat suit. Her deep brown skin, resembling high-quality chocolate, was tightly encased in a matte black combat suit full of organic texture. This suit closely hugged her body, while the exterior was molded into exaggerated muscle lines that surpassed normal human limits, radiating explosive strength. In the center of her chest, a white pupil-like circular ring flickered coldly and rhythmically. Her entire head was covered by a smooth and unadorned black sphere, and where her eyes should have been, there were only 3 parallel narrow scarlet slits shining with the cold, cruel red light of a top predator. She looked like a unique sculpture filled with the aesthetics of violence. However, every inch of her body under that black combat suit was tense to the extreme, and red patterns like flowing lava slowly lit up along her slender spine, constantly revealing her essence born for pure slaughter. In the next moment, the red light along her spine suddenly exploded. The crimson light surged like rushing lava to her left arm, and the muscles on that arm visibly swelled again. She fiercely swung her fist. Boom! An immensely explosive sound boomed through the air. This unexpected force actually knocked the despairingly powerful nearest-class bride away. The equipment department, considering Xiao Qianqiu's unique energy absorption ability, had almost perverse demands for the performance of the external combat suit. They predicted that when facing certain extremely powerful enemies, the regular silver-white energy battle suit might nearly collapse due to absorbing too much energy. Therefore, they specially prepared this second and final spare combat suit for her, this G-type special combat suit she wore. The terrifying muscles that had ballooned all over her body represented the fact that this suit contained several times more intelligent fluid metal than the other suit. This also meant that the G-type combat suit could absorb far more damage than the silver-white suit and convert it into even more terrifying counterattack power. "Old Chen! Give me some power!" A slightly distorted voice synthesized electronically came from beneath the black helmet, finally bringing Chen Feng, who had been stunned by Wang Lin's severe injury, back to his senses. Without hesitation, he squeezed out the remaining bits of spiritual power from within his body. A vibrant green halo filled with life was infused into Xiao Qianqiu's body, granting her various powerful enhancement states. "Captain Xia! You!" His words had not yet finished when he was impatiently interrupted by Xiao Qianqiu. "Take good care of old Wang. Although I really want a cover for you to retreat first, it seems, it doesn't agree." In the distance, the strange bride, repelled by Xiao Qianqiu's punch, surged back again. Xiao Qianqiu's figure instantly transformed into a black lightning bolt, darting rapidly through the claw winds that could tear everything apart. Her G-style combat suit fluctuated violently with each attack, swiftly dispersing and transmitting the terrifying impact that could shatter steel throughout her body. But even so, her bones still emitted buzzing sounds under each impact and block. After receiving a series of powerful boosts from Chen Feng, Xiao Qianqiu was absolutely confident that she could kill the previous A-class blind bride in a one-on-one fight. But the quasi-S-class before her was clearly on a completely different level. Although she was prepared, whether in speed or strength she was thoroughly crushed. Beneath the black mask, Xia Qianqiu's breathing had become incredibly rapid, but her golden pupils remained sharp as ever like unsheathed blades. After a thrilling dodge, she finally caught a fleeting opening. Instead of retreating, she charged forward, like a cannonball, into the bride's embrace. She concentrated all the kinetic energy she had absorbed into her right fist and slammed it mercilessly into the bride's flat abdomen. Bang! A muted thud echoed. But Xia Qianqiu felt as if her punch had smashed against a colossal, unchanging mountain. The bride's massive form barely moved, only bouncing up and down twice. Beneath the luxurious wedding dress, her abdomen seemed not to be flesh and blood but some kind of incredibly dense special metal. Her full-force strike, which transformed and absorbed all kinetic energy, was almost ineffective. The price of misjudgment arrived immediately, as the bride's other giant claw swept back. It was so fast that Xia Qianqiu could barely twist her body away. Swoosh! This strike had clearly approached the critical threshold of cumulative damage for the G-style combat suit. The exaggerated muscular area on her chest deformed violently as the sharp claw swiped by. Fortunately, she was not directly slashed open to become an Amazon warrior, but this terrifying force still slammed Xia Qianqiu away like a baseball. She rolled across the gravel-strewn ground like a skipping stone, tumbling more than a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. Amidst the swirling dust, before Xia Qianqiu could get back on her feet, a shadow as massive as a mountain loomed overhead, and the crimson claw raised high once again. But just as the claw was about to descend, several incredibly resilient white threads suddenly shot out from the side, tightly wrapping around the bride's arm. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Xia Qianqiu suddenly sprung up, concentrating all the previously stored kinetic energy into the tip of her right finger, piercing forward like an arrow toward the shadow beneath the crimson veil that was theoretically a weakness. Yet the sensation that came from her fingertip was not the expected tearing of flesh but a horrifying rebounding force, as if she had struck solid steel. Xia Qianqiu's finger nearly broke on the spot. A profound shock filled her heart. Perhaps, what lay beneath the veil couldn't really be considered a weakness. The bride's counterattack was faster than she had imagined. That colossal claw, which seemed especially large compared to an ordinary person, directly gripped Xia Qianqiu's slender waist. With its other hand, it forcefully pulled, dragging the white threads that ensnared it along with their source. The Taylor corpse spider, summoned by Wang Lin with the last ounce of his spiritual power, was forcibly dragged over from a distance. Then, with one claw, it sliced him into 5 pieces. Next, that empty hand slowly moved towards Xia Qianqiu's helmet. Xia Qianqiu immediately used both hands to desperately hold up the pale giant hand that was slowly closing in. But that terrifying force, which was impossible to resist, continued to squeeze her. The G-type combat suit, operating at full power, now shone with a glaring red pattern indicating severe overload. The sound of metallic fibers being forcibly stretched and broken intertwined with her groans of her bones being unable to bear the load, composing a song of desperate death. It actually wants to crush me directly? How is that possible? I won't let you, this monster, succeed. She forced her spiritual power to surge, and the red light on her back suddenly flared up. This explosive power slightly opened a breath of space for her. But that was all. The white circular hole in the chest of the G-type suit had begun to spew out white steam indicating severe overload. As soon as the intelligent fluid metal overflowed from the suit due to unbearable pressure, it meant the complete collapse of this powerful suit. In this life-and-death stalemate, which felt as long as a century, Xia Qianqiu, with her perception becoming blurry from excruciating pain, suddenly caught a glimpse of an extremely subtle anomaly. That giant claw gripping her, as if trying to wipe her completely from this world, and that steady, continuous destructive grip suddenly showed a nearly imperceptible short pause. As if a precision machine running at high speed had suddenly received a higher priority command, all its calculations and movements were forcefully interrupted and reset in that moment. In the next second, that terrifying force capable of crushing mountains suddenly disappeared. Xia Qianqiu was flung aside by the bride as if she were a worn-out toy that had lost her charm. She heavily slammed into a nearby mound of dirt, kicking up a cloud of choking dust. She felt as if her entire body was broken and painful beyond measure, yet miraculously escaped the immediately looming death. Cough, cough, cough. She struggled to prop herself up with her arms. However, the terrifying, bizarre bride, towering at 4 meters, completely ignored her existence at this moment. A silent but incredibly urgent intention madly radiated from its body. Without the slightest hesitation, its enormous lower limb suddenly exploded with terrifying power. The ground erupted into a massive deep pit. And its figure had already transformed into a scarlet meteor tearing through the sky, racing toward the distance. Chapter 71 Emotions. Meanwhile, Qi and the others were hastily navigating through the billowing gray mist, following the sparse traces left by the investigation bureau's large forces as they retreated. Brother Zhang, why don't we stay in place and wait for rescue? The timid Xiaowen in the team quietly asked. Zhang Wenyuan, who was silently carrying the unconscious Hardman brother, paused his steps upon hearing this. His rugged face, already unkempt, now showed an additional layer of weathered sorrow, his eyes filled with inexplicable memories. He extended his rough fingers to gently stroking the half-section of the tactical lens in his hand, but his tone became exceptionally firm. In a person's life, some choices must be made, before. I didn't dare to choose, I shrank back, so I could only live in endless memories with shame, waking up from nightmares every night, but now, the same question is once again placed before me, this time. I don't want to regret anymore, at least it will allow me to sleep a little more soundly in the nights to come. Listening to these words. Beside them, Aki looked completely confused. What in the world is this jumbled talk about? Her thoughts were much simpler and purer than Zhang Wenyuan's. Firstly, it was to satisfy her deep-seated thrill-seeker mentality as a top-notch ghost exploration streamer. Secondly, it was for the millions of viewers in the livestream who were eagerly waiting for more. She knew very well that if she just obediently stayed in place waiting for rescue, those enthusiastic viewers in the stream would quickly turn from fans to haters, and at that moment, even a single spitting comment could drown her. Moreover, she was very much aware that the follow-up support team from the Cloud City Investigation Bureau had successfully entered this bizarre fog-filled world and would soon reach their area. But speaking of which, Aki looked at Xiaowen and asked, Xiaowen, why did you come along with us? I clearly told you to stay behind. Xiaowen, feeling wronged, pointed to her own nose and weakly retorted, Me? You want me to stay alone? In a place surrounded by all sorts of strange beings? Sister Qi, are you trying to get me killed? This innocent statement made Aki feel a little embarrassed, and countless viewers in her livestream sent out silent laughing comments. Feeling a bit guilty, Aki quickly changed the topic. Hey, look. Isn't there someone over there? Unknowingly, during their short conversation, they had already passed through the thick fog and spotted several shadowy figures not far ahead. Those people looked hurried, as they were members of the investigation team and surviving citizens urgently retreating from the dilapidated courtyard. Just as Aki was about to shout, she was stopped by a member of the investigation bureau stationed at the back of the group. That member had one hand warily placed on the hilt of his sword, his face concealed by a heavy tactical mask, revealing only a pair of vigilant and scrutinizing eyes. 2 B-levels, 2 C-levels, and 1 seriously injured? You people shouldn't be ordinary civilians trapped here before. State your identities. His voice was cold and serious. Seeing this, Aki quickly raised her hands and performed a standard French salute to show she meant no harm. Sir, please don't be nervous. I'm a streamer, and these are my bodyguards. I have my stream to prove it. Saying this, Aki presented the hovering camera sphere to him, also pulling up the private chat records from her account with the Cloud City Investigation Bureau. Look, the reinforcements from the Cloud City branch have already sent support. We thought we'd come over and meet you, and also provide some first-hand information about the reinforcements. It felt to him that this woman seemed quite skilled at saying these things. The member in charge of security, a Jian, felt a hint of doubt in his heart. He took the hovering camera sphere from Aki and examined it closely. The screen displayed a flood of comments filled with various internet memes, and indeed, the private messages came from the official Investigation Bureau account, proving her words were true. Temporarily not questioning whether this group had illegally sneaked into the bizarre realm, a Jian waved his hand to signal them to follow the main team and move together. At this moment, Zhang Wenyuan spoke up, voicing the shared question in everyone's minds, did you encounter a particularly powerful strange entity? Its target seems to be in this direction. A Jian called them to walk along and simultaneously relayed good news to other team members through the public channel that the reinforcements were on their way. A massive crowd of citizens, under the embrace and protection of the Investigation Bureau team members, began to move toward the designated entrance with great difficulty. Amid the crowd, various voices filled the air, complaints, dissatisfaction, grievances endlessly echoing. These ordinary people, who are usually pampered, felt utterly exhausted just from a simple run. Let alone escaping through a night filled with unknown dangers, it was truly overwhelming. But with a great enemy looming, everyone had to be ready to brace themselves for danger. Retreating now might not mean death, but staying behind could lead to a very high chance of dying. Couldn't even 3 entire teams handle it? After hearing from a Jian about the terrifying power of that eerie bride, Zhang Wenyuan's face showed immense shock. A Jian shook his head helplessly and explained, that is an almost S-class entity. Moreover, only our first team among the 3 teams remains at full strength. The second and third teams have been severely battered in the previous strange incidents. Almost S-class. This vague yet terrifying concept left Qi and the others utterly speechless. Just the previous A-class blindfolded bride had already caused a top-notch team from the Investigation Bureau to suffer immense losses. That almost S-class, well, forgive them for having no idea what almost S-class really meant. They could only try to gauge the true strength and terror of that entity from the serious words of the Investigation Bureau member before them. As previously emphasized, the Black Mist event happened late at night when most citizens were ready to sleep, bringing about many unexpected troubles for those unfortunate enough to be drawn into this eerie realm. Suddenly, in the middle of the crowd, an ordinary-looking woman grabbed a young man walking behind her. She argued passionately with him, and it seemed they couldn't reach a consensus. Before long, she began to scream hysterically, quickly attracting the attention of many onlookers nearby. "You were peeking at me just now." The woman wore only a thin, semi-transparent nightgown, her eyes filled with disdain and uncontrollable anger. The young man clearly had never experienced such a situation. He seemed flustered, his voice trembling with anxiety and fear. I really didn't. Sister, I can explain." "Explain what?" "I saw it with my own eyes." The woman yelled in an even higher, sharper pitch, as if what she held in her hand was the absolute truth. The crowd that stopped to watch the commotion grew larger. The already exhausted crowd seemed eager to revel in the gossip. The young man, now the focus of attention, turned beet red, his heart racing. He couldn't help but loudly defend himself. "I really didn't do anything. How could I even think about that at a time like this? Why are you framing me?" The woman exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Framing? Why would I frame a stranger I don't even know? Clearly, you did something filthy and won't admit it." "I could never do something like that. Do you have any evidence that I was peeking at you?" The young man replied, his voice shaking, unaware he had unknowingly fallen into a carefully set trap by the other party, or he could never prove his innocence. A smirk of smug satisfaction appeared at the corner of the woman's mouth. "How would I know what thoughts a pervert like you has in your mind? I just saw everything clearly. You were right behind me, pretending to squat down to tie your shoelaces, but actually, you were trying to sneak a peek at me. My skirt is so short that you saw everything." The young man became anxious and argued. I was wearing flip-flops. Something ran into my shoe just now. I just wanted to take my shoe off and see." The woman seemed to have caught the young man on a sore point, becoming even more aggressive. Need to lower your head to tie shoelaces when wearing flip-flops? What kind of man are you, cowardly and unacknowledged? I already said I just wanted to take my shoe off and look." The commotion among the crowd soon caught the attention of the Investigation Bureau team members who were responsible for maintaining order around them. One team member hurried over, trying to disperse the lingering crowd. "Move along. Everyone, do not stop." However, the crowd became restless again. Some people continued moving forward, but many others chose to stay in place. This sudden comedy not only ignited everyone's joy for gossip but also their pent-up negative emotions from the whole evening. What was happening in front of them was just a spark. Soon, people began to complain quietly, and then this grumbling quickly transformed into loud accusations. For these ordinary people, who had long been in a comfortable environment, their perception of danger was always dull. More and more people were affected by the negative emotions, and some even simply sat down on the ground, expressing that they wouldn't leave. No one cared about the two arguing individuals anymore, and the massive evacuation team was facing a serious disconnection. At this moment, Jian, along with He and a few others, had caught up from the back of the group. His expression was cold as he looked at the team member trying to manage the crowd, asking in a low voice, "What happened?" The team member explained with a troubled face, "Leader, the negative emotions among the crowd are pretty severe. This is not the time to leisurely be out on a tourist trip. Extraordinary times require extraordinary measures." Jian drew the sword from his back, a massive surge of spiritual power erupted from him, and the sharp sword energy instantly frightened the citizens who were sitting on the ground to jump up. "Everyone follow me. If anyone hinders others from evacuating, they will be punished for endangering others' lives." In order to effectively manage this lawless place, the Investigation Bureau had been granted the power to enforce emergency law within the mysterious realm. Under Jian's overwhelming intimidation and the heart-piercing pressure of spiritual power, the crowd finally unwillingly got back on the road. However, that pervasive feeling of dissatisfaction, panic, and anger continued to escalate among the crowd. All of this turned into a dark red energy that ordinary people couldn't perceive, quietly absorbed by a man who was unconscious. Chapter 72, Smoke. Unfortunately, time was still too tight, and the treatment team ended up not being able to help me completely recover this leg. Luli and Zhao Qi were currently at the very front of the large evacuation team. Zhao Qi had obtained a high-tech mechanical prosthetic leg for temporary emergency use from the rescue team. The initial state of this mechanical leg was a silver-black metal ring that could extend and retract freely. When in use, it only needed to be embedded in the place of the broken limb. Continuously channeling spiritual energy, it can quickly extend into the part of the body the user has lost while effectively stopping the bleeding. This type of equipment is generally only used as an emergency backup when professional medical personnel are unavailable. That's enough. It's pretty good that I didn't give you a cane. By the way, how does it feel to use this thing? Luli said, while carefully inspecting Zhao Qi's temporary leg, which looked extremely cool. He strongly suspected that the designer of this product must have been a middle-aged special effects enthusiast. The classic silver and black color scheme, along with that metal chain wrapped around it for no apparent reason, this thing really looked too dramatic. It's light, super light. It feels like I don't even have this leg. And... Zhao Qi said, suddenly spreading his arms, striking a hero pose full of old-school charm. Then, in a deliberately lowered voice that he thought sounded cool, he said in a deep tone, and I always have this impulse to jump up and deliver a flying kick with this leg to my enemies. Seeing this, Luli quickly stepped a few paces away from the embarrassing guy without drawing attention. Beside them, Dong Xiaohong was clearly completely amused by Zhao Qi's playful performance. Having been in a state of negativity and panic, this was the first time she showed such obvious positive emotions in front of Luli. Of course, it was probably also because of the good news circulating in the team that the reinforcement troops have arrived, which gave her a new sense of hope for survival. But speaking of which, I was just about to ask, Xiaohong, are you activating your ability? Luli quietly leaned toward Dong Xiaohong and asked in a low voice. Dong Xiaohong's already pale little face immediately flushed red. This is way too close. Please maintain a safe social distance. She weakly answered, and no, Luli, why would you ask that? Then what's this? Luli stretched out his finger and pointed at the top of her head. There, a faint red smoke was slowly rising from Dong Xiaohong's head, drifting straight toward the back of the team. Luli instinctively reached out to touch the strange smoke, only to find that it passed right through his palm without any effect. Dong Xiaohong looked puzzled. Could this be the new popular way of starting a conversation with a girl? Should I go along with it? But I have no idea what this joke even means. I'm really sorry. Sorry. An apologetic phrase unknowingly escaped her lips. It's fine. Luli sighed helplessly. It seemed that she really didn't know that a strange red smoke was coming out of her head. At that moment, Luli noticed that the smoke coming from her head seemed to have deepened in color, and his eyes filled with an inquisitive expression. He turned his head to look in the direction the smoke was drifting, and was shocked to find that, except for a few people, almost everyone else had red smoke of varying sizes appearing on top of their heads. And all these smokes were drifting in the same direction. Yet the people around them seemed completely oblivious to this strange smoke. No, wait, it should be said that they couldn't detect the presence of this smoke at all. It seemed like only Luli could clearly see it. If I just let this go unchecked, something feels off. This eerie thing brings an indescribable sense of discomfort to Luli. It was like suddenly discovering a thin black thread in the gap of a rice cooker that had just finished cooking. You couldn't tell if it was someone's hair that had accidentally fallen or a cockroach's disgusting antenna, and that made you uneasy. Whether it was hair or a cockroach, you had to pull it out to see what it really was. As a person who liked to take action, Luli immediately decided to go see for himself what was hidden in that smoky destination. To be safe, he cautiously invited his new acquaintances, the seemingly reliable Lei Zi and Zhang Wei duo, to join him. Are you saying there's something creepy following us? Lei Zi asked quietly while following Luli, carefully dodging the crowded citizens. In this low-visibility black fog, you could only see each other clearly when you were about 4 or 5 meters apart. Yes, a girl with a sensing ability told me, but she was too scared to come along, Luli lied without changing his expression. Sorry, little red girl, I'm borrowing your name for now. Don't worry, if we survive and get out, I will definitely treat you to a luxurious buffet at the Investigation Bureau's cafeteria. He thought shamelessly in his heart. It's just ahead. In Luli's view, the red smoke rising from people's heads had become more solid and dense. It was like countless dark red cloths continuously emerging from the tops of people's heads, gathering into a dark red cocoon at the back of the crowd. Luli focused his gaze and discovered that beneath the blood-red cocoon was a man carrying it. The man and the 2 women next to him were all wearing uniforms from the Yun Lai Exorcism Company. Additionally, there was a woman in tight combat attire, somewhat suggestive in style, with a slightly sexy figure, and a spherical object floating beside her that looked like a live streaming camera. At that moment, Lei Zi suddenly stopped beside Luli. It's him. The cultist you mentioned. In his view, there was no dark red cocoon obstructing his sight, so he clearly saw the man who was being carried on Zhang Wenyuan's shoulder. Although the man's face was covered with dried blood, making it hard to recognize him, the uniform of the Qiyang Exorcism Company was something Lei Zi would never forget, even if he turned to dust. The situation escalated immediately. They needed to evacuate the surrounding crowd quickly. Lei Zi's mind raced, and he made the smartest choice, calling for help. He decided not to alert Zhang Wenyuan and his team for now. After all, Wang Hai had fought back and forth with that A-class shut-eyed bride even when severely injured, and now, the cultist was still alive while that A-class anomaly was already dead. Who was stronger or weaker was clear, even with your eyes closed. While carefully maintaining a safe distance from them, Lei Zi sent an urgent message to the other team members through his tactical terminal. He urged the team members to lead the citizens towards the front of the group while asking those near Zhang Wenyuan to find ways to guide them to slow down, creating distance from the main force. Luli understood his caution. After all, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. A dying A-level ability user is still an A-level, let alone the dark red cocoon that looks like a frozen blood clot. No matter how you look at it, it seems extremely ominous. Combining this with what the divine doctor said earlier, a sudden flash of insight struck Luli's mind. Wan Hai is secretly absorbing all the negative emotions of those around him. Fatigue, panic, anger, dissatisfaction at this moment, these citizens trapped in this eerie realm, on the verge of mental collapse, are the best milk cows for Wang Hai. Chapter 73, Induction. Luli shared his suspicion with Lei Zi, who was clearly shocked. Having experienced that battle, he naturally understood the danger level of this cultist. He just didn't expect this guy to be so insidious, pretending to be seriously injured and unconscious, secretly doing small tricks. Lei Zi's warning, sent out on the public channel, naturally reached Jian's ears. This usually calm assault team leader still maintained that indifferent expression, but his footsteps had subconsciously slowed down, and his right hand quietly rested on the hilt of his sword. At this moment, just in time, Chi spoke up like a ray of hope. "Sir, we have done some emergency treatment for this tough guy's injuries, but it's still safer to have professional treatment personnel take a look." What she said made sense. Crawling so far with a huge hole in the stomach and enduring that strange bride's dying strike, an ordinary person would have already died. Chi even quietly suspected that if treatment wasn't administered soon, this tough guy's body would truly start to stink. Jian's response was still devoid of warmth. "The rescue team is behind. Wait here for a moment, I have some questions for you." Seeing that the team member dressed like a future swordsman was holding back the cultist, Luli's unease did not lessen at all. In that brief moment, the color of the dark red cocoon had deepened to a solid color like congealed blood, its surface even starting to pulse slightly. Anyone who saw it could tell that something extremely dangerous was brewing inside. His thoughts shifted rapidly, and he whispered to Lei Zi, who had just finished communicating, "This kind of ability that uses emotions as power, I've read about it in the Investigation Bureau's files on cults. It said there is a holy temple of emotions in the land of the rising sun, where 7 emotions and 6 desires coexist, with 13 high-level officials, all A-level ability users related to emotions. This Wang Hai is very likely one of them." Lei Zi's eyes lit up with hope as he looked at Luli. "Bro, does that mean you know how to deal with this? The files only recorded the names and doctrines of those cults. How could they have specific information about the high levels? If they could document their abilities, wouldn't they have already been captured by the Investigation Bureau?" "No, but I suspect that since he feeds on negative energy, we must fight him in the absence of ordinary people." Lei Zi was calm, just casually asking a question. "With the enemy in the light and us in the dark, once the citizens leave, with a single command, all team members can rush in to overpower that cultist." "It's okay, you stay with the front team and leave first. We're about to carry out the capture operation." Luli was about to nod in agreement when he noticed several cracks appear on the dark red cocoon, as if some monster was trying to break out. It turned out that Wang Hai realized the source of emotions around him was starting to move away and keenly sensed that he had been discovered by the Investigation Bureau. Now that the plan of secretly nurturing the fruit had been exposed, he chose the most extreme method and decided to violently induce it. "Brother Zhang, what happened to you?" Chi suddenly exclaimed. The originally invisible emotional energy now appeared like red satin in the air, and the dark red cocoon around Wang Hai was clearly exposed to everyone's eyes. The crowd felt a sudden gasp for breath. A strong sense of detachment emerged from their bodies, as something was leaving with the smoke. Before Zhang Wenyuan could react, Jian rushed forward like a falcon striking its prey, his sword light flickering as he aimed to cut off Wang Haixiao's head within the cocoon. However, this blade that could sever steel felt as blunt as a dull knife cutting through cowhide, only sinking in a few centimeters before it could go no further. Jian quickly made a decision and kicked the cocoon, sending it crashing to the ground. "Stay away from him. He's a cultist." Through Lei Zi's loud shout, Zhang Wenyuan and the others realized the seriousness of the matter. Chi still wanted to argue, claiming that as the people's hero tough guy who had saved everyone from the terrifying bride, how could he possibly be a cultist? But the next moment, the dark red cocoon on the ground began to crack, and everyone's discomfort suddenly intensified. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks spread across the cocoon's surface like spider webs, and a strong smell of blood mixed with an indescribable stench seeped out from the splits, making several nearby citizens start to gag. "Everyone, fall back." Jian's face was masked and unreadable, but his exposed eyes were filled with seriousness. Lei Zi and Jian Wei immediately sprang into action, hastening the evacuation of the terrified citizens caught in this sudden situation. "Run! Run forward!" In an emergency, commands must be short and directive, aiming to let others understand instantly and act immediately. Simply shouting that there's danger would leave people frozen, unsure of what to do. Lei Zi's roar finally awakened those outside who were unaware of the situation. The crowd, as they got closer, scattered like headless flies, rushing in the direction away from that terrifying blood cocoon. Amid the pushing and shoving, some fell down, and cries and curses rang out. The scene fell into complete chaos. And all these overwhelming negative emotions, born from fear, despair, and anger, surged forth like a flood that found its outlet, transforming into deeper dark red streams of energy, all drawn into the pulsating blood cocoon. With the nourishment of these enormous negative emotions, the hatching speed of the blood cocoon visibly accelerated. The surface's pulsations grew increasingly violent, as if something terrifying was about to break free. Boom! A dull, thunderous sound erupted. The huge dark red cocoon finally burst apart completely. Countless thick, tar-like dark red liquid, mixed with broken energy fragments, splattered in all directions. A citizen who was running slightly slower had steaming blood splatter on his face, immediately letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, his face visibly corroded and melted away, flesh, skin, and eyeballs sizzling away into a pool of bubbling blackened pus, ultimately exposing his skull. This horrifying sight left everyone paralyzed in shock. Even Ichi, who had been live streaming, forgot about his performance in front of the camera, his carefully made-up face drained of color. The viewers in the live stream were also stunned into silence by the bloody scene, while the administrator frantically tried to cover it with thick mosaics. The most embarrassed was the boss of Chiyang Company, who just a moment ago was proud of his employees' heroic deeds. Now the special hotline from the investigation bureau was ringing incessantly. And in the center of that shattered blood cocoon, a terrifying figure that couldn't be described in words was slowly rising from the thick pool of blood. It could no longer be called human. This was an emotional aggregate formed by the forced fusion of pure negative emotions and writhing flesh, resembling a chaotic, jumbled tumor. Countless tortured, contorted faces floated and flickered on its muddy surface. At times silent weeping, at times furious shouting, at times desperate wailing. Thick and thin, blood-red tentacles covered in barbs and suckers danced around the body like poisonous snakes, each tentacle exuding a nauseating aura. In its chest, a huge, deformed heart throbbed violently beneath translucent skin. And Wang Hai's originally ordinary face had now transformed into the handsome, alluring visage of a foreign man, embedded right in the center of that enormous heart. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face bore a strange but serene expression of satisfaction, as if he was about to enjoy an unprecedented feast of delights. Chapter 74, Food. Roar. The terrifying emotion conglomerate that had just emerged from its cocoon suddenly opened its gigantic mouth, formed by countless twisted lips, and let out a roar that seemed to come from the abyss. This sound was filled with chilling brutality and madness, like the collective wails of countless tormented souls converging into a destructive symphony. A visible dark red sound wave spread outward from the monster, distorting the air in its wake. The nearest investigation team members and civilians who could not escape in time were hit first, instantly knocked down and unconscious from the terrifying sound wave, their noses and ears bleeding as they screamed. Luli felt a piercing pain in his ears, as if steel needles were stabbing through his eardrums. He quickly covered his ears, feeling a bit of relief. This monster's roar was comparable to a sound wave weapon. In the chaos, the woman in pajamas who had previously accused a young man in the crowd tripped over a protruding rock in her panic as she tried to run away. Her terrified and angry scream was particularly jarring on the chaotic battlefield and immediately attracted the monster's attention. The massive, mud-like body writhed, and a blood-red tentacle, covered in barbs and sharp teeth, tore through the air like a poisonous snake emerging from its hole, shooting straight towards the fallen woman with incredible speed. Jian's reaction was as quick as lightning. He transformed into a silver flash, instantly appearing in front of the woman. His longsword gleamed with a sharp light as it accurately slashed toward the approaching tentacle. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing resonated, and the sparks created by the collision burst in the air like fireworks. Jian felt an overwhelming force surge from the blade, making his hand numb. He was forced back more than 10 steps, leaving deep footprints in the hard ground with each step. His right hand, gripping the sword, was already split open, and bright red blood flowed down his arm like a winding river. Yet the surface of the struck blood-red tentacle only bore a shallow white mark, which vanished in an instant as if it had recovered to its original state. This kind of defense was comparable to that A-grade eerie bride. Jian was secretly alarmed within. Just as he steadied himself, the monster launched another fierce attack. More than a dozen equally thick tentacles erupted from its body, sealing off all of Jian's escape routes from all directions, like a living, blood-soaked cage descending upon him. Meanwhile, the first tentacle that had been struck managed to cunningly bypass Jian's defenses at an extremely tricky angle, aiming straight for the woman behind him, who was paralyzed with fear. "No, don't come here." The woman screamed desperately, but her voice was quickly drowned out by the terrifying sound of ripping. The mouth of the tentacle suddenly opened wide, revealing sharp teeth like steel needles, which viciously bit down on her head. Thud! A dull sound like a ripe watermelon being crushed echoed, and the woman's head was instantly swallowed whole by the terrifying mouth. In the horrified gazes of those present, her twitching body rapidly shriveled at a visible speed, her skin lost its luster, her muscles atrophied, as if all the essence of life within her had been drained in an instant. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, a living person had turned into a skin and bones figure, like a terrifying dry corpse that had been wind-dried for hundreds of years. The hollow eye sockets and wide-open mouth seemed to tell the extreme fear experienced right before death. The monster let out a satisfied burp, and its massive flesh and blood body seemed to solidify a bit more. The heart embedded in its chest thumped even more powerfully, and the dull sound of thud-thud could be heard. Damn it! Jin's eyes flashed with intensity, a more violent aura erupted from his body, and the long sword in his hand emitted a clear sword cry, with dazzling silver light glimmering along the blade. Second form, flowing light. With a howl of anger, Jin's figure turned into countless silver rays of light, moving so fast that he was nearly impossible to see. The fierce sword energy slashed at the monster from all angles like a violent storm, each strike carrying the power to split mountains and break rocks. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sound of clashes echoed on the battlefield like raindrops hitting banana leaves, with countless sparks flashing on the monster's body, illuminating the surroundings in flickering light and darkness. However, the monster's defense was truly astonishing. Jin's fierce sword energy, capable of cutting through steel, still could not break through that bizarre shell formed of negative emotions and flesh, leaving only a few white marks on the surface. Useless. 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 A roar made up of countless voices, filled with madness and chaos, erupted from within the monster, a sound that seemed to directly strike at the soul, making those who heard it feel dizzy. Your anger. Your fear. Your despair. All of it will become the nourishment I need to grow stronger. Accompanying this mad roar, the monster's massive body suddenly shook. A more terrifying dark red energy shockwave erupted from it, causing the air around it to become thick and heavy. Caught within the attack range, Jin was the first to be hit. He felt an unstoppable force charging at him, as if he had been hit by a speeding train, immediately spitting blood, flying backward like a severed kite. Jin, run! Lei Zi exclaimed, rushing forward to catch Jin's flying body, but was pushed back several steps by the residual force before he barely managed to stand firm. Luli watched the scene from a distance, cold sweat trickling from his palms. This monster, transformed from Wang Hai, had clearly surpassed the ordinary A-level threshold, and likely touched the door of the quasi-S level. What was even more unsettling was that as fear and despair spread across the battlefield, the monster's aura continued to rise. Chapter 75, The Outside World. The devastating shockwave made entirely of negative emotional energy rapidly spread like lethal ripples, at a speed so fast that there was no time for any effective reaction. In almost a fraction of a second, the raging energy torrent had already engulfed more than half of the evacuating team. The entire world seemed to be muted at that moment, and then was filled with a deafening hum. This sound not only stimulated the eardrum but also struck deep at the soul, shaking the internal organs violently. The vision in front began to twist and spin, and the surrounding scene became blurred. Those panicked people fleeing were like wheat being harvested by an invisible scythe, falling forward in painful clusters. The closer one was to that terrifying monster, the more severe the damage they suffered. Luli instinctively rushed away from the center upon sensing the energy fluctuation, but even so, he was still violently thrown to the ground by the terrifying shockwave. He tumbled awkwardly several times on the ground full of rubble and dirt, finally stopping only when his back collided heavily against a protruding rock. Cough, cough, cough. Luli felt a sweetness in his throat, a rich metallic taste spreading in his mouth. He struggled to spit out a few mouthfuls of dirt mixed with blood, propping himself up and looking towards the hellish scene before him. In the 10 meters surrounding the monster, all ordinary people had already lost their lives. Their intestines were clearly shattered by the terrifying impact, and bright red blood continuously oozed from their 7 orifices, gathering beneath them into shocking pools of blood. Even more horrifying, these corpses were visibly shriveling, as if some force were extracting their essence from within. And those investigation bureau members who had just received the news and rushed in from various places to encircle Wang Hai were mostly now on the ground, letting out heart-wrenching screams. Evidently, this terrifying power included not only physical kinetic shock but also a kind of insidious mental harm aimed directly at their spirits. Several weaker-willed team members even began to claw at their own skin, their eyes filled with madness. However, amidst this chaos, a few people miraculously stood their ground. Zhang Wenyuan and his group, the ones closest to the monster Wang Hai, showed incredible resilience in this life-and-death moment. Just as the monster opened its nauseating maw to unleash a shockwave, the seemingly unkempt, weathered man made an unexpected move. He pulled a Qi and Shaowen behind him, then opened his arms wide, using his not-so-robust body to build the last line of defense. There were no exquisite blocking techniques, no stunning energy collisions, only a flesh-and-blood mortal form and a heart that would never back down. Zhang Wenyuan was an B-class physical ability user, and his ability rigid body was an incredibly pure physical enhancement type. In the nick of time, he fully activated his ability, altering the molecular structure of all the soft tissues in his body, causing his entire form to instantly transform into a state as hard as diamond. Zhang Wenyuan forcefully used his flesh-and-blood body to block the energy shock that could shatter steel. Even so, after withstanding such a terrifying attack, he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, his knees slightly bending, but he still did not fall. The vast majority of the impact was forcefully absorbed and neutralized by his rigid body. A Qi and Shaowen behind him, although not suffering severe physical harm, could not avoid the all-pervasive mental attack. The few of them sat on the ground, tightly shutting their eyes, holding their heads in pain, blue veins bulging on their foreheads, obviously enduring a tremendous mental shock. A Qi's live streaming equipment was completely ruined under this shock, and the live stream screen instantly plunged into darkness. What the hell? What is going on? Is the streamer dead? That old guy from before with the spirit call, how did he suddenly turn into that terrifying monster? Was it something wrong while summoning? Didn't that investigation bureau guy just say? That guy is a cultist. Cultists are a bunch of cold-blooded killers. The streamers, they can't be completely wiped out, right? It's hard to say, just looking at that monster, the sense of oppression was already about to burst through the screen. I can hardly imagine how terrifying the situation must be on site. Meanwhile, on the other side of Longwa, in the temporary command center of the Yunqing Investigation Bureau, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Everyone's faces were filled with seriousness and anxiety. That quasi-S-class weird bride had yet to be dealt with. Now, in the realm of anomalies, another powerful cultist had unexpectedly emerged. Relying solely on their special operations team in the Yun City branch, it was likely that they would not be able to hold on. In a high-end apartment building. Waking from sleep, the Raven looked at the screen that had been black for a long time, but her memory focused on the clean and handsome face. She widened her eyes and spoke with awe, saying a name that could shake the entire underworld. Guide Lord. That Lord was actually also in that S-class bizarre domain. Raven's surprise was not without reason. Generally speaking, even using some special means to successfully summon the holy gate leading to the bizarre domain, no organization would easily choose to enter an S-class bizarre domain. In that level of bizarre domain, the strange entities inside were not only extremely powerful, but also possessed a ubiquitous, dirty power. Under normal circumstances, major organizations preferred to adopt a strategy of maintaining the status quo when dealing with S-class bizarre domains. They would wait until the 10-day arrival period was over before allowing those strange entities to descend into the real world. On the other hand, the wolf's focus was different from Raven's. That human face embedded in that huge tumor monster. He had had a brief encounter with the cultist named Wang Hai and understood the terrifying nature of his opponent. Fearful person, Brando. This appearance must have used some kind of taboo. The crazy ones from the Spirit Emotion Sanctuary, their hands have actually reached Yun City. What are they plotting? And, what are the plans of Guide Lord? However, both Raven and Wolf had a common thought in their hearts at this moment. Must. Immediately. Right now. Go to the side of Guide Lord. Chapter 76, Highlight. Jian run. A shout from Lei Zi shattered the silence of the battlefield. Luli looked toward the sound and saw that future swordsman lying on a stone 20 meters away, his chest caved in significantly. His previously exquisite sword skill seemed laughable like a child's play in front of that monster. Take action. Without any further command, dazzling spiritual power impacts and specially made projectiles shot toward that mass of flesh and blood from all corners, magnificent, yet the moment they touched its surface, they were devoured by the thick dark red substance. Those spiritual power chains and imprisonments capable of easily binding B-class weird entities vanished at the moment they made contact with the monster, crumbling like melting snow, not even causing a ripple. Useless, Luli breathed quietly, his heart wildly pounding in his chest. He could clearly feel the evil aura emanating from the monster continuously rising, becoming more terrifying with each passing second. This was no longer a concept describable by simple A-class power, it was a force mixed with madness and despair, capable of distorting reality. At this moment, an unassuming figure suddenly dashed out from the side, blocking several of the monster's tentacle attacks. It was Zhang Wenyuan. This man in his 30s was now slightly hunched, arms spread wide, taking on a defensive posture. Blood continued to spill from the corners of his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper, but his eyes burned with a heart-pounding flame. Brother Zhang, Xiaowen's face was filled with fear, her body trembling like a sift, yet her gaze was filled with strange color. Zhang Wenyuan did not turn back. He simply closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Within him, the B-class flesh-based ability rigid body was operating at an unprecedented strength. Gray-white lines began to surface on the skin, muscle fibers creaked under unbearable strain, and the skeletal structure was undergoing drastic changes at the molecular level. In this life. I regret everything, he murmured softly, his voice hoarse like it had been rubbed with sandpaper. Regret not stopping those brothers from entering that damned place. Regret bringing you into this mess today. But at least, in the end, I cannot regret this. Before he finished speaking, that lump of flesh suddenly expanded rapidly, countless blood-red tentacles with barbs shot out like venomous snakes, sweeping in all directions. Among them, the thickest one aimed directly at Zhang Wenyuan's chest. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing echoed through the ruins. That tentacle, which could easily pierce an armored vehicle, was actually blocked by Zhang Wenyuan's chest. His gray-white skin rippled violently, fine cracks spreading like a spider's web, but ultimately it was not pierced. Zhang Wenyuan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body lifted off the ground by the tremendous impact, yet he still held his ground. His pupils dilated in pain, but the corners of his mouth twisted into a sinister grin. "Come on, you scum, your grandpa is still tough." Roar! The monster seemed enraged by this feeble resistance. The face of Brando opened its eyes wide, two beams of dark red light shot towards Zhang Wenyuan's head. "Xiao Wan! Take them away!" Zhang Wenyuan roared, suddenly turning sideways and using his shoulder to withstand the attack. Zizzle, the gray-white shoulder armor was instantly corroded, creating a charred hole, a smell of burnt flesh spreading in the air. Zhang Wenyuan groaned, his body trembling violently, but he still did not fall down. Xiaowen gritted her teeth, wiped the tears from her face with her sleeve, and pulled the collapsed Qi and Xiaotian. "Go. We have to leave here fast." The three stumbled along, following the survivors, every step feeling like walking on a knife's edge. Qi looked back at the figure defending with flesh and blood, tears blurring her vision again. Her live broadcasting equipment was completely ruined, but that scene would forever be etched in her mind. Binding net. Hurry! Several surviving team members, enduring their injuries, launched a specially designed energy net, temporarily entangling the wildly flailing tentacles. But this was just futile. The dark red energy quickly corroded the structure of the energy net, countless tiny tendrils penetrating through the mesh, continuing to spread outwards. Luli struggled to stand up but found his legs felt as heavy as lead, the result of the earlier collision. He could clearly feel that special constitution within him, which ignored mental pollution, was functioning at high speed, countering the negative energy permeating the surroundings. Zhang Wenyuan's body was already showing obvious signs of collapse. Blood droplets seeped from beneath his gray-white skin, and the sound of cracking bones was distinctly audible. His consciousness was gradually fading, but the flames in his eyes never extinguished. "Heh. So this is what it feels like, being poked by so many tentacles." He mumbled softly, blood increasingly spilling from the corners of his mouth. "If I had known. I should have accepted Aunt Wang's confession back then." At that moment, the lump of flesh suddenly contracted violently, all the tentacles retracting in an instant, then exploding outwards. This time, it was no longer a scattered attack. Hundreds of blood-red tentacles concentrated like a torrential rain aimed at Zhang Wenyuan, each containing the power to tear through steel. The gray-white rigid body was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, then exploded like shattered porcelain. Blood, shattered bones, and internal organs, mixed with gray-white tissue fragments, scattered and splattered like fireworks. Zhang Wenyuan didn't even have time to let out a final scream before he completely disappeared into that dark red storm. Only a section of an arm still twitching slightly remained. Spinning and flying into the sky, it heavily fell into the dirt not far in front of Luli. "Ha, ha, ha." The mass of flesh and blood let out an incomprehensible low laugh, and Brando's face revealed a strange smile. After devouring Zhang Wenyuan's life energy, it swelled again, and the evil aura it emitted became even more suffocating. The dark red tentacles began to spread once more. This time, having lost their obstacles, they directly reached out towards the survivors who had not yet escaped. Chapter 77, A Heavenly Arrival. Luli lay among the cold rubble, each heartbeat sounded like drums, shaking his eardrums with a loud buzz. The gaze from the monster felt like shimmering ice, firmly pinned to his back, bringing a chilling fright as if being targeted by a venomous snake. He could even clearly feel that mass of flesh and blood, composed of countless tortured faces, was slowly rotating, with numerous dark red tentacles dragging across the ground, creating a painful sizzle sound, wriggling towards him. What the hell? Luli gritted his teeth, using his elbow to push against the ground, trying to move back. The bloody sweetness rising in his throat made him cough involuntarily. "Did I provoke you? With so many people around, why are you targeting me?" His words were not without reason. Looking around, many surviving Investigation Bureau members and civilians were nearby, although most were severely injured and incapable of action. When it came to freshness and spiritual strength, why would it choose him, a seemingly ordinary logistics staff member? Yet the monster manifested by Brando seemed to have set its sights on him, with all the tips of its tentacles slightly tilting towards his direction, and the bizarre human face embedded in the flesh even opened its mouth, revealing a malicious grin. Only when he caught sight of the surrounding scene from the corner of his eye did Luli realize that he indeed stood out too much. The survivors around either lay on the ground moaning in agony or had already fallen into a state of madness. Many others were bleeding from their 7 orifices due to the earlier psychic shock, their consciousness blurred. Only he, despite also being injured, could still maintain a clear mind, and even had a slightly out-of-place calmness in his eyes. In the eyes of Brando's monster, which fed on negative emotions, he appeared like a lonely light in the pitch-black night, hard not to notice. "Damn it!" Luli cursed softly, struggling to hide behind a broken concrete pipe nearby. But at that moment, the frontmost tentacles had already shot out like venomous snakes, carrying a strong bloody smell and a rotten aura, directly targeting his back. The surface of those tentacles was covered with fine barbs, the tips shining with a dark red luster, clearly containing deadly poison. Luli could even feel the stinging pain on his skin as that evil energy burned, and the shadow of death loomed over him instantly. He could already imagine being pierced by the tentacles, then devoured instantly like Zhang Yuan, his heart tightening abruptly. Just at this critical moment, a red figure descended from the sky like a ghost. Whoa! Luli felt a blur before his eyes, a strong wind blowing towards him, almost blinding him. When he managed to stabilize his vision, he saw a towering red figure, 4 meters high, standing like an iron tower between him and Brando. The bright red veil fluttered in the wind, and a section of snow-white wrist skin revealed at the edge contrasted sharply with the dark red wedding dress that covered her entire body. The flesh and blood tumor manifested by Brando seemed not to expect such an uninvited guest to appear suddenly. All the tentacles halted abruptly, and the human face on its chest displayed a confused expression. In the next second, the bride in the red veil moved. She made no unnecessary moves, not even a whisper of sound, just slightly turned her body, her right claw slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, and swung down fiercely at the nearest tentacle. Slish! It was as swift and clean as cutting tofu with a sharp knife. The tentacle, capable of piercing steel plates with ease, was instantly severed. Thick dark red liquid gushed from the break, sizzling on the ground with a corrosive sound. Yet there wasn't a drop of filth on the bride's claws, which remained cold and gleaming. Roar! Brandu was finally enraged. Countless tentacles lunged at the red-veiled bride like dancing poisonous snakes, some weaving a net in the air, while others slid along the ground, attempting to launch a sneak attack from below, a strategy so cunning, it was unlike a creature that merely acted on instinct. But the red-veiled bride reacted even faster. Her massive body seemed cumbersome, yet her movements were incredibly agile. The 4-meter-tall figure twisted and turned among the barrage of tentacle attacks, each twist and dodge perfectly timed, always managing to evade fatal strikes at the last moment. Clang! 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 Several thick tentacles whipped toward her back simultaneously, producing a thunderous sound like clashing metal. Attacks powerful enough to smash craters into concrete walls only caused her body to slightly sway, not even disrupting her footing. The red-veiled bride seized the opening in the attack, while dodging the incoming tentacle net from the front. Her left leg lashed out like a steel whip, delivering tremendous power as it kicked a relatively slender tentacle beside her. Crack! A crisp breaking sound rang out. That tentacle bent like a branch struck by a giant hammer, dark red liquid gushing out. Using the recoil, the bride's body spun half a turn in the air, her right claw carving a perfect arc, aiming precisely at Brandu's face in the center of his chest. This strike was swift and fierce, clearly targeting the opponent's core. Brando's response was also quick, as countless tentacles instantly wove into a shield, blocking in front of his face. Slish! At the moment the claw collided with the tentacle shield, it produced a cringe-inducing grinding sound. Dark red sparks flew as the tentacle-formed shield was ripped open, yet it successfully blocked this deadly strike. But the red-veiled bride's attack was not over. Her left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing a tentacle at the edge of the shield, then she pulled with tremendous force. Roar! Brando let out a scream of pain. The tentacle that was grabbed was actually pulled apart, bringing forth a mass of bloody, mangled flesh. The bride flung the severed tentacle into the air, and her right claw followed up, launching a torrent of attacks toward the gap in the shield. Clang 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 clang. The frequency of the attacks was so rapid it nearly blended into one, each claw strike carrying a sharp howl that ripped through the air. Branda's tentacle shield was on the verge of collapse under such intense strikes, with tentacles continually being severed, causing the defensive range to shrink. Every attack from the red-veiled bride was carefully calculated, first tearing through the defense, then widening the wound, and finally targeting the core, completely a textbook strategy, nothing like the rumors of those who acted solely on instinct. Just as Branda's defense was about to collapse, an unexpected change occurred. That mass of flesh and blood suddenly contracted violently, then exploded. Countless tiny tentacles shot out like a fountain in all directions, forming an impenetrable dark red barrage. This was clearly a tactic for mutual destruction, willing to take on damage just to expand its killing range. The red-veiled bride quickly retreated, crossing her arms protectively in front of her chest. Thud thud thud. The tiny tentacles hit her wedding dress like bullets, producing a series of muffled thumps. Although most were deflected. Yet, a few pierced through her defenses, stabbing into her shoulder and thigh. Strangely, those tendrils that entered her body were quickly corroded into ashes by a dark red energy, while the wounds on the bride healed at a visible speed, returning to normal in just a few seconds, leaving not even a scar. Super rapid regeneration. Luli murmured to himself, feeling an even deeper chill in his heart. Incredible defense, extremely fast speed, immense strength, and superb combat intelligence, combined with this almost immortal regeneration ability, this was simply a perfect killing machine. After launching this wave of attacks, Brandu had noticeably shrunk in size, but the severed tendrils were regrowing at an even faster speed, quickly restoring to their original scale. The human face on its chest stared intently at the red-veiled bride, the flames in its eye sockets flickering more violently, clearly seeing this suddenly appeared enemy as its top hunting target. The red-veiled bride slowly stood straight, her gaze under the veil seemingly landing on Brandu. She tilted her head slightly, as if assessing the strength of this opponent before her, then gently stomped her right foot. Boom! The ground was dented underfoot, and her body transformed again into a red blur, charging towards Brandu. This time, the speed of her claw swipes increased, each attack carrying the force to tear through space. Her movement path became even more bizarre, sometimes dashing in a straight line, sometimes making lateral retreats, completely defying logic. She would even deliberately show a flaw, enticing Brandu to attack, then seizing the chance to counterattack. From the initial bestial instinct to now being agile and intelligent, she was becoming stronger step by step. Brandu was equally fierce, countless thick tendrils transforming into shields for defense, becoming spears for piercing, and then entangling together to form massive fists smashing towards her, the two drastically different forces colliding, tearing, and annihilating in the ruins, creating deafening sounds. The dark red energy shockwaves intertwined with the red glint of claws, sucking in the surrounding dead trees and rubble, forming a destructive area with a diameter of several dozen meters. Luli curled up behind a broken wall, feeling the ground constantly shaking beneath him, with rubble trickling down from above. He could clearly feel two terrifying powers clashing wildly, each impact sending his heart racing wildly. Evenly matched. He looked at the ever-flickering red figure in the arena and the frenzied, writhing mass of flesh and blood, his throat feeling a bit dry. One was the near S-class bizarre bride, and the other was a cult monster forged from countless negative emotions. These two terrifying beings, which were both originally targeting him, were now locked in a fierce struggle. Luli did not know if this could be considered a blessing in disguise, but he was very clear that now was not the time to relax. He glanced down at his still numb right leg, gritting his teeth, using his hands to support himself on the ground, slowly moving back inch by inch. Each small movement tugged at the wounds all over his body, causing cold sweat to pour down, but he dared not stop. The battle range of these two monsters was continuously expanding, and no one knew if it would reach here in the next second. He had to leave this place of turmoil as soon as possible. In the arena, Brandu seized the moment, several thick tendrils coiling around her right arm like pythons. Roar! Brandu let out an excited roar, the human face on its chest revealing a sinister smile, countless tiny tendrils creeping up her arm, trying to corrode her body. The red-veiled bride showed no hesitation, her left claw struck out like lightning, directly severing her ensnared right arm at the shoulder. Dark red blood gushed out, but her movement showed no signs of slowing down. Using the counterforce of the severed limb, he quickly retreated while sweeping his left leg horizontally, breaking all the chasing tendrils. At the moment the severed right arm hit the ground, it began to regenerate rapidly, growing back in just a few seconds, and even the claws were sharper than before. Chapter 78, Scheming. Luli curled up behind a massive rock, revealing only half of his eye, vigilantly observing the battle ahead. The numbness in his right leg had lessened somewhat, but every movement still sent sharp pain through him, causing cold sweat to form on his forehead. Two terrifying figures were still engaged in a collision that could be described as catastrophic, the shockwaves lifting the surrounding debris into chaotic motion. The figure of the red-veiled bride flickered in the wilderness, her 4-meter-tall body moving as swiftly as red lightning. Pure physical power drove her claws and fists, each strike brought a piercing howl that tore through the air, smashing into the blood and flesh tumor that was Brandu, exploding dark red mass everywhere. Those claws, capable of easily tearing steel, seemed to have a life of their own in her hands, sometimes slashing like a knife, sometimes stabbing like a spear, every move aiming for the opponent's core. On the other hand, Brandu's condition was clearly much worse. Having lost the dense crowd that served as a source of negative emotions, this monster made of flesh and resentment was visibly weakening at an incredible rate. Its originally swollen mass, which had reached nearly 10 meters, was reduced by almost half, the writhing tendrils on its surface grew limp, changing color from dark red to a sickly pale purple. The grotesque face on its chest was twisted in agony, the flames flickering in its eye sockets clearly under tremendous pressure. Bang! A precise side kick from the red-veiled bride struck Brandu's side, the immense force sending the blood and flesh tumor flying, crashing through two dead trees before barely coming to a halt. Thick liquid surged from its body, pooling into a stinking puddle on the ground, while the severed tendrils twitched on the ground, unable to regenerate as quickly as before. Ha, ha, ha. Brandu made incomprehensible gasps, the human face on its chest struggling to turn, scanning the empty wilderness around. As far as the eye could see, besides the already cold corpses lying on the ground, there were no signs of any living beings. Those survivors who had narrowly escaped had long vanished without a trace. Without fresh sources of negative emotions, its power was draining at an astonishing speed, and if this continued, being torn apart by this purely physical force was just a matter of time. Suddenly, the face turned towards the west, and in his perception, he faintly sensed some small moving black dots, clearly the direction of retreating civilians and investigation team members. The flames in its eye sockets flickered wildly, and Brandu seemed to have made up its mind. Roar! It suddenly let out a sharp shriek, the remaining tendrils simultaneously charging at the red-veiled bride in a frenzied rush, seemingly trying to make a final struggle, but in reality, its body was slowly shifting westward under the cover of the attack. Those flailing tendrils intentionally widened their attack range, forcing the red-veiled bride to defend with all her might, just providing it with an opportunity to escape. Want to run? Luli immediately saw through Brandu's intent. This guy wanted to shift the battlefield to find those retreating civilians to draw negative emotions. If it succeeded, with the fear and despair of those ordinary people, it wouldn't take long to regain its strength. A sudden wave of energy spread out fiercely from the center of the battlefield. That was the energy shock that Brandu intentionally released, aimed to hinder the red-veiled bride's pursuit. Take the opportunity to widen the distance. The dark red shockwave surged like a tide, targeting the rock where Luli was hiding. This is bad. Luli's heart tightened. Although the shock was not as strong as the previous full-force hit, it was enough to shatter the rock he was hiding behind. If that happened, he would be exposed to two monsters, and his fate would probably not be much better than Zhang Wenyuan's. He instinctively curled his body, using his arms to protect his head, waiting for the arrival of excruciating pain. However, the expected impact did not come. Just as the shockwave was about to hit the rock, a red shadow appeared in front of him like a ghost. It was the red-veiled bride. At some point, she had given up chasing Branduo and instantly moved in front of the rock. Her wide red veil fluttered in the wind, and her 4-meter-tall body stood like a stabilizing needle in front of Luli, blocking the dark red shockwave with sheer force. Buzz, the shockwave hit her, creating visible ripples of energy, yet did not make her take a step back. The surface of the wedding gown glimmered with a faint red light, redirecting all the shock energy into the ground, only leaving a circle of fine cracks beneath her feet. Luli stared blankly through the gap at the edge of the red veil at the sudden red figure that had appeared. In that moment, he clearly felt that she had intentionally stood in front of him. That movement was smooth and natural, with no hesitation at all, as if executing a predetermined command. Why? This thought just crossed his mind when the red-veiled bride turned around and charged back toward Branduo. Her movements were even swifter than before, clearly angered by Branduo's attempts to escape. The frequency of her claw strikes increased, forcing Branduo to respond with all his might, closing the distance that had been created once again. In the ensuing battle, a phenomenon began to confirm Luli's growing suspicion. No matter how chaotic the aftermath of Branduo's attacks were or how the battlefield shifted, the red-veiled bride always somehow kept him outside the range of danger. Once, a boulder dislodged by the shock flew toward his hiding place, on the verge of crashing down, when the red-veiled bride abruptly broke off her suppression of Branduo and executed a whip kick, smashing the boulder to bits. She is protecting me? Luli's heart raced uncontrollably. This discovery was too absurd. A purely bizarre being, a near S-class existence driven by the instinct of slaughter, would subconsciously protect him, a human? Was it because of that strange wedding ceremony? Or was there another reason? Luli couldn't figure it out, but a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Branduo wanted to change the battlefield, to find those fleeing citizens. The red-veiled bride seemed to be protecting him and was obsessively pursuing Branduo. And he just happened to be a subtle connection point between the two. If... Luli took a deep breath, suppressing the thrill in his heart, starting to carefully observe the situation on the battlefield. Although Branduo was growing weaker, a dying camel was bigger than a horse, with an endless stream of tentacle attacks, he could still barely hold on for a while. The red-veiled bride had the upper hand, but to completely resolve the situation, it would probably take some time. And that time was enough for Branduo to reach the area where the citizens were. He had to find a way to stop it, to find a way for them both to be injured, or better yet, both perish together. Luli's gaze moved back and forth between the red-veiled bride and Branduo, then looked toward the direction of the western horizon. That bold idea became clearer and clearer. He leaned against the rock, gritting his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, slowly standing up straight. Then, he faced the battlefield, exerting all his strength, and let out a hoarse shout, "Hey! Mother Fasterus Kerr!" The voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed across the empty wilderness. Brando, who was entangled with the veiled bride, abruptly stopped, the face on his chest instantly turning towards Luli's direction. Seeing this sole remaining creature, the flames in his eye sockets erupted with intense light. Though a single person could provide limited negative emotions, at least it could buy him some time, or even use this hostage to stall. Almost instinctively, Brando abandoned his plan to move west and changed direction, countless tentacles surging towards Luli like a tidal wave. The veiled bride reacted even faster. In an instant as Brando turned, she had already made her move. Her 4-meter-tall body shot forward like an arrow, blocking Luli in front, the claws that were originally aimed at Brando mercilessly redirected, meeting the crashing tentacles. SZZZZ. SZZZZ. A series of crisp tearing sounds rang out, as the leading tentacles were completely severed, and thick liquid splattered everywhere. The veiled bride's body swayed slightly but still steadfastly blocked Luli, her gaze locked on Brando beneath the veil, exuding a cold killing intent. Brando seemed not to expect this strange creature to be so determined to protect this human. Confusion and anger displayed on the face in his chest. But he had no way out, and could only grit his teeth, continuing to launch attacks, trying to break through the veiled bride's defense and seize that seemingly fragile human. The veiled bride still stood firm in front of him, weaving an impenetrable line of defense with her invincible claws, blocking all attacks outside. Brando, like a trapped beast, futilely battered against this defense, his body rapidly weakening without a source of energy. Luli stood behind the veiled bride, clearly feeling the vibrations from her body, as well as the sensation of claws tearing through tentacles. Chapter 79, Shadow. Gray mist filled every inch of the eerie wilderness, thick like milk. 3 meters away, the scenery blurred into indistinct color blocks, with only the occasional skeletal branches of dead trees sketching sinister silhouettes in the fog. A faint scent of rust filled the air, mingled with some indescribable sweet and fishy odor, tightening one's throat when inhaled. The retreating team moved slowly like a long snake squirming through the dense fog towards the designated support point. The sound of mechanical prosthetics crunching on the gravel was particularly clear at the front of the line. "Where's Brother Six? He went back to check on the situation and hasn't returned yet?" Zhao Qi frowned, glancing back at the thick fog behind the team. Earlier, Luli had said to check on the citizens who had fallen behind and told him to stick with the main force, but it had been almost a quarter of an hour with no sign of him. He felt uneasy, and just then, a slight vibration came from behind, like distant thunder rumbling. At first, no one in the team paid attention. Energy fluctuations causing tremors in the eerie realm were common. But in less than half a minute, the vibrations became more frequent, followed by a chaotic shout piercing through the fog from behind. "Run! Monsters are coming! Help! Someone save me! Don't block the way! Get out of my way!" The chaotic crowd surged like a burst dam, instantly collapsing the previously loose order of the team. Those citizens who had fallen behind now ran madly towards the front as if pursued by a terrifying entity. Fear was etched across their faces, eyes wide open, mouths emitting incoherent screams. Pushing, trampling, the originally orderly crowd ahead became a chaotic mess. What the hell? Zhao Qi was jolted into a stagger by an unexpected force, and thankfully, he managed to stabilize himself with his knight's leg and did not fall. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse, "Damn it, can't you watch where you're going?" But no one paid attention to his complaints. Panic spread like a plague in the crowd, and more confused people were swept away, running in haste. The once slowly advancing line completely disbanded, turning into a disorderly mass escape. Zhao Qi was pushed forward by the flow of people, and his unease grew stronger. What on earth was happening behind? Luli was still back there. "Sixth brother." He couldn't help but shout toward the back, but his voice was drowned out by the noisy shouts and chaotic footsteps. He couldn't even hear himself clearly. Just when Zhao Qi was sweating nervously, almost about to turn around and run back without a second thought, his gaze was suddenly caught by a particularly eye-catching figure in the crowd. It was a woman in a black tactical bodysuit, her figure a bit spicy, though unfortunately, her tear-streaked face had ruined her sweet makeup. "It's that streamer." Zhao Qi recognized her immediately. Once upon a time, he was also a young man who stayed up late to watch live broadcasts, not to mention exploring the unknown for thrills. Naturally, he had sent some small gifts to the somewhat famous ghost hunting streamer. At that moment, Qi, who had gotten separated from Xiao Wen and the others, was running while adjusting the buttons on her camera, her brows furrowed, murmuring, "Damn it, why can't I connect to the signal? Is the spiritual power communication module completely broken?" Her live stream had been interrupted by the shockwave, and although she managed to keep her equipment running with a backup battery, the energy interference nearby was too strong, and a new live signal simply couldn't be established, making her anxious to the point of getting blisters on her lips. "Hey! That streamer!" Zhao Qi pushed through the crowd blocking his way, squeezing toward Qi. "Wait a minute. I need to ask you something." Qi was startled by the shout and looked up to see a survey team member struggling to make his way to her brows involuntarily knitted. "What is it? What happened back there? What's going on?" Zhao Qi finally squeezed to her side, panting and asking, his voice a bit hoarse from urgency, "Did you see a?" Described Lu Li's appearance. "Have you seen him?" Qi was momentarily stunned, and then she remembered the figure she had seen earlier in the chaos, an ordinary person who was the only one standing while Brand Duo and the bride in the red veil were fighting. She had been too shocked at the time to pay much attention to what the other person was wearing, but from this description, it should be the same person. "There are two S-class monsters fighting back there," Qi succinctly replied, her gaze subconsciously sweeping toward the dense fog behind, as if she could see through the gray to the fierce battle just moments ago. "The person you mentioned seems to be right next to them." "What?" Zhao Qi's eyes went wide, his heart felt like it was tightly gripped by an invisible hand. "He's still there? Then why are you all running? Isn't anyone going to save him?" "Save? How to save?" Qi scoffed, her tone devoid of any sweetness from her streaming persona. "The survey team members present are barely keeping safe, even B-class ability users were killed in seconds. Who has the ability to challenge those two monsters? It's already a miracle to have run out alive." She paused, looking at Zhao Qi's pale face, and added, "That person you mentioned, most likely already." She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Zhao Qi's brain buzzed, as if something exploded inside. He remembered the days he spent with Lu Li, bragging while drinking beer in the dorm, recalled Lu Li's scolding as he dragged him along, and remembered Lu Li saying just before they parted, "You go ahead and follow the group." The relaxed smile when I said I'll be right back. Impossible. He murmured to himself, shaking his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could sixth brother be so powerful? How could it be impossible? Powerful? In front of the quasi-S-grade bazaar, even the most powerful ordinary person is useless. Aki pouted, lowered her head, and continued adjusting the equipment. Don't think about it, just take care of yourself first. Wait, this is. She stopped her hands, the blue light of the camera sphere flickering more urgently. The signal frequency is fluctuating. It seems we can temporarily connect to the recording function. Although it can't be live-streamed, we can record it. This discovery instantly excited Aki. We must go back. A thought formed in her mind, her eyes shining with excitement, as long as we record the battle scenes of those two monsters. At that moment, Zhao Qi moved beside her. He turned around, ignoring the crowd still pouring in, walking into the depths of the thick fog filled with the aura of death. His mechanical limbs thudded against the ground, the chains wrapped around them making a steady clack sound. Are you crazy? Aki was startled and quickly grabbed him. What are you doing as a degrade? Are you trying to die? Zhao Qi turned his head, his usual playful smile gone, his eyes filled with an almost stubborn determination. My sixth brother is still behind, I have to save him. Save him? Just you? Aki sounded as if she had heard a joke. Do you know what's back there? Those are monsters that can easily tear apart A-grade ability users. You won't even be enough to fill the gaps. But I have to go. Zhao Qi's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally firm. He has saved me 3 times, this time it's my turn. He broke free from Aki's hold and continued to move towards the back, his mechanical limbs leaving a clear set of footprints in the fog. Even if I can't save him, dying together is better than dragging on here. Aki stared at his back, gradually disappearing into the thick fog against the tide of people, stunned. Knowing it was a dead end yet still willing to charge in. Fool. She muttered softly. For some reason, she kept feeling that figure resembled another not-so-mighty figure. She looked down at the camera in her hand, the lens still flickering gently, displaying the message recording function available. Go? Or not go? If she went, she might really die. She had seen the terror of those two monsters with her own eyes. If she didn't go, although she could save her life, missing out on that kind of battle footage would probably become a regret for her life. Besides, that cripple dares to go. Does that mean she's worse than him? Aki gritted her teeth, her eyes gradually becoming determined. She turned off the module that was still desperately searching for signals, adjusted the camera sphere to the highest quality, then took a deep breath and chased after the direction Zhao Qi had disappeared into. Hey! That kid! Wait for me! Her voice spread through the fog, carrying a hint of resolve she herself didn't even notice. Do you know the way? Blindly rushing in will only get you killed faster. Take me with you, maybe I can help you a bit. Zhao Qi, ahead, heard the shout and paused for a moment, turning back to see the figure in tactical tight clothing quickly catching up, his face showing a hint of surprise, then quickly returning to calm. Chapter 80, the line is cut. The grey mist was churning wildly in the fierce winds of battle, every collision of claws and flesh sparked dark red drops flying everywhere, drawing fleeting traces in the fog. Lu Li's gaze firmly locked onto the red figure at the center of the battlefield. The bride in the red veil's attacks became increasingly fierce. Her 4-meter-tall body flickered in the thick fog, each swipe of her claws accompanied by a piercing shriek that ripped through the air, precisely landing on Brandau's constantly shrinking flesh and blood form. Her wedding dress had long been soaked in dark red liquid, yet it did not affect her swift movements. Instead, it outlined a bizarre and deadly beauty in the fog. Brandau's condition was on the verge of collapse. Without the nourishment of negative emotions, this mass of flesh had shrunk to 1/3 of its original size, and most of the surface tendrils had withered and broken, leaving only a few thick main tendrils flailing uselessly. The twisted face on its chest was now covered in wrinkles, and the flames in its eye sockets flickered weakly like a candle in the wind, with each breath producing a painful hissing sound. Hiss! The right claw of the veiled bride pierced through Brandau's body precisely, tearing away a large chunk of viscous tissue. Brando let out a piercing scream, but there was no strength left to fight back. Its massive body staggered backward, crashing against a boulder and sending a shower of rubble into the air. It had completely lost its ability to move, lying on the ground as the face on its chest turned weakly, finally resting its gaze on the veiled bride, with no anger in its eyes, only a near-relieved numbness. The battle was drawing to a close. Lu Li's palms were drenched in cold sweat. He knew that once Brando was dealt with, the veiled bride's attention would inevitably return to him. This battle, which he had led, was about to end, yet his fate was still hanging in the balance. At that moment, his gaze unintentionally swept over the top of the veiled bride's head. That thread. Again that thread. Lu Li's pupils constricted. It was an extremely thin, nearly transparent thread extending from the veiled bride's head, piercing straight into the fog-covered sky, as if connecting to some invisible source. It was not like a physical thread, it resembled a distorted beam of light, creating barely noticeable ripples in the air only when the veiled bride made sudden movements. Earlier, on the head of the bride he faced in the second squad, he had vaguely seen this thread but, at that time, circumstances were urgent, and the thread's presence was so weak that he couldn't pay attention to it properly. Now, under close observation, the outline of the thread had become exceptionally clear, even showing a dark red glow flowing like blood. "What on earth is this?" Luli murmured, his heart speeding uncontrollably. A completely absurd feeling surged in him. He actually thought he could grab this thread, and perhaps, snap it. As soon as this thought emerged, he forcibly suppressed it. Going to snap an unknown thread on a nearest-class strange being? What's the difference from suicide? But for some reason, the more he suppressed the thought, the stronger the intuition of being able to do it became. His gaze was drawn like a magnet, fixated on that thread, and his fingers even curled instinctively, mimicking a gripping motion. The veiled bride had already walked up to Brando. She did not immediately strike, but instead slightly lowered her head, the shadow of the veil covering the face on Brando's chest, as if observing something. At that moment, lying on the ground, Brando suddenly unleashed its final strength. The face on its chest opened wide, spewing out a thick dark red mist, while the remaining few tendrils sprang up like poisonous snakes, coiling around the veiled bride's ankles. This was its last resort, not seeking to seriously injure the opponent, only hoping to buy a moment's delay, or perhaps find a glimmer of life. The veiled bride clearly did not expect this dying monster to fight back. Her body paused slightly, with the tendrils tightly wrapped around her ankle. She immediately slashed with her claw, only to find that the tendrils seemed to have a life of their own, clinging desperately to her skin and even starting to secrete corrosive slime. Though the veiled bride said nothing, she too felt anger at this entanglement. She suddenly unleashed a deadly blow, and the tremendous force tore Brando in half. The line above his head suddenly tightened, a dark red glow surged like a tide. And this scene happened to be seen by Luli. At the moment the line tightened, his intuition reached its peak. It was as if a voice was shouting in his ear, "Now is the time." By some strange twist of fate, Luli made a move that frightened even himself. He suddenly rushed out from behind the rock, using all his strength to leap toward the red-veiled bride. His target was not the bride, nor Brandu, but that line floating in the air that only he could see. The red-veiled bride seemed to sense something, abruptly turning her head. Her gaze under the veil fell on the charging Luli, flashing a hint of obvious confusion. It was this moment of pause. Luli's fingers just touched that line. The sensation was strange, not like thread, nor like light, more like a flowing energy. Where his finger made contact, a slight sting came, as if countless tiny currents were darting around, but at the same time, a strong sense of connection surged up. He could clearly feel that the other end of this line connected to an extremely vast and cold existence, like vines rooted in an abyss. Break for me. He did not know where this courage came from, but Luli, almost instinctively, tightened both hands fiercely, then yanked down hard. Snip. A sound that was extremely subtle, like fabric being torn, echoed. The transparent thread extending from the top of the red-veiled bride's head snapped. The body of the red-veiled bride began to turn transparent, as if being gradually consumed by thick fog. Her 4-meter-tall figure faded at a visible speed, that brilliant red wedding dress like a fading watercolor painting, slowly dissolving into the surrounding gray mist. She remained motionless and silent, but just before completely vanishing, the veil seemed to tilt slightly in Luli's direction. At the same time, Luli suddenly felt a wonderful connection within himself, as if an invisible line was added, one end tied to him, and the other end connecting to some vague existence. This connection was weak, yet extraordinarily clear, allowing him to faintly feel that existence is emotion, calm, emptiness, and a hint of dependence. Disappeared? Luli's eyes widened, mouth opening but failing to make any sound. A nearest-class weirdness just vanished into thin air because he severed a line that only he could see? And it left such a strange connection within him? What was going on? Luli tried to understand everything happening before his eyes, but found all common sense was ineffective here. That line, the red-veiled bride's disappearance, the connection within him, every single thing was strange, sending chills down his spine. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Now was not the time to get tangled in these matters. Since the goal had been achieved, the priority was to leave here and find the main group. Luli dragged his still aching right leg and turned to walk toward the direction of the team's retreat. His footsteps grew fainter, leaving only the scent of decaying flesh still wafting on the ground. Ha! The face at the center of the flesh revealed a barely detectable smug smile. What a truly stupid fool. This body was upgraded by mimicking that legendary punishment angel. How could it possibly die from a mere fatal wound? Humph. Foolish ants. This is a realm you will never understand. Fear. Death. That is just a narrow bridge for the weak to the end. And I, Brandu, have already stepped onto the grand road of eternal life. In the next moment. Puff. The sharp tip of a sword pierced through Brandu's body without any hindrance. A maniacal and proud human face was pierced right through the center of his chest. Ha! Brando let out a piercing scream. Countless small tendrils sprang from the wound, trying to wrap around Luli. But he was too weak. These tendrils were limp and lacked any strength. In fact, Luli had discovered this pile of gleeful rotten flesh long ago. The reason he moved away was just to pick up a suitable weapon. Luli held the sword hilt tightly, his face revealing a cold smile. Didn't expect this, did you? He looked at the human face twisted in pain, his tone icy. Faking death is only good for one-time use. Do you think you can pull it off a second or third time? Do you really think everyone is a fool? Why you dare? Brando's voice was hoarse, like a broken gong, filled with incredible anger and fear. He could never imagine that he would fall to the hands of an apparently ordinary human. What's there to be afraid of? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Luli's eyes as he gripped tightly, sharply driving the longsword deeper. In the eerie realm, being merciful to the enemy is cruel to yourself. This principle, you taught me. No. Brando let out one last desperate scream, the human face on his chest rapidly withering, the red light in his eye sockets extinguished completely. The writhing tendrils lost their strength, drooping weakly, the entire bloody flesh tumor shriveling, darkening at a visible rate, ultimately turning into a stinking pile of ashes. The vibrations in the long sword disappeared. Luli panted heavily, loosening his grip on the sword hilt. Sweat flowed down his cheeks, dripping into the ashes on the ground, making a sizzling sound. He looked at the pile of ashes, feeling no joy of victory, only a kind of exhaustion after surviving a catastrophe. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the dense fog. Luli suddenly turned around, tightening his grip on the long sword, warily looking towards the source of the sound. Two figures walked out of the mist. Knight Zhao Qi and a shocked Qi. Sixth brother. Are you all right? Zhao Qi saw Luli, his face bursting into ecstasy, rushing over quickly. Great. You really are fine. I knew you'd be okay. Meanwhile, Qi stood frozen in place, staring wide-eyed at everything before her. Her camera was recording, capturing the moment Luli pierced through Brando completely. But her attention was entirely not on the camera at the moment. Where was that quasi-S-rank bride with a red veil? She had clearly felt two terrifying auras battling fiercely just now. How come only this man and the ashes remained? Could it be that this man drove off that quasi-S-rank monster and then killed that bloody creature? But how could that be possible? Qi's gaze fell on Luli. She could feel that the spiritual energy fluctuation of this man before her was extremely weak, merely an E-rank ability user. How could he deal with monsters that could easily take down even A-rank ability users? Qi frowned tightly, her heart filled with doubt. She looked at the pile of sinister ashes on the ground, then at the ordinary long sword in Luli's hand. There must be something hidden that she didn't know about. This seemingly ordinary man was definitely not simple. Unconsciously, Qi tightened her grip on her camera, her eyes shining with curiosity. If she could figure out what happened here, it would absolutely be more explosive than broadcasting the battle scene live. And Luli had no idea what Qi was thinking. He looked at the excitedly incoherent Zhao Qi, then at the woman with a complex expression, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. How much had just been recorded? He casually glanced at Qi's camera ball, then relaxed his grip on the long sword, revealing a weary yet relieved smile. It's nothing. What could possibly happen? At the center of the strange realm, a broken thread recoiled back onto the locust tree. Chapter 81, Dissipation. Deep within the strange realm, the enormous black locust tree that supported the entire space was undergoing a chilling transformation. In the bottomless tree hollow, countless closed eyes opened simultaneously, all gazing in the direction of the vanished red-hooded bride. At first, these eyes were filled with confusion. As the core of the strange realm, the locust tree maintained contact with all the brides through those invisible threads, especially with the red-hooded bride, which it had almost absolute control over. But just now, the thread connecting to the red-hooded bride abruptly shattered, not severed by external force, but seemed to collapse from the source itself, leaving not even a trace of residual energy. Such a phenomenon had never occurred in the locust tree's long existence. Immediately afterward, confusion swiftly transformed into pure fear. Not the kind of fear that comes with human emotional fluctuation, but an absolute rejection of unknown threats stemming from survival instincts. The pupils shrank suddenly, and a fierce green light flickered within them, as if fearing some impending disaster. The massive root system of the locust tree began to writhe wildly, uprooting large patches of soil, revealing beneath them dark red roots densely packed like blood vessels, causing the entire space of the strange realm to tremble slightly with its agitation. It could feel that the existence that had severed the thread was still within the strange realm. That existence was weak, the fluctuations of its spiritual power were merely the most basic form, yet this weak existence had shattered its most perfect creation, severed its most proud control thread. This incomprehensible anomaly was more terrifying than any powerful enemy. Without hesitation, without any unnecessary actions, the locust tree needed no thought, all its actions were born from the most primal survival instincts. Thousands of eyes turned simultaneously toward the sky, and a dark green glow converged into an invisible energy that surged into the barriers of the strange realm. Buzz. The entire strange realm began to shake violently. The ground cracked, gray mist rolled, the once still dead trees swayed as if brought to life, and the concentration of malevolent force in the air dropped at an astonishing rate. All the survivors still fleeing within the strange realm felt the ground beneath their feet tilting, and the scenery ahead began to twist and overlap, as if the entire world were being crushed and reshaped by an invisible giant hand. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Zhao Qi stumbled, leaning against the side of Luli. Luli's heart tightened, and he instinctively looked up at the sky. The omnipresent fog seemed much thinner than before. That all-pervading sense of oppression rapidly faded, replaced by a powerful rejection as if this space was actively expelling all outsiders. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery began to spin rapidly. Gray mist, dead trees, shattered rocks, everything turned into a blurred stream of light, and a tremendous pulling force came from all directions, enveloping Luli, Zhao Qi, and the still recording Qi. Qi exclaimed, instinctively holding the spherical camera in his arms, capturing this bizarre scene. At the same time, in various corners of the strange realm, whether it be the investigation team members still battling the remaining anomalies, the lucky survivors, or powerful figures like Xia Qianqiu and Wang Lin, they were all enveloped by this sudden force. They scarcely had time to react before the scene before them was replaced by blinding white light. In the real world, on the outskirts of Cloud City, outside the Jinlu Garden community, thick black mist surged like a tide, enveloping the entire community and several surrounding streets. It had been nearly an hour since the special operations team had set out for support. The disappearance of the only communication channel tightened the nerves of the waiting FBI reserve team and medical personnel on the outskirts. On the edge of the black mist, two figures, a tall one and a hunched one, stood outside the street, their eyes fixed intently on the surging darkness. Still dressed in a red dress, the Raven, having put on makeup before coming, raised her hand to adjust her curly hair by her ear, crossing her arms and making her peaks appear even taller. Her fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, anxiously tapped against her arm, her tone filled with undeniable urgency. "Wolf, aren't we going in yet? What if we're late and get scolded by the master?" The wolf beside her, hunched over like an old owl beast, spoke with a hoarse voice, filled with certainty. With the master's power, a mere Brando is definitely no match. I am thinking, there must be a deep meaning to why the master didn't inform us before acting. Will rushing in upset the master? The Raven slowed her arm movement slightly. Does the master think we are also inside spies, so he won't let us know the plan? Impossible. If the master had suspicions, he wouldn't have allowed us to stop the operation to summon the sacred gate within the FBI in the first place. The wolf said without hesitation, it's the master who gave us the chance to choose. Could it be that? His words suddenly stopped, as his murky eyes widened in shock, staring intently at the black mist ahead. The Raven also sensed something unusual, her expression suddenly serious. The rich black mist that had thickened for hours was visibly fading and dissipating, like a receding tide, shrinking from the edges towards the center. The originally pitch-black mist became thinner and thinner, allowing faint outlines of the buildings in the community to be seen. The swirling energy fluctuations were rapidly weakening as well. The previously audible roaring sound completely disappeared, leaving only the howling of the wind blowing through the street. What is happening? The Raven instinctively took a step back, disbelief showing on her face. The black mist is dissipating? The S-class strange realm is closing? This was extremely abnormal. To cause a strange realm to close voluntarily, unless the core was completely destroyed? But who has that ability? So far, the only team that had entered was the Cloud City branch of the FBI, and their abilities were completely insufficient to close an S-class strange realm. The Raven and the Wolf exchanged glances, both seeing shock and a hint of unease in each other's eyes. Could it be that the Guide Master made a move? But how could the Master erase the sacred gate he summoned? Just as they were filled with uncertainty, the black mist completely disappeared. Light shone down on the streets of Jinlu Garden community, illuminating the areas that had just been shrouded in black mist. Unlike the chaos within the strange realm, the community at this moment was intact. Buildings stood neatly aligned, greenery in the parks was vibrant, and even the vehicles parked by the roadside remained as they were, as if the S-class strange realm crisis that had swept everything away was just an absurd nightmare. Is it over? A young member of the FBI reserve team couldn't help but murmur, relief washing over his face as if he had survived a disaster. The Raven and the Wolf stood in place, their faces fluctuating between light and dark. The Guide Master. The Wolf's hoarse voice trembled slightly, whether out of fear or excitement. What exactly did he do? The Raven did not respond, her fingers, painted with red polish, clenched tightly. Their master, perhaps, was even more mysterious and terrifying than they had imagined. Chapter 82, Aftermath. At 2 o'clock in the morning in Cloud City, cries of urgency broke the usual silence. Quick! There are still injured people over here. Medical team. 3 seriously injured people need immediate care at the base of Building 3. Be careful, this citizen has broken ribs, don't touch his chest. Diao Jiangwo, wearing heavy tactical gear, stood in the central square of the community. He was systematically directing the rescue efforts. His face was covered in exhaustion, his eyes bloodshot, but his gaze was still sharp as an eagle's, every command clear and decisive. Just a few minutes ago, his special operations team had just met up with the evacuation forces led by the Divine Doctor deep in the Strange Realm. Before they could draft the next evacuation plan, the entire Strange Realm began to shake violently, followed by a blinding light. When he opened his eyes again, everyone had returned to the reality of the neighborhood. In this situation, even after 10 years as the head of the investigation bureau, Gao Jiangwo was encountering it for the first time. Director. A middle-aged man in protective clothing hurried over. He was the minister of the Bureau's security department, a B-grade healing ability user, looking grave. The preliminary statistics are out. In this Strange Realm incident, we lost 72 team members, with 56 severely injured among them. Team leader Cui Tai has been confirmed dead. What about the sacrificed civilians? Gao Jiangwo's voice was somewhat hoarse. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, the pain in his eyes had been forcibly suppressed. We can't tally it yet. The security minister's voice grew heavy. Many civilians were strangely devoured in the realm, and not even their bodies could be brought out. Currently, we can only confirm about 2/3 of those who entered the Strange Realm are survivors. Gao Jiangwo fell silent. 2/3, that number felt like a huge stone, crushing his chest, making it hard to breathe. As the highest authority of the Yunqing Investigation Bureau, he failed to protect his own civilians and team members. This feeling of defeat was almost drowning him. What about Wang Lin and Chen Feng? He forcefully lifted his spirit to ask. They are over there being treated. The security minister pointed to a temporary medical station in the corner of the square. Team leader Wang Lin has broken both hands, but it's not a big issue. With my ability plus the special healing potion, he'll recover completely by tomorrow. Deputy team leader Chen Feng just has excessive spirit energy exhaustion and some superficial injuries. He needs time to rest. Gao Jiangwo nodded and stepped towards the medical station. He needed to know what happened deep in the Strange Realm, especially in the area shrouded in thick fog after the live broadcast signal was lost. What kind of secrets were hidden there? Next to the medical station, Wang Lin sat in a folding chair. A healing team member was pressing a glowing green palm on his severed wrist. A faint green spirit energy continuously flowed in. The broken wound showed faint granulation, making a subtle hiss sound. The white-haired summoner expert's face was pale, but his eyes remained calm. Only the occasional frowning brow revealed the pain he endured. Chen Feng sat on the ground beside him, leaning against the wall, gulping down energy supplements. His right arm was still trembling slightly, clearly exhausted from the fierce battle a moment ago. Team leader Wang, deputy team leader Chen. Gao Jiangwo approached, his voice tinged with a barely noticeable fatigue. Director. The two raised their heads simultaneously. Chen Feng struggled to get up, but Gao Jiangwo pressed him down. Stay lying down. Gao Jiangwo waved his hand, his gaze falling on Wang Lin's severed hand. How's the situation? It's nothing, just a small injury. Wang Lin forced a smile, trying to sound casual. Just a few rings shattered. I'll have to apply for new ones from headquarters. The shattering of the rings only happened in the case of the summoned object's death. It was clear Wang Lin had fought to the last moment. Gao Jiangwo sighed and patted his shoulder. At the final moment, do you know what happened in the Strange Realm? Why did it suddenly close? Wang Lin and Chen Feng exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. We were heading towards the main force. Chen Feng put down the energy supplement and replied in a deep voice. Not long after, we felt a powerful spatial fluctuation, and then, we were transported out. Where is Xia Qianxiu? Gao Jiangwo pressed on. Team Xia is faster than us, she should have come out too, Wang Lin interjected. She might have been teleported to another place. I've already had the team use the locator to find her. Gao Jiangwo furrowed his brows. Notify everyone. Gao Jiangwo finally said, put all effort into searching for survivors. Also, seal off the entire area. No one is allowed to leave without permission. After dawn, we will question and check each survivor one by one. Yes. On the rooftop of a tall building opposite the community. The evening breeze brushed past, stirring the girl's hair. Xiaowen, an intern at the Cloud Exorcism Company, was leaning on the railing at the rooftop edge, watching the busy rescue teams below, her face showing a smile completely different from her prior timidness. Ha 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 ha. That laughter was unrestrained and wild. Perhaps the laughter reminded her. She muttered to herself, oh, right, I forgot to take it off. Xiaowen reached back and pulled, as if removing a dress, and her skin suddenly relaxed. A red-haired woman in a tight bodysuit emerged from this guise. Her height and figure clearly exceeded Xiaowen's, raising questions about how she could fit into the smaller body at all. TSK, how pathetic. The elites of the Investigation Bureau aren't much, are they? Although they didn't achieve complete annihilation, at least the whole world knows their disgrace. Truly unexpected. Sakai chuckled, her long red hair fluttering in the night wind, the tight bodysuit accentuating her fiery figure, and this time, besides completing the mission, there's a pleasant surprise. Pleasant surprise? Just then, a gentle voice abruptly sounded beside her. Ah! Sakai jumped like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shaking her body and letting out an exaggerated scream. She quickly turned her head, the peaks under her bodysuit also shifting dramatically. Beside her stood a girl with a high ponytail, Xiaotian, an amplifier ability user from the exorcism company. Xiaotian's presence was so low that if she hadn't spoken up, Sakai might not have noticed her at all, as if she were merely a wisp of thin air. You're doing it again, appearing out of nowhere. Shall we? It seems I really need to train you properly. Sakai, still shaken, patted her heaving chest, then maliciously reached out, grabbing Xiao Hui's tender cheeks and pulling them apart. I've been following you since I came out of the eerie world. It's clearly you, Sakai, who ignored me on purpose. Xiao Hui protested with her red cheeks, her voice filled with grievance. Maybe enjoying herself a bit too much, Sakai smiled with satisfaction. Take a close look at the number and condition of the citizens below. Xiao Hui closed her eyes to sense, and after a moment, her brows furrowed slightly as she spoke. There are unexpectedly many. Is it because they won't be killed by the bizarre ritual if they don't resist? And, they are all ability users? Not a single ordinary person. These people have eaten the food from the banquet. Sakai broke into a dazzling, proud smile. Bingo. And these people haven't lost their spiritual power with the disappearance of the eerie world, which means we've found a way for ordinary people to gain spiritual power. Do you know what this means? Xiao Hui tilted her head in confusion. We can recruit more subordinates? To enhance spiritual power? Of course not. Sakai countered, gesturing in a circle with her finger. It's money. Money? Do you have any idea how many wealthy people in this world lack spiritual power? Do you know how much those rich people would be willing to pay to gain abilities? Even getting the lowest level ability would be enough to make them fight tooth and nail. But aren't those who are prompted to be abilities going to turn into strange nutrients? Xiao Hui interrupted Sakai's words. Who knows? Sakai crossed her arms and retorted, not to mention that the strange realm has already disappeared, and who can determine that those people were absorbed by the bazaar because of this spiritual food? Could it not be because of that ritual? Seeing Xiao Hui wanting to ask more, Sakai pulled her in and patted her shoulder. Don't have so many questions, okay? There are so many people wanting to take risks but finding no way. I'm just giving them a chance. I just want to ask, how many people can that spiritual food feed? Sakai froze and pulled out several fruits from her body. Do you think squeezing them into juice will have any effect? Xiao Hui could only stare at her in silence. Sakai smiled awkwardly. It's good enough to get them. As long as we can get the strange item debt contract balance, we can have as much as we want. But this strange item is contained in the Investigation Bureau's headquarters, so it's not easy to get indicated by Xiao Hui's eyes. As if knowing Xiao Hui's thoughts, Sakai smiled mysteriously. In this world, what is more powerful than spiritual power is desire. There are always some people willing to take risks for power, even if it means dealing with a tiger. Let's go, Xiao Hui. Sakai patted Xiao Hui's shoulder, her tone relaxed. Now it's time for the Investigation Bureau people to have a headache. We, on the other hand, should go have a drink to celebrate. Xiao Hui nodded, silently following behind Sakai, walking towards the stairs to the rooftop. The two figures quickly vanished into the darkness as if they had never appeared. Only the evening breeze blew across the rooftop, carrying a hint of sweet, elusive fragrance. On the other side of the community square, Zhao Qi was supporting Lu Li, waiting for the medical staff to check and treat them. Lu Li's gaze was fixed on the citizens receiving examinations. For some reason, he always felt that the eyes of these citizens seemed a bit off. Their expressions showed no changes, still reflecting the fear and exhaustion of having survived a disaster, but deep inside their eyes, there was a hint of inexplicable emptiness. What's wrong, sixth brother? Zhao Qi noticed Lu Li's discomfort and asked curiously. It's nothing. Lu Li shook his head, suppressing his uneasiness. Maybe I'm just too tired. Chapter 83, Accidental Encounter. Sakai and Xiao Hui did not rush to leave. The two went down along the fire escape of the tall building, with Sakai's red hair reflecting a strange sheen in the moonlight, her brow slightly furrowed. But who closed the strange realm? The spatial stability of an S-class strange realm far exceeds reason. Even if the core is damaged, the closure should have residual waves of energy collapse. That calm dissipation. Indeed, I have never seen this situation. Xiao Hui quietly followed behind her, the beret pressed low. Just as Sakai was about to continue speaking, she sensed two unusual auras. Oh? I didn't expect to run into acquaintances. From the shadows, two figures slowly emerged. On the left was a raven in a red dress, her makeup strikingly beautiful. The moment she saw Sakai, her glamorous facade faded like a thorny rose, and her fingertips involuntarily tightened the hem of her dress. On the right was a hunchbacked wolf, whose originally murky eyes suddenly shrank when he saw Sakai. His hoarse voice carried a hint of undeniable reverence. Lord Sakai. Internally, the hierarchy within the Gate of Heaven is strict, and although Sakai does not directly oversee them, her status is above that of the raven and the wolf. Old wolf and little raven. Sakai relaxed with one hand on her hip and smiled. At this time, being here is to want to enter the holy gate or have just come out after going in? The wolf lowered his head. This time the holy gate descended in the area under my management. We came to see the situation. The raven was calmer. Sakai always treated her female subordinates much more kindly. She fluffed her curled hair next to her ear, trying to make her tone sound natural. Lord Sakai, you are also here? Are you planning to ambush the investigation bureau? They have very few troops left now. Sakai was non-committal, her sharp gaze sweeping over the two. See the situation? That excuse won't pass with me. The air instantly froze. The raven and the wolf exchanged a glance, both seeing hesitation in each other's eyes. In the end, it was the wolf who gritted his teeth and hoarsely said, "We are waiting for the guide to come out." The guide? For the first time, Sakai's voice showed a tremor. She stepped forward suddenly, her red hair moving as if stirred by an invisible wind, a trace of unbelievable shock flashing in her eyes as she masked her emotions with a calm question. You mean the guide, in that recent S-level strange realm? Absolutely true. The wolf nodded firmly, a fanatical look spreading across his face. We saw the master's figure with our own eyes. And this time, the strange realm's anomalies were definitely the master's doing. Cleanse the investigation bureau, intimidate those clowns in the organization. Shut up. Sakai coldly interrupted his words, but her mind was racing. The guide in the strange realm. The S-level strange realm quietly closed without a violent energy explosion. A bold guess took shape in her mind. Could it be that the guide personally killed the core of the strange realm, leading to the dispersal of the black mist? Only this explanation could make sense of why the S-level strange realm closed so unusually. But this was too absurd. The core of the strange realm was definitely an extremely powerful S-level anomaly, and with its control over the entire strange realm space, even a true S-level powerhouse would inevitably cause an earth-shattering battle to completely destroy it. It would never be silent like this. How powerful was the guide, really? Sakai's heart raced uncontrollably. She had always doubted this ruthless figure whom she had only heard of but never seen, even secretly wondered if the other's achievements were exaggerated. But now it seemed she had still underestimated this guide. Master, is the guide all right? The raven asked cautiously, sensing Sakai's slightly chaotic breath. Sakai took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within her, recovering her previous calm. The black mist has dispersed. Since you didn't sense his aura nearby, it means he should have already left, or deliberately didn't want to meet you. She paused, her gaze falling on the two. This matter ends here. You are not allowed to disclose the guide's appearance in the strange realm to anyone, including other high-level officials. Yes. The raven and the wolf quickly replied. Sakai no longer looked at them, turning to Shelby and saying, "Let's go." Shelby nodded, silently following. The two soon disappeared into the shadows of the fire escape, leaving only a faint scent of perfume. Until their figures completely disappeared, the raven finally sighed in relief, patting her chest. I didn't expect Sakai's aura to be still so strong. But the wolf had no time for such thoughts. He gazed in the direction Sakai had vanished, excitement in his hoarse voice. Even Sakai was shaken. It seems this S-level strange realm closing is also the master's doing. It must be. The raven's eyes flickered with fervent light, destroying the core of the S-level strange realm with his own hands. What incredible power, truly worthy of the master. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became, as if they could already see the scene of the gates of heaven being completely overturned under the guide's leadership. We must hurry back to prepare. The wolf said solemnly, since the master is in Yunqing, there must be greater movements. We must be fully prepared and ready to receive the master's orders at any time. Exactly. The raven nodded. I'll contact the organization's infiltrators in Yunqing right now, instructing them to closely monitor the investigation bureau's movements, reporting any signs at once. The two exchanged glances, seeing excitement and reverence in each other's eyes, then turned and swiftly merged into the darkness of the night. At this moment, in the Jinlu Garden community, Luli had just completed a medical examination. Just some skin injuries and spiritual energy exhaustion. Resting for 2 days will be fine. The medical team member handed him a bottle of blue energy supplement. Take this 3 times a day, it will speed up recovery. Thank you. Luli took the supplement, twisted the cap, and drank a sip. A cool liquid slid down his throat, alleviating his fatigue significantly. Zhao Qi's broken leg had healed, and he was excitedly moving his joints. Sixth brother, look, it's just like new. I'll treat you to grilled meat later. Before he could finish, a hurried footstep interrupted him. Xia Qianqiu strode over, her chocolate-colored skin shimmering under the streetlight. Although her combat uniform was damaged, it couldn't hide her powerful, streamlined muscles. Her face bore traces of exhaustion, clearly just rescued by the search and rescue team. Luli, right? Are you okay? Xia Qianqiu looked at Luli, a flash of surprise in her eyes quickly turning to relief. Good that you're fine, it's a pity my third team has lost quite a few members. Xia Qianqiu had narrowly escaped death after being defeated by the Red Veil Bride in the Eerie Realm. Upon confirming that Wang Lin and Chen Feng were still capable of action, she immediately headed toward the direction where the near S-class anomaly had left, the direction of the main force's retreat. Arriving at the scene, she saw a battlefield filled with scars and corpses, but at the center, there was no anomaly, only a man holding a long sword, Luli, who had eliminated the resilient cultists on the ground. Captain Xia, you're injured? Luli, seeing the battered Xia Qianqiu, stood in respect. You went to support Team Wang, right? Are they okay? It was easy to imagine that whatever could render this G-type combat uniform worthless must have been a hard-fought battle. Not dead. Xia Qianqiu waved her hand, the motion tugging at her wounds and causing her lips to twitch slightly. Yet her voice still carried her unique lazy tone. Two tough uncles, very hard to kill. But you, what's going on? You killed that cultist? What about that nearest class anomaly? On the way, she had gained a lot of information, learning that Zhang Wenyuan and his group still rushed over. That severely injured cultist had shed his disguise and was slaughtering among the crowd, and the nearest class anomaly had suddenly attacked while they fought. Luli moved aside to guide Xia Qianqiu to sit down for treatment, concealing some things. After heavily wounding Wang Hai, that red-veiled bride went in another direction. Given the previous incident, I suspected that pervert was pretending to be dead again, so I took advantage of the moment and swiftly dispatched him to prevent him from causing trouble again. Thanks to your carefulness, then, ha. Xia Qianqiu chuckled, but the laughter tugged at her chest wound, making her take a barely audible sharp breath. After pausing, amused at his talent, she said, Luli, which department are you from? How about transferring to the third team and getting you a promotion? No need for that. Am I not satisfied with my own life? What I want is a comfortable life. Luli quickly refused. Thank you for the kind offer, Captain Xia, but as an E-class ability user, my ability is too weak to make much of a difference. I'm better off with logistics. Xia Qianqiu showed no displeasure, only smiling as she said that if he ever changed his mind, he should feel free to contact her, leaving Luli with her contact information. Chapter 84, Pet? The morning light pierced through the clouds, casting a faint golden glow over the battered Jinlu Garden community. After a night of rescue work, the investigation team members dragged their weary bodies to clean up the debris, while the medical staff transported the last batch of injured people into ambulances. The air was filled with a peculiar smell of disinfectant mixed with spiritual energy medication. In the temporary tent of the support department, Gao Jiangwo stared at the test report in front of him, his brow furrowed into a shape. On the screen, hundreds of spiritual fluctuation charts were neatly arranged, each corresponding to a citizen who had returned from the strange realm. According to common sense, the spiritual energy of these ordinary citizens should be close to zero, but the data on the report shattered everyone's understanding. The lowest was even at E level, and more than a dozen had reached C level. Director, all samples have been tested, the Minister of Security handed over the last report, his voice filled with incredible exhaustion. Confirmed, all citizens who consumed the food from the strange realm have awakened spiritual powers. Awakened? Gao Jiangwo's fingers, gripping the report, turned white from the force. This isn't awakening, this is mass breeding. 10 years of spiritual energy revival, and the probability of humans awakening spiritual powers was less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, most of these needed specific opportunities or talents, and the level of awakened spiritual power remained fixed at the peak, with no further possibilities. But now, just because they ate food from the strange realm, hundreds of ordinary people had collectively gained spiritual powers, and some low-level ability users had directly increased 2 levels. This was unprecedented in history. Have you found any abnormalities? Gao Jiangwo pressed, his fingertips lightly tapping the table, like disturbed mental fluctuations or abnormal physical functions. This is the strangest part. The Minister of Security adjusted his glasses, his tone serious. All citizens' physiological indicators and mental states show normal, even healthier than ordinary people. We used a spiritual resonance device to detect, and although their spiritual powers are mixed, they are remarkably stable with no signs of losing control. Gao Jiangwo fell silent. No aftereffects, no abnormal reactions, just suddenly gaining spiritual powers. It sounded like a windfall from the heavens, but the more perfect it seemed, the more it alarmed him. How could something from the strange realm be purely beneficial? We must lock down the information, he suddenly spoke, his voice firm, announced to the public that these citizens have gained abilities due to a blessing in the strange realm's energy impact. All test reports will be classified as S-level secrets, and except for you, me, and the headquarters, no one is allowed to know about food-inducing abilities. Yes. The Minister of Security nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. If the information leaked, it could trigger worldwide chaos. How many people would search for the same type of strange realm for spiritual powers, and even kidnap these citizens to dissect and study the secrets within them? Gao Jiangwo picked up the encrypted phone and dialed the headquarters number. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the tent, shining on his face, half bright, half hidden in shadow. Also, assign someone to keep an eye on these citizens. Use the strange object memory capture net to blur their memories of gaining abilities, he added. Record their body data and spiritual power changes daily. Report any abnormalities immediately. Understood. After handling these matters, Gao Jiangwo rubbed his swollen temples. He walked to the door of the tent and looked at the scene of the neighborhood gradually returning to order. The citizens, guided by the investigation bureau's team members, were leaving with a sense of survival after disaster. Occasionally, some excitedly showed off their newly awakened faint spiritual powers, causing those around them to marvel. Gao Jiangwo's gaze passed over the crowd and landed on the distant residential building. There, the scent left by Sakurai had long dissipated, but he still felt as though there were eyes watching everything from the shadows. At 9 a.m., Luli dragged his tired body back to his rental apartment. It was a 3-bedroom apartment located in Jinlu Garden Community, about 100 square meters, which he had tidied up neatly. On the balcony, several pots of easy-to-care-for pothoes were placed, and the sofa in the living room was covered with a soft blanket. The coffee table had an unfinished comic book on it. Everything reflected his extreme pursuit of comfort. He threw himself onto the sofa and let out a long breath. After returning from the eerie realm, he had to undergo checkups and give statements, only just now feeling completely free. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and Lin Wan appeared on the screen. Luli's heart sank. Oh no, he forgot today was still a workday, so he hurriedly answered the call. Team leader? Where are you? Lin Wan's voice came through the receiver, carrying a hint of lazy hoarseness as if she had just woken up. The dispatch center just said you came back from the eerie realm? You didn't lose any limbs, did you? Thanks to you, I'm perfectly fine. Luli relaxed against the sofa, trying to sound casual, just a bit tired, just got home. I heard there was quite a stir this time. Lin Wan paused, her tone turning more serious. You didn't encounter any danger in there, did you? I saw the publicly released internal casualty report. The losses were heavy. Luli quickly calculated his words, avoiding the direct conflict with the hooded bride and the cultists, only saying that he was lucky and stayed behind the main force, facing little danger. You sure are lucky. Lin Wan seemed not to suspect anything, her tone returned to playful, but thank goodness you didn't wander off, otherwise, the logistics team would lose someone who slacks off. I'm giving you a day off, rest well, be on time for work tomorrow, and I'll dock your bonus if you're late by even a second. Thank you, Sister Lin. Luli quickly thanked her, and after hanging up, he let out a long sigh of relief. He tossed his phone onto the coffee table and got up to pour himself a glass of warm water. Sunlight poured through the window onto the floor, warm and dissipating much of the chill. I should study this thing now. Luli sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and concentrated to feel the faint connection within him. Ever since he severed that thread in the eerie realm, this connection had remained. It was very weak, like a taut spider silk, one end tied deep within his soul, the other extending into the unknown void, connecting with the vanished hooded bride. He tried to use his consciousness to touch that connection. The moment his consciousness brushed against the silk, a blurry image suddenly flashed before Luli's eyes. A gray mist-filled wasteland, a giant black locust tree standing between heaven and earth with countless eyes flickering on its trunk. A figure in a hooded dress knelt beneath the locust tree, her body entwined with numerous threads, muffled sobs escaping from beneath the veil. The scene flickered and vanished, swift as an illusion. Luli jolted his eyes open, his heart racing wildly. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although the image from a moment ago was blurry, it carried a strong sense of sadness and despair that resonated deeply with him. That was the bride's memory? He furrowed his brow and tried again to touch that connection. This time, no images appeared. Instead, he experienced a marvelous sensation, allowing him to see the hooded bride's current state. She seemed to be in a sleeping state, curled up in some dark space, surrounded by a faint red glow. What surprised Luli even more was that he could vaguely feel the hooded bride's emotions, calmness, dependence, and longing. What on earth is going on? Luli rubbed his throbbing temples, completely bewildered by the situation. Severing the thread that controlled her not only did not make her disappear, it instead established this bizarre connection? Did he pick up a quasi-S-class eerie pet? He attempted to transmit a simple command with his consciousness, move once. A few seconds later, a faint wave came from the connection as if in response. Then, Luli felt the hooded bride's body move slightly, before returning to its sleeping state. I can really control it? Luli was both amazed and delighted. If he could control a quasi-S-class eerie being, wouldn't it mean he had a super bodyguard in this perilous world? But he quickly calmed down. The hooded bride's strength was too powerful. In essence, it is a bizarre thing that eats people. Who knows how long this connection can last? What if one day this connection breaks, or the other party regains consciousness and turns around to kill me? That would be a loss without gain. It's better to be cautious. Luli decided not to touch this connection for now. The most important thing now is to find out the origins of the red-veiled bride and the secret of that black locust tree. He got up and walked to his desk, opening his personal computer. This computer is not high-end, but it is secure, storing various information he collected since his journey began, including internal files from the Investigation Bureau and some secret information about cults. Luli typed the keywords Red Veil Bride, Black Locust Tree, Weird Realm Thread into the search bar, and many seemingly irrelevant pieces of information jumped onto the screen, with no valuable clues at all. It seems this weird realm is appearing for the first time. Luli closed the browser and leaned back in his chair, falling into deep thought. From the current information, the Red Veil Bride seems to be a creation controlled by the Black Locust Tree, and that thread is the medium of control. He broke the thread, disrupted the control, and therefore established this new connection. But why is it specifically him? Is it related to his identity as a traveler? Or is it related to the original body's guide? Original body, oh original body, how many secrets have you hidden? Luli sighed, feeling like he had fallen into an bottomless pit. Whether it is the investigation bureau's work, the identity of the cult, or this weird connection now, they all made his scalp tingle. No, I must figure this out quickly. He shut down the computer, deciding to check the archives tomorrow about the secret files on the Black Locust Tree and Heaven's Gate. Maybe he could find some clues from there. The sunlight outside was growing stronger, warming the room. Luli lay down on the sofa and soon fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 85, The Bride. Luli was awakened by a faint fragrance of sandalwood. The scent was unusual, unlike the sinking water incense in temples, nor like any synthetic fragrance in the market. It carried a cool sweetness, like the frost flowers that form on plum branches when the sun breaks through after a snowfall. He rubbed his eyes, sitting up. The wrinkles of the sofa pad were still imprinted on his cheek, and the remnants of the bizarre realm wilderness lingered in his mind. The tranquility of the rented room relieved him. Just when he was about to stretch and loosen his stiff neck, his gaze unintentionally swept across the center of the living room. Then, all the blood in his body seemed to freeze in an instant. There was an added person in the living room. The 4-meter-tall giant body, even while sitting sideways, had the edge of the red veil almost touching the chandelier on the ceiling, and the hem of the skirt spread out on the floor, resembling a blooming blood-colored peony, taking up almost half the already small living room. Her hands rested calmly on her knees, and those mutated claws had somehow retracted into delicate fingers, yet the tips still glistened with a faint jade-like cold light. The bright red wedding dress shimmered under the sunlight, with dark floral patterns embroidered on the edges gently rising and falling with her breath. The protruding curve suddenly tightened in the middle, the veil cascading down just enough to cover her face, revealing only a small patch of delicate, jade-like skin at the neck. Her posture was very proper. If it weren't for her horrifying size, she would look like a bride patiently waiting. But that faint yet undeniable sense of pressure was not deceiving. The fluctuating spiritual energy in the air was more stable than anything he had ever experienced in the bizarre realm, like a silent volcano, appearing calm, but below it hid the power to destroy worlds. Luli's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat, and the laziness of just waking melted away without a trace. You? Luli's throat was tight. How did you get here? The red-veiled bride did not answer, only slightly tilted her head. The direction of the veil was aimed at him, as if it were gazing at him. The invisible thread connecting the two was exceptionally clear at this moment, and Luli could distinctly feel the emotion coming from the other side, not the cold killing intent from the eerie realm, nor the calm of sleep, but a kind of, almost joyful and warm wave. Love? The thought had barely emerged when Luli forcibly suppressed it. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel this absurd idea. A nearly S-level flesh-eating Eerie developing feelings for him? That was even more ridiculous than encountering an S-level Eerie in a D-level strange realm. Could you perhaps shrink a little? Luli pointed to the chandelier that was about to shatter overhead, his voice trembling slightly. If you keep this up, the ceiling of this house will need replacing. He just said it casually, not expecting the other party to understand. After all, this Eerie had never made any sound from the beginning. But the next second, the red veil bride truly responded. Her body began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, her bones emitting soft click sounds, and the skirt also began to reduce. The originally sprawling red silk gradually gathered. A few seconds later, her size stabilized at around 3 meters, the same size as her first appearance, and there was finally a fist's distance from the ceiling. Though she still occupied most of the living room space, at least she wouldn't break the lamps anymore. Luli watched, dumbfounded. Could understand commands? Could control her size? The intelligence of this red veil bride seemed to be higher than he had imagined. You? Luli swallowed hard and took 2 tentative steps forward. You came back with me? The red veil bride did not move, only the veil gently swayed, as if nodding. Luli's heart began to beat uncontrollably. He could feel that she had no ill will towards him. The emotion transmitted from that connection remained unchanged. But the more it was like this, the less secure he felt inside. The logic of the Eerie could never be measured by human common sense. Today she could obediently shrink, but what if tomorrow, just because he said the wrong word, she would rip him apart with one claw? It's not very convenient for you to stay here. Luli carefully chose his words, trying to sound polite. This place is too small for you. How about, you go back for now? The red veil bride seemed to understand the words go back, and her veil suddenly dipped, a wave of grievance coming from the connection, like a puppy that had been abandoned. She leaned forward slightly, extending her right hand. Her slender fingers cautiously touched Lu Li's pants leg, the motion gentle as if afraid to hurt him. Lu Li's whole body stiffened, instinctively wanting to retreat, but he held on. He could feel the cool temperature from her fingertips and that cautious desire to please. Okay, staying for now is fine. He sighed, giving up the thought of driving her away. Let alone if he could drive her away. If he accidentally angered this ancestor, he might not even have the chance to regret it. But you must promise me, no messing around, and definitely, no eating people. The red veil bride's fingers paused, then gently tapped his pants leg, as if in agreement. Only then did Lu Li feel slightly relieved. He turned to get a glass of water to calm himself, but after just 2 steps, he felt his clothes being lightly tugged. He looked back to see the red veil bride tilting her head up, her left hand slightly raised, holding a long, red tassel that was the decoration hanging from the edge of her veil. Her fingers pinched one end of the tassel, while the other end was gently offered in Lu Li's direction, the motion slow and persistent. Lu Li was stunned. This motion, was she trying to get him to lift the veil? His gaze fell on that bright red veil, and his heart inexplicably tightened. From ancient times to the present, lifting the veil has always symbolized a certain kind of covenant ritual. Let alone the fact that the object is a mysterious semi-S-class anomaly. Who knows what would happen if the cover was lifted? What if it turned out, like some rules in the anomaly world state, that lifting the veil would release her seal, leading to a bloody rampage, or worse, being devoured by her as a true sacrifice? That doesn't seem very good. Lu Li forced a dry laugh, subtly stepping back half a step to avoid the tassel. The veil looks quite beautiful as is, there's no need to take it off. The red-veiled bride seemed not to expect him to refuse. The veil paused for a moment, and the hand offering the tassel stopped in midair. The connection sent a wave of confusion, as if not understanding why he was unwilling. After a few seconds, she leaned forward again with the tassel. This time her gesture was more persistent, even carrying a hint of a coaxing insistence. Chapter 86, Persistence. Lu Li felt a chill run down his spine and could only harden his resolve and explain, I'm a bit shy. Let's talk about it later, okay? He spoke while continuing to back away until his back hit the kitchen doorframe, with nowhere left to retreat. The red-veiled bride looked at his awkwardness, and from beneath the veil seemed to come a very faint sound like a sigh. She slowly withdrew her hand, reattaching the tassel back to the edge of her veil, then straightened her body again, though this time her shoulders slightly slumped, as if feeling a bit down. The emotion conveyed through the connection also became low, like a small animal drenched in rain. Lu Li looked at her like this and inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. He scratched his head, feeling as if he might have gone a bit too far. But reason warned him, never touch. Any ceremonial action in the anomaly world could trigger deadly rules, especially actions involving the anomaly itself. How about I get you a glass of water? Lu Li tried to change the topic, pointing to the kitchen, though I don't know if you drink or not, but... Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the red-veiled bride shake her head slightly, then extend her finger to point at herself, then to Lu Li, and finally pointing at the sky outside the window, her motion slow and serious. Lu Li was stunned, not understanding her meaning. The red-veiled bride seemed a bit anxious, repeating her motions again, this time adding gestures. She traced a vague circle on her chest with her finger, then pointed at Lu Li, then at the sky, and finally made a cradling gesture with both hands. Are you saying, you can protect me? Lu Li guessed tentatively, but felt even more confused inside. An anomaly wanting to protect a human? This completely overturned all his perceptions of anomalies. The red-veiled bride immediately nodded, the veil swaying more than ever before, and the connection sent an excited wave, as if saying, yes, yes. Lu Li looked at the 3-meter-tall red-veiled bride before him and suddenly felt that his understanding of the anomaly world and anomalies themselves might barely scratch the surface. What exactly is this existence? Why does it have such an almost loyal dependence on him? And why is it so persistent about making him lift the veil? Countless questions swirled in his mind, but he couldn't find any answers. At that moment, the red-veiled bride suddenly stood up, her gigantic figure darkening the light in the living room. She walked up to Lu Li, slightly bending forward, the veil almost touching the top of his head. Those 2 towering red mountains seemed to lean towards him like the sky was collapsing, and Lu Li instinctively held his breath, his muscles tense. But the red-veiled bride simply extended her hand, gently touching his hair with her fingertips, the action astonishingly gentle. Then, she turned and walked to a corner of the living room, sitting back down, shrinking into the shadow, as if deliberately lowering her presence, leaving only a corner of the veil swaying slightly, watching him. The emotion conveyed through the connection grew calm once more. Lu Li stood there, his heart still pounding. It is hard to imagine being stifled. He sighed in regret as he looked at the red figure in the corner, suddenly feeling that this afternoon was longer than an entire night in the eerie world. He walked to the sofa, sat down, and picked up the energy supplement on the table to take a sip, but the cold liquid could not quell the restlessness in his heart. It seems that the days ahead will not be too comfortable, Lu Li murmured to himself, his gaze involuntarily returning to that red figure. After all, having a quasi-S-level eerie being staying in his home so openly was frightening enough. Not to mention that the other party was deeply infatuated with him, obsessed with making him lift the veil. Luli took a deep breath and decided to temporarily set aside these troubling thoughts. The urgent task was to understand the origins of the Red Veil Bride and the nature of that connection. He got up and walked to the desk, opened the computer, and searched for information about the Red Veil Bride and the Black Locust Tree. This time, he changed the keywords to Eerie World Bride and Ceremonial Marriage. New content popped up on the screen, mostly strange events related to brides recorded by investigation bureaus from various places. One entry caught his attention, ID, B734 event, Red Dress Village Eerie World description. There is a wedding rule in the Eerie World, where the Eerie appears in the form of a Chinese wedding dress bride, requiring intruders to marry her. Those who refuse will be attacked, and those who accept must complete the entire ceremony. After the ceremony ends, the Eerie will disappear, leaving behind a strange object called Lover's Knot. Note, this Eerie has a power level of B, and the Eerie World will automatically close after it is destroyed. Luli frowned. The bride from Red Dress Village was somewhat similar to the Red Veil Bride he encountered, but their power and abilities were far too different, and the rules were completely different as well. He continued scrolling and saw another record, ID, S012 event, unknown description. 10 years ago, during the early stages of spiritual energy recovery, an S-level energy black mist appeared in Dragon Country. In the Eerie World, there was a giant tree, hanging dozens of Eerie beings in the form of Chinese dressed brides, with unknown power level. The investigation team that entered lost contact, and none survived. Subsequently, this Eerie World was automatically closed after being destroyed by. Note, reported finding followers of the cult of one spirit in the Eerie World. Luli's pupils contracted. The three elements of the giant tree, bride, and cult perfectly corresponded with his Eerie World experience and the bride's memory, making him involuntarily connect the two events. Could it be that the current Red Veil Bride is related to that S-level Eerie World from 10 years ago? But wasn't that Eerie World already destroyed? He clicked on the detailed file of that record, but found that most of the content was encrypted, with only a blurry photo. The photo showed a giant tree shrouded in gray mist, and a red figure could be vaguely seen among the branches, resembling the scene he saw in the bride's memory. Cult of One Spirit. Luli whispered this name, striving to search for information about this cult in his memory. According to the Investigation Bureau's data, the Cult of One Spirit was one of the cults that appeared during the early stages of spiritual energy recovery, advocating coexistence between humans and Eries. It had caused large-scale Eerie riots in many places and was later eliminated by the Investigation Bureau in conjunction with other forces, vanishing for many years. Luli furrowed his brows tight. Is there any connection between the Cult of One Spirit and the Holy Temple of Spirit Ties? He looked at the blurry photo on the screen and then at the quiet red figure sitting in the corner, suddenly feeling an impulse. Perhaps lifting the veil would reveal the answer? The moment this thought arose, he forcefully suppressed it. No, it was too risky. What he needed most now was safety and comfort, not a reckless act driven by curiosity. I'll wait until tomorrow to carefully check the information about the Cult of One Spirit and the Holy Temple of Spirit Ties in the archives. Luli turned off the computer, making up his mind. The sun was setting, golden rays filtering through the window into the living room, casting a warm golden edge around the figure of the bride under the red veil. She still sat quietly in the corner, her veil swaying slightly. The emotion emanating from her remained calm with a hint of satisfaction. Luli looked at her, suddenly feeling that this scene had a touch of warmth. He shook his head, dispelling this absurd thought, and got up to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Nevertheless, the easy days had to continue. As for the bride under the red veil who had suddenly intruded, let's just treat her as a large decoration in the house for now. Only Luli did not notice that as he turned to walk towards the kitchen, a pair of eyes slowly opened beneath the veil, gently following his retreating figure, reflecting his image clearly and persistently in the depths of her pupils. Chapter 87, A Strange Wife at Home. Dinner was simple, tomato and egg noodles. Luli specially cooked an extra bowl and, as he brought it to the corner of the living room, the bride under the red veil was still kneeling quietly, her veil gently rising and falling with her breath. He placed the enamel bowl on the floor in front of her, steam rising from the noodles and condensing into tiny water droplets along the edge of the veil. I don't know if you eat this, but it feels a bit awkward just letting you watch me eat. Luli scratched his head and took 2 steps back, maintaining a safe distance. The bride under the red veil was silent for a few seconds, the veil slightly bowing as if she was sizing up the bowl of noodles. Then, she slowly extended her hand, her delicate fingers awkwardly gripping the chopsticks that were too small for her, clumsily picking up a noodle and bringing it towards beneath the veil where her mouth didn't show, yet the noodle silently vanished beneath the veil as if being drawn by an invisible force. Luli felt his eyelids twitching at the sight. He sat not far away, watching her take small bites of the noodles, deciding to take advantage of this opportunity for a deeper understanding. I can't just keep calling you bride, right? What's your name? The bride under the red veil paused in her movements, her veil turning in his direction. A few seconds later, she put down the chopsticks and gently drew something on the floor with her fingertip, a dark red mark emerging as if written with gathered spiritual energy. Luli leaned closer and saw clearly that she wrote 3 words, Luchiron. The writing was elegant, bearing a hint of the charm of traditional brushwork, completely mismatched with her large form and strange identity. Luli was stunned, almost dropping the bowl in his hand. You can write? After finishing the writing, Luchiron lightly tapped her finger, and the mark on the floor turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing as if it had never existed. She slightly nodded, her veil facing Luli as if waiting for his response. Luchiron, Luli repeated, feeling the name resembling that of an elegant girl from an old era. It's quite pretty. My name is Luli, Lu as in land, Li as in leave. Luchiron's veil gently swayed, as if memorizing this name. She picked up the chopsticks again and continued to eat noodles, but this time her motion seemed faster, and a wave of pleasant emotion flowed through their connection. Do you still remember things from the past? Luli hesitated for a moment but asked this crucial question anyway, like where you came from, why you appeared in this strange realm. Luchiron's movement stopped. The veil hung low, the noodles on the floor gradually cooling as the steam dissipated. After a long while, she raised her hand and wrote a few words on the floor, courtyard, waiting. Courtyard? Luli frowned, is it the big courtyard where you were before? Waiting for what? But when he asked for more details, she simply shook her head, her veil trembling slightly, and a wave of confused emotion surged through their connection, as if memories were blocked by something, making it hard for her to recall. Luli sighed internally. It seemed that she indeed had memory loss. Or perhaps sealed by some kind of power. Well, if I can't remember, then forget it. He stood up and gathered the empty bowls. You take your time to rest, I'm going to take a shower. Before stepping into the bathroom, he glanced back. Luchiron was still sitting in the same spot, her red veil facing the bathroom, motionless like a red statue. Luli inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, quickly shutting the bathroom door tightly. Hot water gushed out, washing away the fatigue on his body. Luli leaned against the tiled wall, looking at his reflection in the mirror. The handsome man in the mirror revealed a dazzling smile. Maybe it's a common understanding among men, he always felt that he looked like a handsome guy after a shower. Living together with Luchiron had become a reality. All he could do now was try to understand her habits and avoid triggering any deadly rules. After showering, Luli, dressed in his pajamas, walked into the living room and froze. Luchiron was gone, his heart suddenly sank. Just as he was about to be on high alert, a faint sound of fabric brushing came from the bedroom. Luli tiptoed over and peeked through the doorframe. He nearly popped his eyes out. Luchiron was crouched inside his bedroom. Her 3-meter-tall figure almost filled the entire room, the red veil brushing against the chandelier on the ceiling, her skirt spread across the floor, even spilling over to the bedside. She slightly turned her body, seemingly trying to minimize her presence. The veil pointed at the pillow on the bed, sending out a wave of expectation and nervousness. Simply put, she was trying to sleep with him? Luli's mind went blank in an instant. His bed, although quite large, was still just a normal size. Having a 3-meter-tall entity squeezed onto the bed, let alone sleeping, even turning around would be a challenge. More importantly, a solitary man and a strange being alone in a room. Just imagining the scene sent shivers down his spine. Luchiron? Luli tentatively called out, his voice dry, how did you get in? Luchiron's veil turned towards him, gently swaying, as if to say, I want to be here. She reached out her hand, her fingertips gently touching the bed's edge, her movements careful and endearing. The emotion from that connection was very clear, she wanted to be with him. No. Luli gritted his teeth and rejected her, pointing to the living room. You're too big, you can't sleep here, the living room is spacious, why don't you sleep there? Luchiron's veil lowered, her skirt slightly shrinking, as if feeling some grievance. The wave of emotion that followed was filled with disappointment, even more so than in the afternoon. She gently shifted her body, freeing up a small space at the very edge of the bed, just enough for Luli to curl up on, and then she pointed once again to that spot, her veil slightly lifting, as if pleading. In the dim light of the bedroom, that red figure huddled on the bed, the veil drooping, exuding an inexplicable sense of pity, like a large dog rejected at the door by its owner. It's not that I don't want you to sleep. He rubbed his forehead, his tone softening, it's really too small, look at your size. He gestured, my bed can't hold this. Luchiron seemed to finally understand the size issue, her veil lowered even further, taking the emotion from that connection down with it, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. Luli looked at her pitiful appearance, feeling puzzled. Was this strange being too human-like? That pitiful look was almost more relatable than some green tea bitches. He shook his head, throwing aside the disrespectful thought, and began to seriously consider a solution. He couldn't just let a near S-class strange being wander around the living room at midnight, right? What if she got bored and wrecked the place? How about, you sleep on the bedroom floor, he tentatively proposed, pointing to the empty space beside the bed. I can lay down some blankets for you, it's better than the hard floor. Lu Qirong gave no response, just the veil swayed slightly as if hesitating. Seeing this, Lu Li. Hurry up and seize the moment. You see, the bedroom is always safer than the living room. In case a thief comes in, you can help scare him away, right? He tried to persuade the other party with the idea of mutual cooperation. Although he knew how flimsy this reason was. After a few seconds, Lu Qirong finally slowly moved down from the bed. When the large body left, the mattress let out a pained groan, clearly sagging in the middle. Lu Li's eyelids twitched at the sight. It seemed this bed would need to be replaced sooner or later. He rummaged through the wardrobe and pulled out 2 thick blankets, laying them on the floor in the corner of the bedroom, trying to spread them as smoothly as possible. Sorry for the inconvenience, can you make do with this for one night? Tomorrow I will see if I can find some wooden boards to make you a simple bed. Lu Qirong walked over to the blankets, slowly knelt down, and spread her skirt, perfectly covering the blankets. She slightly tilted her head, the cover facing Lu Li, and a wave of calm emotion flowed through the connection, as if she accepted this arrangement. Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and turned off the big light, leaving only a dim yellow night light by the bed. So, good night? He climbed onto the bed, trying to move as far as possible from the red figure in the corner. Lu Qirong did not respond, but Lu Li could feel that the emotion from the connection was very stable, with a hint of satisfaction. The room fell into silence, only the sound of their steady breathing remained. Lu Li stared at the ceiling with his eyes wide open, thoughts jumbled in his mind. He could distinctly feel the large figure not far behind him, as well as the faint scent of sandalwood. This was probably the most exciting night he'd had since coming to this world. He didn't know how long passed, but just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard a faint sound of fabric rustling behind him. Lu Li instantly woke up, all the muscles in his body tensing up. He felt that Lu Qirong seemed to be moving. In the dark, the red figure slowly stood up, the cover casting a long shadow under the night light. She didn't come closer to the bed but propped herself up, the cover softly drooping, as if she was watching Lu Li in bed. Lu Li's heart jumped to his throat, he didn't dare to breathe. What was she trying to do? Have second thoughts? Or was she hungry and wanted a midnight snack? After a long time, Lu Qirong remained still. But the emotion coming from the connection was calm, and Lu Li furrowed his brows, really unable to make sense of this strange thought process. He cautiously tried to shift a little further away from the bedside. At that moment, Lu Qirong suddenly bent down, reached out her hand, and gently touched his ankle that was exposed outside the blanket with her fingertips. A cold sensation surged through him, and Lu Li shivered, almost letting out a shout. But the touch was only for an instant. She withdrew her hand and lay back on the blanket without any further movement. The emotion from the connection remained peaceful, as if the earlier touch was merely an unconscious action. Lu Li could no longer fall asleep, who understood the significance of being licked by a beast. Forget it, she has no hostility toward me now. Lu Li comforted himself, maybe she's just curious about how humans sleep. He forced himself to close his eyes, trying hard to ignore the figure behind him. After a long while, exhaustion finally overcame his anxiety, and he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 88, Going to Work. The summer morning sun is always warm and intense, overwhelming with bright light that quickly becomes scorching when shining on one's body. Woken up by the heat, Lu Li yawned and sat up from the bed, the fatigue from last night still lingering, his eyes catching sight of the empty corner of the bedroom. Just as a hint of doubt began to rise in his heart, he felt that familiar connection come through. He turned to look towards the bedside, and sure enough, there was that red figure quietly kneeling on the blanket, the cover slightly swaying, as if greeting him. Good morning. Lu Li rubbed his eyes and greeted her, his tone as casual as if she were just a roommate. Lu Qirong did not respond, just gently nodded her cover. Lu Li got up to wash and groom himself. While brushing his teeth, he pondered about today's work. After changing his clothes, he looked at Lu Qirong in the living room, and his brows furrowed again. I have to go to work now, and you're alone at home. Oh no, you're alone as a strange being at home. What if someone knocks on the door? Like a salesman or someone checking the water meter? He couldn't just let the other person open the door directly, right? By then, let alone the salesman, the whole building would probably be scared out of their wits. But leaving such a potential S-level strange being home alone really made him uneasy. What if she got bored and decided to mess things up? Just as Lu Li was in a dilemma, Lu Qirong suddenly moved. Her body began to become transparent, like ink drops diluted by morning light, the edges of her red wedding dress glimmering faintly. Moments later, she completely vanished into thin air in the living room, not leaving even a trace of spiritual power behind. Ha! Lu Li was so shocked that he took a step back, instinctively reaching for his waist, where he usually clipped the spiritual energy detector issued by the Investigation Bureau. Although it was just the most basic model, it was more than enough to detect any spiritual power fluctuations nearby. But at this moment, the detector showed no response. Where did she go? Just as he was puzzled, that connection suddenly became clear, like someone gently knocked in his mind. Lu Li focused and felt, a blurry scene appeared before him, a gray space with no up or down, only endless gray mist. Lu Chiron's red figure stood quietly in the mist, her veil seeming to look at him. Are you here? Luli silently thought, his tone tinged with surprise. Could this be the Pokemon storage space? A cheerful emotion came from the other side of the connection. Lu Chiron's figure swayed slightly in the mist, as if nodding. A confirming emotional wave followed, along with a soft thought, indicating that she could stay inside and appear beside him at any time without being discovered by outsiders. Luli was amazed. This function was simply tailor-made for stealth. He tried to concentrate, and indeed, he could clearly see the scenes in the conscious space and even feel Lu Chiron's emotions. This feeling was marvelous, like having a personal bodyguard that could go invisible at any time. Since there's this function, Luli suddenly realized, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous tone, why did you insist on squeezing into my bedroom last night? You could have just stayed in here, and it wouldn't have worried me about the bed collapsing. The emotion from the other side suddenly turned a bit flustered. Lu Chiron's figure shrank in the mist, and there was no response for a long time. After a while, a pleasing emotion came, as if she was playfully admitting her fault. Luli couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. The little bit of resentment in his heart vanished. All right, I admit you're impressive. Remember, no scaring people randomly, and absolutely no hurting anyone. Otherwise it seems I can't do much about you. Immediately, a joyful emotion came from the other side, as if promising she'd never make a mistake again. Luli shook his head helplessly. This clingy and strange nature was even more exaggerated than that of some couples in love. In the office of the logistics department at the Yunqing Investigation Bureau, as soon as Luli walked in, he was surrounded by several colleagues. The female colleague in charge of file management pushed her glasses up, curiosity on her face. Luli, I heard from others that you live in the Jinlu Garden community? Yes, what's up? Luli set down his backpack, realizing he couldn't escape. Oh my. So you personally experienced yesterday's S-level bazaar event? A female colleague from the finance department exaggeratedly covered her mouth. Quickly tell us, was it especially terrifying inside? I heard action team members say there were several A-level bazaar beings in there. Yeah, I also heard that team leader Chui Tai from Team 2 sacrificed himself. And that spirit exploration anchor Aki, she captured so many terrifying scenes during her livestream, did you see them? A group of people started chattering, their eyes filled with gossip and curiosity. The logistics department usually doesn't have dangerous tasks, so everyone's understanding of the strange realm mostly comes from the action team's rumors and news reports. With an eyewitness by their side this time, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Luli quickly calculated his words in his heart, showing just the right amount of fear on his face. Don't mention it, I was so scared that my legs went weak. I followed the big team the whole time and didn't see anything clearly. I just remember the fog was especially thick and there were screams everywhere. If I hadn't been lucky to be teleported out, you probably wouldn't see me now. As he spoke, he wiped his forehead as if he was truly still haunted by the experience. Wow, that sounds so thrilling. Surviving is a huge blessing. His colleagues expressed their amazement and asked a few more questions. When they saw Luli really couldn't provide any details, their interest gradually faded. Luli let out a sigh of relief and was just about to sit down for a drink when a cold cough suddenly came from the office door. Ahem. The once noisy office instantly fell silent. The colleagues who had just surrounded Luli dispersed like startled cats, each returning to their own desks, lowering their heads to pretend they were busy, not daring to breathe loudly. Luli looked up and saw Lin Wan standing at the door. Today, she wore a black professional suit, making her snow-white skin stand out, her figure graceful. Her long hair was loosely tied up, revealing a beautiful swan neck. There was little expression on her face, but her gaze was sharp as always. As she scanned the office, everyone instinctively straightened their backs. Luli, come to my office. Lin Wan's voice was not loud, but carried undeniable authority. Okay, Lin Jie. Luli's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the wall clock. There were still 5 minutes until working hours, after all. Chapter 89, Promotion and Raise. Lin Wan's office was not large, but it was neat and tidy. A landscape painting in ink was hanging on the wall, and a delicate succulent sat on the desk. In the corner stood a closed weapon rack, said to contain the weapons she used in the special operations team. Sit. Lin Wan pointed to the chair opposite her, while she herself sat behind the desk and opened the folder in front of her. You weren't hurt in the strange realm yesterday, right? Lin Wan asked while flipping through the documents, her head not raising, her tone emotionless. I'm fine, really, just a scraped skin. A night's rest is all I needed. Luli hurriedly waved his hands. Thank you for your concern, Lin Jie. Only then did Lin Wan look up, her gaze sweeping over him, as if confirming he was telling the truth. After a few seconds, a slight smile, almost a smirk, appeared on her lips. It seems you are indeed quite lucky. So many people fell, and you, an E-level, actually managed to return unscathed. It's mostly thanks to your guidance, Lin Jie. You always taught me to dodge danger and never to be reckless. Luli answered immediately. Lin Wan laughed at him, her cold face rarely showing a hint of softness. Stop with the jokes, let's talk business. She pushed a document in front of Luli. This is a notification from the Bureau. In light of your outstanding performance in this strange realm incident, as per Director Gao's suggestion, you are being promoted to the team leader of Group 3 in the logistics department. What? Luli doubted his ears, picking up the document and reading it multiple times to confirm it indeed said Luli. Team leader? Lin Jia, is this a mistake? I just got confirmed last month. This promotion speed is too fast. It's like riding a rocket. He was an E-level ability user in an agency filled with experts, the bottom of the barrel. Why suddenly promote him? Lin Wan leaned back in her chair, her hands crossed over her chest, watching him leisurely. Do you think it's a mistake? Luli's mind raced, instantly coming up with countless possibilities. Was his undercover identity discovered? Was this a smoke and mirrors trick? Or did the higher-ups want to cultivate him and then throw him into dangerous situations? How to explain to the other side of the gates of heaven? He was just a newly promoted junior staff member, suddenly getting a promotion. Didn't that stand out too much? Wouldn't it raise suspicion? Sister Lin, I feel my abilities are not enough. I really can't be the team leader. Luli quickly waved his hand, his attitude sincere. I am more suitable to shine and contribute at the grassroots level, to lay bricks for the construction of the logistics department. Oh? Lin Wan raised her eyebrow, but the leaders don't think so. She paused, as if suddenly recalling something, and added with a strange tone, by the way, Captain Xia from the action team just called and said he wanted to transfer you to the third team. He said you are a rare talent, and you are wasting your skills in the logistics department. Luli's face turned pale in an instant. To the action team? Isn't that pushing him into a fire pit? He didn't expect Xia Qianxiu to be so persistent. Refusing to his face wasn't enough, and he still had his eyes on him. What he pursued was comfort and stability, not heroic sacrifice. No way, no way. Absolutely not. Luli refused without even thinking, playing the lazy card. Sister Lin, my biggest dream in this life is to work well in the logistics department and provide good support for everyone. He grabbed Lin Wan's hand with an extremely earnest tone. Sister Lin, you have to help me. I just want to work under you. Wherever you go, I go, absolutely no job hopping. A hint of amusement flashed in Lin Wan's eyes, but she deliberately put on a serious face. That won't be easy. Director Gao and Captain Xia both named you. As a small team leader in the logistics department, how dare I compete with them for talent? Sister Lin, you must have a way. Luli moved closer, reducing the distance between them. Look, the logistics department needs careful and capable people like me. If I leave, who will handle those complicated reports for you? Who will run around delivering documents? Besides, I've almost developed a conditioned reflex under you. I definitely wouldn't adapt to another place. In the first video, Luli was the first to notice the abnormal behavior of the cultists, calmly warning his team to evacuate the crowd amidst the chaos, which reduced casualties. The next scene showed him decisively striking down a cultist at a critical moment. Gao Jiangwo watched the footage of the seemingly ordinary young man, his gaze growing increasingly appreciative. He flipped through the report from the intelligence department regarding Zhao Qi and Dong Xiaohong's inquiry into the mysterious realm. This Luli is quite good, he said, turning off the video. He told the secretary beside him, he has a good psychological quality, stays calm when it matters, and shows a bit of quick thinking. He's much better than those hot-headed youths. We should cultivate him well, he might be a great asset. The secretary nodded. You want the logistics department to promote him to give him some training first, right? Yes. Gao Jiangwo leaned back in his chair. Let him get familiar with the overall operations in the logistics department first. When the time is right, he can be transferred to the action team. This kid, he has a certain toughness, he's suited for big things. He didn't realize that the good asset he admired was currently hiding in a corner of the logistics department, sighing at the promotion document, his mind full of how to deal with the gate of heaven and the pesky bride from the mysterious realm. Luli looked at the title group leader of Team 3 on the document and suddenly felt that these comfortable and stable days seemed to be drifting further away from him. Chapter 90, Daily Life and Handovers. In the early days of the black mist descending across the world, high-tier ability users were extremely scarce. Coupled with the rule that heavy weapons and vehicles cannot be brought into the mysterious realm, it became difficult for countries to organize effective rescue operations, forcing them to helplessly abandon the trapped civilians within the black mist zones. It wasn't until 10 days later that the two-way passage between the black mist and reality officially opened, allowing the eerie entities to begin arriving in large numbers, enabling humanity to use missiles, fighter jets, and other weapons of mass destruction to carry out purges. However, in some high-level mysterious realms, the eerie powers released far exceeded the military response capabilities of smaller countries, ultimately causing 47 nations to completely fall, becoming areas ravaged by the eerie. Even when large countries attempted to drop nuclear bombs at the center of the passage, they could only eliminate those eerie entities that had already entered reality. The black mist connection between the two worlds still existed, and the eerie continued to pour in endlessly. Afterward, major nations had no choice but to form elite teams to continuously clean up the spreading areas, barely managing to control their activities within certain areas. Despite this, eerie entities would occasionally break through defenses, infiltrating human settlements and causing harm. To counter this threat, in recent years, various countries gradually reduced their border and remote region garrisons, concentrating their populations in central cities and their surroundings, and established standardized ability user teams in residential areas to prevent potential harm incidents or the sudden arrival of a new round of black mist. The Yun City Investigation Bureau, as part of the response system, has several functional departments, mainly including Command Center, responsible for unified dispatch and intelligence gathering, including dispatch and intelligence sections. Political Department, manages personnel training and public promotion, including training and publicity sections. Logistics Department, encompasses resource management, equipment research and deployment, and logistical support, including collection, technical, management, equipment, finance, and archive sections. Superpower Crime Governance Department, focuses on handling abnormal ability users and resolving supernatural incidents, including mental health and supernatural elimination sections. Action Troops, the main combat force, organized into the 1st to 4th squads, as well as a special operations squad for executing special missions. And Luli's promotion was to the management section of Group 3 in the logistics department. During lunchtime, Luli entered the cafeteria with his tray. As soon as he found a corner to sit down, he noticed Dong Xiaohong standing a short distance away with her tray, looking shy. "Xiaohong, sit here," Luli called out enthusiastically. Dong Xiaohong's eyes brightened, like a little rabbit that had just received permission. He walked over quickly and sat down, a shy smile on his face. "Lu. Team Leader Lu, congratulations on your promotion." She still instinctively wanted to call him Luli, but the words changed to a title at her lips, making her seem a bit shy. Unexpectedly, in just one day, a thick barrier had risen between us. "Is this what bureaucracy feels like? You seem well informed." "Just call me Luli, no need to be so formal," Luli said with a smile, handing her a carton of milk. Dong Xiaohong paused for a moment and quickly waved her hand. No, I brought my own water." "Take it, drinking more milk is good for your health," Luli insisted, placing the milk in her hands, his tone leaving no room for refusal, especially since she looked like she could use some care. Holding the milk, Dong Xiaohong's cheeks turned slightly red, and she softly said thank you, lowering her head to poke at the food on her plate, though her ears quietly turned red. "By the way, Xiaohong," Luli asked casually, "did you feel any discomfort after going home?" "No," Dong Xiaohong's face reddened even more as she shook her head, her voice was low, yet contained a hint of joy. "After taking a nap, I felt much better, and I can also receive a subsidy." "Subsidy?" This was the first time Luli had heard of such a thing. Subsidy? What kind of subsidy? "I forgot you've just arrived," Dong Xiaohong realized and explained to Luli. The subsidy refers to the Investigation Bureau personnel entering the Strange Realm. As long as you appear in the Strange Realm, you receive it regardless of being within the Black Mist reality. Luli suddenly understood, the Investigation Bureau is also finding ways to get people to work overtime. This overtime pay is quite thoughtful. And the subsidy is quite generous. If it weren't for the fact that many people would die, it wouldn't seem too bad, Dong Xiaohong said with a weak voice, expressing something a bit strange. As soon as she spoke, she seemed to realize her words were not entirely appropriate, abruptly lowering her head as if about to bury her face in her plate, her voice becoming muffled. "Is it very materialistic for me to talk like this?" Luli chuckled. He knew well that this girl came from a challenging family background, so it made sense for her to value money. So, he changed the subject to work matters, and Dong Xiaohong gradually relaxed, occasionally chiming in, and the atmosphere finally became less heavy. After finishing the meal and returning to the office, as soon as Luli sat down, he saw an elderly man with graying hair push the door open and enter. The old man wore thick reading glasses, dressed in a faded uniform, and held a somewhat worn cardboard box. He was his predecessor, the former leader of Team 3, Zhao Wuji. "Xiao Lu, congratulations," Zhao Wuji said with a beaming smile as he walked in, placing the cardboard box on the desk. "I've long heard you've done well in the Strange Realm. I didn't expect you to be promoted so quickly." The new waves pushed the old. "You're too kind, Zhao. I will have to seek your guidance more in the future." Luli quickly stood up and pulled out a chair for Zhao Wuji. He respected this soon-to-retire old team leader. Zhao Wuji had worked in the management department for 10 years, witnessing the founding of the Investigation Bureau. The experience he held was a distillation of time. "Seeking guidance isn't necessary. I'm soon going home to take care of my grandchildren." Zhao Wuji took off his reading glasses and wiped the lenses with his cloth, his tone filled with nostalgia. "In this box, I have all the work records from Team 3 over the years. Some are paper files and need to be kept well. I've already uploaded the electronic version to the shared drive. The password is the date Team 3 was established, so remember it." He opened the cardboard box, and inside were neatly stacked piles of documents, with a notebook on top whose cover had worn off. You need to keep this notebook. Zhao Wuji handed the notebook to Luli. It contains work tips, like how to deal with the equipment department to quickly get supplies, how to write reports so the upper management can immediately understand. Luli took the notebook, heavy in his hands, but what surged in his heart was not warmth. He was just a small group leader who slacked off, and there was really no need at all. Thank you, Zhao Lao. Thank what? We're all colleagues. Zhao Wuji waved his hand and began to assign tasks one by one. Group 3 is mainly responsible for regularly auditing warehouse inventory and the flow of materials. This matter must be taken seriously, otherwise, if the accounts don't match, you'll have a headache at the end of the year. Also, deal with internal complaints and dispute investigations. There aren't many issues in this area. During my tenure, I've only encountered it a few times. Luli listened attentively, nodding from time to time. Zhao Wuji rambled on for over an hour, from material classification to personnel relations, covering every detail as if he were talking to his own child. Once the handover was finished, Zhao Wuji stood up and patted Luli's shoulder. All right, I've said everything that needed to be said. Group 3 will be entrusted to you from now on. Do well, and don't let anyone think that we in logistics are just slacking off. Don't worry, I will work hard. Inheriting the glorious tradition of logistics, Luli nodded earnestly. Chapter 91, A Little Jealous. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the clock-in machine at the Investigation Bureau building sounded its prompt tone on time. Luli stretched lazily and stuffed Zhao Wuji's work notes into the drawer. Just as he finished tidying up, Lin Wan's message popped up, waiting for you downstairs. Luli's eyes brightened, and he quickened his steps a bit. It wasn't because he was excited to have dinner alone with his beautiful boss, but because he had long heard that the Bass Fish Restaurant in the south of the city was an old brand, famous for its steamed bass that was tender and boneless. The sour soup with fatty beef was also sour and spicy, whetting the appetite. Usually, he found it too far and was too lazy to run, but today was a perfect opportunity to indulge. In the parking lot downstairs, a black car was quietly parked under the shade of the trees. Lin Wan leaned against the car door, wearing a light beige dress. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, losing some of the office's cold charm and gaining a touch of gentle grace. Fast enough. Lin Wan looked up at him, a faint, elusive smile at the corner of her mouth. Of course, when Sister Lin treats, I can't afford to be late. Luli opened the passenger door and sat in, instantly enveloped by a light scent of cedar from her perfume, just like her, refreshing and pleasant. You're treating. Lin Wan sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and teased, looks like your promotion has given you a lot of confidence. That's for sure, I'll need Sister Lin to take good care of me in the future. Luli replied with a grin, but his gaze couldn't help but peek out the window, not to see the scenery but to calculate how long it would take to reach the Bass Fish Restaurant. The atmosphere inside the car was unexpectedly relaxed. Lin Wan didn't talk about work. Instead, she shared funny stories from her time on the Special Operations team, like mistaking a strange lair for a hot spring during one mission and almost being caught in a pot, or how the strong male team members were actually most afraid of cockroaches, needing the female team members to lead the way every time they went on a mission. Luli listened with great interest, occasionally chiming in with a quip, making Lin Wan laugh lightly. He discovered that peeling away the cold boss exterior, Lin Wan was actually quite talkative, and surprisingly easy to make laugh. Speaking of which, don't you want to join the action team? Lin Wan casually asked while turning the steering wheel. The benefits over there are pretty good, and Captain Xia thinks highly of you. Who knows, maybe you'd start shining over there. Luli shook his head. No way, no way. The action team has overtime every day, and the risk factor is high. The salary is only slightly more than logistics. The cost effectiveness is too low. I prefer a 9-to-5 schedule and getting off work on time. Lin Wan laughed at his blunt, slacking theory. Only you would dare to say this in front of me. She paused, her gaze softened a bit. Actually, this way is pretty good, stable. Luli didn't catch the depth in her tone, just nodded. Yes, stability is the most important. Now he was full of thoughts about the deliciousness of the bass fish, even starting to plan to bring his newly acquainted dining buddy next time. Remember that girl in the beret? She really liked to eat fish. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the base restaurant. The antique sign glowed red in the sunset, and a long line of people waited at the door. Good thing I reserved a table in advance. Lin Wan took out her phone to show the reservation information, her tone a bit proud. Luli timely praised, Sister Lin is brilliant. The two entered the restaurant, with wooden tables and chairs, ink-wash paintings hung on the walls, and a faint fish aroma wafted in the air. The waiter led them to a private room on the second floor, and Luli picked up the menu. We must have a steamed bass, sour soup beef, and a cold mixed black fungus with seasonal vegetables. Sister Lin, what else should we order? Lin Wan shook her head, just these, it's enough. The dishes quickly arrived at the table. The steamed bass lay on a white porcelain plate, drizzled with green onion and red pepper, the broth clear, the fish meat quivering, looking fresh and tender. Luli picked up a piece, blew on it, and put it in his mouth, instantly squinting his eyes, with few thorns, tender meat, and a hint of exotic fragrance. Delicious, right? Lin Wan watched him satisfyingly and also picked up a piece. The chef here, Chef Jia, is a summoner, able to summon a creature called tailskin deer. As long as the processed base is put into its belly and taken out again, it can become this delicious. Amazing, this base. Just a bit strange in the preparation, Luli said, then picked up a piece of sour soup beef, the sour and spicy broth stimulating his taste buds, making him feel ecstatic. Next time I must bring friends here. Lin Wan paused for a moment, looked up at him. Oh? Who would you bring? Just a friend I met online recently, we get along quite well, Luli casually said, completely unaware of the fleeting disappointment in Lin Wan's eyes. They had their meal for nearly an hour. Luli ate contentedly, while Lin Wan didn't talk much but also ate quite a bit. At the checkout, Luli rushed to pay, glancing at the number on the bill, feeling a little pain in his heart for a second, but thinking about the taste of the base, he felt it was worth it. Thanks, Sister Lin, this meal was amazing. Luli rubbed his belly, looking satisfied. You treated me. Lin Wan shook her head helplessly, starting the car. Shall I take you home? No, we probably aren't on the same route, be careful on the road. Watching the car merge into traffic, Luli's mind was filled with the base from earlier, considering whether to come again this weekend. He opened the door, and as the foyer light lit up, a red figure suddenly appeared in the center of the living room, startling Luli. Lu Qirong's veil swayed slightly, but Luli could clearly feel that the emotion from their connection felt a bit off, not the previous joy or grievance, but rather a hint of irritation. What's wrong? Luli changed his shoes and casually asked, not happy staying in the consciousness space? Lu Qirong didn't move, just turned her veil towards him, and the emotion from their connection grew stronger, like she was accusing him? Luli rubbed his chin. Could it be that the consciousness space was too boring? How about I find you something to do, he tentatively suggested, like watch some TV? I have quite a few old movies, can you take the tablet in? Lu Qirong still didn't move, just stretched out her hand, her slim fingers writing two characters on the floor, woman. Luli was even more confused, woman? Which woman? Lu Qirong seemed a bit anxious and wrote, in the car, in the restaurant. Luli finally realized she was talking about Lin Wan. He felt both amused and helpless. You're talking about her? She's my boss, the social affairs in Dragon Country are quite complex. You don't understand this strange world. It's natural for me to treat her to a meal, why are you jealous? Isn't this new bride's possessiveness a bit too strong? Lu Qirong didn't write anymore, just lowered her veil even more, and the feeling from their connection sent a wave of grievance and stubbornness, as if she felt terribly wronged. After a few seconds, she suddenly walked to the bedroom door, pointed at the bed, and then pointed at herself, her actions clear and straightforward. She wants to sleep in bed tonight. Luli. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. Is this a demand made out of a tantrum? No way. He refused without thinking. I already laid the blanket for you yesterday, how come you're changing your mind today? Lu Qirong ignored him and walked straight to the bed, her massive body slightly bending, revealing beautiful curves, really wanting to climb onto the bed. The red skirt swept across the floor, creating a gust of wind. Hey. Don't mess around. Luli hurriedly rushed over to stop her, this bed really can't take the weight. If you break the bed, we'll both have to sleep on the floor tonight. Lu Qirong halted her actions, turning her head towards him, her eyes radiating a pitiful emotion, even more wrong than the previous night when he refused her. Luli tried to reason, look, the bed is so small, if you lie down, I won't have any space left. Is it okay if we just sleep separately? Lu Qirong didn't listen, stubbornly standing by the bed, her head slightly shaking as if silently protesting. The two of them maintained a strange stalemate for a few minutes until Luli sighed, conceding. He pointed to the outside of the bed. You can only rest your upper body on the bed, but your lower body still needs to stay on the floor, alright? This way, the bed should hold up. I've already ordered a bigger bed. Lu Qirong immediately reacted, gently nodding her head, joy radiating from her eyes. Really? Luli found it amusing. I'm going to take a shower first. When he returned from the shower, he discovered Lu Qirong was carefully laying her upper body on the bed, her huge basketball-like form flattened on the bed, the red skirt spreading out like a blooming flower on the floor, her veil falling over the edge of the bed, just avoiding the ground. Her size was truly enormous, even just her upper body occupied most of the bed, leaving Luli with only a small space at the edge. Lu Qirong gently patted the bed with her hand, the motion resembling a gentle wife inviting her husband to bed. Luli helplessly climbed onto the bed, facing the beautiful bride, inevitably feeling a flutter in his heart. He could smell the cool sandalwood fragrance from Lu Qirong, mingled with a faint hint of spiritual energy, surprisingly comforting. He turned his head, looking at the red veil draping over the edge of the bed. A sudden thought sprang up in his mind, maybe she should take a shower before getting into bed. Chapter 92, Undercover. The night was as dark as ink, in a certain apartment's living room in Cloud City, only the glowing red of cigarette butts flickered in the darkness. The man took a deep breath of smoke, the smoke swirling in his lungs before he slowly exhaled, turning into a blurry white shadow in the air. Ashes fell onto the documents in front of him, a confidential report marked physical investigation of citizens in the Cloud 4 incident. Ha, these idiots. The man sneered, the cigarette between his fingers trembling slightly, a secret that can awaken ordinary people en masse, and they just leave it be? Arrest them, slice them for research, understand the principles, and mass produce it. Wouldn't that benefit all of humanity? A bunch of short-sighted fools. He became more agitated as he spoke, forcefully pressing the cigarette butt into the ashtray, sparks flying up and quickly extinguishing, like the suppressed ambition he was experiencing at that moment. Bang! The ceiling light suddenly turned on, the glaring light instantly dispelling the darkness. A fashionable woman stood at the doorway, and upon seeing the man suddenly revealed in the living room, she screamed, "Are you crazy? Sitting in the dark at home in the middle of the night, trying to scare me to death?" The man's sinister expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a flattering smile. He quickly stood up to greet her. "Ah, dear, you're back? I was just lost in thought and forgot to turn on the light. Don't be angry, I'll get you some water right away." In North America, a Gothic church pierced the night sky. On the magnificent domed mural, angels and monsters intertwined, and humans crawled beneath the feet of a half-man, half-beast existence. The scene is eerie yet solemn. In the center of the church, on a circular stone table, lies a naked girl. Beneath her fair skin, faint blue waves of spiritual energy flow slowly like water, clearly indicating she is a highly skilled ability user. 12 cultists clad in black robes sit around the stone table, their heads bowed, murmuring incantations. At the head of the table, an old man with white hair holds a golden staff, his wrinkled face is etched with piety and fervor. He opens his arms and recites a prayer in an ancient language, his voice hoarse yet possessing a strange penetrating quality, as if it could reach deep into the soul. Suddenly, the girl on the stone table lets out a painful moan, her body trembling violently. Her skin rapidly turns red in blisters, and her bones emit a cringing crack sound. The girl's face contorts into a horrific expression, her eyes bulging, her mouth wide open but unable to produce complete sounds, as if suffering the tearing pain from her very soul. The old man remains unmoved, continuing to chant the prayer, the gem atop his staff glowing with a dim red light that envelopes the girl. As the last syllable falls, the girl's body suddenly curls and shrinks, ultimately transforming into a mass of writhing flesh, bones and organs melt within, releasing a strong scent of sweet blood. Praise the Pope for granting us the elixir. The 12 cultists rise simultaneously, kneeling on one knee, their voices frantic and synchronized. They reach out, grabbing the flesh from the stone table and stuffing it into their mouths, gulping it down. Strangely, as the flesh enters their bellies, their spiritual energy rises sharply and grows denser, the originally sea-level strength showing faint signs of a breakthrough. The old man leans on his staff and starts to cough violently, his face pale as paper. A servant rushes forward, using a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. "Your Holiness, you should rest." "No problem." The old man waves his hand, his eyes gleaming with greed. "For the glory of the Lord, this cost is nothing." At that moment, a cultist steps forward quickly, kneeling on one knee. "Your Holiness, there's major news. An S-level holy site has appeared in Cloud City of Longwa, containing items that can awaken ordinary people's spiritual energy in bulk. According to reliable intelligence, the holy site has vanished, but those awakened individuals are still in Cloud City." "Oh?" The old man straightens up suddenly, a flash of ecstasy in his eyes. "Ordinary people awakening? This is a gift from the Lord." He strikes his staff heavily, and the gem emits a brilliant glow. "Let the followers of Longwa act immediately. At any cost, bring those awakened individuals back, or uncover the secrets of the items." "Yes." Similar orders spread across the globe at the same time. In an altar deep within the African rainforest, a shaman wearing a skull mask throws a living heart into the fire, where obscure whispers emerge from the flames. In the basement of an Eastern European castle, vampire nobles lick their lips, their eyes glimmering with hunger for food. In a secret base under the Antarctic ice, scientists in white lab coats smash petri dishes, releasing shrill screams from the strange embryos soaked within. The entire world, beneath a calm appearance, is churning with hidden currents. In the Management Section 3 office of the Cloud City Investigation Bureau, Luli grips his phone tightly, his brows furrowed. On the screen is an encrypted message, containing only 4 words: "Congratulations on your promotion. Signed, your loving family." This is a code from the gate of heaven. What alarms him is that the message was received 3 hours earlier than Lin Wan's verbal notification to him. How is this possible? Luli's fingers tremble slightly. How could they know so quickly? The news of his promotion was conveyed verbally by Lin Wan yesterday morning, and the official document was only issued this morning, with knowledge limited to the director, Lin Wan, and a few from the Human Resources Department. The Gate of Heaven not only learned of it immediately but received the news even earlier than him, the person involved. What does this mean? There are spies inside the Bureau of Investigation. And not just any spies, but ones with significant status, at least able to access core personnel changes. Countless thoughts flashed through Luli's mind in an instant. Could the list of spies given by the Raven and the Jackal be intentionally incomplete? Could there be problems with the two of them as well? No, their fear and respect for the guy do not seem fake. He calmed down and lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Inside the gates of heaven, the hierarchy is strict and factions are numerous. Although the Raven and the Jackal report directly to him, they might not know everything. I must figure out the issues within this. Luli took a deep breath, brought up the Raven's encrypted number, and dialed it directly. The phone was connected almost the instant he pressed the dial key, and a charming yet slightly flustered voice came from the receiver. My lord? You are looking for me? Luli could almost see the woman on the other end, always in a red gown, hurriedly tidying her clothes and assuming a respectful position. He wasted no words and deliberately lowered his voice, mimicking the cold tone of a boss, without an ounce of emotion. The list is incomplete, explain. This is a common tactic for workplace pressure, not giving the other party time to respond or concoct lies, directly throwing out the problem to create a psychological crack. Sure enough, a faint gasp came through the receiver, and the Raven's voice instantly became more tense. My lord, are you referring to the list of personnel embedded in the bureau? That list has all the personnel in the Yun City branch. Could there be something missing? Stop wasting words. Luli intensified his tone. What I want is everything, including those seeds hidden in the higher-ups. The list you gave me only has basic personnel. Is this what you call everything? The Raven fell silent for a few seconds, her tone tinged with sobs. My lord, you've misunderstood. I thought you wanted to cleanse the chief forces in the Yun City division. The chief has been making frequent moves, constantly pushing us outsiders away. I thought you wanted to take this opportunity. Luli's heart stirred. Chief? The high-ranking chief of the Gates of Heaven? The Raven and the Jackal had never mentioned this name. It seems this is the key to the problem. The Raven and their level cannot reach the higher secrets, and might even be deliberately misled by that chief. It seems the waters run deeper than expected. Luli squinted, his tone softening slightly as he spoke in vague terms. You and the Jackal have led me to contact you. You know what this means, right? My attitude is clear. I hope you can prove your value. I understand. The Raven's voice carried fear and urgency. Please, my lord, give me another chance to prove myself. Poof. Luli snorted coldly and hung up the phone. Immediately, he pulled up another number and dialed it. The phone was connected almost the moment he pressed the dial key, and a raspy voice came from the receiver. Chapter 93, Kidnapping. As the morning sunlight climbed up the windowsill, Luli was enveloped by a wave of soft, chilly sensations. He struggled to open his eyes and saw Lu Qirong half kneeling at the edge of the bed, her arms gently wrapped around his waist, her head resting on his chest. To be accurate, it was her pair of mountainous breasts, intimidating to any man, that pressed steadily on top of Luli's head. 20 to 30 pounds of weight wasn't heavy, but it carried an irresistible feeling of being bound, like being embraced by warm mountains. The sharp scent of sandalwood mixed with a faint, feminine aroma, sliding up his nostrils into his lungs, making his groggy mind instantly clear. Lu Qirong. Luli patted the red silk wedding dress covering his face, creating ripples. I can't breathe. A feeling of grievance flowed from the connection, as if she were acting spoiled. Lu Qirong not only didn't let go. On the contrary, she tightened her arms, holding him even closer, Luli's bones creaking softly, the cover stroking his hair, filled with clear reluctance. Since the last time they shared a bed, this strange bride seemed to have found new joy, coming every morning for this farewell hug, and her grip grew stronger, almost treating him like a pillow while sleeping. All right, I don't have to work today, I can lie with you for a while, he said helplessly, patting her hand lightly on the back. If you keep hugging like this, I'll be crushed. Lu Qirong's movement obviously paused for a moment, and after a few seconds, her arms slowly loosened. Luli quickly escaped from beneath the two big mountains, rubbing his scalp that had gone a bit numb from the pressure. After lying with the bride for a bit longer, he coaxed her into the consciousness space. Having his 3 meals outside or in the cafeteria, it was clear that Luli had no habit of storing fruits and vegetables at home. Although he wanted to lazily stay home with Lu Qirong for the whole day, he still had to go out and buy some supplies. The elevator slowly descended, and inside were 2 middle-aged women carrying vegetable baskets. When the two saw Luli, they just glanced at him, showing the indifference typical amongst residents of modern apartment buildings, and then they lowered their voices to chat. Hey, did you hear? Old Wang upstairs hasn't been seen this morning, his wife even called the police. And the owner of the supermarket downstairs, I passed by this morning, and the door was still closed. Usually it should be open for business by now. Ever since that last visit to that place, this community has become very eerie. Luli's heart sank slightly. Jinlu community had been designated by the Investigation Bureau as a temporary lockdown area after the last strange incident, announcing to the outside world that there were residual contaminated bizarre objects, restricting residents from coming and going freely. Logically, under such strict control, this series of disappearances shouldn't be happening. It seems there's a problem internally. He stroked his chin, his gaze sharpening. The sentry points established by the action team on the perimeter seemed tightly secured, but they could not prevent internal personnel from colluding. Next, it probably won't be peaceful. Luli warned himself and decided to contact the action team to see if he could find any clues. As he reached the bus stop outside the lockdown zone, a red taxi suddenly stopped in front of him, the window rolled down, revealing the face of a delicately made-up woman. "Handsome, where are you going?" "Get in, it's cheap and fast." The female driver winked at him, her voice carrying a hint of deliberate sweetness. Luli originally wanted to wave his hand to refuse. But for some reason, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind: it's nice to occasionally change the way of travel, and by the time he realized it, he was already seated in the passenger seat. Something's not right. Just as he fastened his seatbelt, Luli realized with a jolt that a strange mental fluctuation was trying to invade his consciousness, carrying a faint coercive hypnotic effect. His body instinctively remained calm, diffusing that fluctuation unnoticed. The female driver seemed unaware of the abnormality. Seeing him sit down obediently, a smirk of triumph appeared at the corner of her mouth. She started the vehicle, casually picked up her phone, turned on the speaker, and began to talk to someone in a relaxed tone. "Hey, I've got a customer. Don't worry, I'll do it cleanly and neatly, no one will notice." "Hey, what could go wrong? It's just an E-class small fry, you're making too big a deal out of this." "I saw him come out from inside with my own eyes." "It's settled then, I'm going over now. Once this is done, I can go to the Maldives for my honeymoon with my husband." Luli sat in the passenger seat, observing coldly, not even lifting his eyelids. He could sense Lu Qirong's restless emotions in the consciousness space, clearly having heard the female driver's words. "Don't worry." He comforted her silently in his heart. Let her talk more, it's a good chance to hear their plan. The taxi's speed was not fast. It was as if they were deliberately taking a detour. Luli closed his eyes to rest, but in fact, he was silently memorizing the route. After almost an hour, the car stopped on a remote street in the southern district, in front of a small shop with a sign that read Universal Clinic. The shop was not large, looking just like an ordinary community clinic, with 2 pots of half-dead potholes placed at the entrance. The female driver cheerfully opened the car door. "Handsome guy, we've arrived, get out." Luli cooperatively followed her into the clinic. As soon as he pushed open the glass door, the wind chime at the entrance rang out a crisp sound, while a stronger wave of mental energy surged in, much purer than the driver's hypnotic ability. Double insurance? Luli realized in his heart, this doorbell sound itself was a small supernatural object that could amplify the effects of mental control. Unfortunately, for him, this level of control was even less effective than a glance from Brando. The clinic was filled with a strange smell, a mix of disinfectant and blood. A man in a white coat with gold-rimmed glasses sat at the front desk. When he saw the female driver enter, he merely raised his eyelids and said nothing. The female driver didn't bother with him and directly led Luli towards the inner room. She lifted a medical bed covered with a white cloth, revealing a staircase leading underground. "Come with me." The female driver spoke with a hint of impatience, as if she were herding goods. Luli raised an eyebrow and followed her down. To his surprise, what awaited him at the bottom of the staircase was an unexpected sight. It was not the typical dark and damp basement. Instead, the lights were bright, and the space was as vast as a basketball court. All around, there were various bizarre devices, with sharp surgical knives and instruments laid out on metal platforms, and several researchers in white coats were busy around an operating table. But what they were doing was not surgery at all. One researcher was laboriously chopping up the material on the table with an axe, blood splattering all over him, yet his face remained expressionless, as if he were handling a piece of pork. Another person cautiously peeled something with a scalpel, and the tray held a few hearts radiating a faint spiritual glow. Clearly, these were the missing residents. Although his mind was not at peace, Luli maintained a blank expression of being controlled. "Snake lady, I've brought the goods." The female driver shouted to a woman adjusting equipment not far away. The woman turned around, wearing a black cheongsam that was slit to her thighs, outlining her curvy figure, with her bare thighs being white and round, her appearance undeniably charming. But when she spoke, it was in a typical northern girl's tone, completely opposite to her looks. "What are you yelling about? To show off your corpse queen skills, huh? That material you brought me last time was just an ordinary ability user. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. This one is worth at most what you owe me from last time." The corpse queen put on a fake smile. Upon closer inspection, her beautiful face had tiny cracks spread across it. "Sister is joking, this time there is absolutely no problem. I checked thoroughly, this handsome guy has lived in Jinlu community for several months, a real local material, clean as can be. I can't afford to mess around with you, Lady Snake." The snake lady snorted and swayed her serpent-like waist to walk in front of Luli, reaching out to grab his wrist. "It better be like that, step aside, I'll check the goods." As her fingertips just touched Luli's skin, her expression suddenly changed. According to logic, after her and the doorbell's double mental control, even a B-class ability user should be in a daze, but the man before her had a consciousness as clear as a pool of autumn water. His internal spiritual power, although only at E-class strength, was extraordinarily strange and completely unaffected by her mental interference. You. The snake lady took a sudden step back, her eyes instantly turning into vertical pupils. In her pupils flickered a dangerous light. Dead woman. Don't think about your dead husband. Did you know you brought a ghost in here? What? The smile on the corpse princess's face froze instantly. Seeing the serpent princess's serious expression, which seemed genuine, she panicked. Just as she wanted to argue, she was coldly interrupted by Luli. Don't rush to turn against each other. Luli raised his head, with no trace of confusion on his face, his gaze sharp as a knife. I still want to know your plan. Can you please continue? Realizing the disguise could no longer hold, the serpent princess did not act immediately. Instead, she put on a delicate tone, trying to probe. Which friend from the path are you? Why not reveal your name? Maybe we are fellow disciples. Oh? Luli leaned aside, his gaze landing on her Cheongsam slit. He noticed that her pale thighs had turned into a snake tail covered with fine scales, gently swaying behind him, the tip radiating a cold light. But your tail doesn't say the same. With the disguise exposed, the last glimmer of luck in the serpent princess's eyes vanished. She shouted fiercely, attack! The surrounding researchers had long since abandoned their work, each pulling out glowing weapons from behind their devices, some with jagged blades, some wrapped in black mist, clearly specially processed spiritual weapons. The corpse princess also completely tore off her disguise, rolling her eyes to reveal pure white pupils, squealing, husband. With her call, a pale-skinned little boy in suspenders appeared out of thin air, his eyes pitch black, his mouth twisted into a strange smile, hugging a bloodstained doll. Various colors of spiritual light suddenly lit up, blades slicing toward Luli's head with whistling winds, spiritual bullets locking onto his heart, while the boy's eerie entity opened its mouth and sprayed a stream of dark green toxic mist. Their attacks were extremely precise, deliberately avoiding the surrounding experimental equipment, clearly unwilling to damage the work environment. However, the expected bloody scene did not occur. All attacks came to a halt half a meter away from Luli, as if hitting an invisible wall. The spiritual light instantly dissipated, weapons fell to the ground, and even the dark green toxic mist evaporated completely. The air in the underground space froze, leaving only the faint hum of the instruments at work and the heavy breaths of the crowd. The serpent princess's tail flicked uneasily on the ground, scales rubbing against the floor with a fine sound, yet it couldn't shatter this eerie silence. The corpse princess held her husband, her body trembling slightly. That previous attack could make even a B-class ability user retreat, yet this man before them stood motionless, as if just brushing off dust from his shoulder. A-class, he must be an A-class ability user. A researcher couldn't help but whisper, the scalpel in his hand clattering to the ground, sounding especially harsh in the empty space. As soon as this was said, the others looked at Luli with even more awe. In the real world beyond the eerie realm, A-class ability users undeniably stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid. The large Cloud City Investigation Bureau could count its A-class members on its fingers. Each one was a significant figure capable of standing alone, and in any organization, they could easily become senior personnel. Yet Luli seemed to have not heard their discussion, his gaze fixated on the little boy's eerie entity beside the corpse princess. Is this the husband you've been thinking about? His tone dripped with disdain. Let me remind you, practicing alchemy is a crime. It's not too late to turn yourself in now. The corpse princess was left speechless, her lips trembled as she squeezed out a few illogical defenses. It's not that. Love knows no age, we truly love each other. Her voice became softer, almost fading into invisibility. These days, Luli and Lu Qirong were not just busy sharing a bed. After repeated explorations, Luli discovered that through the link with Lu Qirong, he could actually borrow some of her abilities, and he had already summarized a set of usage methods. For example, the invisible barrier enveloping him at this moment was formed using Lu Qirong's polluted power. This defense was almost immune to attacks below grade A, and it didn't require Lu Qirong to manifest physically, making it highly covert. It seems that this soft rice is pretty worth it, Luli secretly murmured in his heart, but his face still remained cold as he turned his gaze towards the snake lady. Seeing this, the snake lady knew that pretending to be foolish would not work. Her snake tail obediently coiled beneath her, forming a solid support. Her attitude instantly became submissive, and her tone was almost flattering. Esteemed sir, just now, we did not recognize the great mountain, and have offended you. I apologize on behalf of the sisters of the Tuyuan secret sect. These words were both a show of weakness and a probe, bringing up the name of the Tuyuan secret sect to see Luli's reaction. If he showed any fear, there might be room for negotiation. Luli's face showed no expression, as if he had never heard that name, and he flatly repeated, tell me what you are doing here. The smile on the snake lady's face stiffened for a moment, and she awkwardly said, Sir, this is a secret of our sect, I'm afraid it's not convenient to disclose. She still held a glimmer of hope in her heart, wishing to slip through the cracks. Not saying? Luli stepped forward, and the air around him seemed to solidify. The invisible pressure made the snake lady catch her breath. It seems you are refusing to drink the wine offered and are willing to take punishment wine instead. The snake lady. She almost couldn't maintain her expression. Why did that sound so familiar? The deep and unfathomable aura around the man in front of her made her dare not have any more illusions. Chapter 95, All Directions Stir. I'll say. The snake lady quickly softened, thinking anyway this matter couldn't be hidden for long. They were just the fastest group to act. 3 days ago, our leader received a mysterious message, saying that ordinary people coming out of the Cloud City Weird Realm have awakened spiritual power. She paused, observing Luli's reaction. Seeing that he had no particular response, she continued, the leader found this suspicious, judging that there must be some secret hidden within these people's bodies, perhaps able to unlock the mystery of how ordinary people awaken quickly. So she sent us here to establish a base, capture those awakened ones, research their bodies, and find out the truth. Luli's brows furrowed slightly. As he guessed, these people were indeed here for those awakened ordinary people. But what was this mysterious message? Was it leaked by an insider from the investigation bureau, or was there another force pushing from behind? Who sent the mysterious message? What was the specific content? Luli pressed on. The snake lady shook her head. I don't know. The message appeared directly in the leader's inbox, with no signature and no source to trace. The content was very simple, just saying survivors of the Cloud City Weird Realm, all become seeds of spiritual energy, act quickly. Seeds of spiritual energy. Luli silently recited these 4 words in his heart, and his gaze became profound. Was the awakening of those ordinary people merely for the strange bride to absorb their spiritual power to strengthen herself? The black locust tree, the bizarre wedding, the sudden awakenings. It seemed that there was an invisible hand pushing behind all of this. What have you researched? He looked at the bloody operating table and the heart twitching on the tray, his stomach churning. A trace of pride flashed across the snake lady's face. She seemed quite confident in her research results. We found that there is a special energy particle inside these awakened ones, very similar to the corrupted power of the Weird Realm, but even purer. This particle can transform the human body, allowing ordinary people to break through their limits and generate spiritual energy. She pointed to a head immersed in green liquid nearby. Look at this. Originally just an ordinary worker, after awakening, he surprisingly gained C-grade spiritual power. We extracted his brain fluids and mixed them with strange blood to create a potion that temporarily boosts spiritual power. Trash. Luli's gaze was as cold as ice. These people are not researching at all, they are clearly conducting inhumane and terrifying experiments. The Snake Princess continued to speak. Unfortunately, we have too few people and can only sneak in to catch some isolated awakeners. I heard other forces have also received the news. Soon, Yun City will be completely in chaos. Other forces? Luli caught onto the key information. Who else is eyeing these awakeners? The Snake Princess hesitated for a moment and still said, those who can access such high-level information are just a few old sects and some hidden powerful families. By the way, I heard even mercenaries and wizards from abroad have taken an interest. It seems a group has already infiltrated Yun City. Luli's face turned even more serious. The situation was more complicated than he imagined. He originally thought it was just Heaven's Gate causing trouble, but he didn't expect so many forces to be involved. Those ordinary people who awakened have now become Tang Sang meat in the eyes of various forces. How many people have you caught? Luli's voice carried a hint of barely noticeable coldness. Sensing something was off, the Snake Princess's gaze flickered. Not many, just these few from today. We only arrived in the last 2 days, and there wasn't much chance to make a move. Luli said nothing, just coldly looked at her. That gaze seemed to penetrate her heart, making the Snake Princess feel uneasy. It's 27, the Corpse Princess suddenly spoke up. She's lying to you. We caught 27. They have all turned into spiritual potions. The Snake Princess turned sharply to glare at the Corpse Princess, her eyes fierce. What nonsense are you spouting, you copper refining addict? I'm not lying. The Corpse Princess, seemingly desperate, took a few steps back with the little boy, distancing herself from the Snake Princess. I've been having nightmares every day, dreaming that those people are coming to claim my life. I don't want to do this anymore. I just want to live happily with my husband. Luli ignored the argument between the two. Hand over everything you've researched. The Snake Princess turned pale. Sir, this. What? Luli raised an eyebrow. Do you want to test it? The Snake Princess gritted her teeth and ultimately chose to compromise. She knew that against absolute power, any resistance was futile. I will do it right away. She turned and sternly ordered the researchers, bring all the research materials and potions over. The researchers did not dare to be slow, quickly putting down their weapons and collecting the documents and potions. Just then, a sneer echoed, a hoarse voice resounding. The secret sect of transmutation is ultimately a bunch of insects rolling in the mud. At the entrance of the underground space's staircase, a tall and slender figure had unknowingly taken a stand. He wore a meticulously tailored black trench coat, a golden eye patch with thorns and snake patterns covered his left eye, and in his pale fingers, a dagger slowly rotated. His remaining right eye glinted sharply like a hawk, accurately locking onto Luli in the center of the scene. To have such excellent offerings, yet disturbed by outsiders. His tone was calm, but his words dripped with disdain for the two women. However, this rude evaluation did not infuriate the two. Instead, it eased their expressions, a hint of hidden joy flashing in their eyes. The masked man, Ariadne, completely ignored them. A stranger's face. He spoke, his voice still low and hoarse. "Tell me your name." To dare to touch something marked by the Bloodhand Gang means you must understand that this itself is a transgression that requires a price to be paid. At this moment, Luli's recent crazy research into cult organizations finally had practical use. Information about the Bloodhand Gang automatically surfaced in his mind. The Bloodhand Gang, an internationally notorious Italian underground organization. Famed for its cruel methods, it is said to be closely related to the Nordic sect that worships vampires, its style shadowed in dark hues, making it a feared name in the underworld. He looked at Ariadne, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Bloodhand Gang? I heard your organization has 5 A-class ability users, each corresponding to a finger. I wonder which one you are. But since you are here, after today, the Bloodhand won't be able to make a fist anymore." As soon as he spoke, not only did the Serpent Lady and the Corpse Lady change their expressions, but even the researchers gasped in shock. To dare speak to someone from the Bloodhand like that, it was basically seeking death. Ariadne paused as she was twirling the dagger, her remaining right eye flashed with killing intent, yet her tone remained calm, eerily calm. "It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. It seems I need to make you understand what true despair is." He didn't waste any more words, just flipped the dagger into a reverse grip, slowly raised his other hand to his chest, making a gesture similar to grabbing. "Look into my eyes." His deep voice seemed to carry a sort of magic, and Luli instinctively looked towards him, especially at the left eye covered by a golden eye mask. At the moment their gazes met, it seemed a dark light was shining from beneath Ariadne's left eye mask. "Judgment, your limbs shall bear a weight of 1,000 pounds. An invisible yet incredibly heavy pressure instantly bore down on Luli's limbs. The air seemed to turn into thick lead, trying to firmly pin him to the ground. This was one of the abilities the Bloodhand's ring finger, the last words, Ariadne was best at. As an A-class control wielder, he could use his gaze as a medium to establish an instant micro-contract with the target, applying forced constraints or damage by distorting local rules. In his past battles, countless ability users had collapsed under this sudden heavy pressure, becoming lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Luli frowned. The pressure was indeed alarming. If it were an ordinary B-class, they would probably have their bones shattered and fall to the ground by now. But with the powerful body enhanced by Lu Chiron, his muscles tensed up, and he resisted this pressure, his feet barely sinking into the ground. Ariadne made a sound of confusion, surprise flashing in his right eye. His last word's judgment rarely completely failed on first use, especially against physical ability users, often able to instantly destroy the opponent's mobility. Was this person's physical strength terrifying to such an extent? Is this all you've got? Luli sneered, abruptly stepping forward. That invisible weight, capable of crushing steel, was forcibly broken through by him using pure strength, and where his foot landed, the ground cracked. Ariadne's gaze tightened as he reacted swiftly. In the moment Luli broke the shackles and rushed forward like a cannonball, the dark light beneath his left eye mask flashed again. Judgment, your senses shall fall into endless darkness. This time, he was targeting perception. He aimed to strip this tricky opponent of sight, hearing, and even the sense of touch to his own limbs, turning him into a puppet that could only be slaughtered. But Luli's momentum did not slow in the slightest, his fist screeched through the air, striking accurately towards Ariadne's face. It was as if the judgment to strip away 5 senses had never taken effect. What? Ariadne's face finally changed slightly, a storm rising in his heart. He had never encountered someone who could completely ignore last word's judgment. He positioned the dagger horizontally in front of him, trying to block this earth-shattering punch. Clang! A harsh sound of metal clashing. Ariadne was pushed back several meters by the terrifying force from the punch, his arm holding the dagger tingling with numbness. He looked at Luli with doubt and uncertainty. The other person had clear eyes and smooth movements, showing no sign of being deprived of perception. Mental attack? Luli shook his wrist, feeling somewhat surprised. The strange ability that the other person had applied to himself turned out to be completely sensationless? It was like a gentle breeze brushing over a mountain rock, the rock standing firm and unmoving. In an instant, he realized that during the previous incident in the Eerie realm, he seemed to have resistance to this kind of damage. Ariadne stared at Luli intensely, a rare seriousness appearing in his remaining eye for the first time. His last word's judgment was essentially a coercive rule contract, its effectiveness relying on branding the target's spirit and soul. If the target's spirit or soul couldn't be affected, then the judgment would naturally be invalid. An immunity to spiritual and soul interference. Ariadne's voice was terrifyingly low. No wonder you're so arrogant. Looks like your tricks are useless against me. Luli grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his fighting spirit burning even more fiercely, just right to be used as a trial stone. Since the other party's ability couldn't work, the next step would be simple: crush him with absolute power. His figures surged again, this time faster and stronger. The ground beneath his feet cracked open again as he transformed into a blurred shadow, lunging at Ariadne, giving him no chance to catch his breath or use other abilities. Ariadne fully retracted his contempt. He knew that facing such a physical monster immune to spiritual attacks, any fancy techniques might fail. Contract? Amplify! He shouted low, channeling the power of the contract into himself. He could see faint blood-colored patterns appearing beneath his skin, his muscles slightly swelling, his speed and strength instantly enhancing several times. With the Bloodhand clan secret method, his figure became like a ghost, leaving trails of shadows during high-speed movement. The dagger in his hand drew deadly gleams, specifically targeting Lu Li's joints, throat, and other vital areas, occasionally able to unleash bursts of speed that rivaled Lu Li's, avoiding direct confrontation. For a time, the underground space was filled only with the muffled sound of fists and feet clashing, as well as the piercing shrieks of metal clashing. Two shadows intersected, separated, and collided at high speed. Lu Li's strength and defense were terrifying, each punch containing the power to break stones, and wherever his fist windswept, nearby experimental instruments exploded, metal fragments flying everywhere. Ariadne excelled in superb techniques and bizarre movements, the dagger specifically targeting vital joints and throats, and occasionally able to burst forth with speed that matched Lu Li's with the secret method. The two fought from the center of the hall to the corner, leaving a path of destruction in their wake, experimental instruments shattered by the dissipated energy and the aftermath of their punches, the walls covered in cracks and deep fist prints. The entire underground space seemed to have experienced a small earthquake. The Snake Queen and the Corpse Queen had long retreated to a distance, their faces pale as they watched a battle that exceeded their understanding. Their proud abilities seemed so pale before the sheer violence of these two. Boom! After another hard impact, the two each stepped back a few paces, the ground beneath them shattered. Lu Li's breath remained long and steady, while Ariadne's breathing was slightly rushed, the hand holding the dagger showing signs of cracking, blood seeping through. He looked at Lu Li, who was unharmed and increasingly eager for battle, his left face covered by a golden eye mask appearing somewhat sinister in the dim light. Pure violence can indeed break many rules. Ariadne slowly stood upright, the killing intent and seriousness in his right eye intermingling. But my strength is beyond your imagination. Chapter 96, Denial. Ariadne's left hand clawed like a hook, firmly gripping the golden eye mask carved with thorns and serpent patterns. His fingertips turned white from the strain, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged as if resisting some immense force from the mask itself. A soul-chilling aura, like tangible black fog, began to seep through the gaps between his fingers, and the surrounding air suddenly became thick and icy. From beneath the golden mask came a faint but teeth-grinding crack sound, as if some ancient seal was being forcibly pried open. The thorns and serpent patterns on the surface of the mask seemed to come alive, slowly twisting and emanating an ominous dark red glow. Ugh! A low roar filled with pain and a kind of release squeezed out from deep within Ariadne's throat. He suddenly tore the mask to one side, creating a gap. There were no eyeballs. Beneath the mask, there was not a flesh and blood body, but a bottomless whirlpool of darkness. In the center of the whirlpool, a point of scarlet light suddenly flared up, like the pupil of a demon. The moment that I opened, the aura around Ariadne underwent a transformation. Frenzied, chaotic, pure destructive will replace the previous coldness and calm. The ground beneath his feet silently turned to dust, and his black cloak danced wildly without wind. The rules do not apply to you. Ariadne's voice became overlapping and distorted, as if countless voices were howling simultaneously within him. Then, let the most direct truth annihilate you, along with your arrogance. He no longer recited any words of judgment. From the exposed dark whirlpool, the scarlet light surged. Buzz! Lu Li couldn't even see the trajectory of the attack, an indescribable immense force slammed into his chest. It was not a physical impact, but rather the very space he occupied was being forcibly negated by some power. Pooh! Lu Li was like a target struck by an invisible battering ram, hurtling backward, a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spewed out. He crashed heavily against a hard concrete wall, creating a human-shaped dent, spiderweb cracks spreading out. Severe pain radiated from his chest and back, and Lu Li felt as if his ribs were cracking. He was horrified. The power of this blow far exceeded the previous one, and there was simply no way to dodge it with speed or reflexes. It seemed to directly affect the space he occupied, ignoring distance and defense. Cough, is this your true power? Lu Li struggled free from the dent in the wall and landed on the ground, his steps a bit unsteady. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes remained sharp, fixed intently on Ariadne's exposed eye of the abyss. True despair is only just beginning. Ariadne's voice was cold and merciless. The scarlet glow in the whirlpool of his left eye flickered once more. Lu Li's strong intuition alerted him again to the source of the deadly threat. Without hesitation, he lunged to the side. Swoosh! The ground where he had been standing, along with a large area behind him, disappeared silently like an erased pencil drawing, leaving a perfectly smooth half-circular pit. Ariadne gave him no chance to breathe, his left eye flashed continuously. Buzz. 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 Invisible negation powers sliced and erased through the space like the scythe of death. Luli pushed his physical speed to the limit, tumbling and dodging in the narrow gaps. Each evasion was fraught with peril. The released energy shock and the structural damage from the negated areas made the whole underground space violently shake, and huge stones fell from above. What's wrong? Where's that arrogant bravado from earlier? Ariadne closed in step by step, the dark whirlpool seemingly tireless, continuously exuding a hopeless aura. He raised his hand, and this time, that invisible force no longer scattered. But it was condensed into one point, aimed directly at Luli, who had just dodged an attack and had not yet stabilized his stance. Buzz. A more concentrated wave of nothingness descended in an instant. Luli could not avoid it, he could only cross his arms in front of him, his muscles tensing to the extreme, a faint red light flickering beneath his skin as he tried to withstand the blow. Boom! He was violently smashed into the ground by the force. A human-shaped pit suddenly appeared. Dust filled the entire field of vision. The Snake Queen and the Corpse Queen curled up in the corner, already scared out of their wits. They watched the pit covered by dust, not daring to breathe. To them, after enduring such a terrifying attack, there was no possibility for Luli to survive. Amidst the dust, Luli, still dressed neatly, lay at the bottom of the pit. He tried to climb up but felt a wave of weakness and dizziness. Ariadne slowly walked to the edge of the pit, looking down at the struggling Luli from above. The crimson light in the black vortex remained cold, but his face had turned pale, his breathing a little rushed. Clearly, maintaining this state was also consuming him greatly. A body immune to mental interference, truly rare. He spoke hoarsely, with an indifference that suggested he controlled life and death. But in the face of absolute negation, it is still just a stubborn stone. He raised his hand again, the light in his left eye's vortex began to rapidly condense, clearly preparing for the final strike, to completely negate Luli and the pit he was in from this world. Chapter 97, My Bride. Luli's blood-stained lips curved into a near self-mocking smile. He looked at the ever-brighter light spot and muttered, as if talking to himself, his voice faint but clearly echoing in the deathly silent underground space. Looks like this borrowed power at most can only deal with ordinary A-levels. Encountering someone like you, a five-finger level character, it's still not enough. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but there was no despair in his eyes. Instead, a hint of helplessness flashed, as if finally letting out a sigh of relief. He spoke softly. I originally wanted to relieve some stress, but didn't expect the pressure to be even greater. Alright, this time, it seems I have no choice but to eat this soft rice. Ariadne sneered, is this your last words, scared stupid by the despair of death? Luli ignored him. In this life or death moment, he calmly called out a name that made no sense to anyone. Come out, my bride. Boom. An indescribable, overwhelming foul power erupted suddenly, as if an ancient beast that had slept for billions of years woke up, erupting from the center of the pit where Luli was located. This power belonged neither to light nor darkness, but carried with it extreme resentment and strange contract power, like a thick, blood-red tide, instantly filling every corner of the underground space. The air suddenly became as heavy as lead, as if boundless vengeful souls were silently wailing, and even the light was dyed with a layer of ominous dark red, carrying a chilling cold that pierced the bones. Had this secret base not been reinforced with special materials and inscribed with a matrix to hide its aura, just this moment's explosion of energy would have been enough to make all perceptive ability users within several kilometers collapse in fear. At the center of this suffocating storm of foul power, the space twisted violently like torn satin. In the next moment, a huge figure silently appeared between Luli and Ariadne, blocking them. It was a woman nearly 3 meters tall, wearing a Chinese-style wedding dress. The wedding dress was blood-red as if dyed with blood, with intricate dragon and phoenix patterns and mandarin ducks playing in the water embroidered with golden threads. However, under the influence of the overwhelming foul power, these symbols of beauty now exuded a chillingly eerie atmosphere. The wide veil hung down, and from the sleeves, a pair of fingers, slender but so pale they had no color of life, were exposed. Long nails painted the same scarlet as the coral. Her head was completely covered by a large red embroidered veil, with golden tassels swaying gently without a breeze, hiding all features, leaving only a captivating sea of red. She stood there silently, like an ancient ghost, without a sound, radiating an overwhelming aura of fear. Ariadne, who had just controlled the scene, suddenly found his pupils shrinking to the limit. The dark vortex in his left eye, capable of negating existence, pulsated uncontrollably at that moment as if encountering an absolute suppression of power. That concentrated light of destruction was forcibly dulled and dimmed by the sudden wave of corruption, even faintly radiating a tremor of fear. What is this? Ariadne's voice lost its calm for the first time, filled with incredulous panic. He felt that the power of his left eye, proud and derived from the Lord of Blood, was trembling instinctively before this silent bride in a wedding gown. The snake lady and the corpse lady standing behind were as pale as paper, their bodies stiff, unable to move even a little, as the primal fear rendered their minds blank. The red veil shifted slightly, and an unseen gaze seemed to penetrate that layer of red cloth, indifferently sweeping over the prepared Ariadne, finally landing on Lu Li, who was struggling to support himself at the bottom of the pit. No questions, no words. But a thick wave of corruption, like a living tentacle, brushed gently over Lu Li, causing him to grunt, feeling a chill wash over him, as the sharp pain suddenly lessened by more than half. Ariadne witnessed this scene, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He no longer hesitated, screaming as he aimed his left eye at the bride in red, unleashing a dark red beam much thicker than when he attacked Lu Li. This ray condensed all his will to destroy, crazily aiming to utterly negate all unknown fears, tearing through the air, heading straight for the bride. Facing this terrifying ray capable of erasing space, the bride in red simply raised her pale hand elegantly. She did not evade or block, but simply touched the space-tearing ray with her fingertip painted in scarlet coral. A soft popping sound echoed, almost inaudible. A sound so faint it was nearly inaudible, like morning dew shattering. The dark red ray, containing the rule of negation, when touched by her fingertip, dimmed instantly like a match thrown into an endless abyss, its structure quietly collapsing and silently vanishing. It left no trace and caused no ripples of energy. Ariadne's single eye widened to the limit, his face showing near-collapse horror and disbelief for the first time. No. It's impossible. His beliefs suffered a crushing blow at that moment. The bride's large red figure vanished from the spot like a specter, without a hint. The next second, she was already standing before Ariadne. A pale hand pierced through all the defensive energy and bloodline secrets he hastily set up, as if passing through a layer of illusion, gripping his throat with an irresistible absolute power, lifting him off the ground. Ariadne struggled wildly, the dark vortex in his left eye erupting in a final frenzy, trying to negate the hand and its owner up close. However, when that terrifying power of negation touched the sleeve of the bride's scarlet gown, it melted instantly like snowflakes plunging into boiling oil, leaving no trace whatsoever. Ariadne's expression, lifted off the ground, twisted with suffocation and fear. The bride remained silent. But the icy killing intent was like a tangible force. Another pale hand was raised, the sharp crimson nail on the index finger, like the spearhead of judgment, slowly pointed toward the dark vortex of the left eye. In Ariadne's pupils, that increasingly closer crimson nail was reflected, filled with endless despair and unwillingness. No! He let out the last roar from the depths of his soul. The battle was completely overturned at the moment this silent bride arrived, heading toward an irretrievable end. Ariadne's roar got stuck in his throat, turning into desperate hissing sounds. The dark vortex of his left eye spun wildly at an unprecedented speed, trying to resist one last time, but the dark red energy pouring out was like a small stream crashing against a giant rock, scattering and fading before it reached that pale fingertip. PFF. A faint muffled sound. That sharp nail, like a hot knife cutting through butter, pierced effortlessly into that swirling dark vortex. Ah! This time, Ariadne's voice was no longer a roar, but a heart-wrenching scream. His whole body convulsed violently, grasped by the throat and held in the air like a fish out of water. The dark vortex began to collapse, no longer releasing destructive energy, but filthy blood color and black shimmering light, the essence of that eye being forcibly destroyed. The bride in red stood steady as a rock, not a trace of tremble. Her gaze, obscured by the red veil, seemed to watch the collapse happening beneath her fingertip. Then, as if discarding a piece of garbage, she flicked it aside. Boom! Ariadne's body turned into a cannonball, wrapped in residual dark red energy, crashing through the heavy concrete wall in the distance, deeply embedding into it, debris and dust scattering, never to sense any sound again. Only the humanoid broken hole in the wall, and the remnants of energy in the air not yet completely dissipated, testified to his once existence. Chapter 98, Captive. Hiss. This was the sound of the snake lady gasping for breath, but twisted and weak due to extreme fear. Her enchanting and bewitching face was now as pale as paper, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. Instinctively, she coiled her snake body into a lump, trying to reduce her presence, afraid that the gaze beneath the red veil would next land on her. On the other side, the corpse lady, whose face was already devoid of color, now wore a layer of deathly gray, trembling in fear as she held her husband tightly. And those researchers hiding in the corners were showing even more pitiful expressions. Some rolled their eyes and fainted, collapsing to the ground. Everyone pressed their mouths tightly closed, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might attract the attention of that red-clad entity, their faces twisted in fear, tears and snot flowing freely. This was not a battle, this was the despair of ants facing a natural disaster. Lu Qirong withdrew the nail that had pierced Ariadne's left eye, the fingertip still smooth and clean, untouched by any filth. Lu Li moved his body, which no longer hurt, gazing at the 3-meter-tall red figure in front of him, letting out a long sigh, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. I have to say, this meal is really fragrant. His gaze passed over the bride's massive figure, landing on the humanoid hole on the distant wall, as well as the snake lady and corpse lady huddled together, his eyes sharpening again. Where is the thing I want? Lu Li's voice broke the silence. He moved his shoulder, which still throbbed faintly, his gaze sweeping over the trembling researchers, finally resting on the snake lady. The snake lady shivered, forcing her almost limp body to straighten up, her voice trembling but not daring to delay. "It's here. I'll get it for you right away." She turned around and shouted at the terrified researchers, "What are you waiting for? Organize the potions and all the research documents, and send them to the Lord. Whoever dares to delay, I will be the first to tear them apart." The researchers, as if waking from a dream, scrambled towards the cold storage cabinet and the document drawer. They hurriedly packed the glowing blue potions into a metal box and gathered the bloody research reports, rushing them to Lu Li, their hands trembling like fallen leaves. Lu Li took the metal box, waited for a moment, then coldly looked at the snake lady and the corpse lady. "Is this all?" "Yes, this is everything. Absolutely no omissions." The snake lady hurriedly nodded and bowed, using her provocative figure to reveal a deep gap, a flattering smile on her face, yet her eyes were filled with deep fear. "My lord, you have what you came for, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please, spare us." The corpse lady also knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing while holding her husband. "My lord, spare our lives. We promise, we will never show up in Cloud City again, and we would never dare to target those awakeners. Please let us go." At this moment, they sincerely hoped Lu Li would take the items and leave, willing to pay any price. The fear brought by the red-clad bride before them had completely destroyed their will to resist. Lu Li remained non-committal, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface of the metal box, producing a dull sound. "Why are the Blood Hand Party here? What is your relationship with them?" The snake lady did not dare to hide anything and quickly explained, "The Blood Hand Party are just thugs who respect power. Our abyssal secret teachings specialize in biochemical technology research. This time we join forces temporarily, they provide the muscle while we handle the research, then share the results. Who knew we would encounter someone as powerful as you?" Lu Li asked several more questions about the movements of other forces, like whether they knew about the insider in the Cloud City Investigation Bureau or if they had contacted the source of the mysterious messages. The snake lady answered each one, vaguely yet without intentional concealment, evidently genuinely unaware of the deeper secrets, just hoping Lu Li would leave with the formidable figure behind him. After confirming no more useful information could be obtained, Lu Li stored the potions and documents from the metal box into his consciousness space, a method he had recently discovered to temporarily hold non-living things. Having done all this, he turned and walked towards the stairs leading to the ground, never looking back at the snake lady and the others. Seeing this, the snake lady and the corpse lady were filled with joy, their faces showing ecstasy of having survived disaster. They thought Lu Li intended to let them go, their tense bodies instinctively relaxing, and some even breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Lu Li's voice came without warning, not looking back, his tone as flat as discussing something trivial. "You really think I would let you go?" This sentence struck like thunder, leaving the snake lady and the others frozen in place. The joy on their faces solidified, replaced by extreme fear, their pupils suddenly contracting, mouths slightly open yet unable to utter any sound. Indeed, they not only saw his face, but the corpse lady also knew where he lived, knew about his terrifying red-clad bride. Such a person, how could he leave anyone alive? Before they could react, Lu Qirong, who stayed behind, slowly raised her pale hand. Her once delicate fingers now turned sharp like claws, the crimson dye glinting with lethal coldness under the light. In the next second, piercing wails and the sounds of bones breaking echoed continuously in the underground space. Lu Li's footsteps did not pause for a moment, as if the blood and death behind him had nothing to do with him. From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting these blood-stained executioners live. Mercy towards enemies was cruelty towards himself and the innocent victims. Arriving at the clinic on the ground floor, the doctor who had been indifferent at the front desk was no longer cold, he was trembling and crawling under the table, clearly terrified by the noises coming from below. Lu Li walked over with a blank expression, reached out, and grabbed his neck. The doctor's eyes widened suddenly, gasping for breath, struggling futilely for a few moments before completely losing his life. Lu Li casually tossed his corpse onto the floor. After finishing all this, he pushed open the glass door of the clinic and strode away. The street had few pedestrians, and a surveillance camera in the distance was aimed at the entrance of the clinic. But Lu Li didn't care, his face was covered with a faint layer of filth from beginning to end. Even if someone reviewed the footage, they could only see a blurred, twisted shadow and could not identify his appearance at all. Reaching the street corner, Lu Li stopped and glanced back at the seemingly ordinary clinic, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 99, A Complete Capture. Night. Neon lights cast colorful halos on the street, stretching the shadows of pedestrians into varying lengths. In the corner of the shadows, two blonde men quietly revealed themselves. They wore fitted casual clothes, each carrying a bag of clothes, a casual smile at their lips. At first glance, they looked like foreign tourists who had just splurged at a duty-free shop. The taller man glanced at the time and said with a strong Eastern European accent, "Just in time, let's not have any hiccups." The other stockier man weighed the bag in his hand, a faint wriggling sensation came from inside, and he licked his lips, a glint of greed in his eyes. "Don't worry, we've run this line 3 times, it's very stable." The two exchanged a glance and quickly walked to the back door of a shop with a Golden Foot Pavilion sign at the street corner. The tall man raised his hand and knocked on the door with clear rhythms. A few seconds later, a series of light footsteps could be heard from inside, and a heavily made-up woman's face peeked out from the crack of the door. Seeing the two men, the wariness on the woman's face instantly dissipated, replaced by a warm smile as she lowered her voice to greet them. "Welcome, bosses. Please come in, everything is arranged upstairs." She moved aside to clear the passage, her eyes quickly scanning the bags in their hands, and her smile widened, pretending to be casual. "Same as usual today? Should I have the technicians waiting?" "No need to bother." The tall man spoke in broken Chinese. "We'll first check the warehouse and come down to relax later." "Understood, understood." The woman's eyes turned into narrow slits as she smiled, leading them through a cluttered hallway to the entrance between the second and third floors. Here hung a huge poster featuring a busty woman in revealing swimwear, looking extremely vulgar under the dim lights. The woman reached out and pressed on the edge of the poster. With a soft click, the entire wall slid inward, revealing a hidden room behind. A strong smell of blood mixed with the scent of disinfectant hit them, starkly contrasting with the seductive atmosphere outside. Inside was not a warehouse but rather a crude slaughterhouse. Rusty iron hooks hung from the walls, and the floor was covered with thick black rubber mats, stained with dark red spots, and several large barrels covered in black cloth could be seen stacked in the corner, with thick liquid dripping from the edges. The only thing different from a slaughterhouse was that what was being slaughtered here were evidently humans. "Move quickly." The tall man threw his bag on the ground, making a dull sound. The stocky man stepped forward, grabbed the edge of the bag and suddenly pulled it open. That seemingly ordinary clothing bag unexpectedly stretched out like it was elastic, finally becoming as wide as a single bed. As the bag unfolded, a young man in sportswear rolled out from inside, his eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed, clearly unconscious, but his limbs still twitched involuntarily, a vague groan escaping his lips. "This is the last cargo." The tall man looked around, his eyes warily scanning the iron hooks. "The bureau's blockade is getting tighter, and the patrols are intense. We must evacuate tomorrow, and clean up tonight." "Don't worry, bosses." The woman rubbed her hands, a sickly excited smile on her face. "I guarantee it will be all done before dawn, leaving not a single bone fragment, absolutely no traces. You two go upstairs to rest, and I'll call people to get to work. After investigation, it was found that at least 7 different forces had infiltrated the blockade zone using various disguises. The methods were so covert that even the psychic detectors were unable to provide timely warnings. "This is a provocation against our investigation bureau." The director slammed the table during the emergency meeting. "We must root out all these rats and give the victims an explanation." After several days of searching, the intelligence department, in cooperation with the technical department, finally identified 7 dens, including a massage parlor. Considering the Yunqing team suffered heavy losses during the Strange World incident and is short on fighters, the Bureau decided to cooperate with the nearby Xinqing team to conduct cross-district operations and launch a surprise attack on the 7 dens. At this moment, explosions erupted in almost every corner of Yunqing, nearly simultaneously. Captain Wang Yao of the Xinqing team was leading his men to clear out another den hidden in an abandoned factory. He looked at the instruments marked Psychic Energy Extraction Device on the ground and couldn't help but gasp. "These guys are really bold. This equipment is more advanced than what we have in our bureau." The team was collecting evidence, and a young team member wearing glasses held up a camera to take photos, casually saying, "Captain Wan, why do you think these organizations swarm to Yunqing like sharks smelling blood?" Wang Yao kicked an iron cage on the ground, where a few bloody chains remained, saying, "Don't ask foolish questions, that's confidential information. What we need to do is support our brother units." He took out his walkie-talkie and said inside, "The second den has been cleared. 3 victim bodies were discovered, and 15 targets were captured. Requesting forensic support." Chapter 100, Wrath of Fire. The progress of the operation was not as smooth as anticipated. The dens easily destroyed were merely small organizations, the real tough ones often hid in inconspicuous corners, waiting to strike a fatal blow. The abandoned hotel complex in the southern part of the city had long been marked as a wasteland in the city plan. Vines crawled over the broken walls, and the night wind whistled through the vacant window holes, emitting a mournful sound, carrying a sense of eerie silence. "Group 1, search the left wing. Group 2, follow me into the hall. Stay alert." Lazy, the assault team leader of the 3rd Brigade in Yunqing, lowered his voice and issued commands into his earpiece. He waved to signal his team to follow, and the gravel underfoot crunched softly, especially loud in the silence. The team spread out in a tactical formation, and the screen of the psychic detector flickered with faint signals. There were indeed lingering strong psychic energy fluctuations here, but there were no signs of life. Just as the 2 team members at the front were about to step into the hotel lobby, an unexpected twist occurred. Boom! A violently explosive black psychic force erupted like a volcanic eruption from within the lobby. The invisible shockwave instantly knocked the 2 team members flying. They resembled kites with broken strings, crashing heavily against the broken wall behind them, making a dull sound before sliding to the ground, clutching their chests and groaning in pain, clearly injured. Enemy attack. Lei Zi's face changed dramatically as he immediately raised his weapon equipped with psychic suppression rounds. All personnel on alert. In the swirling dust, a muscular bald giant slowly walked out from the main entrance. Bare-chested, his bronzed skin was covered with crisscrossing scars, every scar resembling a branding iron's mark, gleaming ominously under the moonlight. His eyes were blood-red, breaths heavy like an old bellows, holding a black giant axe that was as tall as a half-person, with dark red stains still smeared on the blade. Where did these little bugs come from, daring to cause trouble here? The bald giant spoke, his voice rough like sandpaper rubbing together, yet the language was an obscure Eastern European tongue. I will crush you all. He stomped fiercely on the ground. The hard cement floor instantly cracked, and the person shot out like a cannonball, leaping straight towards the fallen teammate. That giant axe, carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, drew a black arc in the air, terrifying and powerful as if it wanted to split the ground and the person in half. A muscular figure appeared before the giant like a ghost, not dodging at all, just reached out the right hand and steadily caught the axe blade. The harsh sound of metal grinding echoed, as if the terrifying force of the giant axe crashed into an invisible mountain, easily blocked without stirring up a speck of dust. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the figure was wearing a black combat suit, adorned with exaggerated muscle lines full of explosive power. A white circular ring flashed in the center of the chest, and a smooth black sphere covered the head, where eyes should be. Only 3 parallel narrow crimson slits glowed with red light. The bald giant's face was furious, and a hint of disbelief flickered in his fiery red eyes. You actually caught my axe? Who are you? He was still using his mother tongue. Xiao Qianqiu raised an eyebrow, dusting off non-existent dust with her other hand, saying, Sorry, I don't understand foreign languages. I'm just traveling in Longwei and learned a couple of local phrases, otherwise, communication is such a hassle. Her voice carried the usual laziness, but in her words lurked unhidden mockery. The bald giant clearly didn't understand what she was saying, but her lazy tone and casual actions undoubtedly ignited his already furious anger. He let out a roar, freeing his left hand, swinging his fist straight towards Xiao Qianqiu's face, accompanied by a wind that ripped through the air. This punch condensed all his strength, his fist even swirling with faint black flames. Xiao Qianqiu countered, using her other hand to precisely catch the giant's fist. Even wearing the heavy G-type combat suit, her palm was not much smaller than this muscular giant's. The bald giant felt like his fist had hit cotton, the force sinking into nothingness without a sound. He grew even angrier, a beast-like roar escaped his throat, muscles tensed all over his body, and the fury in his crimson eyes intensified, clearly urging stronger power. Coming again? Xiao Qianqiu suddenly exerted force with her wrist. Bang! With a dull sound, Xiao Qianqiu made no unnecessary movements, just a simple punch hit the giant squarely in the chest. That massive body flew through the air like it had been struck by a speeding truck, drawing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily into the abandoned hotel lobby, smashing through a partially collapsed wall, dust swirling everywhere. Xiao Qianqiu shook her hand, grimacing in disgust. TSK, don't spit when in front of a girl. Are foreign people all so uncivilized? The divine healer finished treating the fallen teammates' injuries and said, Captain Xia, such obvious characteristics must belong to the Apostle of Rage from the Spirit Emotion Sanctuary. Xiao Qianqiu looked at the dust-filled lobby, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. Yeah, the anger of the Spirit Emotion Sanctuary. Looks like we've really caught a big fish this time. The outside world knew very little about the Spirit Emotion Sanctuary, and the Apostle of Rage was a high-ranking official in the sect rarely known to outsiders. Because he was truly reckless, unlike other high officials who were mysterious, the ability of the Apostle of Rage was anger. The angrier he got, the stronger he became, considered an oddity among physical power users, like the Hulk. When he was angry, he would completely lose his reason, indiscriminately attacking everything around him, and that was how the world got to know about his capabilities. To this day, no one has witnessed the limits of his fury, only knowing that 3 years ago, during a cross-border conflict, with just one strike, he destroyed a 100-meter-high skyscraper. The casualties number in the thousands, making him one of the top 10 most dangerous individuals on the international wanted list. I never expected someone of this level would come to Yun City in person. The divine doctor adjusted his glasses, his tone serious. It seems the allure of those awakened beings is greater than we imagined. The greater the allure, the easier it is to catch them all. Xiao Qianqiu flexed her wrist, the knuckles cracking lightly, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. Just right, I want to see who is stronger, him or that strange bride. As soon as she finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted from the abandoned hall. Roar! Red flames surged like lava from the dust, shaking the ruins of the entire hotel violently. A figure even larger and more ferocious than before rose from the smoke. The bald giant's size had swelled significantly, his skin turned a dark red, and the scars on his body glowed like living lava. He was clearly enraged by Xiao Qianqiu's punch, his reason consumed by anger, with only a desire to destroy everything left in his eyes. Die! All must die, he roared, this time in stiff Dragon Kingdom language. Lifting his giant axe, he charged at Xiao Qianqiu again, his speed and strength at least doubled compared to before. Wherever he passed, the ground was scorched black by the red flames, and the air turned searing hot. Xiao Qianqiu's eyes sharpened, the G-style combat suit on her body suddenly glowing with a faint blue light, fully activating the energy absorption. Rather than retreating, she charged toward the giant, fists clenched, a faint white light swirling around her fists. Then let's see. The two figures collided violently in the ruins of the abandoned hotel. Red flames and white spirit light intertwined and crashed, exploding with world-destroying energy waves. The surrounding walls and ruins shattered like fragile blocks, debris flying, dust swirling. Dozens of tactical team members hurriedly retreated, nervously watching this peak A-level clash from a safe distance, not daring to even breathe. And at the center of the dust, Xiao Qianqiu and the Fury Flame Apostle's fists collided repeatedly, each impact shaking the earth. Chapter 101, Defeat. Roar. The Fury Flame Apostle Khan swung his giant axe, burning wind cleaving through, the flames on the blade almost tangible, the air twisted and deformed by the heat. Xiao Qianqiu stood firm, her left arm crossed defensively, and the shoulder armor of her battlesuit instantly lit up with blinding blue light. Buzz as the axe struck her shoulder armor, the blue patterns twisted and turned like living vines, pushing the red flames back half a foot, while the force from the impact surged into the energy core of her battlesuit. Using the rebound force, Xiao Qianqiu slightly turned her body, her right hand clenched into a fist, blue light glowing in her palm. She twisted her wrist, sending a punch towards Khan's ribs with a whistling sound. Bang! In the instant of the white light explosion, Khan's massive body was sent flying like he'd been struck by an invisible giant hand, crashing against a stone pillar, debris clattering to the ground. He let out a low grunt, but his red eyes burned with even fiercer flames, his figure swelling larger. Xiao Qianqiu shook her fist, the heat dissipation holes on the back of her battlesuit emitting two jets of white steam, her tone filled with amusement. "You brute, didn't you say you only had physical abilities? You're quite good at hiding." She pushed off the ground with force, her body shooting forward like an arrow, using the momentum of her sprint, her fist tracing a phantom in the air. This time she didn't wait for him to attack but actively melded her own kinetic energy with the stored energy, launching a rapid combination punch that blurred in speed. Bang bang bang! The continuous sound of impacts resembled a rapid drumbeat. Khan was driven back with each punch, every blow caused the red flames on his body to surge while also leaving bruises on his skin. He roared, swinging his axe horizontally, but Xiao Qianqiu was like a fish gliding through flowing water, always managing to evade the axe blade at the last possible moment. His fists remained glued to his chest and abdomen, where the muscles were relatively weak. "Are you only going to hide?" Khan completely exploded in fury, slamming his giant axe into the ground. "Burn the city!" Boom! Flames surged down the axe handle into the earth, and from the axe's center, a ring of fire erupted suddenly, like a small volcano erupting. The flames spread along the ground, turning everything in their path to charcoal in an instant. Even the steel bars turned red hot. Xiao Qianqiu stepped lightly at the edge of the fire wave, using the recoil to leap into the air. A pair of blue light wings suddenly unfolded from the back of her combat suit, and the flashing blue light lifted her 3 meters above the ground. She looked down at Khan, who was surrounded by flames, and concentrated the blue light at her fingertips. "Hide? I'm afraid of ending this too quickly. Take this." With a spread of her wings, Xiao Qianqiu descended with unmatched might towards the center of the fire wave. Khan roared, raising his axe to block, but in that moment of contact, his pupils shrank suddenly. Xiao Qianqiu focused all her energy at her fingertips, piercing through the axe's surface with a single thrust aimed straight at Khan's chest. Khan sensed the lethal danger and instinctively sidestepped to dodge. Even so, Xiao Qianqiu's fingertip still grazed his right shoulder, causing a stream of scorching blood to drip. A long, narrow wound appeared on his shoulder. Had he not dodged in time, that strike would have pierced not just his shoulder, but his heart. The intense pain fueled Khan's fighting spirit even more. His anger surged like a breaking dam, completely washing away his remaining sanity. He threw down the flaming axe, abandoning the power of fire. His massive body, driven by extreme rage, swelled again, and his skin turned a molten, dark red. The immense physical power brought on by his anger instantly staunched the bleeding from his shoulder. The muscles even twitched to pull the wound closed slightly. This time, he chose the most primitive form of violence, his fists swinging like hammers, surrounded by lightning, smashing towards Xiao Qianqiu. His power continued to rise with anger, each punch heavier than the last, causing the ground to crack and the air to quake. But Xiao Qianqiu took it all head-on. Every lightning punch from Khan landed on her without even causing a momentary pause, while her fists found their mark precisely in the gaps of Khan's explosive power. The energy core of her combat suit operated at full capacity, converting the absorbed shock into counterattack force, and with each collision, her strikes were stronger than Khan's. The two fell into a protracted tug-of-war, during which Khan exerted all his strength and used various abilities, completely destroying the lobby of the abandoned hotel in this pure clash of power. Debris scattered everywhere, the already damaged roof having been smashed through in several places, moonlight pouring through the holes, illuminating the swirling dust and flying rubble. The surrounding terrain and buildings were unrecognizable, as if they had experienced a fierce earthquake. Uncertain how much time passed, Xia Qianqiu seized a fleeting opening from Khan, delivering a heavy punch that contained all the kinetic energy stored in her body right to his chin. Bang! Khan's massive form seemed to have all its strength drained, soaring upward before crashing down heavily, sending up a cloud of dust. At this point, he had become a monster with bulging muscles, his body grotesquely swollen like a hill, completely losing any human outline. He let out a nonsensical roar from his throat, clearly having lost all reason, yet still struggled to rise, wanting to continue fighting Xia Qianqiu. Xia Qianqiu stood still, her chest merely rising and falling gently. The blue light on her combat suit swirled rapidly, and the heat vents expelled large amounts of white steam. She looked at Khan, who was still writhing on the ground, and suddenly, the blue light on her combat suit switched to a blinding red glow. This is the overload state of the G-type battlesuit's energy output at full power. Rumors are just rumors. Xia Qianqiu's voice came through the helmet, tinged with a hint of regret. Your anger is not endless, the so-called infinite growth is merely self-deception. It seems your limit is only this. Before the words fell, her figure flashed and appeared in front of Khan. Without waiting for him to rise, her fist, glowing with fierce red light, accurately struck Khan's knee. Crack! The clear sound of breaking bones rang out twice, and Khan's legs twisted at odd angles, completely losing their ability to move. He let out a painful roar but could no longer stand, rolling uselessly on the ground. Xia Qianqiu looked at Khan, who struggled like a trapped beast, her gaze cold. This level of madness was too dangerous for the action team members, keeping him alive was a hidden danger. She raised her fist, red light gathering in the center, this blow aimed to turn him into a powerless being, losing all threat. It's over. As her words fell, her fist swung out with decisive power once more. Captain! Stop! A shout came from a distant place. Xia Qianqiu's fist hung in midair, the red light flickering in the center, as if about to smash down in the next moment. That shout echoed in her ears, filled with familiar urgency and pain, but looking up, she only saw the ruins of buildings destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. The acrid smell of charred material filled the air among the broken walls, moonlight spilled through the holes in the roof, illuminating the ground covered with shattered stones and dark red stains. On the ground, only Khan's twisted body was still struggling, with meaningless roars coming from his throat. There was no shadow of the person who had shouted. Illusion? Xia Qianqiu frowned slightly, and the red light of the battlesuit slowly faded. She instinctively raised her hand to press the sensor on the side of her helmet, trying to detect the surrounding psychic energy fluctuations, but the screen was filled with garbled characters, only a crackling white noise came through. At that moment, Khan on the ground suddenly stopped struggling, his massive body curled up, skin visibly losing its dark red hue, revealing the pale and swollen texture underneath. He slowly raised his head, and that originally hideous face began to twist and melt, ultimately transforming into the figure of the assault team leader Lei Zi, now looking at her with blood-teary eyes, lips trembling, making a broken sound. Team leader Xia, why? Xia Qianqiu's entire body trembled, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. She stepped back suddenly, the energy patterns of the battlesuit instantly lighting up. You are not Lei Zi. You are Khan's illusion. But the Lei Zi before her smiled, the laughter hoarse like a broken windbox. His body began to deform like a melting wax figure, limbs twisting at odd angles, ultimately turning into a puddle of thick blood mud, crawling on the ground, outlining a blurry human shape. Out of the blood mud, a familiar gun emerged, a special firearm that amplified Lei Zi's abilities, its body covered with dark red bloodstains. No, it's impossible. Xia Qianqiu's breathing quickened. She remembered clearly that she had already made all the team members stay away from here. How could he appear here? At that moment, a sound of rolling gravel came from behind her. She turned around abruptly to find a team member in black tactical gear crawling out from behind the broken wall, half a broken steel bar impaled in his chest, blood staining most of his shirt. It was one of the two team members who had just been flung away by Khan, now looking at her with a desperate gaze, lips moving. Team leader Xia, it's you. I did it. This thought just emerged, and an uncontrollable image flashed through Xia Qianqiu's mind. When she had punched Khan away, a blurry figure had seemed to overlap with Khan, and she. No! That was Khan's clone. It's a trap. Xia Qianqiu shouted sharply, trying to dispel the images in her mind. But the figures of the teammates began to overlap and split, turning into several blurred shadows, all wearing the action team's uniforms, their bodies broken and twisted, and they were all looking at her with eyes filled with pain and confusion. The smell of burnt air grew stronger, mixed with a rich scent of blood. Xia Qianqiu looked down at her hands, the gloves of her combat suit inexplicably stained with dark red liquid, thick like unmixed blood. Instinctively, she raised her hand to wipe it away, but the more she wiped, the more there was. Roar! A familiar roar came from above her head. Xia Qianqiu abruptly looked up, and saw Khan's massive body standing on the broken roof, but in his hand was not a giant axe, but her subordinate, the divine doctor. Let him go! Xia Qianqiu shouted in anger, leaping up, with light wings spreading behind her, rushing up with fierce momentum. But just as she was about to touch Khan, his figure suddenly turned transparent, and the divine doctor's body fell straight down. Xia Qianqiu instinctively reached out to catch him, but at the moment of contact, her pupils constricted, the divine doctor's chest was pierced with a hole, and the organs inside were clearly visible. She recognized that injury well, as she had caused such wounds before when eliminating the strange. Why? Captain Xia. The divine doctor's lips moved, uttering his last few words, his eyes losing their luster. Xia Qianqiu was struck like lightning, her body freezing in midair. She looked at her hands, as if they were stained with her teammates' blood. The detail she had previously ignored surged back like a tide, Khan's abilities being different from the intelligence, and his relatively weak physical abilities. Could it be that from the very beginning, she had targeted the wrong enemy? Could it be that those shadows she thought were Khan were actually living colleagues? No, this isn't real. Xia Qianqiu's voice began to tremble, the red and blue lights of the combat suit flashing alternately, clearly indicating that the energy core had gone into chaos. She suddenly turned around, wanting to escape from this ruin filled with illusions, but found herself spinning in place, surrounded by broken walls that seemed to come alive and slowly squeeze toward her. Khan on the roof let out a low laugh, his voice no longer a coarse roar, but became an overlay of countless voices, including Lei Zi's, the divine doctors, those of the teammates, and even her own voice. Who do you think you are fighting? Xia Qianqiu, from the very beginning, you have been slaughtering your own people. Xia Qianqiu looked up suddenly, and saw Khan's figure completely dissipate, replaced by a shattered mirror. What was reflected in the mirror was not her in combat gear, but a blood-soaked version of herself, holding not a fist, but that blood-stained giant axe, aimed at the curled-up figure on the ground, the last surviving teammate, who was huddling and trembling. No! Xia Qianqiu let out a heartbreaking scream, frantically throwing away the giant axe, only to find it was not an axe at all, but a broken thigh. She looked at her blood-stained hands, at the bodies of her teammates around her, finally understanding that from the moment she first knocked Khan into the hall, she had already fallen into an illusion. The so-called flames and lightning and all those complex abilities were all released by the members of the 3rd Legion's action team. She thought she was fighting enemies, but in reality, she was ruthlessly trampling those who tried to awaken her. The moonlight turned crimson, like a giant eye, coldly watching this bloody farce. Xia Qianqiu knelt on the ground, her black helmet popping open with a click, revealing her twisted and grim face. She looked at the terrified eyes of the surviving teammate on the ground, her throat let out a wheezing wail, which finally turned into 2 streams of hot tears. Blood mixed with dirt slid down her face. Chapter 103, The One Who Understands. Xia Qianqiu looked at her fallen colleagues scattered all around, her mindset was already in despair. She saw that the abandoned building hideout was still intact. At the entrance stood 2 figures, one was Khan, arms crossed, standing with a mocking expression, looking nothing like a pathetic sight from her hallucination. The other was, a shapeless, constantly changing phantom. It stood quietly beside Khan, like a wisp of smoke, stretching into a long, thin ghostly figure, then collapsing into a writhing black hole. The moonlight shone upon it, not dispersing it but instead forming a circle of shifting colors around it. It had no facial features, but Xia Qianqiu could clearly feel a thick gaze locking onto her, penetrating her battlesuit, piercing directly into her mental world. Xia Qianqiu understood that this phantom was responsible for the chaos. Khan laughed, his voice deep as thunder, displaying unabashed mockery. How about it, woman? Is this welcome ceremony we prepared for you to your liking? Watching you tear your subordinates apart like a mad dog is even more thrilling than crushing 100 enemies. He grinned, revealing his sinister white teeth. But the phantom began to speak. Its voice did not travel through the air but rang directly in the minds of all who could sense it, a blend of countless voices, male and female, old and young, including the dying cries of Xia Qianqiu's familiar teammates and the whispers of her own self-doubt. Anger, is it sweet? Its voice was smooth and cold, like a snake sliding down her spine. When your fist shatters that so-called Khan, does the surge of fury make you feel an unparalleled strength? Its blurred form rippled slightly, as if savoring every moment of pain on Xia Qianqiu's face. And that profound sadness and despair. The phantom's voice continued to echo in Xia Qianqiu's mind, carrying a cruel rhythm almost like a chant. To witness everything you cherish being destroyed by your own hands, this extreme pain is the ladder to reality. I have merely woven the blueprint of your deepest fears, merely the most intuitive reflection of your subconscious fear of losing control, of harming your companions. I have just amplified it and given it form. Its form solidified slightly, seemingly looking at the severed legs Xia Qianqiu had thrown down and the corpses surrounding them. Look, Xia Qianqiu, the phantom's voice brimmed with twisted compassion and temptation, you have tasted the extremes of anger and sorrow, why resist any longer? Join us, embrace this real and powerful emotional force. Within the temple, your pain and regret will no longer be a burden, but rather, supreme nourishment. Khan sneered beside her, did you hear that, woman? The Weaver offers you a way out. Kneel, convert, or, become my new star puppet. Ha ha ha. Xia Qianqiu knelt in the pool of blood, her body trembling slightly from the extreme emotional shock. She looked at this inhuman presence, listening to it calmly utter the most vicious words, glancing at the arrogant Khan beside her, and the intact cult hideout behind them. A colder emotion than any anger before, deeper than any despair, began to quietly grow in her heart. Her tears had not yet dried, but a nearly tangible killing intent started to replace her previous collapse, condensing deep within her pupils. She suddenly closed her helmet. The blue light patterns on her battlesuit were once again covered by a dazzling crimson, overload mode, full power drive. Die, she let out a heart-rending roar. No longer for the illusion, but to directly point at the true culprit. The ground beneath exploded with a deafening roar, and a figure transformed into a red shooting star, charging with an atmosphere that threatened to burn everything to ash towards the giant man standing with arms crossed. Khan let out a wild laugh, not dodging at all, as a giant axe wrapped in black fury appeared out of nowhere, swinging down hard towards Xiaoqianqiu's fist. Come on. Let me show you what true anger looks like. Boom. The collision of fist and axe unleashed a shockwave even more intense than before. Khan, who hadn't yet gathered his rage, was slightly at a disadvantage under the clash of pure strength, staggering back several steps, the black fire on his axe dimming for a moment. However, an invisible mental power suddenly seized her consciousness. It was the Weaver of Intent. It didn't even move, that blurry shadow merely rippled slightly. In Xiaoqianqiu's mind, countless sharp screams erupted instantly. Look at your hands. Covered in Lei Zi's brain matter. The Divine Doctor is watching you, Team Xia, his guts were pulled out by you. Why aren't you dead? Why are you still alive? These were no longer simple illusions but a terrifying tsunami directly roused at her perception level. Khan's figure before her began to twist and multiply, sometimes turning into Lei Zi's shattered face, sometimes into the desperate gaze of the Divine Doctor. The sensors in her combat suit emitted a chilling alarm, indicating that her life signs were fluctuating violently, and her spiritual energy circuits were a mess. Ah! Xiaoqianqiu let out a painful grunt, her movements inevitably showing a slight stiffness. In that electric moment, Khan's sneer sounded once more, got you. The black giant axe sliced through the air with a piercing howl, sweeping towards her. Relying on her honed combat instincts, Xiaoqianqiu barely managed to sidestep, the axe blade just grazed her side, but the strange energy attached to it, stemming from the feeling of anger, penetrated through her suit's defenses, searing her spirit like a red-hot iron and making her vision go dark. At the same time, the Weaver of Intense attack followed closely behind. It did not directly attack her body but twisted her spatial perception. Though Xiaoqianqiu clearly wanted to retreat quickly, her body uncontrollably stumbled forward, just in time to meet Khan's heavy kick. Bang! This kick landed solidly on Xiaoqianqiu's chest, and under the interference of the Weaver of Intent, some of its force remained unabsorbed, her whole body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing into a pile of twisted rebar and concrete ruins, kicking up a whirlwind of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoqianqiu struggled to rise from the rubble, but the spiritual disturbance of the Weaver of Intent lingered like a shadow. The world before her spun chaotically, the ground beneath her feet felt like flowing swamp, and Khan's figure splintered into 4 or 5, closing in on her step by step from different directions. We already know your abilities all too well. The voice of the Weaver of Intent whispered in her mind, cold and knowing, energy absorption? If it were just that muscle-brained fool Khan facing you, it would indeed be tricky, but what if the attack is not purely a physical impact but a poison acting on spirit and emotion? How can you absorb that? If you can't even stand firm, if you can't tell where the enemy is, what use is your power? As Khan approached, he swung his giant axe, easily cleaving through the rubble in his way. Humph, the so-called captain of the investigation bureau is nothing but a waste who can kill her own and can't even stand. Weaver, why not completely shatter her consciousness, turning her into a puppet that kills by day and serves men by night? Wouldn't that be more interesting? Xiaoqianqiu knelt half buried in the ruins, her crimson combat suit covered in dust and her own blood, energy patterns flickering uncertainly, clearly indicating that even overload mode could not be sustained for long. She was breathing heavily, her face under the helmet quickly shifting from black to white. The gap in strength was just too great. One Khan, she could suppress by overloading, but that completely incomprehensible Weaver of Intent completely restrained her abilities. Mental attacks, perception distortions, illusion weaving, these were all the types she was least adept at dealing with. Could it really be that she was going to die here? Die at the hands of these 2 cult madmen? Die in the ruins where she had just slaughtered her teammates? A sense of powerlessness mixed with overwhelming hatred was almost swallowing her whole. Khan had already walked up to her, raising his giant axe high, shadows completely engulfing Xiaoqianqiu. And the suffocating mental force field from the Weaver of Intent was like a cage, locking her firmly in place, with no way to escape. Chapter 104, The Mysterious Man. Xiaoqianqiu, filled with various negative emotions in her brain, did not intend to sit idly by. At the very least, she wanted to kill the furious apostle in front of her, as a form of revenge for the members of the third squad. Just as the red light on Xiaoqianqiu reached its peak, and the core of her battlesuit was about to overload and explode, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Khan. A hand covered in bulging muscles, like an iron claw, precisely grasped Khan's wrist, strong enough to split a tank. The giant axe, carrying a tremendous force, actually came to a complete stop in midair, no longer able to fall even a fraction. The black flames leaping on the axe blade also abruptly extinguished. The cruel smile on Khan's face instantly froze. He felt that what was blocking him was not an arm, but an immovable mountain. He struggled with all his might, his thick arm muscles swollen to the limit, veins popping out, yet nothing could make that hand budge. What the hell is this? Khan roared, trying to see the newcomer. It was a man dressed in a black tight short sleeve and martial arts pants, the shirt nearly tearing apart from his explosively powerful muscles. He had short, spiky black hair, and his face was cold and chiseled, his eyes held a hollow indifference to everything, yet deep down lay the sharpness of a hunter. He didn't even look at Khan, he simply held Khan's wrist casually, as if he was just pinching a noisy fly. Almost at the same time, the blurry shadow of the Weaver of Intent in the distance began to ripple. Its silent psychic shriek was filled with questions and probes. Who is the newcomer? Why is your consciousness an emptiness? It attempted to use the same trick again, implanting the deepest fears into the newcomer's mind. However, all the mental attacks just sank into silence, causing no ripples. The man's mental world seemed to be a barrier made of absolute vacuum, refusing all emotions and thoughts intrusion, rendering the Weaver's famed abilities completely ineffective before him. At this moment, the mysterious man slightly tilted his head, glancing at the nearly self-destructing Xia Qianqiu with his hollow eyes, his voice calm and unperturbed. Don't waste time, this axe wielder is yours. He released Khan's wrist, and at that moment, when Khan lost his resistance and leaned back, the man's figure became blurry and, in the next instant, appeared right in front of the Weaver of Intent as if he had blinked. No extra movements, he simply delivered a single punch. This punch held no energy brilliance, no sound of breaking air, yet it caused the surrounding distorted light to instantly return to normal and made the suffocating psychic pressure field collapse suddenly like a punctured balloon. The Weaver of Intent let out a sharp shriek, the blurry shadow forced to flash and twist rapidly, as if encountering a natural enemy, retreating at high speed, no longer daring to stay in place and face it head-on. This sudden turn of events was like a bucket of ice water poured over her head, instantly extinguishing the crazy thought of self-destruction in Xia Qianqiu's mind. It also ignited her last fighting spirit in this desperate moment. Without hesitation, without any nonsense, Xia Qianqiu squeezed out the last of her strength, and the red light of her combat suit flared up once more, but this time it was not a sign of self-detonation. Instead, it poured all of its energy into her legs and fists. She shot forward like an arrow leaving its bow, charging at Khan, who was momentarily stunned by the shock. Bastard! Get out of my way! Khan roared, his strength increasing as he swung his giant axe, attempting to sweep her away. But at this moment, Xia Qianqiu no longer had any illusions in her mind, and her eyes focused solely on Khan, the target that must be destroyed. She crouched down to avoid the axe blade, and her fist, containing all the absorbed and converted kinetic energy, struck like a drill, smashing into the junction of Khan's chest and abdomen. Boom! A dull thud echoed, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Khan's enormous body was sent flying off the ground, his eyes bulging, and what came out of his mouth was no longer a roar, but blood mixed with broken internal organs. He crashed heavily back to the ground, his giant axe slipping from his grasp. He struggled a few times but couldn't get up right away. Xia Qianqiu panted heavily, standing before Khan. The red glow of her combat suit slowly faded, and steam gushed out again. The overload mode made her body function under high stress. She could only use the overload mode 3 times a day at most, or her body would fall apart. She looked up at the mysterious man confronting the Weaver of Intent in the distance. Under the moonlight, that man stood casually, but it seemed as though he was the center of the entire battlefield. The terrifying spiritual power of the Weaver of Intent appeared so pale and powerless before him. Who, exactly is he? Xia Qianqiu clenched her fists, her heart filled with the thrill of surviving a catastrophe. But Khan's retreat was only temporary. Anger was his fuel. The sharp pain from his broken ribs and the humiliation of his defeat poured gasoline onto the flames of fury in his heart, causing an even more terrifying energy to explode instantly. Ugh! He let out a roar that no longer sounded human, black flames of rage swirling around him, no longer flickering like flames but now condensing into dark red glowing armor like molten lava. His broken bones ground together under the force of his muscles, creating a teeth-grinding sound, and he managed to stabilize himself with sheer rage, grabbing the giant axe from the ground. The giant axe was now covered in a layer of flowing dark energy, emitting an ominous aura. I will crush you into dust. Khan's eyes had completely turned into 2 burning black fireballs, locking onto Xia Qianqiu with deadly intent. The ground beneath him cracked inch by inch, unable to bear the sudden surge of energy. Xia Qianqiu's heart sank. The energy in her combat suit was nearly depleted, the overload mode couldn't be maintained, and the red glow on the surface had completely extinguished, leaving only a faint blue light flickering weakly. Boom! Khan moved, his speed nearly doubled from before. No longer a clumsy charge, but a black lightning that skimmed the ground at lightning speed. The giant axe let out a shrill screech as it tore through the air. No longer simply cleaving, it became a more vicious horizontal sweep and thrust, each strike containing enough terrifying power to shatter mountains and an all-pervasive rage. Xia Qianqiu could only rely on her superb combat instincts and the remaining kinetic energy absorption ability to struggle through. She constantly dodged and blocked, every collision making her blood surge, her arms numb. The kinetic energy absorbed by the combat suit was nearly saturated, unable to be released effectively, and instead became a burden. On the other side, the weaver of intense attacks also became increasingly strange and intense. After the initial confusion and doubt, his battle experience as a high-ranking figure of the Spirit Palace allowed him to quickly analyze the situation. This man must be carrying some sort of defensive spiritual ability, an advanced illusionary object, but his abilities are completely immune. Could he be an S-class illusionary object? Countless distorted illusions began to form around the mysterious man, centered on him. The ground turned into a worm-like mouth that devoured everything, and the sky poured down corrosive blood rain. Countless wailing souls extended their claws from the void. These were not merely spiritual attacks, but a genuine illusion created by him interfering with reality using his spiritual power. At the same time, sharp mental whispers felt like countless fine needles, continuously trying to pierce the man's eardrums and skin, searching for any tiny crack in his soul. You are not invincible. I can sense that beneath your emptiness lies something deeper. Anger? The desire for slaughter? Or a deep, silent sadness? The weaver of desire sought to pollute that emptiness with various extreme emotions, even if it could only stir a tiny ripple. However, the mysterious man remained expressionless. He walked casually on the writhing ground, and the blood rain slid off his body, while the claws of the souls disintegrated before they could touch him. He seemed to walk in another layer, completely out of sync with reality's anomalies. He simply took steady and precise steps, gradually approaching the weaver of desire. His fists and legs, with each simple strike, carried a pure physical force that crushed everything, shattering the illusions and the spiritual structures supporting them. There were no dazzling visual effects, only the most extreme aesthetics of violence. The weaver of desire's blurry phantom flickered and shifted, trying to create distance. It felt a real threat. This man did not need flashy abilities, his mere existence was a denial of all unreasonable things. Khan. Finish it quickly. I need support. The mental wave from the weaver of desire reached Khan again, this time laced with a barely noticeable urgency. It realized its interference with reality had limited effect on the man, while the other was quickly approaching its core. Hearing the weaver's urging, Khan's attacks became even crazier, completely giving up defense, as the giant axe danced into a storm of destruction, fully enveloping Xia Qianqiu. Poof! A gust of axe wind finally tore through Xia Qianqiu's battlesuit, leaving a deep wound down to the bone at her shoulder blade, blood instantly soaking the torn combat suit. Xia Qianqiu grunted, her movements momentarily halted. Now's the time. A fierce light shot from Khan's eyes as his giant axe swung high, gathering all his strength into one point, and ruthlessly hacked down towards Xia Qianqiu's head. This axe aimed to split her along with this space into two. Chapter 105, Annihilation. Xia Qianqiu's eyes were filled with madness and determination. She had also been waiting for this opportunity. The dim blue light of her battlesuit erupted again into a dazzling red light. She no longer tried to dodge or block but compressed all the kinetic energy she had absorbed and stored into her right hand. Her palm became a knife, and the air around her hand twisted due to the highly concentrated energy. She advanced instead of retreating, meeting the giant axe capable of splitting mountains head-on, as her hand knife stabbed straight towards Khan's unprotected throat. A life for a life. What? Khan's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw the madness of mutual destruction in Xia Qianqiu's eyes and felt a lethal threat from that hand. Although his ability was fueled by growing anger, he hadn't yet been entirely consumed by rage. Instinctively, he didn't want to die, especially not while having the absolute advantage against this madwoman. In a split second, he forcibly altered the trajectory of the giant axe he had swung, while straining to lean back, wanting to evade this lethal blow. Sizzle. Splotch. Two almost unbearable sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The altered trajectory of the giant axe, bearing terrifying power, slashed from Xia Qianqiu's left shoulder all the way down to her right abdomen. Her battlesuit was ripped apart, revealing a huge wound that almost split her open diagonally, blood gushing out like a waterfall. Even the hand blade from Xia Qianqiu, which condensed all her strength, failed to accurately hit the throat, yet it ruthlessly sliced through Khan's shoulder like a hot knife through butter. Ah! Khan let out a shrill scream, his entire left arm severed at the shoulder, spraying a fountain of hot blood into the air. Both of them suffered serious injuries and staggered back. Xia Qianqiu fell heavily to the ground, a massive wound nearly knocking her unconscious, blood quickly spreading beneath her, forming a pool. Her vision started to blur, with only a faint breath proving she was still alive. Khan, on the other hand, knelt on one knee, blood gushing from the severed arm, the intense pain and blood loss turning his twisted face pale. On the other side, the battle between the mysterious man and the Weaver of Intent had entered a fierce stage. The Weaver of Intent continuously flickered and shifted, creating layers of terrifying illusions and mental shocks, yet he could never stop the man's steady approach. The man's attacks were simple and unadorned, yet each time forced him into a desperate situation, as that absolute void of mental defense rendered all his skills useless. Perhaps tired of this endless hiding and meaningless illusion harassment, the man finally spoke up for the first time, his voice still calm. "How long do you want to escape? If you think this is unfair to you, come in. I don't have time to play hide and seek." He stopped pursuing and stood there, as if opening some invisible portal. The weaver of intense illusion trembled violently, he sensed great abnormality and danger. To actively open his awareness, this person surely had issues. Could it be a high-level mystical object that could protect its master? Immediately, he rejected with a tone mixed with countless voices, "Foolish. You think I will enter your mental prison? No way." However, his cunning nature led him to another choice, openly rejecting but secretly dividing off a tiny, delicate spiritual tendril, cautiously probing into the man's consciousness, attempting one last reconnaissance to find a flaw behind that void. This time, unexpectedly, he encountered no obstacles. That spiritual tendril easily slipped into the man's mental boundary. At the moment the tendril entered, the weaver of intent felt an irresistible massive pull coming suddenly from the depths of the man's consciousness. His blurred phantom form was uncontrollably tugged and twisted, as if it had fallen into an invisible whirlpool. "No! What is this?" The weaver of intent let out a terrified scream. He tried to struggle, tried to sever the connection with that tendril, but it was all too late. That pulling force not only acted on the mind but even directly locked onto his core existence in reality. In the next moment, ruins, moonlight, Khan, the dying Xiaqianqiu, all scenes of reality quickly faded from his sight like a faded oil painting. He found himself no longer in the battlefield but in an incredibly vast space. Up, down, left, right, all around, was a boundless monotone gray. There was no sky, no ground, no sound, no smell, no temperature, not even the concept of existence. Only a void of gray remained. His spiritual perception was compressed to the limit here, as if this space rejected all flow of information. Is this his consciousness space? So desolate? The core of the weaver of intent, composed of countless thoughts and desires, felt unprecedented suffocation and fear in this absolute void in silence. His proud ability to manipulate emotions and desires found no footing here. He frantically navigated and explored within this gray void, trying to find the boundaries. Find the core, find anything that can be understood, twisted, or used. Finally, after drifting for an unknown time, at the end of his vision, on that seemingly eternal gray horizon, he saw a hint of different color. A touch of red that stood out against the surrounding dead silence of gray. That red was so far away, yet so close. Close enough that he appeared before the weaver of desires. As if standing there from the very beginning, but his dull perception failed to notice. The weaver of desires' vision was utterly filled, a mass so rich and heavy, woven from countless congealed blood and curses. A red bridal gown embroidered with intricate and eerie dark golden patterns, draped over an unimaginably huge figure. A red veil, hanging with tassels, obscured the face, quietly hovering above the bridal gown. There was no wind, yet the tassels of the veil swayed slightly. An abyss-like foul power, like an invisible mountain weighing billions of tons, crashed down upon the core of the weaver of desires' consciousness. Buzz. The weaver of desires' thoughts, a complex structure made up of countless distractions, desires, and twisted emotions, cried out under the burden. Thinking? Moving? Resisting? These concepts lost all meaning in an instant. His consciousness was like an insect trapped in amber, completely halted. All thoughts, all calculations, all fears, even the concept of self, froze and solidified at that moment. He lost his perception of time and space, lost the confirmation of his own existence. Only a blankness remained, facing an absolute higher existence, without even the time to feel despair. The clash on the level of consciousness was far more direct and brutal than the fists and kicks of reality. There was no space for dodging, no room for pretense, only the collision of essence and the crushing of ranks. And he barely qualified to be crushed. He was like an ant that had accidentally crawled past the foot of a god, not even deserving to be watched, just a breath that was carelessly released, enough to lead him to utter ruin. Unable to move. Only able to watch. To watch beneath that red veil, as if an invisible gaze descended, penetrating his frozen thoughts, piercing his very core. Then, a pale, slender hand slowly emerged from the wide red sleeve. With effortless grace, it pinched the phantom body of the weaver of desires between its fingers. The weaver of desires could not even stir a ripple of struggle. In the next moment, that pale hand, holding him, slowly brought him to the position that should be the mouth beneath the red veil. At the moment of contact, the weaver of desires' consciousness, the last trace of his existence, vanished silently like snow thrown into a scorching sun. In the external world, only an instant had passed. That vague, flickering phantom, as if the signal had been cut, suddenly stiffened, then violently twisted and collapsed like smoke, finally dissipating completely into the air, leaving no trace behind. One of the 13 cardinal archbishops of the Holy Temple of Spiritual Feelings, the weaver of desires who controlled will, was completely erased from existence. The mysterious man stood quietly in place, as if he had merely done something trivial. Chapter 106, Dual Demise. This mysterious man was, of course, Luli in disguise. He could now use Lu Qirong's power to change his muscles and adjust his appearance, making it impossible for anyone to recognize this mysterious man as him. In the realm of consciousness, Lu Qirong's foul power roared like boiling ink, swirling with an aura several times denser than before, clearly showing that her power had significantly increased after absorbing the weaver of desires. Luli asked her in his mind, "How did you eat that thing? It looked a bit like spoiled food. Will it upset your stomach?" Lu Qirong shook her head slightly, a sense of satisfaction washing over her, a feeling that the food tasted good and was filling. Luli chuckled silently. Not far away, Khan was in a complete rage. The sharp pain from his lost left arm and the humiliation boiled over, completely shattering his last bit of sanity. His massive body roared in madness, black flames of fury burning away the surrounding rubble to ashes. His eyes were bloodshot, hot breath spewing from his mouth, clearly having lost the ability to distinguish friend from foe, leaving only a desire to destroy everything. Luli watched the muscle brute that looked like a madman, his eyes flashing with impatience. This opponent, driven purely by brute force and anger, was troublesome to fight and lacked any skill. He had no interest in wasting time with him, and most importantly, he might not even win. "Since you are full, it's time to work." As soon as he finished speaking, a vast surge of corrupt power suddenly erupted from Luli's body, coalescing behind him into that familiar giant figure. In a red wedding gown, with a red veil, pale claws glistening coldly in the moonlight. The bride appeared, and the air around seemed to freeze, even the wild wind quieted down a little. The irrational Khan felt no fear, he only sensed a new enemy in front of him. With a roar, he swung his remaining right arm, dragging along the bloody giant axe, and charged forward in a sea of fury. He roared to the sky, as if wanting to tear apart the heavens and earth, each step causing the ground to tremble violently. However, Lu Qirong merely stood there quietly, not even changing her posture. As Khan charged forward, just as the giant axe was about to descend, she waved her claws. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a blur that moved at lightning speed. That seemingly delicate claw tip seemed to contain the power to tear through space. Khan's roar abruptly stopped. In the next second, his head fell to the ground. Hot blood surged from his neck like a fountain, staining the ground beneath him crimson. The body that lost its head swayed slightly before finally kneeling down with a thud, the giant axe slipping from his hand, making a dull sound. The Apostle of Wrath, one of the 13 cardinals of the sacred temple of spirit, was dead. Lu Qirong's figure, as abrupt as when she appeared, silently retreated back into Luli's consciousness space. Only then did Luli step toward the not-so-distant Xia Qianxiu. She lay in a pool of blood, her breath weak, her face as pale as paper, with a huge wound from her shoulder to her abdomen that was frightfully gaping, clearly severely injured and on the brink of death, falling into unconsciousness. Luli frowned and said to Lu Qirong, "How about you use that move you used on me before to help her too?" He sensed Lu Qirong's evident reluctance, as if expressing her dissatisfaction with "Why should I save a stranger?" Luli smiled helplessly. He knew Lu Qirong too well, this was clearly haggling. All right, he reassured in his mind, "the big bed we talked about before is done at the furniture store. When we go back, I'll have them deliver it. Tonight, you can sleep with me." As soon as he said that, he felt embarrassed. When did sleeping with him become a reward, making him feel like a paid companion? Once those words were out, the corrupt power in the consciousness space noticeably pulsed happily, and Lu Qirong conveyed her joy. In the next second, a gentle stream of corrupt power flowed from Luli's fingertips, slowly entering Xia Qianxiu's body. Unlike the overwhelming healing force when she healed Luli, this stream of corrupt power precisely protected her heart pulse, stabilizing the life force that was continuously leaking away, without fully repairing the wounds. Luli only ensured her vital signs were stable, not fully healing her. After doing all this, Luli glanced at the distant, faint sound of police sirens. Turning back, he stepped into the shadows, quickly disappearing from sight. At the headquarters of the Yun City Investigation Bureau, when monitoring detected that dozens of members from the third team were experiencing intense fluctuations in their vital signs, with most of them falling into a near-death state, the command center instantly erupted in chaos. "Quick! Mobilize the Special Operations Team. Immediately support the area of the abandoned hotel in the south of the city. Contact the nearby medical team and have them bring the highest-level emergency equipment. Get me Captain Xia's communication. Still can't reach her? Damn it!" When the support personnel from the Special Operations Team arrived at the scene as fast as they could, they found that the battle had already settled. The scene before them was shocking. Surrounded by destroyed terrain and buildings, with debris scattered everywhere, the already dilapidated hotel was almost level to the ground. Everywhere were the figures of Investigation Bureau members, lying on the ground in disarray, each one bruised and battered, some of them already breathless, their bodies cold. "Quick! Save them! The captain leading the team gave the order, and the team members immediately dispersed to check the status of the survivors. At that moment, members of the rescue team hurried forward, carefully taking out a confidential box marked with the Investigation Bureau's emblem. The box opened, revealing neatly arranged white candles inside, the surface of each candle engraved with intricate patterns, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. "Prepare to use the eerie object A33, the rescue team leader said in a deep voice. The team members immediately took out the candles and carefully placed them on the bodies of those who had lost their vital signs, then ignited them with special flint. The milky white candlelight suddenly brightened, soft yet not harsh, enveloping both the rescue team members who lit the candles and the bodies below them. Under the illumination, the fatal wounds on the bodies began to heal at a visible rate, the broken bones making faint cracking noises as they reconnected, lost blood flowing back into the veins like a stream returning, and the already still hearts resumed faint yet powerful beats. The entire process lasted about 5 minutes. As the candlelight gradually extinguished, the once dead team members' chests began to rise and fall, their eyelids twitching slightly, and finally slowly opening their eyes, consciousness returning. However, whether it was the resurrected team members or the rescue team members who lit the candles, their hair had taken on a distinct grayish-white hue in those brief minutes, and the wrinkles at their eyes had deepened significantly, visibly aging them. Xia Chenxia was also lifted onto a stretcher, and after examination by the medical personnel, to their surprise, though she was severely injured, her vital signs were exceptionally stable. "Captain is still alive. Healing team, start treatment." The team members worked together to lift Xia Chenxia onto the ambulance, the sirens blaring again, cutting through the quiet night sky. "Here is a body suspected to be that of a cultist, take it back for containment. The rest follow me into the target location." When the special operations team entered this hideout, they found not a single living person, with corpses strewn all over, all showing signs of being killed instantly. One team member murmured, "Could this have been done by Captain Xia?" The captain leading the team looked serious, "Of course not. All the research results of these cultists have been taken away." Chapter 107, Bad. After playing the role of a firefighter, Luli had not encountered the other teams from the Investigation Bureau face-to-face, apart from the third team led by Xia Chenxia. But based on the testimonies pried from the Snake Lady earlier, he followed the clues and eradicated 3 hidden bases. Unbeknownst to him, these bases were filled with hidden talents. Aside from the peak duo from the Lingqing Sacred Hall, the other 2 each had an A-level powerhouse stationed, but they were all neatly dealt with by Luli. This trip had borne rich fruits. Luli took out a bottle of captured potions from his consciousness space. In a transparent glass bottle, a light blue liquid flows slowly, vaguely feeling the wave of spiritual power within, like a sleeping stream. If this potion can truly enhance the spiritual power of capable individuals, or even awaken ordinary people. Luli rubbed the bottle, a serious glint in his eye, this thing might really become priceless. He pulled out the research documents obtained from the cultists, covered in obscure jargon and dense foreign language. Fortunately, Luli had absorbed some basics at the Investigation Bureau and, combined with his phone translation app, he could barely piece together the general content, which recounted the physiological and spiritual changes of the awakened ones after various stimulation methods, also mentioning the discovery of a new substance within the awakened ones, this very substance that could awaken ordinary people. In the latter half of the document, the intricate process of extracting this substance from the blood and body tissues of the awakened was detailed, and the words exuded a shocking cruelty. So they wanted to mass-produce awakened ones, or rather, mass-produce controllable test subjects. Luli frowned tightly, throwing the documents onto the table. At that moment, Lu Qirong, who was sitting upright watching TV in the living room, suddenly turned around. She had recently become obsessed with palace romance dramas, never removing her red veil, and Luli couldn't figure out how she managed to see the screen through that layer of red cloth. She slightly leaned her body towards Luli, a clear signal entering his mind. The power within that bottle of potion was something she recognized. Luli's heart stirred as he carefully inspected the potion. A familiar power? Could it be? A thought struck him like lightning. Isn't this equivalent to refining the strange food that the citizens consumed? Those citizens who had eaten the meals in the strange realm seemed to have. If someone drinks this potion... Luli's heartbeat quickened, tentatively asking in his mind, can you directly control that person or even absorb them? Lu Qirong gave a positive response, a simple image even appearing in his consciousness, a figure of someone drinking the potion, like a marionette pulled by red threads. Luli was struck speechless, nearly dropping the potion bottle. No wonder he felt something was off with those citizens. The bizarre realm had vanished, but there was still a bride waiting outside. To go further, he had already figured out where these potions were to be used, and uncontrollable ecstasy surged within him. In his excitement, Luli spread his arms for the first time and embraced the red-veiled bride next to him. Lu Qirong was clearly taken aback for a moment, her form stiffening slightly beneath the red veil. But in just an instant, she responded, an unprecedented feeling of joy erupting in her consciousness, like fireworks blooming. She extended her arms, tightly returning the embrace, locking Luli securely in her hold. Luli's face nestled equally into a large, soft expanse, the tip of his nose filled with the cool scent of sandalwood and a trace of barely perceptible powder. The sensation was soft yet resilient, carrying just the right amount of pressure, momentarily rendering him a bit dazed. This seems quite nice. A thought quietly emerged. Every day from 9 to 5, after dealing with those bothersome matters, returning home to have such a clingy wife by his side. In the future, once the cult's affairs were fully resolved, teaching Lu Qirong to cook, perhaps they could live a stable life. Luli was immersed in this moment of relaxation, inhaling the reassuring sandalwood scent, his body gradually softening. Until a slight crack sound entered his ears, and he suddenly jolted back to reality. It was the sound of his ribs being squeezed. Wait. I'm going to die. Luli quickly patted Lu Qirong's back. Lu Qirong. Let me go. In that moment of daze, was it the near-death light show? Unexpectedly, even an A-class body could not withstand it. He felt like his lungs were about to explode. If he waited another second, he would truly suffocate and faint. Lu Qirong quickly loosened her arms, a clear feeling of guilt flowing through her consciousness, the red wedding veil slightly drooping, resembling a golden retriever that had done something wrong. Luli clutched his chest and coughed violently, finally managing to catch his breath. He looked up at Lu Qirong's tearful expression and couldn't help but chuckle. It's not your fault, I just got a bit carried away a moment ago. Let's go, time to sleep. I'll wash up first. Luli was the kind of person who had to shower before bed. After a shower and drying his hair, he would get into bed feeling clean and comfortable. Lu Qirong immediately got up, her mind filled with anticipation. Evidently, she was still thinking about their agreement to share a bed tonight. Luli watched her red wedding dress accentuate her slender and curvaceous figure, her steps light, carrying a hint of barely noticeable joy. He rubbed his chin, pondering how to bring up the subject of her taking a shower without hurting her feelings. Although Lu Qirong was filled with filthy energy, seemingly not needing to worry about cleanliness, as someone who liked to be somewhat tidy, he still felt a bit uneasy inside. This problem seemed trickier than dealing with those A-class cultists. In the bedroom, the newly ordered large bed was exceptionally eye-catching. Its oversized dimensions took up the entire end of the bedroom corridor. After Luli finished showering, he found Lu Qirong already lying down fully clothed, the 3-meter bed a perfect fit for her. She placed her hands on her lower abdomen, appearing like a noble lady, yet her peaks became even more pronounced with her arms folded, and Luli suspected that if the bride could breathe normally, they would tremble like pudding. But talking about this, Luli did discover a point of interest. He tentatively asked, Lu Qirong, can't you take off that dress? Of course, I don't mean anything else, please don't misunderstand. It's just that there are some decorations on your wedding dress that are quite bothersome. Lu Qirong tilted her head slightly, one hand pointing to the red cloth on her face. You mean I have to remove the veil before I can take off this wedding dress? Luli asked, bracing himself. Lu Qirong nodded, her feelings of joy still resonating in her consciousness. Is this girl trying to seduce him? Does he look like someone who could be swayed by such temptations? What kind of man can't withstand this kind of test? Luli shifted his gaze away from the peaks and said, actually, it's fine. I'm the kind of person who sleeps in clothes, being naked isn't something I'm used to. The bride immediately felt a small pang of disappointment and turned her back on him. Luli was mischievous, ignoring her now. Chapter 108, Speculation. Scattered limbs and severed arms exploded into view, warm blood splattering across her palms. Xia Qianqiu stared at her fists, still smeared with her colleague's flesh. She had clearly punched the horrid face of Khan, yet what shattered was Lei Zi's astonished expression. The brittle sound of bones breaking echoed in her ears, the desperate eyes of her teammates burned into her retina, branded like a scar. Ah! Xia Qianqiu suddenly sat up from the treatment pod, her chest heaving violently, cold sweat soaking her medical gown. A light blue healing fluid dripped from her chin, landing on her rapidly rising chest. The monitoring instruments in the pod emitted a faint alarm, the red wave pattern of her heartbeat pulsing rapidly on the screen. Team leader Xia, you're awake? The female nurse standing nearby quickly pressed the pause button, the glass lid of the treatment pod gradually lifting. Your physiological indicators are still unstable, you need to be observed further. Xia Qianqiu ignored her, raising her hand to press her temples, trying to dispel the vividly haunting images in her mind. The skin her fingertips touched was cold, but her palms seemed to still carry the sticky feeling of fresh blood. Was everything that just happened just a dream? She looked down at her hands, as clean as ever, her nails trimmed neatly, where was even a trace of blood. But the dull pain in her shoulder blades, the tearing sensation in her abdomen, all clearly reminded her that the battle was not an illusion. Give me a set of clothes. Xia Qianqiu's voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. She threw off the thin blanket covering her and revealed her beautiful, tall, athletic body, barefoot on the cold floor. The healing effect of the treatment chamber was remarkable. Her wounds had completely healed. Dressed in a deep blue standard uniform of the Bureau of Investigation, Xia Qianqiu discovered that the door of the hospital room was locked from the inside. Outside the window stood 2 armed special team members, their black tactical helmets covering their expressions. Only the cold light reflected from the gun barrels spoke of undeniable vigilance. She had been protected, to put it harshly, she was under strict surveillance. Xia Qianqiu walked to the window and looked at the familiar outline of the bureau's base outside. In the distance, on the training ground, team members were undergoing their morning exercises, shouts faintly echoed, leaving her heart feeling empty. Just then, there was a click from the door lock. Director Gao Jiangwo pushed the door open and entered. His Zhongshan suit was still neat, but it seemed a few more strands of white hair mixed into his temples. "How do you feel?" Gao Jiangwo's voice carried his usual calmness as his gaze fell on her, carefully examining her complexion. "Not dead." Xia Qianqiu tugged at her collar, her tone stiff. "What about the team members? Lei Zi, the divine doctor, and them." Mentioning the names of her teammates, her voice could not help but tremble. The illusion from that night was too real. Even now, she couldn't distinguish which were the fabrications created by the Weaver of Desires, and which were the tragedies she brought about herself. Gao Jiangwo sighed and pulled a chair over to sit down. 12 team members lost vital signs on the spot, but fortunately, their conditions meet the resurrection standards of the bizarre object A33. They are now under observation in the special care ward, with no threat to life. Xia Qianqiu's shoulders suddenly slumped, her face darkened. Leaning against the wall, her fingertips dug deep into her palms. No threat to life? Director Gao spoke lightly, but she knew better than anyone the cost of bizarre object A33, known as the Candle of Rebirth. It was a reversal of death at the cost of burning one's vitality. Each use meant the user and the saved one would lose years or even decades of their lifespan. Those team members might live, but those with bad luck might age overnight, their bodily functions drastically decline, and each person had only one chance to use it. Using it a second time would lead to aging and death. "It's my fault." Xia Qianqiu closed her eyes, her voice filled with powerless regret. "I suffered mental control and didn't let them evacuate in time when facing those ruthless A-level cultists." Gao Jiangwo looked at her expression of pain, which seemed genuine, and his gaze softened a bit. What he left unspoken was that the scene inspection report showed the wounds on the team members were all caused by immense spiraling punching force. The extent of bone fractures and traces of internal trauma perfectly matched Xia Qianqiu's abilities. If Xia Qianqiu hadn't actively confessed to being under mental control, perhaps what awaited her now wouldn't be a hospital room but a confinement cell. "Let's talk about the events of the operation." Gao Jiangwo changed the subject and placed a folder on the table. "What did you encounter?" Xia Qianqiu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down as she slowly recounted the night's ordeal. "We found traces of the Spirit Saint Temple in an abandoned hotel. There were 2 opponents, the fiery Apostle Khan, and a Weaver of Desires who could manipulate minds. Khan's physical strength was extremely powerful, while that Weaver of Desires, he could create illusions, distort perceptions. I was confused by him, mistaking my teammates for enemies, that's why." She recalled the scene from her memory and suddenly couldn't continue speaking. Gao Jiangwo's expression grew heavier, his fingers gently tapping on the folder. "The phishing operations at the other 6 hideouts went smoothly, only one faced slightly stronger resistance, which was just a few B-level abilities, resulting in minimal casualties. But I didn't expect you to hook 2 sharks here. The Holy Temple of Spirit and Emotion, a berserker, growing stronger in battle, and a mental manipulator turning friends into foes. If such a combination truly wanted to create chaos, even mobilizing several battalions to surround them might not guarantee their capture." "There are a few doubts," Gao Jiangwo frowned. "Only the body of the Flame Apostle was found on site. What about the Weaver of Intent? Did he escape?" "No." Xia Qianqiu immediately shook her head, trying to recall the vague figure. "They should both have been killed by the same person. I don't know that person's rank, possibly PK level, or even S level. He seemed completely immune to the mental attacks of the Weaver of Intent, and his physical strength was ridiculously high. After I lost consciousness, that enraged Khan should have also been killed by him, otherwise, I wouldn't have survived." She paused and added, "And the aura on him was very strange. I could barely sense any fluctuations of spiritual power, it's just that I couldn't see through the depths. On the surface, he should be a person from the Dragon Kingdom." "An unknown S level?" Gao Jiangwo rubbed his forehead, showing a weary expression. "Could it be the 15th undocumented S level? Or a hidden master among the common people?" He massaged his temples, his tone complex. "The abandoned hotel was completely ransacked, research data and serums are all gone, only the bodies of the followers of the Holy Temple of Spirit and Emotion were left. Whether this mysterious person is friend or foe is still unclear, but one thing is certain, we cannot offend him." Xia Qianqiu remained silent, the image of the man in the black short-sleeve shirt flashing in her mind. His gaze was vacant, but his attacks were clean and neat, as if he simply crushed a few ants without hesitation. Such a person, if an enemy, would pose a threat even more terrifying than the Holy Temple of Spirit and Emotion. By the way, Xia Qianqiu suddenly remembered something. Why are those cultists kidnapping awakened ones? What is their purpose? Gao Jiangwo opened the folder and pulled out an interrogation record. "We extracted information from the captured mercenaries. Someone spread news in the black market that Yun City has seen a surge in awakened ability users, along with the previous S-level Bizarre Realm incident, which attracted so many desperate individuals and cult organizations." He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the helicopter circling above the base. "Who leaked this information? What's the purpose?" Is it to create chaos in Yun City, or to take advantage of the confusion? He instructed, you should rest well, don't worry about the follow-up matters. Once your body recovers, I will arrange a new task for you. Having said that, Gao Jiangwo left the hospital room. Back in his office, Gao Jiangwo's expression was serious as iron. He softly said to his aide beside him, go bring Deputy Director Zhao here, I need to discuss something with him. A moment later, Deputy Director Zhao Donglai hurried in. He wore a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking cultured, contrasting sharply with Gao Jiangwo's military demeanor. Director, what's the urgent matter? Zhao Donglai handed over a cup of hot tea. Gao Jiangwo took the teacup but didn't drink, simply stating, I suspect there are dirty elements in the bureau colluding with external organizations, otherwise, how would those people know about the awakened in Yun City? Zhao Donglai adjusted his glasses and pondered, the possibility of this is low. The last time, the 14th S-level, Mirror, inspected us, and everyone in the bureau passed the mental screening. Those with problems were already cleaned up. Even if outside organizations want to plant spies, they couldn't do it so quickly without the risk of being discovered by an unknown mind reader. He paused for a moment and suggested another possibility. Could it be that when the black mist descends, some ill-intentioned people have mixed in? Perhaps the holy temple of spiritual sentiment discovered in the bizarre realm has more than one member. Gao Jiangwo thought for a moment and nodded slightly, makes sense. Maybe the holy temple of spiritual sentiment deliberately released the information, drawing various forces from the inner world to Yun City, letting them stir this muddy water, allowing themselves to carry out small actions. Zhao Dong, beside them, gazed thoughtfully at the swirling leaves in his cup. Chapter 109, Holy Temple of Spiritual Sentiment. In the Sunset Kingdom, a foggy city forever shrouded in gloom, the Pleasure Palace nightclub. Time lost its meaning here, the air was thick and suffocating, mixed with top-grade perfume, aged liquor, the desire of flesh steaming, and some kind of spiritual incense producing an exotic aroma when burned. Golden domes hung crystal chains, refracting the distorted, writhing figures of high-ranking officials and nobles in the dance floor below, lost in the dreamy rhythm, wantonly releasing their amplified sensory pleasure. However, at the highest point of this paradise, in a secret room overlooking the mad dance floor, the atmosphere was chilling. The members of the Feast of All Desires Council were not all present, but the core few had already gathered. On the soft scarlet carpet, the Holy Joy Master Elijah wore his usual exaggerated smile on his chubby face, but the golden cup in his hand tilted, spilling amber liquor and soaking his luxurious robe, yet he remained oblivious. Crack! One crisp sound, beside the spot where the knowledgeable once sat, an exquisite crystal ashtray was crushed by a hand covered in pale skin. Dressed in black mourning attire, a beautiful woman with endless sorrow in her eyes, Lady Worry Mo Vera slowly raised her eyelids. Within those eyes, what surged was not only sadness but also a thicker, darker essence. The shadow beneath her feet seemed to grow denser. 3. A neurotic voice spoke, from a skinny figure, fingers trembling incessantly. The pattern weaver Alpha's fingers swiftly traced the air, countless flickering spiritual runes and data flows appearing and disappearing before him. Fear, fury, desire. In Dragon Country, within the same area, consecutive falls in a short time, the probability model shows this is by no means accidental or an isolated incident, it's a planned cleansing, or rather, a provocation. The intoxicating waves of celebration from the dance floor were faintly heard, yet only emphasized the silence of this place. A woman lay lazily on a scarlet velvet sofa, her body tracing a breathtaking curve. The few pieces of deep purple gauze on her were tied with slender golden chains, barely covering a few secrets, making her more tempting than if completely naked. Her skin was like high-quality sheep-fat white jade, glistening delicately and smoothly in the dim light, as if a light pinch could draw out water. Looking up, over her slender waist and plump curves, was a long neck and a bewitching face. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with long eyebrows and narrow eyes, the corners slightly raised, naturally exuding an enchanting charm. Her amethyst-like beautiful eyes squinted slightly, but if one looked closely, within the depths, it seemed that countless golden compound eyes flickered in the shadows, opening and closing continuously. The I Desire Lilith spoke with a seductive tone, just hearing her voice was enough to drive men wild. Perhaps we happen to encounter an S-Class from Dragon Country. There is no such S-Class, we are completely aware of all S-Class movements in the world, said the scent desirer Basilisk, twitching his large nose, seemingly distinguishing the distant scent coming through the air. Brando's death is understandable, but Khan and the Knower can escape even in the face of an S-Class. Who can kill both of them at the same time? The heavy atmosphere was broken by a delicate laugh. The temptress, Celine, walked in, wearing an almost transparent dark green gown that clung to her curves like water, cleverly rippling at key points, provoking thoughts. Her fingers were especially long, tips glimmering with a faint pearly sheen, and when she reached out to touch Lilith, the air seemed to ripple visibly. Celine slid onto the sofa like a water snake, intertwining with Lilith. As her body pressed against Lilith, they both let out a satisfied sigh. The golden lines on Lilith's creamy skin seemed to awaken, glowing slightly, while the texture of Celine's skin beneath her transparent gown began to change constantly, bringing a more comfortable sensation to the two. Hee hee, how interesting, even the weaver who can enter dreams and weave fantasies has stumbled. When did such fierce guests arrive from the Dragon Kingdom? It's making me a little excited. Celine whispered in Lilith's ear, her words dripping with honeyed poison, yet her eyes sparkled with a sharp chill. The listener, Melmos, who had been seemingly asleep with closed eyes, had his sharp ears twitch slightly, and slowly spoke, his voice directly entering everyone's minds. I heard Khan's final roar, it ended in an instant. Before the weaver completely fell silent, it seemed to convey an extremely brief chaotic fragment, devour strange bride, and then, eternal silence. Bride? The taster, Gulgar, licked his thick lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Sounds delicious. At that moment, a figure slowly materialized. He did not walk in but emerged from the myriad of intertwining emotions and desires. He had no fixed form, sometimes appearing as a handsome youth, sometimes as a weathered elder, sometimes transforming into a captivating woman, but ultimately settling into the image of an ordinary middle-aged man. Only his eyes seemed to contain the origin and end of all emotions, boiling with the extremes of feelings, yet returning to a terrifying calm. The leader of the Spirit Temple, self-proclaimed the Unifier, was also an exceptionally strong S-class. His gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes holding neither anger nor sorrow. Loss, regrettable. The leader spoke, his voice gentle, yet carrying a strange magic that involuntarily calmed everyone's emotions, then stirred them once more. Fear, anger, intent, 3 important paths are temporarily obstructed. He raised his hand, palm upward, a swirling mass of chaotic energy spinning within, reflecting the outline of the Dragon Kingdom and 3 dim extinguished light points. But, he shifted his tone, a difficult-to-grasp smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Extreme sadness and pain are the breeding ground for new life, immense fear and anger are the catalysts for consolidating faith, and an existence that can devour the weaver of desires. A fiery light flashed in his eyes. That existence itself contains desires and powers beyond our current understanding. The Dragon Kingdom is of more value than we can imagine. What does the leader mean? Alpha pushed his glasses up, his eyes gleaming behind the lenses. Plans need adjustment, the leader lightly gripped, the energy in his palm vanishing. Increase our focus on the Dragon Kingdom, we should not concentrate on that so-called awakening potion. We must contact that mysterious bride, the existence that devours desires is the best vessel we are looking for. And revenge? He chuckled lightly, that is merely an appetizer for the next grand feast. Notify the children hidden in the Dragon Kingdom to get moving, while also, prepare the compassionate singer and the trembling hand. It's time for the friends of the Dragon Kingdom to experience a deeper emotional baptism. In the secret chamber, everyone's expressions were different, but in the end, they melted into a silence mixed with awe, greed, and anticipation. Meanwhile, the revelry beneath the Palace of Supreme Bliss continued unabated. Chapter 110, Dangerous Game? Luli sat by the window, his fingertips tapping on the table, his gaze falling on a few sealed boxes of potions in the corner. The transparent glass bottles glimmered coldly under the light, and the pale blue liquid inside seemed to him to be the most vicious curse. Heaven's Gate. He murmured the name, imagining if he could make the organization's members consume these potions. Luli looked towards the conscious space, where Luchirong was sitting at a virtual dressing table, fiddling with the red tassels of her bridal veil in front of a brass mirror. Since devouring the Weaver of Desire, Luchirong seemed to have awakened the ability of creation, generating anything within her realm of understanding in the conscious space. From a hairpin to a beautifully carved big bed, as long as she had seen it, she could conjure it out of thin air, but she couldn't yet create things beyond her understanding, like the smartphone that Luli mentioned. She had tried several times and only produced a block that resembled it, the screen always black. A clear hunger echoed in her mind. She clearly remembered the feeling of fullness when devouring the Weaver of Desire and had developed an interest in these potions. Don't worry, Luli reassured her in his mind, I have other uses for these. If the people of Heaven's Gate were truly as he wished, treating these potions containing the purified deceptive food power as treasures and drinking them down, they would become Luchirong's most loyal puppets. At that time, without him lifting a finger, he could use the bride's power to uproot this cult organization. This thought made a cold glint flash in Luli's eyes. He took out his encrypted phone and dialed the number labeled Wolf. As soon as the call connected, a respectful hoarse voice came from the other end, Guide Lord. Luli's voice was flat and without waves. I have some goods that I need you to deliver to the organization. We'll meet at the usual place in 1 hour. Understood, I will set off right away, Wolf said respectfully, then continued, the matters you assigned before are progressing very smoothly. I will definitely not let you down this time. Luli was taken aback. When did he ever assign Wolf to do anything? But he didn't plan to ask. He wasn't interested in the internal power struggles of these cultists. Luli replied indifferently and hung up the phone. An hour later, at the factory where they first met. The smell in the abandoned factory was still pungent, but Luli's state of mind was completely different. The anxiety and vigilance he had felt the first time had now been replaced by ease and a sense of control. Wolf was already waiting there, still dressed in black robes. Upon seeing Luli, he immediately hunched over to welcome him, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Guide Lord. He bowed his head respectfully, not daring to look directly into Lu Li's eyes, feeling the increasing pressure from him. With a casual wave, several sealed metal boxes appeared on the ground. Inside are my spoils, leave one box for the brothers and sisters in Cloud City, and hand over the rest to the higher-ups. Wolf opened one box, and upon seeing neatly arranged potion vials inside, his eyes instantly lit up. Although he didn't know what was inside, just the specially made leak-proof bottle and the tight seal indicated that it was definitely not an ordinary item. What is this? He instinctively raised his head but met Lu Li's deep gaze, hurriedly lowering his head again. Things that can make awakeners stronger. Lu Li casually took out a separately packaged potion from his pocket and tossed it over. This one is your reward for your recent good performance. Wolf caught it like a precious treasure and, to show his loyalty, without thinking, he pulled the cork from the bottle and drank it all in one go. The potion cooled his throat, sliding down and instantly turning into a warm current that surged through his limbs. He could clearly feel the long-dormant spiritual power within his body slowly increasing. This is a potion that can increase spiritual power? The wolf exclaimed in surprise, looking at Lu Li with eyes filled with incredulous awe. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. In the world of awakeners, the amount of spiritual power depends on the intensity of awakening. Never had he heard of any potion that could directly enhance spiritual power. Previously, there were rumors in the black market about a large batch of awakeners appearing in Yun City, but he never expected that just a few days later, the guide would present such results. The Lord's strength and foundation are simply unfathomable. Lu Li was not interested in his show of loyalty and waved his hand, urging him to hurry and leave. The wolf carefully tucked away the potion box, and before leaving, he did not forget to bow at a 90-degree angle. I take my leave. I will not disappoint your trust, my lord. Lu Li turned and left the factory. He could feel that Lu Qiron's consciousness was establishing a weak connection through the potion that the wolf had consumed, as if a seed that could explode at any moment had been planted. After much back and forth, the potion was finally sent to an ancient, elegant house hidden deep in a bamboo forest. The room was unlit, only a few candles flickering in the corner. The dancing candlelight cast shadows of the mottled murals on the wall, making them appear alive. On the mural was a being enveloped in endless radiance, with a compassionate face slightly lowered. 3 pairs of enormous wings spread across the main wall, the feather patterns appearing to slowly unfurl in the shifting light. Below the mural, a grand scene of all things reviving and followers on a pilgrimage was depicted, as if portraying the arrival of a 6-winged angel in the world. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that beneath the perfect skin were countless dark red lines resembling spider webs, as if some living thing was parasitizing beneath the surface, pulsing slightly with the motions of light and shadow. Those eyes were like 2 deep concentric circular whirlpools, and staring into them felt like they slowly rotated, sucking away the surrounding light and thoughts. A shadowy figure dressed in a loose black robe sat in a large armchair, his face obscured by shadows, revealing only his pale fingertips gently swaying a potion under the candlelight. Guide. The figure's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing together, indistinguishable in gender and age. This move of yours is quite risky. He placed the potion back into the box. The potion bottles in the box were of various colors, some glowed blue, some exuded black mist, and others were murky like mud, clearly not from the same institution. The living experimental products of the Sacred Hall of Spirit Emotion, the purification technology of the Dayuan esoteric religion, and... The figure in the black robe chuckled softly, his voice carrying an elusive meaning, luring those wild dogs to Yun City to obtain their results. Truly, it is you, still so insane. He picked up a potion radiating black mist, carefully examining it against the candlelight. But how will you navigate the next steps? Aren't you afraid of provoking them? Or is that your true purpose? If so, then I will lend you a hand. The figure placed the potion back into the box, his fingertips gently tapping on the lid, as if he was calculating something. The wind outside blew through the bamboo forest, producing a rustling sound, intertwining with the crackling of the candlelight, creating an eerie atmosphere. It was already evening, and the sunset had dyed the sky a bright orange. As Lu Li just stepped out of the investigation bureau, his phone vibrated. It was a message from an old meal companion he hadn't contacted in a long time. Do you have dinner plans? A new private restaurant has opened, want to join? Lu Li smiled and replied, sure, save me a spot. He hadn't been in touch with this meal companion since the Strange World incident. He didn't know what they had been busy with. He stood by the roadside waiting for a car, watching the flow of vehicles while chatting with Lu Qirong in his mind. The bride lay on the soft big bed, raising her head to look at the tablet in front of her, her focus entirely on the screen beneath the red veil, responding to Lu Li in a casual manner. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was Wolf calling. Sir, Wolf's voice couldn't hide his excitement. Congratulations on your promotion to the Grand Guardian of the South District. From now on, all affairs of the South District will be under your full jurisdiction. Chapter 111, Meal Partner. Lu Li was taken aback. Promoted? He did plan to stir up some trouble regarding the potion within the Gate of Heaven, but he didn't expect it to come so soon, directly becoming the Grand Guardian. He had previously understood the specific structure of the Gate of Heaven. The outer members are called devotees, not even formal members, merely drawn by the doctrine or tempted by convenience, providing money or information for the organization. Above them are believers, formal members who fully accept the doctrine and pledge loyalty. Further up are disciples, the heads of various districts, either with strong combat skills or expertise in certain fields. Guardians are the elites among the disciples, able to directly command them. The Grand Guardian is the supreme commander of a strategic area, equivalent to the deputy of the 7 knights, possessing the power of judgment and life and death over all members below the guardians. As for the 7 knights, they symbolize the highest military strength and authority of the organization, each possessing terrifying personal strength and controlling the core functions of the organization. The guide was merely a disciple before, not because the gate of heaven was jealous of talent but because this guy rose too quickly, preferring to fight strong opponents, constantly searching for people to battle. It was impossible for him to stay in one place and not cause trouble. He had only recently settled down, obediently staying in Cloud City. Luli stroked his chin, somewhat puzzled. Was the promotion system of this cult based on the amount of medication sent? As he pondered, a call came in from the ride-hailing driver, indicating that they had arrived at the intersection. Got it, I'll hang up if there's nothing else, Luli said hurriedly before ending the call. On the other end of the line, Wolf felt a thud in his heart upon hearing Luli's flat, almost cold tone. Oh no! The master is not satisfied. The master has made so many contributions, providing such precious potions to the organization, yet the chief only gave him the title of Grand Guardian, merely expanding his jurisdiction from Cloud City to the entire southern part of Dragon Country. The 7 knights, which the master is so eager for, were not even mentioned. This is simply humiliation. Wolf wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly speculating. It seems that this step by the master was not for promotion, but a final probe towards the chief. Luli got into the taxi, completely unaware that his casual remark had stirred up a storm in Wolf's heart. He looked at the scenery outside the window, took out his phone, and sent a message to his mail partner. I'll be there in 10 minutes, wait for me. This was a newly opened Chinese restaurant, with diners waiting outside forming a long line, the queue winding and twisting, the air filled with anxious anticipation. If one could avoid this wait, it would undoubtedly be a pleasant thing. Luli stepped into the restaurant, and the aroma of food mixed with the scent of wooden tables and chairs came rushing towards him. He wandered around and finally spotted his meal partner in a prime spot by the window, but his footsteps slightly paused. The situation was somewhat delicate. He saw a girl with a bob haircut quietly sitting, looking down intently at the menu. Beside her seat stood a young couple, insisting with the service staff, their faces showing discomfort. Look, the seat is empty, what's the problem with us sitting here first, said the girl among the couple, her tone a mix of coercion and charm. Exactly. The person who reserved it hasn't arrived yet, so we can switch places when they come. The boy beside them chimed in, his eyes filled with a sense of entitlement. The young waiter opened his mouth, glancing at Kato K several times, yet seemed unable to focus, his gaze wandering in confusion. His face was troubled, clearly recalling that this table was reserved, yet unable to connect the reserver with the quiet girl almost blending into the background. He mumbled, ready to give in under the couple's pressure. This, in principle, fine, if you really. At that moment, Luli walked over at the perfect time, his voice gentle yet clear, cutting through the slightly tense atmosphere. Sorry, let me through, my friend has arrived. As soon as he spoke, 3 pairs of eyes turned to him. The couple obviously paused for a moment, and following Luli's natural gaze, their eyes finally focused on the bob-haired girl sitting there, instantly revealing mixed expressions of surprise and embarrassment. Ah, sorry. We didn't notice someone was already here, the girl hurriedly apologized, pulling her boyfriend away quickly. The waiter seemed to wake up suddenly, almost breaking into a cold sweat at his temple, quickly apologizing to the girl. I'm so sorry, I didn't notice. I'll get you some water right away. The little disturbance settled, and the air began to flow again. Luli sat down across from the girl, placing his backpack aside, with a hint of understanding and mockery. Every time I see such a scene, I think it's quite magical. The bob-haired girl finally looked up, her delicate and beautiful face calm, as if the person who had just been completely ignored was not her at all. You saved me again. Her voice was soft, with no discernible emotion, but upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a trace of gentle helplessness. I'm just a little curious. Luli took the menu she handed over, his smile deepening. If I hadn't shown up, how long were you planning to wait to assert your presence? Until they sat down and ordered? The girl tilted her head slightly, as if seriously considering it, then replied in her characteristic calm tone, probably, when they are really about to sit down? Or, when their food arrives, I might say, this set meal seems to be what I ordered? Luli couldn't help but chuckle softly, recalling when he first met her, it was a similar scene. Other people saw her as invisible, and he thought it was a new form of bullying, confidently stepping in to save her from being seated upon, and this girl named Xiao Wei often invited him to dinner. Xiao Wei was a sea-level ability user, claiming her power was amplification, but Luli suspected her awakened ability was something uncontrollable like invisibility or diminished presence. If applied to assassination, it would be as if she could kill someone in front of them, and the victim would be oblivious to who did it. He just didn't know if it had any effect on users with a higher level than hers. Their conversation was interrupted by the arriving waiter. Luli noticed that every time someone came close, Xiaohui would slightly straighten her back, as if trying hard to make herself more noticeable. You know, while waiting for the food, Luli spoke, sometimes I think your low presence is actually a kind of gift. Oh? Xiaohui showed an interested expression. You get to see people's most authentic selves because they don't bother to put up a facade in front of you. This interpretation is quite your style, she thought for a moment, but being seen by you, I think that's also a good thing. This made Luli pause slightly. If he didn't know her personality, he might have let his imagination run wild. Dinner continued in a relaxed atmosphere. Luli shared fun stories from work, while Xiaohui occasionally added precise comments. Though her presence was low, every time she spoke, she got straight to the point. This contrast always surprised Luli. At checkout, Xiaohui insisted on treating, a hint of stubbornness on her calm face. I invited you out this time, next time Luli will treat me. Stepping out of the restaurant, the cool night breeze greeted them, and the long queue outside finally dispersed. Xiaohui took out a beret from her bag and put it on, turning to Luli, her voice still flat, but her eyes were open wider than usual. Then, see you next time. Yeah, see you next time. Luli smiled and nodded, watching her turn around, the beret quickly blending into the darkness, as if she was slowly merging into the background. However, Luli was puzzled, this time having dinner with a female friend, the bride in his mind surprisingly didn't throw a tantrum. Perhaps sensing Luli's doubts, Lu Qirong replied with a calming emotion. Since spending more time in the real world, her rationality indeed grew day by day. In Lu Qirong's view, Luli had just spent a long time talking to the air, most likely from the stress lately. When they got home, as wife, she should help him relax. Previously, she had seen a video that suggested massaging the body to relax, which was perfect to use now. Luli, if happy, might just help her complete the ritual. With a joyful mood, the bride seriously researched a titled video on Thai massage. Luli didn't think much of it and assumed the bride had finally become generous, turning around to walk home. Chapter 112, Pain Reflected on Pain. Xiaohui returned to her high-end apartment with a faint smile at the corners of her mouth, clearly satisfied with tonight's dinner. As soon as she opened the door, a seductive figure rushed over, shaking her arm with an excited yet furious tone. Xiaohui. You are finally back. Damn investigation bureau. Ah. I haven't made my money yet. Facing Sakurai's rambling complaints, Xiaohui simply spoke calmly, is it about the Awakener potion? Sakurai loosened her grip, placing her hands on her hips, clearly furious. Yes. That group of unreliable people actually leaked the news. In the few days I've left Yun City, a pack of wild dogs rushed in, capturing people for research, making potions. She was indignantly criticizing the investigation bureau's inaction like a concerned citizen, continuously ranting. Then she pulled out a bottle of potion. Look, even our organization got a share. Xiaohui took the potion and scrutinized the flow of spiritual energy inside, sensing an indescribable mysterious energy as well. If they figure out a way to mass-produce it, I won't even get a drop? Sakurai was a bit on edge, her vibrant face filled with distress. Xiaohui confidently concluded, this is the potion from the spiritual emotion sanctuary. Sakurai asked curiously, how can you be sure? I have been inside their production factory before. Xiaohui explained flatly. Sakurai nodded in realization, with your ability, lurking in is indeed easy. So the organization has made a deal with the spiritual emotion sanctuary? But weren't they always at odds? Xiaohui thought for a moment, it should be the guiding person's doing. I saw him kill 2 cardinals of the spiritual emotion sanctuary, which explains why their potion would flow to our organization. Sakurai frowned, her beautiful brows knitting together, the guiding person again. What on earth does he want to do? Do you have a grasp of his abilities? Xiaohui shook her head, I didn't get too close, but I vaguely felt he could detect me. Sakurai was a bit surprised, but considering it was the unfathomable guiding person, it made sense. She patted Xiaohui's shoulder, forget it, sinking thoughts with a madman is too tiring. We should get down to business. I've already arranged for that bizarre item to be moved to the deep city. It will arrive in a couple of days. Xiaohui, you go and take it. Okay. Xiaohui nodded in agreement, securing the potion, her gaze falling on the night outside the window. Thoughtful. The next day, Luli entered the investigation bureau, holding his waist. The pain in his body had long been healed, but his mind felt like it was carved on a disc, repeatedly playing the torture from last night. Lu Qirong's long fingers dug into the gaps of his bones, the force grinding through made him nearly think his bones were about to break apart right then. Luli couldn't understand where she learned this skill of settling scores after the autumn. Although afterwards the bride pretended to be confused and heartbroken, timidly apologizing to Luli, he only felt heartache, looking at her, a once pure girl, now turned into a green TB*TCH because of palace drama poison, her acting almost rivaling that of a film queen. Thus, after much thought, he decided to shorten Lu Qirong's time spent watching videos. This time, even though the bride pitifully pointed her fingers at him, he resolutely hardened his heart without relenting. Moving to the office of the third group of the management department, the sounds of group leader Lu around him helped him to regain his composure. The work of the third group of the management department was not complicated, merely auditing supplies, handling internal complaints and disputes, quite leisurely. As the group leader, most of his time was spent reviewing the reports prepared by his subordinates, signing and stamping, living quite comfortably. Knock, knock. Dong Xiaohong knocked on the door. This quiet girl had also been transferred over, speaking with her usual weak demeanor. Group leader Lu, Group leader Lin asked you to come over. She specifically instructed this when you weren't here. All right, I'll go right away. Lu Li calmly replied as he closed the game on his computer. This was probably the advantage of having the leader's computer facing away from the door. When he saw this former cold and beautiful boss, she threw him a resentful look. Well, you little brat, just because there's an office in between, you couldn't even send a greeting? If I had known, I would have thrown you to the third squad immediately. It'd be the same anyway. Lu Li was speechless. They hadn't seen each other for just a day, yet she spoke as if he were a heartless man. But he also knew Lin Wan's nature. He was used to her teasing. Just as he was about to call out Sister Lin, he was interrupted. Lin Wan raised an eyebrow. It's work hours, use titles. Lu Li corrected himself. Group leader Lin. She replied nonchalantly, what's the matter? Lu Li said, shouldn't I be the one to ask you? You specifically called me over. It can't be just to scold me for not greeting you for a day? The female boss huffed, go to Deep City tomorrow, come with me. Lu Li's heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute, I already have a wife. If I accompany you, my bride might use my bones to practice her strength at night. He quickly found an excuse. Isn't that inappropriate? Tomorrow's a workday. Lin Wan looked confused. What's inappropriate about it? Do you want to go during the weekend instead? Lu Li's gaze wandered. He vaguely sensed the strong emotions about to emerge from the bride. The weekend? Then I need to think about it. Lin Wan rolled her eyes and said, you think I want the weekend too? I really don't want to be on a business trip during the weekend. Lu Li was taken aback. Oh, so it's a business trip? He chuckled awkwardly. Haha, that's for sure. It must be on a workday. Business trips during workdays are the best. What else do you think it is? Lin Wan glanced at him, teasingly said, what, do you think I'm asking you out for fun? Group leader Lu, please don't feel so good about yourself. Lu Li's face turned red. He coughed lightly and said solemnly, so this business trip is? Although there was mockery in Lin Wan's eyes, she didn't continue, explaining, it's a training exchange for young talents. The headquarters has experts going to Deep City for research. Several city squads have decided to let young cadres see the world and listen to the experts' lectures. This wasn't inappropriate, Lu Li agreed. After discussing the details for tomorrow's trip, the two chatted for a while until Lin Wan's computer popped up a file notification. Realizing she was about to get busy, Lu Li stood up to take his leave. As he was about to exit, Lin Wan, gazing at her computer screen, casually dropped a line, if you really want to go out on a date. Men should take the initiative, don't always wait for the girl to speak. Lu Li paused his steps, pretending to be confused and exclaimed, acting as if he didn't hear clearly. His cold and beautiful female boss shot him a glance and waved her hand, get lost. Only then did he feel like he had been granted amnesty, slipping out of the office. Chapter 113, The Grieved Woman. Although Deep City is adjacent to Cloud City, the actual distance is not close. After the arrival of the Black Mist, the Long Country implemented a depopulation policy, concentrating people into various major cities. The transportation between cities relies almost entirely on air transport. Even though the chance of encountering Black Mist on ground transport is low, it is still not completely safe. Fortunately, each city has achieved self-sufficiency and does not need to rely on cross-regional material circulation. Lu Li's seat was on the aisle side of the outermost row. This was his first time riding an aircraft in this world. Big was his most intuitive feeling. Looking around, the cabin was spacious like a large auditorium, and with the convenience brought by spiritual power, hovering technology had long been popularized. This massive object could be better described as an air and space flying device rather than a plane. The bottom was covered with dense and precise runes, and it was these runes' power that could lift a structure like fuselage soaring into the sky. The flight duration was 30 minutes in total, not too long, but the most time-consuming part was waiting for passengers to board. Lu Li took out the expert information given by his former female boss, sliding his fingers across the screen to browse. The person in the information was named Lu Rilong, a B-level ability user, wearing a pair of thin-framed glasses, looking to be around 40. His resume was jaw-dropping to Lu Li, having graduated from a top domestic police academy in criminal psychology, later pursuing a master's degree in courtroom science. After awakening his ability, he was specially recruited into the investigation bureau as one of the first professional talents and was sent to a certain country in Eastern Europe to participate in the Abnormal Phenomenon Archives Management and Information Exchange Project. He had guided the closure of 15 A-level strange domains and 34 B-level strange domains currently. He served as a senior analyst at the Dragon Country's Anomalous Phenomena Investigation Bureau while also being a specially appointed instructor at the Bureau's training center. In summary, it's just 2 words: impressive. Luli scrolled up the screen, and the course topic came into view: Beyond the Surface, Analysis of Strange Rules and New Theories of Energy Systems, and just by looking at the title, there was an unexplainable professional vibe. Hey, sixth brother. You're here too. A familiar voice came from behind, and Luli looked up to see Zhao Qi. This young man was still full of energy, with a cheerful smile on his face. Luli raised his hand in greeting, teasingly saying, "Comrade Zhao, if I remember correctly, you seem to owe me a meal?" Zhao Qi scratched his head in embarrassment, a hint of awkwardness on his face. "That really isn't because I forgot, I've been thinking about it." His seat was conveniently on the other side of the aisle, and after sitting down, he opened his mouth to complain. "Ever since my leg got broken on the strange domain mission, my girlfriend has been watching me closely. She comes to pick me up right after work, doesn't allow me to eat out, and cooks for me every day, even has to team up with me to play games, afraid that I would sneak out." Stop. The more Luli listened, the more wrong it sounded. He quickly raised his hand to interrupt him, his face darkening. "So, you're here to show off?" Zhao Qi looked puzzled. "No, I am not showing off. I'm just saying my girlfriend is too controlling, right?" Seeing that he didn't seem to be pretending, Luli decided not to argue with him and changed the topic. "Are you here to listen to the expert's lecture?" Zhao Qi nodded, sort of, "but our action team's main task is still to protect the Bureau's core staff. By the way, sixth brother, are you also here for the lecture?" As soon as he finished speaking, a neutral voice interjected. "Impossible, right? The ones going this time are all the Bureau's elite core. Brother Lu is probably here to experience the local customs in Deep City." The 2 people looked towards the sound, and the speaker was a young man sitting in front of Zhao Qi. He looked ordinary, but his build was quite solid, and at this moment, he turned his head, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Luli and Zhao Qi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with questions. "Who is he? Do you know him?" Zhao Qi leaned close to Luli's ear, lowering his voice to explain. "His name is Zhang Shua, a fellow trainee from the special training camp. His assessment scores were quite outstanding. Now he is in the special operations team." Luli was puzzled. "Then why do I not remember him?" Hearing this man's tone, it seemed like he had a grudge against him. Zhang Shua looked at Luli with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes, his tone openly mocking. "Didn't expect to run into you here, Brother Lu. Are you here to see your long-distance girlfriend? Today is a workday, did you take leave?" He deliberately paused, as if suddenly remembering something. "Oh, no, Brother Lu, you are in the logistics department. You are usually quite free, being absent for a day or 2 might not even be noticed." This young man had quite a temper, his words wrapped in barbs, making people feel uncomfortable. Luli raised an eyebrow, not planning to indulge him, his tone flat yet sharp. "Zhang Shua, right? We have never met. Did your girlfriend run away with someone else, or what? Your words don't sound pleasant." At this moment, Zhao Qi leaned in again, lowering his voice even more. "Sixth brother, I told you before, the girl with the great figure and red hair who wanted to confess to you is Zhang Shua's secret crush." "Oh, so that's how it is." Luli suddenly realized, but then he reacted. Why is this his concern? Zhang Shua clearly didn't expect Luli to be so direct. His expression stiffened for a moment, then he resumed his mocking demeanor. "I have long admired Brother Lu's name since the training camp. Everyone says you are hiding your strength, deliberately choosing a logistics position. However, now that I see it, I don't think so. With Brother Lu's E-level spiritual power, staying in the investigation bureau must be your best effort, right? What's with this young man acting like a jilted lover? Blabbering non-stop." Luli didn't want to argue with him, simply crossed his arms and watched him continue his performance. He also needed to soothe the protective husband emotions of the bride in his consciousness space. Otherwise, just relying on Lu Qirong's slight leak of dirty power could scare this jilted lover into urinating in fear. Zhang Shua, completely unaware of how he was socially dying, confidently jumped around, believing Luli wouldn't dare to argue back. Instead, he became more energized and babbled on. "Brother Lu, you really need to cherish this hard-won job. The job market is so tough now, you don't want to go home and farm, right? Ah, no, I forgot, with your face, you can live comfortably without worries. Xiaomeng is just a person captivated by someone like you, who has nothing but looks, right?" Luli listened in confusion. Was this person insulting him, or praising him for being handsome? His silence didn't mean others could also endure it. Zhao Qi could no longer suppress his anger. How could his most respected sixth brother be slandered like this? He immediately slapped the armrest of the chair, pointing at Zhang Shua's nose, ready to shout. At that moment, a crisp sound of high heels striking the ground echoed from the front, tap, 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 clear and rhythmic, carrying a sense of pressure that stood out in the noisy cabin. Everyone instinctively turned their heads to look, and they saw a cold and elegant woman in a black long dress walking towards them. She had a tall and curvy figure, the black dress outlining her graceful curves, with skin whiter than snow and a delicate face that wore an indifferent expression. Her gaze swept over everyone present, finally landing on Zhang Shuo. Just that one look made Zhang Shuo, who had been arrogant moments before, suddenly look like a chicken with its neck grasped, all the mocking words stuck in his throat as he stammered out a few words. Deputy Team Lin. Chapter 114, Deputy Team Lin? Lin Wan naturally sat down next to Luli. The tone softened a bit more than in the office. Team Leader Lu, have you seen the information I sent you? The words Team Leader Lu entered Zhang Shuo's ears clearly, and he, just regaining his composure from Lin Wan's intimidating presence, felt as if struck by lightning. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. How long has it been? Just got promoted, and is already climbing the ranks? This pretty boy, an E-level ability user, what kind of background does he have? Most importantly, that Vice Team Leader Lin actually treated him so kindly. I'm looking at it. Luli raised his phone, the screen still on Lu Rilong's resume page. Lin Wan nodded, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Expert Lu Rilong's class is very valuable. His analysis of real combat is especially thorough. The new theory he brought this time, if you listen carefully, you will definitely gain something. Understood. Luli willingly complied, his fingertips gently sliding on the screen, pretending to continue reading the information, but his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Zhang Shuo's face, changing from green to white. Zhang Shuo felt like he was sitting on pins and needles at this moment. The natural familiarity between Lin Wan and Luli made him feel more embarrassed than any fierce rebuttal could. But the young man's arrogance prevented him from lowering his face to apologize. He could only silently hold back a sour feeling. Even if Luli was promoted, it was merely in the logistics department. How could it compare with a position in the special operations team? The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt. He simply whispered a few words to the passengers next to him and moved to the back row of the cabin, leaving in a dejected manner. Zhao Qi saw Lin Wan sitting next to Luli, tactfully not coming over again. He just gave Luli a knowing glance, silently mouthing Brother Lu is awesome, then turned to study the clouds outside the window, pretending to be a qualified backdrop. The corner that was once tense instantly returned to calm with Lin Wan's arrival. The cabin was left with only the low hum of the hovering engine, and the faint blue glow emitted by the rune array projected onto the floor. Lin Wan adjusted her seat back, elegantly leaning against it, slowly closing her eyes as if preparing to take a short nap. Her figure in a black long dress looked particularly upright on the wide seat. Even with her eyes closed, a cold aura emanated from her, suggesting that she was not to be approached lightly. Luli hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but speak up. Team Leader Lin, may I ask, that person just now, did he call you Vice Team Leader Lin? Lin Wan didn't open her eyes, her voice carried a hint of laziness as if she'd expected him to ask, do you find it strange that a small team leader from the logistics department is called Vice Team Leader Lin by someone from the special operations team? Not at all, Luli explained. I heard when I first arrived that Team Leader Lin transferred from the special operations team to the logistics department, but the rank of Vice Team Leader in the special operations team, when switched over, shouldn't it be at least 2 ranks higher than a team leader? He understood a bit about the investigation bureau's rank system. The Vice Team Leader of the Special Operations Team is a middle-level manager, holding real military power, and in terms of authority, is much higher than the Logistics Department's team leader. It really doesn't make sense that Lin Wan chose to occupy a lower position managing supplies when she could have held a higher one. It was my own choice, Lin Wan sighed lightly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of fatigue, clearly not wanting to delve deeper into this topic. I need to rest for a bit, please don't talk. Luli keenly sensed her reluctance, chuckling lightly as he chose not to pursue the matter further. Okay, you rest, I won't disturb you. He shifted his attention back to the information, but this time, his gaze seemed a bit distracted. It seemed that Lin Wan harbored many untold stories. From Vice Team Leader of the Special Operations Team to Team Leader of the Logistics Department, what exactly happened during that time? About 5 minutes passed. Just when Luli thought Lin Wan had fallen asleep, she suddenly spoke, her voice as light as a breeze. You don't need to shout titles outside, just call me by my name. Luli was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, but remained silent. Lin Wan did not hear Luli's response, clicking her tongue in apparent dissatisfaction, turning her head away and only leaving Luli with the sight of her back. After a moment, her breathing gradually became steady and long, as if she had truly fallen asleep. The speed of the aerial vehicle was fast, and half an hour of travel passed in the blink of an eye. When the announcement in the broadcast indicated they were about to arrive at Deep City Airport, Lin Wan opened her eyes right on time, as if her brief rest had merely pressed the pause button, without any trace of confusion. She raised her hand to tidy her slightly messy hair, her demeanor still elegant. When disembarking, Zhang Shuo reacted as if he had been stung by a wasp, moving quickly. As soon as the door opened, he rushed out with his bag in a hurry, as if he had wings, not daring to look at Luli and Lin Wan even once, fearing he would stumble upon an awkward scene. Zhao Qi, who was unaware of Lin Wan's other identity, thought Zhang Shuo was frightened by Luli's position as group leader, and looking at Zhang Shuo's fleeing back, couldn't help but chuckle. This kid, he was so cocky just now, and now he runs so fast, afraid that team leader Lou will make things difficult for him? Sixth brother, that's not fair, you didn't even tell your younger brother when you got promoted. At least I could. I could have my girlfriend set up a promotion feast at home, even if it's just plain vegetables and tofu, that's still a gesture, right? Luli's forehead broke into a few dark lines. It's just a little management team leader. Should I really tell you that I was just appointed as the Grand Guardian of the southern zone of the Dragon Kingdom at Heaven's Gate a few days ago? Stepping out of the airport, the atmosphere of Deep City hit them. Compared to Cloud City, this city's architectural style was much more rugged, with sharply defined skyscrapers piercing the clouds, and pedestrians on the streets hurried along, their faces showing a sense of efficiency and tension. The air was filled with a stronger wave of spiritual energy than in Cloud City, clearly indicating a higher proportion of awakened individuals. In the distance, at the top of a skyscraper, flickering runic lights were faintly visible. First, let's drop off our luggage at the hotel, and then we gather at the Deep City Investigation Bureau headquarters at 2 in the afternoon, Lin Wan said, glancing at the time. Addressing Luli, the car has been arranged, it's waiting for us outside. Outside the airport hall, black SUVs were lined up neatly on the roadside, ready to welcome the core personnel from the Investigation Bureau arriving from Cloud City. Zhao Qi happened to share a car with Luli and Lin Wan, cheerfully opening the car door and sitting in the front passenger seat, leaving the back seat for the two of them. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Zhao Qi looked at the fleeting streets outside and couldn't help but exclaim, Deep City is just different, the spiritual energy concentration is at least 30% higher than Cloud City. People living here should live much longer, right? Luli silently added in his heart, the spiritual energy concentration in Deep City is indeed high, but the occurrences of dark mist here are more than a dozen times higher than in Cloud City. As a city significantly more developed than Cloud City, its population was only a little more than half that of Cloud City, the reason for which goes without saying. Considering the driver might be a local, he refrained from voicing this thought and merely gazed out at the passing streets, lost in thought. After we drop off our luggage, we have some time before the gathering. Lin Wan turned to Luli, her tone casual, do you want to take a stroll nearby? The old streets of Deep City are quite unique, with many stores that have been around for decades, offering a pure taste without the enhancement of spiritual power. Luli was taken aback, not expecting her to propose shopping actively. He glanced at Zhao Qi in front of him, who immediately waved his hand, raising his eyebrows at Luli, his eyes filled with gossip, yet he seriously replied, you two go ahead, I need to check in with my girlfriend. And then he added a serving of help, besides, if she found out I was playing the light bulb, wouldn't I get scolded to death for not being perceptive? Lin Wan was amused by his words and couldn't help but smile. It was rare for her to show a hint of a smile. Alright, let's first take you back to the hotel, and then we can go to the old street. The SUV stopped at the hotel entrance, and as Zhao Qi got out, he didn't forget to wink at Luli, shaping his mouth to say keep it up. Watching Zhao Qi run into the hotel, Luli shook his head helplessly and turned to Lin Wan, are we really going to the old street? What, unwilling? Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, her tone slightly playful, do you think I'm too old? Like a rich woman taking a young stud shopping? Luli choked on her words and hurriedly cleared his throat, shifting the topic, nothing wrong with that, it's just a chance to experience the local culture of Deep City. Lin Wan didn't press further and signaled the driver to start the car. The SUV slowly pulled away from the hotel, heading toward the old street. The cabin fell into silence, with only soft music flowing from the car's audio system. In the consciousness space, the bride was doodling in her notebook, occasionally looking up to watch the big screen ahead, which was synchronously playing the conversation between Luli and Lin Wan inside the SUV. Chapter 115, The Jade Pendant. The SUV had slowly entered the old street. At the entrance of the old street stood an ancient archway, the words on the arch were faded, carrying a weight that spoke of years gone by. On both sides of the street, there were quaint arcade buildings, the wooden doors and windows emitting a faint scent of sandalwood, mixed with the aroma of food, tickling the heart. Luli and Lin Wan got out of the car, strolling on the cobblestone path. The street was bustling with people, both locals and tourists drawn by its charm, everyone's pace unconsciously slowing down, lost in the unique laziness of the old street. The fast pace of the big city seemed diluted by the passage of time here, even the wind felt gentler. Luli's gaze wandered among the shops lining the street. He spotted a small shop selling handcrafted jewelry, with various exquisite jade pendants and bracelets displayed at the entrance. Inside the shop, an elderly man with white hair was intently carving a piece of jade, the chisel in his hand accurate with each rise and fall. This shop's items are very unique, Lin Wan's voice rang out beside him, this master's craftsmanship is inherited, and what's more, he has awakened a talent related to stones, allowing him to sense the internal patterns of the jade, so every piece he carves is truly one of a kind. Luli walked into the shop and picked up a jade pendant carved with a lotus flower. The jade pendant was warm to the touch, the lotus carving vivid, with the petals naturally unfurling, and even the details of the flower's center were clear, as if swaying gently in a breeze. He pondered over the pendant, a thought crossed his mind, would Lu Qirong like this kind of human accessory? The bride always wore a red wedding dress, perhaps this touch of green would be quite striking. If you like it, just buy it. Lin Wan had unknowingly approached him from behind, her gaze fixed on the jade pendant. Speaking plainly, each piece of jade has different patterns. This master's works are all unique. Luli hesitated for a moment but ultimately put down the pendant. Although he wanted to gift it to Lu Qirong, being with Lin Wan felt somewhat inappropriate in this context. Seeing him set down the pendant, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Wan's eyes. She turned to look at other ornaments on the wall, softly saying, "Let's check out something else, maybe there's something you like more." Walking out of the accessory shop, the two continued their stroll in the old street. Turning a corner, a strong sweet aroma hit them, where a food stall was crowded with people. The vendor was a plump middle-aged woman, skillfully making traditional pastries. The dough was being rolled into round balls by her hands, wrapped with sesame and osmanthus, then fried in hot oil until golden, scooped out to drain the oil, and finally sprinkled with a layer of fine white sugar. The steaming pastries gave off an enticing aroma, and just looking at them made one's appetite wide open. "Let's get one of these." Luli felt a bit hungry and smiled as he walked up. "Auntie, give us 2 boxes of osmanthus sugar cake." "Sure thing." The woman skillfully packed 2 boxes and smiled when she handed them over. "We use our homemade osmanthus honey for this sugar cake. It's sweet but not greasy. You should give it a try." Luli paid and handed 1 box to Lin Wan. Lin Wan took the cake, opened the box, and took a small bite. The fragrance of osmanthus and the sweetness of white sugar spread in her mouth, the sweetness just right, not cloying at all, and the warm cake slid down her throat, warming her heart too. "It tastes good." She looked at Luli, her lips curling into a bright smile, different from the coldness at work and lacking her usual teasing. The smile was pure and warm, like rare sunshine in winter, instantly lighting up her delicate face. This cold and beautiful female boss seemed different outside, no longer wearing a stern face like she did in the office. The two strolled around many places, and at noon, they sat down at a time-honored noodle shop, ordering 2 bowls of the signature wonton noodles. The bamboo-pressed noodles were chewy and delicious, the shrimp and the dumplings fresh and juicy, and the broth rich and thick. The two ate heartily. Until the noonday sun gradually grew intense, they relaxedly took a taxi back to the hotel. When checking in, Luli discovered that he and Lin Wan's rooms were right next to each other. After agreeing to meet in the hotel lobby at 1 to head to the Xinjiang Investigation Bureau headquarters together, the two returned to their rooms. The hotel room was quite spacious, decorated in a simple modern style, with a floor-to-ceiling window facing the streets of Xinjiang. As soon as Luli closed the door and hadn't had time to catch his breath, a figure in red suddenly gathered in the center of the room, so he hurriedly shut the door again. The 3-meter-high bride looked down at him, and though her gaze under the red veil was unseen, Luli could distinctly feel her excitement. If this were in an anime, there would surely be countless sparkling lights dancing around her. He smiled helplessly and took out a brocade box from his pocket, opening it to reveal the jade pendant carved with a lotus flower, which he had rushed back to buy from the accessory store while making an excuse to go to the restroom during their meal. "I didn't expect you to find this out." Luli shook the pendant, his tone tinged with some helplessness. "Looks like I have no secrets in front of you." Just as he was about to hand the pendant to Lu Qirong, the bride slightly leaned forward and wrapped her arms around him in a big hug. Her warm and soft body carried a familiar cold sandalwood fragrance, and unlike the usual strength, this embrace was especially gentle, as if she was afraid of hurting him. Just when Luli thought this was just ordinary intimacy, a stuttering but exceptionally clear silver bell voice came from under the red veil. Thank, husband?" Chapter 116, This Thing Should Belong to Me. Putting aside the bride's strange ancient style of address, Luli's eyes widened instantly, almost dropping the brocade box from his hand. "You can talk now?" Lu Qirong nodded, the red veil lightly swaying as she seemed to be trying to adapt to speaking. Her voice, although slightly labored, was remarkably clear. "Husband. I, like you?" Before the bride could finish her sentence, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted her. Knock, knock, knock. "Luli, is my luggage with you?" Lin Wan's voice came from outside the door, with a hint of doubt. "Did your little brother move my luggage into your room?" Just as her voice fell, without waiting for Luli to respond, Lin Wan directly twisted open the door. Lin Wan saw Luli standing in the center of the room, holding an open brocade box, his face still carrying a trace of surprise and awkwardness. She glanced at him suspiciously, raising an eyebrow and asked, "What are you doing? So secretive." Immediately, her attention was drawn to the jade pendant in Luli's hand, the green lotus jade pendant gleaming softly in the sunlight, particularly eye-catching. Lin Wan's eyes flickered for a moment, and then she seemed to understand something, a touch of regret appearing on her face, wondering if she had ruined the surprise he had prepared. She had clearly hinted many times before, yet this guy had been as dense as wood, and now he had finally gotten it, even learning to secretly prepare a gift. Looking at his stance, he might have been practicing giving the gift in the room, but he was caught off guard by her appearance, and it probably left him brain frozen. Seeing Luli still frozen in place without responding, Lin Wan simply walked up, casually took the jade pendant from his hand, weighted in her palm, and suddenly a charming smile appeared on her cold face, the corners of her eyes slightly raised with a hint of teasing. "You've got good taste." She casually tucked the jade pendant into her pocket, picked up her suitcase by the door, and as she turned to leave, she couldn't help but reach out her finger to gently pinch Luli's cheek, her tone carrying a hint of fondness. "Silly boy. With a soft click, the door was gently closed. The room fell silent instantly, leaving only Luli still frozen in the pose of holding the brocade box, his mind indeed a blank as Lin Wan had predicted. Luli quickly set up a breath lockdown. In the next moment, a surge of overwhelming dark energy suddenly erupted. Lu Qiron's figure flashed in place, her red wedding dress moving without wind, the aura beneath the veil instantly becoming icy and piercing. Her pale hands quietly lifted, the fingertips gleaming with a cold light, clearly taking Lin Wan's earlier action as a provocation. Lu Qiron. Don't be impulsive. Luli reacted quickly, leaping forward and tightly hugging the bride's thigh. There was no choice, she was just too tall and he could only reach this position. If this enraged bride rushed out, Lin Wan would probably be crushed into pieces in the next second. The pendant can be bought again. Luli was sweating profusely, desperately holding onto her leg while sincerely persuading, that woman was just joking, she meant nothing else, don't misunderstand. But once the bride's anger ignited, how could it be so easily extinguished? Lu Qiron's body swayed slightly, a powerful force radiating from her leg. Luli felt as if he was holding onto a volcano about to erupt, his arms trembling slightly, utterly unable to stop her. Just when he thought he would be dragged out the door with her, Lu Qiron suddenly stopped her movement. She seemed to sense Luli's difficulty, the icy aura gradually retracting, replaced by a deep sense of grievance. The bride slowly crouched down and then directly sat on the floor, holding her knees with both hands, her red veil heavily buried in her knees. Even the sandalwood around her now carried a muffled aura, radiating a vibe of I am very unhappy. Luli let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Lu Qiron's pitiful appearance, he walked over and gently patted her back. All right, don't be angry. Later tonight when I have time, I'll go buy you a better one, ensure it has finer craftsmanship and more transparent shade. Not the same? The bride's voice was muffled. That one belongs to the concubine. Luli's heart stirred, it seemed the bride had memorized every piece Lin Wan mentioned as unique. To her, that lotus jade pendant taken by Lin Wan was something that belonged only to her, and no other accessory could replace it. This stubbornness, with a trace of childlike purity, made Luli's heart feel as if it had been gently bumped by something, stirring a fine warmth within. He slightly bent down, extended his hand, and carefully held the bride's face. Through the soft red cloth of the veil, he could feel the coolness of the skin beneath, and the vague outline of the lips could be seen. After a moment of hesitation, Luli leaned down and gently pressed a kiss at that spot. The action was very light, like a feather landing on the surface of the water, causing only a slight dent in the red cloth. But Lu Qiron's reaction was extreme. Ah! A tiny sound, as soft as a mosquito's buzz, came from beneath the veil. She seemed to be scalded, and suddenly fell backward, her hands that were originally hugging her knees instantly covering the spot that was kissed. She curled up into a ball, and the red veil tilted to one side because of this sudden action, revealing a small section of her fair neck. Luli was also stunned, not expecting his usually clingy bride, who would often hug him tightly to sleep, to react so strongly to such an intimate action. Watching Lu Qiron's flustered look, she resembled a frightened little rabbit, causing a hint of laughter to surface in his eyes. Before he could say anything else, Lu Qiron suddenly disappeared with a swish, leaving only a slight ripple of spiritual energy in her place, clearly embarrassed to hide back in her consciousness space. Luli couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head, focusing his attention on the consciousness space. There, on the soft big bed in the consciousness space, the bride was rolling around with the red veil wrapped around her, like a little top that had been lit on fire. Her cheeks under the veil must have turned completely red, and her whole body's chaotic energy became disordered. The once calm consciousness space even sprouted a few floating pink specks representing shyness. She really is innocent, isn't she? Luli couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 117, The Chapel. After resting for a moment, Luli opened his eyes and glanced at the time. There were only 10 minutes left until the agreed meeting spot, and he needed to go meet Lin Wan. He stood up, adjusted his wrinkled clothes that Lu Qiron had crumpled, and advised the bride, who was still half lying on the bed, I have to attend a meeting now, so stay in the consciousness space obediently. The red veil moved slightly, as if in agreement. Only then did Luli feel at ease to open the door. Almost at the same time, the door to the neighboring room also opened. Lin Wan stepped out, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, which made her figure appear even more upright. Different from before, a delicate platinum chain now adorned the subtle curve of her chest, with an object hanging at the end of the chain hidden by her collar, revealing only a small section of a green edge. Luli didn't need to think to know that it was the lotus jade pendant he bought for her. Lin Wan raised her gaze to see him and immediately broke into a sly smile. Silly, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go, or Zhao Deputy Director will call our names. Luli returned his gaze and followed her toward the elevator. The two walked in silence, with only the crisp sound of leather shoes echoing in the corridor, creating an oddly subtle atmosphere. When the elevator descended, the small space was filled with only their breathing sounds. Luli could smell the faint scent of Lin Wan's perfume, mixed with the sweet aroma of the osmanthus cake they had eaten in the morning, fresh and pleasant, contrasting sharply with Lu Qiron's cold sandalwood scent, yet not at all unpleasant, like a glass of ice-cold lemonade on a summer day. By the way, Lin Wan suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. She turned to look at Luli, her eyes holding a serious expression. This teaching session lasts 2 days, and the day after tomorrow just happens to be the weekend. Since there's nothing to do when we go back, how about we take a stroll in Deep City? I know a few unique little shops, and you can be my food buddy. Luli scratched his head, a wave of complex emotions rising in his heart. He wasn't a wooden man, he understood Lin Wan's thoughts to some extent. If his status were just an ordinary investigation bureau employee, facing such an excellent and proactive woman expressing her affection, he naturally would not refuse, and would even seriously consider developing a romantic relationship with her. But his past was that of a high-level undercover agent in a cult, and by his side was an eerie bride who needed his constant care. With this, he was destined not to have a leisurely love life like ordinary people, nor enjoy a peaceful life. From the very beginning, he and Lin Wan were not on the same path. Yet, with their heads down and looking up at each other, plus Lin Wan never straightforwardly pointing it out, if he directly refused, it would ironically make him seem too sensitive, and she might even tease him about being too self-aware. However, always pretending to be confused while knowing the truth would only hurt her more in the end. How about finding a time on the weekend to talk it out? Luli secretly made up his mind and then nodded at Lin Wan. Alright, I also want to see more of Deep City. Hearing his agreement, Lin Wan's eyes instantly lit up, and the curve of her lips deepened, her entire aura softened a great deal, like a lake thawing from ice and snow. When they reached downstairs and just walked out of the hotel's front door, they saw a bus with the investigation bureau's badge parked at the side of the road. Deputy Director Jia Donlai, the leader of the delegation from Cloud City, stood beside the bus, still with his patterned glasses and black suit, checking the list for attendance. Beside him stood about 50 young backbones who had come from Cloud City, most of whom were small leaders from various departments. Luli recognized a few from training but wasn't very familiar with them. Lin Wan's appearance stirred a small commotion in the crowd. After all, she was the well-known cold beauty of the Cloud City Investigation Bureau, the center of attention wherever she went. But everyone only stole a few glances quietly, and no one approached to talk, soon returning to silence. Luli and Lin Wan naturally blended into the group, finding an inconspicuous spot to stand. After waiting for another 2 minutes, Jia Donlai closed the list and pushed up his glasses. Everyone is here, let's get on the bus, we don't want to keep our colleagues in Deep City waiting. The people boarded the bus one by one, and it slowly drove away from the hotel, heading towards the headquarters of the Deep City Investigation Bureau. The building of the Deep City Investigation Bureau was far more impressive than that of Cloud City. The entire structure looked like it was carved from obsidian, with its outer walls embedded with special alloys that could resist eerie attacks, shining with a cold hardness in the sunlight. The array of runes on the roof was much larger than that of Cloud City and shone more brightly, like a star hovering over the city, silently exuding its intimidating presence. Walking into the building, the atmosphere was more serious than that of the Cloud City Investigation Bureau. The staff moved hurriedly, each face tense, their steps exuding efficiency and competence, lacking the leisure and relaxation of the logistics department where Luli was. Under the guidance of the Deep City Investigation Bureau staff, they went directly to a spacious conference hall. The venue was already buzzing with a lot of people. The teams from Guang City and Chao City had clearly arrived earlier, with some outgoing young talents already gathering in groups of 3 or 5, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Everyone found a seat to sit down, and Lin Wan naturally sat beside Luli. Not long after sitting down, seeming a bit bored, she extended her finger, gently hooked out the lotus jade pendant from her collar, the emerald jade shimmering with a warm glow under the lights, perfectly resting in the fair valley of her chest, creating an impactful visual effect. Is it beautiful? Lin Wan tilted her head to ask him, her eyes holding a hint of mischievous smile. Luli's gaze was unconsciously drawn to that flash of white and green, his heartbeat skipping a beat, and he instinctively said, beautiful. Lin Wan's smile deepened a little, but soon she realized that Luli's gaze was not focused on the jade pendant at all, but rather somewhat drifting. A sly glint flashed in her eyes as she slightly leaned towards Luli. A warm breath brushed against his ear, whispering with a sound only the two could hear, do you want to see more? Sister, I'm here as a decent man. Luli swallowed hard and shook his head to cover up. No need, this jade pendant is quite nice. But Lin Wan laughed even more joyfully, gently poking his arm with her fingertip. TSK, you're quite good at acting serious. At that moment, a slight commotion arose at the front of the venue. It turned out that the staff had adjusted the equipment, and several people who looked like leaders were walking up to the podium to take their seats one after the other. Lin Wan put away her playful expression, sitting up straight, her face becoming serious, as if the person who had just teased him was someone else entirely. Luli wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relief, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the podium. In the center of the front row, there sat a middle-aged man wearing thin-framed glasses, his hair meticulously styled, dressed in a press suit, with an elegant demeanor and a touch of the scholar's unique rigor. He was the expert sent down from headquarters, Lu Rilong. His appearance matched the photo in the documents, though he looked slightly thinner in person, with faint dark circles under his eyes, as if he had been burning the midnight oil for a long time. But upon seeing Lu Rilong for the first time, Luli's pupils constricted slightly, and his expression grew serious. In his line of sight, a nearly transparent silken thread extended from Lu Rilong's chest, and at the other end of that thread, astonishingly, it was connected to Luli himself.